Shira Gaon, that is basically a short, so 20-page history of the transmission of oral Torah from the time of the Mishnah to the time of the Gaonim in the end of the first millennium. It's a crucial historiographic source because it speaks to Jewish self-understanding of the unfolding of the oral Torah. It's obviously a problematic source because he didn't have at his disposal the same kind of historical tools that modern historians would have, but nevertheless it is sort of a canonical view of exactly how the Talmud was formed. So my goal for today is to say a little bit about the development of the Talmud, and specifically to the period of the Gaonate, speak a little bit more about Shira Gaon and his biography, and then speak a little bit about his legacy as well. Okay, that's the plan for today. Let's see how it goes. Okay. So, since I was doing a shameless self-promotion with one book, I said I got to do one more, so I'm throwing in. This is, I don't know why I do these things, but this is another book I wrote, and I just republished it a little while ago before Yom Kippur. I like this cover. This is actually my son Alexander, and he went a year and a half ago. This is wintertime. For those of you who are native to Florida, this is actually what they call snow. It has it's white, it's cold, and so on. And my grandparents, his great-grandparents, are buried in a very, very remote cemetery in northern Canada. And we had to hike in about a mile to get to the actual cemetery, and he broke the snow for me so I could go in and follow him. Anyways, totally irrelevant, and I won't do that anymore. Sorry. So, as I mentioned, he wrote this great letter, the letter of Shira Gaon, which is a really important historical source for our understanding of the Talmud. The letter was in itself a teshuvah. This is a technical term. It means literally answer, but it is an example of a genre of rabbinic literature that is crucially important. And in fact, the Gaonim were the preeminent creators of this genre. Specifically, once the more or less the canon of the Talmud was formed, once there was sort of like an agreement among Jews worldwide that, okay, this is the Talmud, this is our greatest authoritative text of Jewish law, and I hope to speak in a few minutes about what's inside the Talmud, how does it get to that place. It was nowhere near finished. The oral Torah, so to speak, is constantly unfolding, and there are all kinds of social and technological innovations that require ongoing rabbinical assistance. And so the way that this was dealt with is communities would typically send the she'elot, questions, to the great rabbis. They would send it, let's say, to their local rabbi. If their local rabbi was unable to answer it, they would pass it up to a bigger rabbi, and eventually it would get to the yeshivot in Babylon, where they would provide an answer. The answer was called a teshuvah, response, and altogether this becomes known in Latin as the responsa literature, plural of response in Latin, or the she'elot utshuvot, question and answer literature. So this is a classic example of it. In this case, the question is not halachic, like it could be something that's very practical. Like, let's say, for example, a woman was married to a man, and then his boat sank, and a little 8-year-old child saw the boat sink, and they assumed her husband was on it, God forbid. So does she have the party now, or does she wait 30 days before she has the party? That was a joke. Okay. I'm sorry, Elisa. So, no, I mean, and then she gets remarried, and then all of a sudden the guy swims ashore. So what do you do? So you would ask a question. You would send the question to the rabbis. Joseph, I'm glad you're enjoying this. They would send the question to the rabbis. The rabbis would give a response, and that response constitutes a precedent and is used in the development of later law. And so they will be consulting historical teshuvot that can go back literally. I mean, when we write teshuvot today, rabbis are still writing teshuvot in the 21st century, and they will be relying on teshuvot that were written easily 1,200 years ago. So it's a serious genre of literature. The great Rabbi Yosef, who passed away a little while ago, is a brilliant mind who wrote about this much teshuvot in tiny little print, double column, massive volumes. Phenomenal achievement, and that's written in the 21st century. questions can be things like, thinking of Rabbi Yosef, is plastic surgery permitted? And under what circumstances are plastic surgeons allowed to operate? Are men and women allowed to have these kinds of things done? Are tattoos permitted? Interestingly enough, he permitted, for example, medical tattoos. He even permitted like cosmetic tattoos, like false eyebrows, tattooed eyebrows, interesting things like that. You have to see what he writes. But those are examples of teshuvot. So in this case, someone from Kairouan in the year 987 writes a letter to the head of the academy in the city of Pumbedita, and he says, I'm not clear, and we've been talking about it here in Kairouan, which is in Egypt. We've been talking about it. No one knows exactly how did we get to this point. I mean, we know we have the Torah, first 5 books of Moshe, and we have a sense of the rest of the Tanakh, who wrote what pieces and what they're about. But how exactly did we get this oral Torah? How does it take its form in the Talmud today? Would you please, Rabbi Gaon, or Rabbi Shvira, please explain to us how we got this transmission? So his response of 20-odd pages is a classic in describing not only Jewish history, but Jewish theology, because he provides a model of understanding, exactly how we got to these texts as we have them today. There are 2 different versions of the text, because obviously it was published and republished, or actually written down and copied and copied and copied. We have 2 medieval manuscripts that exist today. There's a lot of scholarly debate trying to figure out the discrepancies between the 2 of them. I think it goes into a greater level of detail than I'm competent to discuss, especially today when I prepared so little. But let's go into the basics of what that text was. Okay. So no more pictures of book covers. Who was Shvira Gaon? He was one in a long line of Gaonim. His grandfather was one of the Gaonim, one of the heads of the academies, and he traces his own lineage very far back, as recorded in one of the greatest historians of the time, Abraham and Dawood. He goes all the way back, really, to the ancient period in his yichus, so to speak. After Shvira Gaon, in fact, took that position, he would later hand it off to his son, Hai Gaon, and so they would continue this dynasty afterwards, and both of them are really very well known for their roles at this time. What's especially important about his Gaonate as opposed to his predecessors is that around this time, at the turn of the millennium, the Jewish world was beginning to fracture in terms of its intellectual centripetal forces. There were centrifugal forces, meaning the center of the Jewish intellectual world was really spreading out. There were increasing activities of Jews in places like North Africa, Morocco, Spain, and even in the Rhinelands, where you have a lot of very powerful Jewish minds engaging in Talmudic study and engaging in the codification of Jewish law, and Babylon was sort of in decline. To a large degree, Shvira felt that this was due to the poor performance of his predecessor, his immediate predecessor, who he felt had kind of like let go of the stick when he should have been maintaining the centrality of Babylon. And so feeling the lack of direction from the core of the Jewish population, a lot of the outlying populations were essentially taking matters into their own hand. Spain in particular, I mean, think about the great distance between Babylon and Spain. It's huge. So Spain was sort of setting off on its own. Some great scholars like Shmuel Ibn Nagrela and others who are writing great Talmudic commentaries. And Shvira felt that no, everything has to come back to center, and everything has to recognize the greatness of the city of New York. I mean, Pumbedita, right? That's really what he was thinking of. And we'll speak about how he did that shortly. He was also a very prominent student of pre-Zoharic Kabbalah, meaning the esoteric wisdom of Judaism. His writings in this area are cited, but are unfortunately not extant, so we don't know too much about his work in that field, but we know that he had a huge reputation among the medieval scholars for that. Okay. I'm going to go now a little bit further back in history to try to understand what exactly he's addressing. So do I have any specific, not too hard questions that we're going to start with? Easy questions? Ms. Abramson, no easy questions? No, please, an easy question, good. Yes, correct.
Neutrality of Babylon was after first exile. So what are we to expect that after the second exile, saying that's to be expected of the 16 Babylonian, when the Jews already have coming from the Roman Empire exiled more to the European
You're actually an excellent question. The answer is basically yes. The Babylon did develop first as the second center after Jerusalem was destroyed, and that was primarily because of latter migration. There were already Jews there after the first exile, so it was a kind of a natural destination for Jews. And you have a buildup of the population during the 2nd, 3rd, 4th centuries to make that really the great center. The centers of North Africa and Spain and of, let's say, with the exception perhaps of Italy, the growth of the Rhineland is really much later. So you're absolutely right. And I actually have that in this lecture, but it's a few slides down the way, and I'm not sure, I don't want to go past all this stuff. So we'll come back to your question. Excellent question. Thank you. It was not too hard. Okay. So here we go. Let's just do a little basic stuff. I apologize if it's too simple, but we're talking now about the oral Torah. So let's understand what is the oral Torah in brief. It is essentially a companion text, and I put it in quotation marks because obviously as an oral document, it would not be written down for some centuries after it was originally, revealed in Jewish traditional Jewish theology. But is a companion text to the written Torah, the 5 books of Moses. This is where I'd like to turn the lights out so you can see. This is Charlton Heston as Moshe Rabbeinu. You want to do it once quickly, Ms. Abramson? Thank you. I love the assistant, Ms. Abramson. It's going to just turn off the lights for a second. I have a great deal of fondness for this particular lecture. That's excellent. Well done. No, not quite. There you go. Excellent. Look at that. Brilliant. Doesn't chase it. Right. I feel, okay, that's great. We can turn on lights now. But I will tell you that, I grew up just because I feel like it's very therapeutic for me to share these things with you. I grew up as the only Jewish child in this very small, remote town in northern Canada. And I knew there were Jews in the world. I saw them on Pesach. We went down to Toronto and I saw my cousins. I knew there were a lot of Jews in the world. But, in this little town, there's only like the Anglophones and the Quebecois, and that was me. I felt lonely, like there was the Chinese kid who was my best friend and rival, and that was it. But then they had a theater back then, the Cinequa, and they brought in Cecil B. DeMille's The 10 Commandments. I was about 8 years old when I showed there, and I was like, this movie's about me. This movie's about my people. I just could not believe it. It's like a 3-hour movie, and I just sat there as an 8-year-old, completely overwhelmed with it. And even to this day, that one scene where it's completely made up, but it's a cool scene, where the old man who's like preparing the mortar for the bricks, and he gets whipped and he's going to die, and Charlton Heston bends down and says to him, how do you feel about the NRA? No, he says, how do you feel? He says to him, what's the matter, old man? And the old man started crying and said, I believe that I just prayed that one day before I died, my eyes would behold the Redeemer. And of course, he's looking at Charlton Heston right there. Oh my gosh, I get teared up even now. Such a powerful movie. It changed my life. Anyways, there is the oral Torah is the companion text to the written Torah, the 5 books of Moses. And it can be understood as 3 distinct, slightly interrelated bodies of information. The first is Midrash. Midrash is translated appropriately into the Greek term exegesis, which means, look at this, I'm tearing up thinking about that scene. The exegesis, which means basically deriving meaning from the biblical text. Looking at the written Torah, you'll find, hundreds of grammatical infelicities, even spelling mistakes, weird conventions like letters printed upside down, letters broken in half, verb subject discontinuities, all kinds of strange things if you just read the text. Now, if you're a copy editor, you'd be tempted to fix things, virtually every 3rd or 4th paragraph. So Midrash, among other things, analyzes all of those slight inconsistencies in the text and derives profound and very beautiful meaning from them. It's almost in a very poetic fashion. Midrash takes the text and develops a much larger depth of functionality to what the text is really saying. And it has become so well ingrained in the Jewish tradition that many children, for example, especially if they're not really paying attention in school, they grow up, and when they finally come to read the Torah properly, and they say, hey, where's all this other stuff that I learned in school? It's just ingrained right into our understanding of the text. It's impossible for Jews to really understand Torah without Midrash, even though they are really totally separate documents. One of the reasons why Rashi is such a classic commentator is because he is a genius at bringing in selected midrashim to his commentary on the text, and with Rashi you get a good anthology of the oral Torah, the midrash, on the text itself. Midrash comes in two distinct flavors: so-called halachic midrash, which essentially derives laws of behavior, of function from the text, or agadic midrash, which is much better known, which derives, extra stories, extra plot line, extra dialogue that may not be entirely present in the text. To a certain degree, it is open-ended because, as the Talmud says, the Torah has 70 faces. But there are limits to it. There is a canonical body of texts called Midrash today. They were not published until well into the Middle Ages, really. But you can't just, like in traditional theology, you can't create a Midrash. That's very popular among non-Orthodox congregations to write Midrash, but that's not at all considered an appropriate way to handle a text from traditional background. Like, for example, here, also from the Ten Commandments, right? That's Anne Baxter and Yul Brynner in the performance of his life as Pharaoh, right? And the whole bit about Anne Baxter actually attracted to Charlton Heston. That was like, to use a Latin term, bulamisis, right? We don't have anything like that in the Midrash, but that's kind of like the direction that Midrash can be taken to its absurdity. The Midrash that we have today is absolutely brilliant, fascinating, puzzling, and really adds tremendous depth to the text. So that's part of oral Torah handed down from Moshe to his students to the present day as traditional theology would have it. The second element of oral Torah is the esoteric or mystical wisdom that is known as Kabbalah. This is a much more controversial body of information, largely because it's the central text of the Kabbalah. One of the most important texts, there are several, is the Zohar, which doesn't appear on the Jewish scene publicly until the 13th century. And traditionalists argue that, in fact, it was authored by Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai already in the ancient period and kept hidden until the 13th century. Many modern critics, already in the Age of Enlightenment, were saying, no, it was actually written in the 13th century. It's not our place here to engage in that debate. But there's no question that there are lots of other texts which are much early that follow in this vein. The magical aspects of Torah, what's the word? The mystical. No, it's a word when you try. It's a really fancy word when you try to do things with Kabbalah. Oh, it's practical Kabbalah, but there's a really good fancy word for it. Yeah, there's a really good word that's like, it'll come to me in the shower later, I'll think of it. But there's a really good word that would impress you and you would say, wow, so we're learning at a really high level. Did you hear the word that he said? That was great. I can just make one up. But anyways, theurgic. That's it. Theurgic Kabbalah. Isn't that a great word? Can I have a hand for that word, theurgic? Right? Theurgic Kabbalah is just a fancy way of saying practical Kabbalah, meaning if we want to create a golem, for example, an artificial anthropoid, we want to make like a robot out of clay, or if we wanted to demand Mashiach, we want to make it rain, make it stop raining, things like that. So there's that practical Kabbalah side. There's also a theoretical Kabbalah, which doesn't speak about actually forcing changes onto the universe, but it speaks about what is the nature of the soul, what is the nature of God, how does God interact with the world, things like that. It's also very, very deep, profound wisdom. That's also in the oral Torah, not, it's only hinted at in places in the written Torah. And then you have the third part, which is going to occupy our attention for the rest of the day, law. How should Jews behave? Midrash speaks to how Jews should think. The Kabbalah thinks about how Jews should dream or imagine, and law talks about how Jews should behave. The Mishnah. Mishnah is a very important ancient document that records the oral teachings on exactly how to interpret the Torah. And they're absolutely essential. They perform several distinct functions. For example, the Mishnah clarifies ambiguities in the text. On the holiday of Sukkot, I hope I'm not repeating myself from an earlier lecture, I probably am. But on the holiday of Sukkot, for example, it says that you're supposed to go to shul and you're supposed to bring with you 4 plant species: a lulav, a myrtle, a willow, and a pre-Eitz Hadar, which means basically the fruit of a nice tree. So if you bring, on Sukkot, you come to shul, you bring your lulav and a grapefruit, you could say the grapefruit is a fruit of a nice tree. It's very nice smell, it's nice color and so on, but you will be laughed out of the shul because there is a tradition that says the pre-Eitz Hadar, the fruit of a nice tree, refers specifically and only to the $95 lemon that you can buy only this one time a year, the estrog, and nothing else counts. So the Mishnah will clarify those kinds of ambiguities. The Mishnah will also fulfill omissions in the text. For example, we have absolutely nothing written in the Torah about what tefillin should look like. What do you do with tefillin? It's actually Mishnah and even further development of our law. But it says only that it should be a sign upon your arms and as frontlets between your eyes. So who would say that automatically turns into a black box made of leather with parchment inside it and straps coming down? That's like all oral Torah. It's not written Torah. And finally, on occasion, the Mishnah and the later Talmud it contradicts the written Torah. On a very small number of occasions, the oral Torah will actually say, we don't do it like it says. It says you will give him 40 lashes for his crime, and the oral Torah says it really means 39. Or the Torah says an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and the Mishnah says no, it means the monetary value of an eye in payment for an eye, that kind of thing. So that's a very important function that the Mishnah has. These 3 things together form. Oops, I wanted to go really back out here to show the overall slide. Can we do that? I say sure we can. These 3 things together form the oral Torah as we have it today. Okay, any arguments or discussions, challenges, objections? Well, clear as the sun at noonday. I wish my children were so attentive and compliant. Right, Elisa? Okay. Now, the reason why we have a transition from the oral to the written Torah is really due to the massive crisis of the 2nd century. If you just a very quick history recap, this is an artistic rendition of the destruction of the temple. The Jews, we talked about in previous lectures, the Jews had a failed rebellion in the year 66, went on for 6 years, and ultimately was completely unsuccessful, ended in the last stand of Masada. The Jews suffered under tremendous persecution for the next few decades, and in the year 135, there's another attempt to throw the Romans out of Israel under Bar Kokhba, also unsuccessful, followed by horrific persecutions under the Emperor Hadrian. So by the time you get to the middle of the 2nd century, the Jewish world is really suffering. There's a complete lack of centralist leadership. There is a huge demographic impact when a generation and then their grandchildren are completely devastated in futile rebellions against Rome, especially the male population. There's been a large-scale exile from Israel, primarily to Babylon at this point, and the Jewish community has lost, perhaps most importantly, it has lost the central locus of its worship. Everything was centered on the temple. Everything was centered on the idea of bringing your sacrifices there. I mean, how many generations can you go losing that central unifying factor and still continue as a people? So a rabbi named Yehuda Hanassi, and this is now going to the text of Rav Shira Gaon's the famous letter, a Rav named Yehuda Hanasi realized the difficulty of the situation, and he resolved to write down the oral Torah and to create essentially a portable Judaism that would allow Judaism to actually be taken on the road, and it could survive and amazingly even flourish without the temple. And this magnificent work of literature was the Mishnah, as we shall see. Yes, Ms. Abramson. It's a brilliant question. I'm so glad you asked that. The rabbis and the Talmud, they argued back and forth. How could he do this? I mean, if God gave it to us in an oral format, how dare you? What audacity to transform it to a written format. And if we look at it beyond like the technicalities of, okay, what's the big deal? Written, spoken, what's the difference? It's a huge difference. The very quality of orality is huge because there's a level of information that is conveyed through oral teaching that is completely flattened by textual presentation. That's one of the reasons, by the way, that I like taping these and delivering them on the internet, because you can read everything I'm saying in the book, and you can read it even better and more accurately, maybe without the jokes and stuff like that. But all the information is there. The learning is not necessarily there. The features of an oral presentation, even one that's fairly, where I do most of the talking and you do most of the listening, unlike a partnership of chavrusas, is that, you see my tonality, you see my facial expressions, my body language, you see where I emphasize, what I don't emphasize. There's a whole message that is delivered here that cannot be retained on the written page. So the rabbis were saying, there is no way that we can do this. It will completely destroy it. It's like making everything, into black and white. Only how much more so? Nevertheless, Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi justified it, as the Talmud would later say, through the verse in Tehillim that says, it is time to act for God. They have destroyed your Torah. Meaning, we're at a place where we must, take a bold step. And we must act for God because they, in this sense, the Romans, have destroyed your Torah. They've destroyed the temple. They've destroyed our national integrity. What are we going to do? Others, by the way, criticized them with the same verse, saying, oh, you say it's a time to act for God? You've destroyed the Torah. Meaning you're going to do this, that in itself destroys the Torah. But part of his genius was that, and I don't want to go into this in great detail here, but the Mishnah itself has a tremendous degree of ambiguity built right into it. Like, for example, a typical Mishnah will take an issue, let's say whether or not a particular kind of chicken with a particular kind of defect is kosher or not, and the Mishnah will say, Rabbi X says this chicken is kosher, and then Rabbi Y says this chicken is not kosher. And then you go on to the next Mishnah. And if you're reading this like a law code, you want to say, well, no, what am I having for dinner tonight? Can I eat this chicken or not? The Mishnah does not say. The Mishnah leaves it open-ended. So you must perforce have a teacher who preserves the Masorah. You must have someone who will explain the Mishnah to you, say that even though we quote Rabbi X, because Rabbi Yehuda Nasi constantly quoted minority opinions, we nevertheless follow the opinion of Rabbi Y, and these are the reasons. And that's essentially what keeps the oral nature of the Mishnah intact, even though it is actually based in a written text. Otherwise, it would be like reading the newspaper. It in itself has those ambiguities that begs debate and demands attention. Good question. Very good. I hope the answer was good enough. Okay, so he says, let's write down the Mishnah, and then the Mishnah ends up looking like this. There are 6 orders, just to run through them to give you a sense of what they're talking about. The first is called seeds, or Zeroim, and it deals almost exclusively with agricultural law. A lot of laws in the Torah that deal with the sabbatical year, mixing species, all kinds of things like that. It also deals with laws of blessings because, after all, we are sustained by the natural world around us, and blessings therefore fit in that section. Then the next section are times, Moed, that deals with the Shabbat, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and so on, all the various holidays. The third section and largest section is called women. It's also the most mysterious and difficult to understand. I'm just making that up. But the reason why, I'll ask you, Ms. Abramson, why is there a section on women, there's not a section on men? How come there's a whole section, one of the 6 sections on women, no section on men? I'm sorry? They're very complicated. Okay, we have a little section maybe. So the answer is because the Mishnah is basically a very androcentric document. It's something that is written by men, for men to consume. Even the concept of women studying the Mishnah, the way men study the Mishnah, was pretty foreign to most of the ancient world. There were always exceptional women who did master the Mishnah throughout history, but it was a very, very unusual circumstance. We happen to live, ironically, in a time of, it's like Charles Dickens, right? We live in the best of times and the worst of times. On the one hand, we have the most atrocious level of Jewish ignorance ever in our history, especially in this country. But at the same time, we have some of the highest levels of education available for women in our times, after the Beis Yaakov movement and so on, even studying Talmud for women. So we live in a weird time. But your grandparents, your great-grandparents for sure, wouldn't know how to list even these 6 sections. But Nashim, women, is the largest section of it's not the largest, I'm sorry, it's the largest section of the Talmud, not the largest of the Mishnah, but it's basically men trying to understand their relationship with women. So a lot of discussion of marriage, of divorce, of levirate marriage, like when someone, God forbid, dies childless and his wife then marries his brother, that kind of thing. Right after women, as the yeshiva joke goes, then you study damages. Okay, thank you for chuckling. It was a joke, right? Damages is perhaps the most classically studied part of the Talmud, and that deals with, the Reuven's goat ate the prized tomatoes of Shimon, but then tripped on his porch and broke his leg. So how much does Reuven have to pay Shimon for the tomatoes, and Shimon has to pay for the broken leg, and was the fence allowed the goat in? All these kinds of basically tort law, criminal law, that's dealt with in damages. The last 2 sections are deal primarily with the Talmudic, with the temple period, holy things, which deal with sacrificial law, and purities that deal with ritual purity for the purposes largely of temple worship. Those 2 sections are studied less than the others. Now, what's interesting about the Mishnah, among many things, is that Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, he didn't write it, he compiled it. He collected sayings from teachings from all the rabbis of his generation, writing them all down, and then he sifted through them and tried to determine, okay, which teachings are the best, which teachings are the most accurate, the most comprehensive, the most concise, and so on. And those he boiled down into the Mishnah. However, all those other teachings that either were inaccurate or were fragmentary or were misleading, he did not throw them away because Judaism is inherently conservative. We don't like to throw too many things away. That's what my wife says about my desk drawer that I
you would never go to Colombia. So in Europe,
those
right? Like if you're looking for trouble, you're gonna find it.
That's
in the dark.
Just
let me just say, for the most part,
go to Colombia, be respectful, which is
and understand that if you want to turn the volume, they'll turn the volume in any aspect. You're not just don't go there and think you're gonna roll the roots. There's a way of doing things in Colombia.
I don't think it's floating around at the time of the Mishnah did not quite make the Mishnah, but we didn't throw them away. If you get a volume of the Talmud today, you'll see that the Tosefta is actually printed at the back of the Talmud in its entirety,
in France, in Germany, they're having a problem with a lot of young Muslim men from war-torn countries that come and are not assimilating in the country and find extremism, and they tend to come forward and take it over. There's a lot of this.
There's a lot of to clarify the meaning of the Mishnah. When all these things are mixed together with a whole bunch of miscellany text dealing with biographical stories, legends, recipes, fake stories, cures for diarrhea, and all kinds of amazing things, all buried into the document of the kind of a book, then you have the Talmud. I actually like that. Can I show you that again? Let's do it again for So when you start out with the Mishnah, and then the rabbis, when the Mishnah, by the way, is set to writing sometime around the year 200. So it's set to writing sometime around the year 200, and a lot of discussion is going on about it. And so those discussions have been recorded, and they are made up primarily of passages from the Tosefta, and the
stand up and
Baraito,
kneel down.
challenging understandings of the Mishnah, debates all around the Mishnah, and a lot of other miscellaneous stuff that takes up, I don't know, maybe 25% of the Talmud.
Now, my friend owns coffee
category.
plantations.
That altogether is what we know as the Talmud today.
Now, I could go out there and stay at one of the coffee plantations, which I may do.
Rabbi Shira Gaon's description of how we got to where we are today. Intellectually, through the passage of the writing of the Mishnah, the additions to the Baraito, the Tosefta, miscellany, and now get to the central document, which was basically set to the writing we have today sometime around the end of the 5th century. There was a certain amount of debate. We could go even a century either way. There were two versions of it. One that was brought together in northern Israel, called the Jerusalem Talmud, slight misnomer because it wasn't in Jerusalem, but nevertheless also called the Palestinian Talmud, and the more authoritative later recension of the Babylonians, that is the one more widely studied and is pictured here today. Okay. So this why Babylon? This is going to your question now. Here's a quick look at what happened to the Jews and why Babylon became the main center of the Jewish people during the centuries after the destruction of the Second Temple. Israel, of course, located here, and there was an exile in the 6th century BCE, so we're talking now about 600 years earlier. It was not a very deep exile, it didn't reach deep into the demographic pool of the Jewish people, it tended to exile primarily the leadership, but they were sent all the way up here to the Mesopotamian region. So-called Mesopotamia comes from the between the rivers, spoken of the rivers in Greek. The two very important rivers are the Euphrates and Tigris rivers that here take a lot of the silt from the mountainous regions here, and the rivers flow downward into the Persian Gulf, bringing regular flows of nitrogen-rich soil that once the Babylonians already in the Assyrian period learned how to create, the Sumerian period learned how to create dams and control the flooding, this became like Silicon Valley of the ancient world. That they had all of this new soil coming down every year. It was amazing for agriculture, and it created a replenishable, renewable resource that was a tremendous economic engine. So this is really a very, very wealthy area historically. This is where Abraham came from originally, and he wandered all the way over here to the only country in the Middle East that had natural reserves of oil. And then eventually the Jews went down. No one caught it right over. Thank you, Estel. Appreciate it. So the Jews during the first expulsion made their way over here, and there was not a long expulsion. It was less than a century that the Jews were forced to live there. And again, most Jews didn't even leave. Most Jews were still in Israel at that time. The leadership was over there. And then under Cyrus, they were allowed to return. Only a small minority returned to Israel. Most of them were very comfortable, thank you very much, in Babylon, and decided to stay. So that means you have a strong diaspora community that has been in existence for 600 years by the time you get to the destruction of the Second Temple. Again, if we think of our historical scope, right here, Jews have been in America for a little more than 300 years. And, the idea of how cemented Jews are with this country, you can imagine that our exile was twice that, like 600 years in Babylon. It's a very, very ancient community. So it stands to reason that when the Jews were exiled the second time, in the first century, it was a natural destination. They knew that here in the lower Tigris Euphrates River Valley, there were going to be Jewish establishments, Jewish settlements, and so gradually Jews made their way over there. There was also a movement along the coast of North Africa, across the Mediterranean to Italy itself, and eventually up into Spain. You already had Jewish populations in Spain by the 5th and 6th century, but the largest center was certainly in the well-established region of Babylon. Throughout the Talmudic period, by that I mean the period between the Mishnah and, let's say, the Persian Talmud, let's say the outside about the year 600, there's a lot of description of Jews moving back and forth between these regions, and a certain amount of friendly rivalry between them, but there's no question that the Mesopotamian River Valley was like the New York of those days. It was the major center of Jewish people, demographically, intellectually, economically, if not necessarily spiritually.
Brendan, thanks for all the work.
Let's go on.
And we just want to check this because I've been
What
listening
can we
to this
say
for a
about
long
these
time. I don't think
these
you
Jews
hear
in
it.
Babylon?
Here's
As I
$100
mentioned, there's like kind of like an
and you know
ongoing
what you and I do
rivalry
without
between
missing
them.
a beat?
When you read the Talmud, they speak about when he came over here, meaning like when there was a rabbi from Israel who came to Babylon, or vice versa, Jews from Babylon, when they came by us, you know, so, and they always have like slight disdain for each other depending on the context. But at the same time, a huge symbiosis, the fact that there is, you know, a traffic of scholars moving back and forth, and
friend is married to a very famous athlete,
communities in both places.
They got
And I mentioned how they both wrote Talmud, but the Jerusalem Talmud ultimately was eclipsed by the later Babylonian Talmud for many reasons. One of the most important is that the Babylonian Talmud was written later, so it was able to consult the opinions of the Jerusalem Talmud. Another is because the Jews of Israel found themselves under a very different kind of leadership in the outside world, the Roman Empire, than they had in Babylon. And in some degree, the Babylonians had it much easier. They did not have, for example, Christian interference with Jewish rituals and activities. The Jews in Babylon lived in various periods under the Sasanians, for example, and the influences of Zoroastrian faith, which is seen in the Talmud occasionally how Jews have to deal with it, but was minor compared to what the Jews had to deal with in Israel. They also had a much stronger political system. They had an institution called the Exilarch, or the Reich Shaluta, the head of the exile, which was occupied by someone who was descended from the line of David, the Davidic dynasty. And so they had a significant amount of self-rule, self-government in Babylon that they did not enjoy in Israel. Up until the 5th century, that's when they really established their primacy with the creation of the Talmud, one of the greatest literary achievements of Jews ever. And they maintained that for another 500 years. But it was going to a steep decline by the time we get to Sharia and Stalin, which takes us back to our main topic. Yes. No, please, go ahead.
I've buzzed your house. I've flown over your neighborhood. Yeah, I know the neighborhood. Some mistakes. Yeah, I like you got a view of the lake. I like your lake. I like your. No, it's good. It's fucking great. Listen, I can put up with mediocre food for the spending time all the time, every weekend. Is that right? Yeah, we haven't been in 2 weeks because of the floods. You got friends who have I'm the only one without a boat. Yeah. But because of the floods, there's like a lot of riffraff in there.
I'm glad you asked.
Like one guy said
because I could feel myself as I was saying, I was kind of rushing through it. Basically, it's like this. The Mishnah itself, hard to understand, right? It doesn't have clear direction in a lot of places. So rabbis would get together and they would argue about the Mishnah and argue, and these arguments, when they were really geschmack arguments, they would kind of remember the key points of the argument. And somehow, over the course of centuries, these arguments were boiled down to the code words. So just little codified phrases that just said this, and you have to remember really what that all meant. And that was eventually all these like memorized debates were then set to writing. And that set to writing debates is the Talmud. So good question. Those involved hundreds of rabbis, right? They're like over the period of several centuries. There are lots of voices in the Talmud, hundreds of voices, and there's some debate as to exactly which rabbis were the people who closed the Talmud. The traditional view is Ravina and Ravashi. But there's a lot of debate over were they given that credit and it really happened later or it really happened earlier. But basically the story as given by Rabbi Rothschild is they would memorize these debates and then they finally said let's set them down to writing, and that's the canonical text we have in the Talmud. It's a long extended debate on the meaning of the Mishnah, with lots of citations from the outside sources to try to bolster a point of view. But it most importantly reminds me of a joke. So I'll tell you this joke very quickly. So I mentioned how the arguments were codified, right? People are like rolling their eyes, but it's almost over. I have to say these jokes. Otherwise, I just go home and I feel very frustrated. So the joke goes like this. There are people in a prison who are living together for a long time, right? Of course, they're incarcerated. And they don't see other people. Until one day a new prisoner is put into the jail. And he sits down in the mess hall with them, and they're sitting and eating. And then one of the prisoners says, 52. The other prisoners all break out laughing. And another prisoner says, 37. And then they all fall on the floor laughing. And this goes on for a while. So the new prisoner says, what's going on? And they say, well, see, the thing is, we've been in prison together for so many years. We all know each other's jokes so well that we just gave each joke numbers. And whenever we want to tell a joke, we just say the number and we remember the joke and we laugh. Right? That's what we do. So he says, wow, that's great. Can I try it? And they say, sure, go ahead. So he's looking around at all the other prisoners at the table and he says to them, 16. Stone face. He says, 22. No reaction. Finally, the guy leans over and says, you're telling them all wrong. Okay, so that's essentially like the Talmud is written as all these really tightly coded phrases where if you just read it without the oral tradition, without a Masorah, without a rabbi, you would say, what could this possibly mean? Compounding this fact is the truism that the Talmud has no punctuation. So you don't even know with reliability when one phrase ends and the next one begins. It really takes a tremendous amount of highly specialized study, years of practice to be able to decode even a single page of the Talmud. Once you get it, once you can really do, let's say, I don't know off the top of my head, if you can learn 50 pages on your own, then you're pretty much well set to do the entire Talmud. But just learning those 50 pages may take you 5-6 years to learn how to do it. It's a very difficult process. Anyways, Shamir Gaon. So he was a Gaon in one of the prime cities of Babylon, the city of Pumbedita. There were about half a dozen cities that were especially important. Pumbedita was one of the two most important. The other was Sura, a certain amount of rivalry between those two cities. He got into a certain amount of trouble because he was the chief judge of the rabbinical court, and he did not agree that they should appoint Nehemiah to be the Gaon before him, and he refused to consent to the appointment of one Nehemiah. We don't know too much about the reasons for it, but based on his later activity, it appears that Nehemiah was perhaps responsible for not taking control of the situation and centralizing rule in Babylon in respect for Babylonian scholarship. So that got him into quite a bit of hot water in the year 960, but 8 years later, when Sharira was already a man of 70, Nehemiah passed away. And so the mantle of leadership fell on Sharira Gaon at this time. And then he devoted the next 3 decades of his life, he lived an entire century, he devoted the next 3 decades of his life to specifically shoring up the reputation of Babylon, reaching out to far-flung communities throughout the Mediterranean basin, and making sure that they directed their questions to the yeshiva, the academy in Pumbedita. And it appears that many of the communities throughout the world felt that they were really lacking this leadership. And it is someone to stand up and say, yes, we have the answers, you can just send them to us, and we will respond. And we will respond with sensitivity and understanding for your local conditions. And so there was a huge surge of response and popularity under his rule. He also took the distant leaders to task, saying that, why are you disdaining this place where we built up so many hundreds of years of education? Why are you simply ignoring us? You should definitely show your allegiance intellectually to Babylon. And it made a tremendous difference for at least another century. His literary achievements are similarly long-lasting. But he spent the better part of the hour talking about the so-called Ikea or letter, which is just one of his teshuvot. And in fact, together with his son Igon, who also was an extremely powerful leader, they authored about half of all of the teshuvot that existed in the Gaon period, which means for about 400 years, half of all of these responses come from either Shmira or his son Igon. A tremendous number of responses, if you can imagine. He's sitting at his desk getting these letters every day, writing out by hand detailed analytical comments based on his knowledge of power, sending them out. It was incredibly important. It was like
I'm a sponge. There's quick studies and then there are sponges.
We
And
know
teach
that
me
he wrote
one
a
fucking
biblical
thing one
commentary. It
fucking
is
time,
no longer
and I'm
extant,
fucking
but
ready.
it is
That's why,
referred
look,
to by
you know what the
other
problem is?
writers from the period.
Your brain is a
And we know
sponge.
we have some
The
pieces
vehicle
of
that carries that
a
brain
massive
must
Talmudic
hold
commentary
this
that
stuff. I know,
unfortunately
but
has
fuck
not
face, you're
survived
not
as well.
getting my
And
fucking
finally, he wrote a book called Megillat Tzarim, which
That's your
appears
nickname.
to be a commentary
You're not
on
getting
the
you're not getting my
non-legal
neck.
aspects of
It
the
doesn't
Talmud.
happen.
Unfortunately,
Shut, but I got your neck
is
10
lost.
years ago.
The most famous of
I
his
was
texts is
training
the
on the
Yeret,
level I am.
where
I'm
we
getting
learn almost everything
agitated.
we know
It doesn't
about
matter. And I'm not
Yeret,
quite ready to jump
and some of his
onto that chair.
contemporaries.
I'm not quite ready.
His
It's not
life,
my room.
however, despite the tremendous burdens he took on himself, it would not be
I'm
tranquil.
getting ready, bro.
In
I
the
sent you
year
a picture of how fast my hands are.
998, some of his rivals, perhaps they don't know the nature of the controversy. It's not recorded in the historical accounts at that time, but apparently some of his rivals denounced him to get a sense of the tenuous situation of the Jewish leadership, because ultimately we were a minority within the country, and even though we would have significant self-rule and self-government, still we had to answer to the secular authorities. And so the Caliph of the time arrested Shir and his son, who was then the head of the court, and imprisoned him for almost a full year. He was eventually released, apparently acquitted of all charges, but by that point, again, he was a very elderly man at this point. His health was ruined, and he appointed his new son, Haigal, who was also an elderly man at this point as well. He's probably in his 70s, if I'm not mistaken. So he stepped down from his position in favor of his son at that time. So to speak to his legacy,
I'm just saying, as far as physically,
we can evaluate in many different ways. One way to be sure is that he really consolidated for a millennium the centrality of the Talmud, explaining directly how it flowed from the Mishnah. He upheld the value of the Mishnah as a central text in the Pharisaic tradition that we have today as the rabbinic tradition. And the study of the Talmud was, enshrined as the central activity of Jews intellectually for the next 1,000 years. As you can see in this picture here, which is from the last Siyam Shas, which was a year ago, August, if I'm not mistaken, where they had 70,000 Jews in the MetLife Auditorium alone, celebrating the completion of the Talmud, which is something that is unprecedented since Babylonian times, perhaps even before Babylonian times. It's rather an amazing thing. And there were no fist fights or anything in the entire. Okay, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Secondly, his activity in the composition of Teshuvah literature was extremely important in creating a body of legal documentation that became a corpus for future law, and his general, adherence to the notion of the validity of the oral Torah and the binding nature it had upon Jews was something that, reverberated throughout the centuries following his demise. So, as always, I thank you for your patience and your indulgence. Thank you for your attention. Next week, we're going to stay in the Gaonate, and we're going to look at Saadia Gaon, also an extremely important leader of one of the academies, an extremely important philosophical leader as well. So we'll look at some of his specific ideas. But the big difference will be under Saadia, we'll talk a lot more about the influence of Islam on Judaism and vice versa. Thank you very much for your attention.
Talent might come to that conclusion very soon. So the last thing Shab should do is just continuous. He does it all the time. That's why it's so frustrating watching Shab on the Golden Hour podcast, because not only is he interrupting all the time, he's doing it over Zoom. So it's delayed. It's a delay interruption, which is annoying. But I mean, right off the bat, Calvin, coming in this garbage studio, they all agree that the studio is garbage, as we know from Chin going off and flipping out about it. The move for Texas for Calvin is probably great, but that's because he's not helping in any way, shape, or form this podcast, which I don't like. I mean, Shab that guy. No, I'm strong. Tanning Chatham. What did he say? Tanning Chatham? Did he mix up the T and the C? See? But, yeah, TNA, of course, the shops. Oh, what a douche, just sitting there, interrupting, like a cow, all upset, sitting there, half in beat style, violently, the whole thing is, you almost want to feel bad for Callan, but this is what he signed up for, this is what he tied his wagon to. Well, this is what he keeps agreeing to doing, which is bizarre. It's like, why do you keep agreeing? It is how you get this what you agree with mom. And like, look, you, me, and everyone else would show up twice a week to do a podcast for 20 grand a month to do Joe Campbell. But, I mean, even this, but Callan has money. He has a father who has money, so there's only so much of it going. And he's almost reached the point where he's had enough. What are your thoughts about it?
Doesn't quote unquote like you. They want to profit. This is about principles. I knew about the deal. I signed the contract. A contract is nothing more than your word. I'm not going back on my word just to gain a financial benefit. I don't expect anyone to understand that. And so again, he has his reasons. Ultimately, I don't think taking the money represents going back on your word.
Yo, when are you going to join my Discord?
Or not honoring your deal. It has just been deemed that you were owed a little bit more.
Legally. Correct. Here's the thing. Here's my take on this. This thing went through exhaustively.
I'm watching Jewish history lectures, but you can see me better from there. Oh, I wish. Thanks, sweetheart. Okay, well, I don't make fun of the way you look. That's okay. We all have to whore ourselves out one way or another. Why don't you come to my Discord? My Discord is discord.me/rabbi. Discord.me/rabbi. The link's there. Sure, absolutely. Just into a browser, type Discord, Discord. Yeah, you are. Me, like ME, /. That's absolutely fine. So it's /rabbi. So it's discord.me / it's it's above the question mark, or it's below the question mark. At least on mine. Okay, just it's /. You know what / is, right? Okay, so it's discord.me /rabbi, RABBI. No, rabbi. It's in my profile. If you just go to my profile, there's a link. You just click the link. Yeah, I'm actually a woman defined by the state of California. It's on my ID. All right, come to the Discord. I can hear you better there. I can tell you all about my project. Okay, well, I could tell you what I do here, but you're not going to see it as well. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. That's more than 3.5 years of content. I am live right now on 22 different YouTube streams. I have more data than any person in global history. And what does that mean for you? Data, according to The Economist magazine, is Earth's #1 resource, and that may make me, I have more data archived than any person ever, and that may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help all your friends and family become financially independent if you're not already, to create generational wealth if you don't already have it, and to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I think so too. Yeah, I've been live for 3.5 years on the internet. I do it on stream. So I would say yes, but a lot of my content gets banned because that's against the terms. So a lot of times I'll just put that on a GoPro. No, I understand you won't say anything. I understand. You can hear me queef. Oh, it'll come. Don't worry. And when I do it, I lift my leg like I'm some type of military weapon, and then just let it fire. I recognize that. Yeah, so come to my Discord. It's amazing. I've got some other people here. We're watching Jewish history lectures. It's pretty amazing. We are. Yeah, I recognize that. And perhaps someday you can. I've had fans visit me from as far away as 8 hours, so you wouldn't be the first. Yeah, I do whatever they want. Okay, well, there you go. Excellent. Make sure to have your permission slip signed. What'd you say? You have to be 18 years old to be in my Discord, and please be 18 to be here. That's great. So, are you gonna come in my Discord? I know I sound like the person with the white van. Okay, excellent. Just, just there's a link in my profile. Just click the link in my profile. I wish. Yeah, absolutely. Tell everybody you know about it. This is the biggest event in global history. The reason why it's the biggest event in global history is because data is Earth's #1 resource. This is essentially a time capsule of human history. It goes to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Absolutely. You're live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. Yeah, I mean, you're on a phone and yeah, YouTube can hear you. YouTube says hello. Oh, tens of thousands, perhaps. That's amazing. That's absolutely right. I'm a lesbian. Well, you're only watching me on one of my streams. I'm live. You're only watching me on one of my streams. I'm live on many different streams, and I have people. The place where most people watch me is on Discord. I have right now like 8 people in one Discord, another 3 people in another Discord, another 17 people in another Discord, another 3 people in another Discord. No, I have people who can talk to me in Discord. Come to my Discord. Okay, that's cool. Okay, who uses Discord for work? It is weird. Yeah, where you work, they're really cheap. Everybody uses Teams or Zoom. Yeah, mine. Yeah, I mean, I also have a. I mean, when I have a career as a certified project management professional, and we use Teams. Yeah, and on Telegram and on Discord. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth $100 million. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Oh, perhaps I'm doing it right now. I like you all. You guys were here earlier, and I ignored you. But now we're becoming friends, so I guess I can't ignore you. $100. Yes, you are. No, I don't want to sell individuals. I just want to sell my data. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine. In 2018, data overtook petroleum. So basically, I'm sitting on a gold mine, and it's just a matter of time until people see me. I blow up. Go ahead. You sound like a robot. Well, that very well may be. Word. It is. It's bigger than World War II. It's bigger than World War II and World War I combined. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is bigger than the founding of Israel. This is bigger than the Vietnam War. This is bigger than the War on Terror. This is essentially a time capsule of global history. Perhaps, yeah. This is bigger than the Bible. This is bigger than the Epic of Gilgamesh. I don't want to. I don't want to do either. No, I don't want to do either. I don't want to reinstate slavery, and I don't want to end this live stream. What about Burj Khalifa? I'm a fan of all people. I want world peace. Yes. Honika, how you living, girl? Honika, we love you. Honika, do you have any cryptocurrency that you want to give these friends? Oh, fuck yeah. Please do. Knock yourself out. Depending on the song. Yeah, I do. I'm my name is Karaoke King 0000. Word. You got it. Yes. Yo, you want to sing? We can sing together. Okay, I've got my device. Okay, just a moment. We'll get something going. But I record these. I record these on Instagram. So just a moment. I have to pull it up on Instagram. What kind of music do you guys like? I do too. Do you know Wade in the Water? Hey, do you like Prince? Yo, I just asked you a question. Do you like Prince? Do you know the song Raspberry Beret by Prince? You want to sing Beyonce? Fuck yeah, I know Beyonce. Word. I don't know if that's one of my big ones that I know. Do you know the Beatles? Do you know the Beatles? Okay, well then, if you don't know the Beatles, then we have to introduce you to the Beatles. So, no, I don't think they're gonna touch you. All right, so this is the Beatles, but when I sing, I also do I pretend like I'm playing a guitar. So here we go, and this is live on Instagram as well. All right, and a 1 and a 2 and a 1, 2, 3. Well, shake it up, baby, now shake it up, baby. Twist and shout, twist and shout. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Now come on, babe. Come on and work it on out. Work it on out, work it on out, and work it on out. You know you look so good. Look so good. Come on and then tell me going. Now got me going. And it's like I knew you would. Like I knew you would. Ooh, shake it up, baby. Now shake it up, baby. Twist and shout. Twist and shout. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Now come on, baby. Come on and work it on out. Work it on out. It's a little girl. Twist a little girl. You know you twist so fine. Twist so fine, come on and twist a little closer, and now twist a little closer, and let me know that you're mine. Let me know you're mine. Ooh. Here's my guitar solo. Shout out to everybody in the world. Shout out to my friends in Twitter Spaces. Shout out to the LGBTQ plus community. Shout out to everybody who loves peace. Wow. Knock yourself out. You're up next. Sing WAP. Sing WAP. Yeah, I said yeah. There you go. I like that song. It's better than yours, damn right. It's better than yours, I can teach you. But I have to charge my milkshake, brings all the boys to the yard. And they're like, it's better than yours, damn right. It's better than yours, I can teach you. But I have to charge. Makes me a girl crazy boy. La 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 la. Don't hear la 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 la. The boys are ringing la 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 la. La 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 la. The milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. It's better than yours, damn right. It's better than yours, I can teach you. I have to charge my milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. It's better than yours, damn right. It's better than yours, I can teach you. I have to charge. Just smile. La 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 la. Don't mean that. La 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 la. There's a ring. La 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 la. My cake brings all the boys to the New York. It's better than yours. It's better than yours. Don't you? I have to try. Beautiful. You're not alone. Yeah, you heard me. I'm extra, baby. All right, who's up next? Oh, we're ready. Yeah, I know we're watching. I know we're watching Jewish history lectures. I'll be right back.
It's got cute and it's very nice. Sounds like a waste of time. It's this app called Song Shift. Ash Nation faggots. Okay, well, it's Ash Nation fucking E's because the A is in fucking V. Send the link to, I think. Like, seriously. Don't say we did you. Asian dude from West trying to pick me up in a Lambo truck. I told him that I love Chopin because I wanted to use him. I'm when I tell you that these words are censored, I think I'm think you start getting choked up. Like, what do I say? Just say that word. Like every time, just gonna try and go back to last week. I'm out here looking like Phineas. I left that nigga on red. He ain't gonna fuck me in that time period. Okay, I'll let this man petty over here. Get this shrimp. I'll tell you something. That shrimp, that is motherfucking man. I don't think that's it. We got one super ballers. Think they have this on karaoke? Music to have a karaoke feature. Yeah. You gotta be paid on the second here. It's gonna be so good. That's just a tease. Golden shower, clock it out. You're talking about the future. I think so too. That's great. We should have said why since the beginning. want to put a PETTY reptile in the building? Why did you lie about the light proof? Your best friend, man, is crazy.
Hello.
Just got our tits down the face. What is this? You know, it's Veronica? Oh my god. You want to do this hotel? I can't see it. It's on the Jumbotron. Yeah, the Jumbotron is empty for me. Is it on your chat? That's your mother. I thought that she can't see it. So she can't delete it. The fuck? This whole account is just full of setup shit. He fucking loves Doji for some fucking reason. That fucking Roach bitch. You know what's gonna... She loves her most Doji, but you know what she did her most? That crowd you on her. Singing that anxiety song. So look at this. Look at her Spotify. She's got from level. Carbon trees. Falling for you, red ruby sleeves. But also Doji. Okay, but why does she have like the same taste as me? Swimming out the spirit of the Chancellor's brother.
We'll start then? Okay. All right. Okay. Well, hello, everyone. A couple of announcements before we get to the actual material. First of all, I have an apology. We have no PowerPoint today. We're going to do an audio-visual presentation minus the video. I'm going to be the audio, and that's it. The reason for that is that my daughter Aliza is with my wife and daughter Danette Malka at the Shari Bina production tonight, which is the big hoo-ha. and I usually keep the little adapter to connect my computer to the projector in the back of the car, which they took. So not only, by the way, do we not have video, even more seriously, we don't have Aliza because she's going to be dancing and singing on stage. So we're going to be missing her. Yeah, we couldn't see it anyway. So I'm going to, unfortunately, I'm just going to have to do this with my, how are you? Nice to see you again. I'm just going to do the audio myself and the visual. I have a great PowerPoint. Albert Einstein was perhaps one of the most photographed Jews, if not human beings, in the 20th century. So there's lots of great photographs. I'll just have to show them to you when the Torah Cafe version comes out. They always integrate my PowerPoint into the presentation, so we'll have it there, and that's fine. Let me start with the joke then. And I'm a little hesitant to tell this joke. I'm not quite sure it's really appropriate, but I've already started. It goes like this. The timing, right? I gotta remember. So this, it's 1930s Germany. A lot of the material that we'll discuss today deals with the pre-war period, and so it's relevant to our topic. And two Jews are walking down the street in interwar Berlin, and they are walking past an institution, and there's a big sign out front that says, 1,000 Deutschmarks for any Jew who converts to Christianity. And the two Jews look at the sign, and one of them says, you know what? 1,000 marks sounds like a good deal. I'm going to go do it. And he says, are you crazy? Look, 1,000 Deutschmarks. It's worthwhile. So he says, okay. So he goes in. His friends waits for him outside. He's outside for about half an hour, and then his friend returns from the inside the building. And the guy says to him, so new? Did you do it? Did you get 1,000 Deutschmarks? And his friend looks at him and says, what is it with you people? Okay, all right. So I get the timing right? That's a little better. I'm working on it. Maybe by the third time I throw the joke will work. Anyways, tonight's topic is Albert Einstein, time, space, and the Jewish people. Fascinating life with tremendous implications, not only for Jews and Jewish history, but really for world history. As another joke goes, which is definitely not appropriate, but once again, I'll start telling it anyways, there were 4 people who changed the modern world more than anyone else. First of all, Einstein, in the world of physics, in our understanding of the fabric of the universe, phenomenal change in the world. Secondly, Freud, our understanding of the internal workings of our personality, the development of the subconscious, the discovery of the subconscious, things like that. Incredible, changed so much. Marx, our entire political system changed as a result. The development of socialism, communism, huge changes in the world as well. And finally, Darwin, who, creator of the theory of evolution, the ascent of man, origins of humanity, and so on. And the joke goes that 3 of them were Jewish, and 1 of them was wrong. Okay, there is some scattered laughter in the background. Okay, so we're going to look at one of those 4 individuals, Einstein, today. Fascinating individual. He was, as I mentioned, he created some fundamental changes in our understanding of time and space, quite literally, associated with both the special and the general theories of relativity, which still have tremendous implications for our current technology today. Even our cell phones are based on his theories of relativity. He was an ardent believer in God, a very, very deep theist, and in fact, he frequently invoked the name of God. He called him Der Alter, the Old One, the Ancient One, and God really suffused everything that he did. However, his vision of God was not one that we would recognize as a typically Jewish God. He was more of a deist, as we shall indicate later. He was a passionate humanist with a great love for all people, but not necessarily for individuals in his own family and his own immediate circle, as we shall see. He was an anti-nationalist, believing that militarism and nationalism in general are very pernicious phenomena, but at the same time he became a Zionist and was in fact asked to take the position of the presidency of the State of Israel. A man of tremendous contradictions. Finally, he was a pronounced pacifist, but at the same time he was very intimately involved in the process that led to the creation of the world's most destructive weapon, the bomb. So he's a man of many contradictions that hopefully we'll explore over the next 50 minutes or so as we look at his life and his works. I have some great photographs. I wish I could show them to you. This, as you'll see it when you view the Torah Cafe version online. Oh, and by the way, the flyers that we've handed out, when we make changes to the schedule, like the different time for tonight, things like that, it's really helpful if you signed up on the website. Just go to the website that's in the flyer there, and you get free notices of when the classes start, if they're changing, and get PowerPoints or whatever kinds of things that you find useful. So please do sign up. My disclaimer for today's talk is that I am basing virtually everything I'm going to say today on the work of Walter Isaacson, who wrote a phenomenal biography on Einstein entitled Einstein, His Life and Universe, published by Simon & Schuster in 2007. It's a massive book, 675 odd pages plus notes, and I found it extremely entertaining. He's also famous for writing, among other things, the biography of Steve Jobs and Benjamin Franklin. So pretty much everything that I say here today is going to be based on this one big book. It's going to be a book review. If those of you who are watching on the internet are looking for something strikingly new and original, this is not going to be the place to find it, but I'll try to provide a summary of what I think are most relevant for our purposes here in this forum. Also, obviously, all errors of fact of interpretation are my own. I don't want to put all of my mistakes onto Mr. Isaacson's distinguished work. So, to begin, his family came from Germany, Germany in particular. His family are typical German Jews named Hermann and Pauline Einstein. They came from a commercial background. The father had a pretty strong interest in engineering and got on very early with the electrification projects that were going on at the turn of the century, the few decades before the turn of the century as well. His mother came from a wealthier family. Einstein's grandfather was a grain merchant. Basically, Einstein, when he grew up, he followed his parents around much of Europe as his father got various contracts to create electrification projects for various cities and suburbs and individual projects around Italy and Germany in particular. He was not hugely successful, and in fact they had many serious business reversals, so much so that young Einstein often tried to persuade his father to quit his own small business and simply get a job earning a salary, because that would be much more stable for him. Ultimately, that's what ended up happening to his father, but it was a way in which young Einstein was able to get some glimpse of the mechanical workings of things like power, magnetism, and so on. Einstein himself was born in 1879. He had a single sibling named Maria, who was called Maya for short, and she was born in 1881. They were very close throughout their life. As you can tell from his sister's name, Maria, not a typical Jewish name, although quite often a lot of Jews use, diminutives. Even Mushka is a diminutive of Mary, of Maria. But nevertheless, his family provided him with a very, very limited Jewish education. His early years were spent in a Munich suburb, and he received no formal Jewish education. His father felt that Jewish rituals were essentially ancient superstitions. They placed no truck with traditional Judaism whatsoever. He attended a Catholic primary school in which there were 70 students in his class. He was the only Jewish child there. And so, because religious instruction was mandatory in Germany, he received traditional Catholic instruction in school. And in fact, he excelled in that subject. He ended up tutoring his peers in Catholicism. This went on until he moved up to a higher school, and at a higher level school, they had many more Jewish students, and so the state provided a Jewish instructor for those students specifically. And I'll tell you about that in a second. What's interesting to note from the Jewish perspective is that Einstein spoke about his early Jewish experiences, and he felt that the teachers were really quite fine. The teachers showed no animosity toward him whatsoever. However, from an early age, he found he had to fend off the violent advances of many anti-Semitic peers, and he remembers many a time walking home from school being accosted by bullies and thugs who gave him a hard time because he was Jewish. I myself find a certain amount of affinity for that because I also grew up in an environment where there were no other Jewish families. I was the only Jewish child in town, and I had my share of fisticuffs with some of my peers. At age 9, that's when he went to the Luitpold Gymnasium, and there he received his first formal Jewish education, and he actually went overboard. To use the term that my students use, he flipped out for a brief period of time before his bar mitzvah. Much to his parents' dismay, he actually observed Shabbos, and he kept kosher, and he was even known for composing small prayers, hymns that he would make up on his way to school and back and forth. And he was really intensely religious for a brief period of time in his early life. What ended up happening, though, is that, and this is ironically the way these things go, he read a popular science article that, in a very pious kind of way, tried to demonstrate that science and religion were compatible. And so he was so unconvinced by the arguments advanced by this well-meaning pious author that he decided to abandon religion altogether, and for the rest of his life he had quite an allergy to any kind of organized religious activity of any stripe. Nevertheless, I have great pictures here of him as a young boy, but we'll have to skip that for now. There were no real strong indications that he was a genius when he was a child. In fact, there were more indications that he was somewhat slow. His parents actually took him to doctors to try to determine if there was anything wrong with their young child. He didn't speak until he was 2 years old, and he had a very strange form of echolalia, where he would rehearse whatever he wanted to say quietly to himself, as it were whispering to himself his tentative statements, and then he would repeat them for public consumption. And this was something that he retained, by the way, right until the end of his life, where he would tend to either rehearse or repeat things that he would hear, especially if they were phrases that he found appealing on a phonetic level. He would often repeat mantra-like certain phrases. And this persisted right through to his old age, which in a young child, many people thought that this was somehow an indication that he was perhaps mentally retarded or something like that, because he kept on, practicing what he was going to say before he actually said it. There was a turning point when he was bedridden with a childhood illness at one point, and his father gave him a small gift to amuse him while he's lying in bed, a gift of a compass that absolutely fascinated young Einstein, and in fact, it influenced his thought for the rest of his life, because he was completely fascinated with the idea that there was a magnetic field that could somehow invisibly interact with material objects, the needle, of course, and the compass, and fields became a very major aspect of his thought, very important in his general theory of relativity and in other areas. He also gained early on a very fine appreciation for music, in particular Mozart, and quite often later in life, when he was pressed upon to give scientific lectures, he would quite often simply skip the lecture and give a violin recital instead. He enjoyed all kinds of things like this. He had some significant early ability with mathematics that was recognizable, but he showed limited interest in subjects that were far outside his canon. Contrary to popular belief, he never failed mathematics. However, he was refused entry to a particular school the first year he applied because of very poor test scores in subjects like French. Ironically, one of his most important influences in science as a young man was came from a highly Jewish context. His parents practiced what was known in the yeshiva world as Essentag, which means eating days. And the way it used to work in Eastern Europe is that the poor yeshiva boys who had, they had no real wherewithal, and there was no cafeterias in most yeshivas. They had to kind of beg local homes to take them in to feed them, 1 day a week. So you would, Shlomo would eat at the Goldbergs on Monday, and he ate at the Goldsteins on Tuesday, and the Gold Farms on Wednesday, and that's how they got by. So the Einsteins did not have a yeshiva student. They had a medical student, a Jewish man whose name, once again, ironically, was Max Talmud. When he came to America, he changed it to Talmay, and in fact, they were reunited later. And Max Talmud, as a medical student, saw this precocious young boy, and he began to share with him popular science magazines, teaching him basic physics, basic chemistry, and so on. And Einstein responded with great interest and enthusiasm. And early on in his life, he testified about those years as having one of the first of what he would later call Gedankenexperimenten, which means thought experiments. And this is something that Einstein was really quite famous for. Compared to other professional theoretical physicists, he was rather weak in mathematics. I mean, obviously his computational skills, probably all of us all put together would come up to half of his computational skills, but nevertheless, he was not considered a great mathematician, and in fact, he relied throughout his career on assistants to do the really hard number crunching and produce a lot of the formulae that he came up with. But what he was unsurpassed at were these so-called thought experiments, where he could transform complex ideas into visual images that people could imagine. The first one that he records having had was when he read about the speed of light. And a lot of the debate over light as a particle or light as a wave, he imagined to himself, what would it be like to ride a bicycle alongside a beam of light? What would that beam of light, look like if you were traveling at the same speed? This is essentially what's going to lead to a special theory of relativity, which hopefully I will explain to you if I still remember how to do that in a few moments. But throughout his life, he was constantly thinking of these things. For example, explaining the general theory of relativity by describing blind beetles who are walking on a curved branch and who do not know that the branch is in fact curved. So do they feel the curve of the branch? For them, they're just walking straight forward. Or if you're in a box that is an elevator and it suddenly falls out from under you, you'll be suspended momentarily in the box, but it will have a lot of structural similarities that if you're not in an elevator, but you're in a box that's being spun around on the end of a rope. All kinds of images like this, very powerful, easy to grasp. Another one, again, with general theory of relativity, he described like a bowling ball rolling onto a trampoline and then having billiard balls roll in after it. And the way the billiard balls are attracted to the bowling ball is really the effect of the bowling ball depressing the field, depressing the trampoline. These Gedankenexperimenten were ways in which not only he could express these complex mathematical ideas, but he could communicate them to a wide audience, which helped him really make this leap into worldwide celebrity. If you'll recall, we had a long discussion about Sarah Bernhardt last year. This is the age in which celebrity is beginning to become a phenomenon. The connection with mass media and popular consumption of visual images, photographs, later movies, creates the beginning of superstars. And Einstein was one of those superstars who really went far beyond his relatively limited circle of theoretical physicists and became a worldwide celebrity. Well, I might as well mention it now. This was, by the way, one of the main reasons he was criticized by his peers. One of the reasons why there was tremendous hesitation to give him the Nobel Prize is because his fellow physicists felt that he was far too undignified, that his willingness to mug for the camera, his willingness to speak with everyone about his research was considered beneath his stature as a scientist, and it was looked down upon. And by the way, he had no airs about him, about who he spoke to. There's a famous story about how when he lived in Princeton, and he's already in his 60s and 70s, there was a little 8-year-old girl who lived next door. And she went over to his house and she asked the great Professor Einstein for help with her math homework. And she bribed him with a plate of fudge. And in fact, he would help her with his math homework. And he loved to do things like, there was he didn't give interviews when he got very old, but there was a local student that in a journalism school, and the instructor of the class said that anyone who can get an interview with Albert Einstein gets an A. So he went and said, hey, this is how I can get my A. So Einstein gave him an interview as well, published in a little school paper. Eventually, of course, the Trenton, New Jersey News picked it up, but these were kind of down. I have a great picture here. I wish I could show it to you. This is the famous tongue picture of Albert Einstein sticking out his tongue. Right? He was an incredible nonconformist, which got him in a lot of trouble. One of his many, many famous quotes is, "A foolish faith in authority is the worst enemy of truth." And this really encapsulates his Weltanschauung and his modus operandi. He was extremely skeptical of revealed truths of any type, whether they be religious or whether they be scientific. He refused to accept things simply because they were widely believed. And this is one of the strengths that, of course, allowed him to ultimately overturn Newtonian physics. This was not a characteristic, however, that garnered much favor from his teachers. His teachers found him extremely impudent, even offensive. And he was not necessarily a disruptive student, but one student, for example, in his student file noted that he should not advance because he sits at the back of the classroom and smirks. And the smirking completely ruins the entire class for me, writes his teacher. So, he had very little disdain for pompous individuals, and he had no patience for simply accepting things on authority. He was also a relatively poor experimenter, and in fact had a major explosion at one point that harmed his hands and sent him to the hospital for a while. So he tried to avoid applied physics and did most of his physical research simply walking and thinking with these Gedanken experimenten. He'd get these ideas, these images. He'd go to his assistant and say, listen, try a formula like this, work it like this, add in this constant, things like that, and they would come up with the formula. He also had strange habits of grooming and dress. Of course, his shock of white hair, which was extremely unfashionable for most of the 20th century, but it made him much more colorful, and once again, something that the press really enjoyed, made him more of he created really the image of the absent-minded professor through such things. He often simply neglected to wear socks, and he refused to dress in black tie if the event was black tie. He simply dressed however he felt, wherever he went, and so on. And this was not something that was associated only with his famous later years. This is the way he was even when he was a young man. One last story about his youth. As a child growing up in Germany, he was exposed to a lot of the World War I related militarism, parades and so forth. And apparently the first time he saw a parade, he broke into tears. And he was viscerally offended by the idea of all these people enjoying the enforced harmony of military discipline. And when asked about it by his father, he said that they all have such big brains, and it's such a waste. He felt that it was by acting in lockstep like that, they were sacrificing all of their wonderful individuality. So he was a staunch pacifist, and especially during the 1920s, well, let's say early the 1910s, really, he participated in a lot of causes that advanced pacifism. He would ultimately change his mind on these things, as I'll discuss shortly. But at age 17, he actually, his parents had one of their many business reversals. They had to leave Germany for a job in Italy. Einstein was supposed to stay behind and study in Munich, but instead he left Germany, renounced his citizenship, and moved to Italy with his parents. He actually refused to keep his German citizenship because of the military culture. He refused to ever be conscripted into the military army, which he was due to do it at age 18. He gave it up at age 17. Interestingly, on his application for renouncing citizenship, under religious affiliation, he indicated no religious denomination whatsoever. So he spent most of his early studies in the post high school period in Zurich, where he studied at a place which is called the Zurich Polytechnic. It has a much longer, complicated name, which I'm not going to use. I'm just going to use Walter Isaacson's abbreviated version. Once again, he did well in math and science, did poorly in literature, politics, and so on. But after, and he was initially denied admission. He engaged in tutoring for a year, and he came into very close contact with a woman named Marie Winteler, who was his first girlfriend, first of many. And she was not Jewish. This was another recurring theme in Einstein's personal history that we'll talk about in a moment. Ultimately, though, when he got more serious in his studies, he broke it off with Marie Winteler, which broke her heart. She was very, very attached to him. And we know from the extensive correspondence that we have, the Einstein papers are really quite phenomenal. He was even in the habit of sending her his laundry to wash for him, sometimes without even an accompanying note, just sending laundry. And all of a sudden, the laundry stopped coming. That was it. What are you going to do? At the Zurich Polytechnic, however, he met the woman who would later become his first wife, a woman named Mileva Maric. She was a brilliant physics student, also studying there, ultimately because of her relationship with Einstein in part. She would not graduate from the Zurich Polytechnic, but she was the only woman in the class, which is really quite unusual for the beginning of the 20th century. She was a Serbian Orthodox Christian, again, not especially a pious Orthodox Christian, and they had a long-standing relationship before their marriage. His parents were very much opposed to the marriage, opposed to the relationship as a whole, not because of her religious background, but they were concerned about her suitability for a match for Einstein in other ways. She was 3 years his senior. She had a pronounced limp, and she had a somewhat dour personality that ultimately would descend into mental illness later on in her life. And one of their children also suffered from mental illness and was actually institutionalized for most of his life. Nevertheless, they maintained this relationship and produced a child whose existence was not known until 1986, because it's very, very rarely mentioned in Einstein's papers, and only came up with some papers discovered quite late. A little girl that they named Lizero. Einstein never saw his first child. Mileva went back to Novi Sad to give birth to her, and we don't know exactly what happened to this young child. Apparently, she was given up for adoption to a close friend, possibly, of the mother, and she most likely died of scarlet fever just 2 years after her birth. Although there are these things are not confirmed, it could be that she actually grew to adulthood, but most likely the trail ends with her death of scarlet fever. Shortly thereafter, she came out of her delicate condition, as they say. They were married, and they ended up having 2 other children. Hans Albert, who ultimately became a professor of engineering at Berkeley in California, and their younger son, Edward, who also, as I mentioned, had some mental challenges. They had a very difficult relationship with their father, and ultimately Edward was institutionalized for schizophrenia in the early 1930s. And when Einstein traveled to America and ultimately decided to remain here, Edward would not be admitted into the country because of his mental illness. So he never saw his son again. Moving on to his career, Einstein was unable to get a doctorate. He proposed several times theses for research, and each time they were rejected. Part of the reason for this is anti-Semitism. Another part is Einstein's own prickly personality that made it difficult for him to garner sufficient mentors who would help him through in their career. And he found it very difficult to get any kind of teaching position whatsoever. Isaacson even reproduces a small ad he placed in the local paper that said, math tutoring, first lesson free, Albert Einstein. I mean, you can imagine seeing an ad like this, Nobel Prize winner and so on. But he was reduced to extremely humiliating types of substitute teaching jobs, and they were few and far between as well. Finally, his friend was working in the Bern Patent Office, examining applications for various scientific devices, and he felt that Einstein would be very good for that job, and so he was able to actually engineer a job description perfectly tailored to Einstein, with the indication that he would be the only candidate who could possibly qualify, and so that's ultimately what ended up happening. Ironically, he made more money working for the patent office than he would as an assistant professor at any of the universities in Bern, and later, when he finally was offered a position, they actually had to pay him more just to keep him up with his salary at the patent office. But in many ways, it was a great job for him because it involved just a few hours a day of looking at applications for new devices to determine if they're worthy and if they did not transgress other patent applications. And then the rest of the day, he was free to explore his physics. And in fact, that's what he did. Coming out in 1905 was what historians call the Anna Mirabilis, the year of miracles, the year in which he came up with so many amazing ideas that within the space of a few short months and a few short papers published in the Annalen der Physik, he really changed the world forever. Included in that period is his theory of special relativity, which he proposed in a short paper, a completely new vision of space and time, adding a fourth dimension to the three dimensions we've been working with since Newton, the advancement of quantum theory of light. He proved the existence of atoms, which up until that point were simply theoretical, and ultimately, by working backwards from some of his early research, he discovered that famous formula, energy equals mc squared, which of course is related to the creation of the bomb some 50 years later. Now, I actually have a diagram here explaining the special theory of relativity. I'll hold it up close to the camera. There we go. Okay, everyone on the internet can see that. So, and I'll just try and explain it to you with words since we have no PowerPoint today. Basically, what Einstein proved with his Gedanken experiment, his thought experiment, was that space and time are intimately related. And the amount of space one uses is related to how fast one is traveling. That material measurements are dependent on the speed of the one who is doing the observing. So here's a simple example of it. Let's say you have a train that's racing along these tracks, left to right. And there are two bolts of lightning, one in front of the train and one in the back of the train, that are observed by someone watching the train go past. So if I'm the observer watching the train go past, I will see these two bolts of lightning strike the tracks simultaneously. And if you ask me when they struck, I would say they struck at the same time. Obvious. However, if I was sitting in the train car, or better, if I was sitting on the top of the train car, and I'm traveling in this train at an extremely high speed, then because I can only perceive the lightning strike at the speed that that light travels to my eye, I will perceive the one that strikes in front of the train before I perceive the one that's behind me, because the speed of light travels the same speed, that equidistant, and I will be closer to that lightning strike just after it happens. And so therefore, I, sitting on the train, will perceive the lightning strike as sequential, not as simultaneous. I'll see the one in front and then the one in back. And you can ask me 20 times till Tuesday. I'm always going to say it was the front one that struck first and the one that struck back. And in fact, both observers are correct. It all depends on how fast one is traveling when one observes it. And from here, the physics just gets so wild because it even has to do with things like measurement. How big is something? If you try to measure a meter rod, let's say a rod that's exactly 1 meter in length, if I'm standing far away from it and I'm stationary, I will measure it the one way that I see it. However, if I am traveling alongside it, since I will see the part in front first, it will actually be compressed. It will be smaller. So the physical size of our universe entirely depends on how we observe it. It's mind-boggling. And of course, it caught the physical world completely off guard. There was a stunned silence from a community of physicists who saw these papers and simply did not know what to do with it. But then over the space of several months and several years, there was growing recognition that his few papers that he published in 1905 were of unsurpassable genius that completely upturned all of Newton's physics. There was, and even as he was getting more and more recognition, however, he was still not able to get a job. For years and years after these path-breaking essays, which captured the world's attention, but even more so, as we shall see, once he proved that he was correct, he could not get a job. Some of the things written about his applications include a passage like, Israelite scholars have all kinds of unpleasant peculiarities, intrusiveness, impudence, and a shopkeeper's mentality. So his attitude that, Jews aren't dignified enough to have professional positions like this. Ultimately, at age 30, he got his first academic position at the University of Zurich, working as a, I think the phrase in German is Lektor Dozent or something, where he was literally paid by the number of students that he received. He was assigned like a 7 a.m. Saturday lecture slot, one of the most popular lecture slots for students, by the way. Get to school by 7 a.m. and hear a lecture. And he had 3 students coming to his lectures, two of whom were his old friends. And even they left after the first semester. So he was not a success as an instructor. As a teacher, he frequently rambled, he frequently went off on tangents, and people were more interested in the entertainment value of being in his class. He was not necessarily a bold and striking instructor. Ultimately, he got a professorship at Prague, and he did, by the way, since he had to get the job, he admitted in his application that he was Mosaic by persuasion. Things changed much more dramatically for him in 1919. In one of his papers, he wrote that, and he frequently does this, he wrote that, you could test my theories with the following kind of experiment. And he would suggest ways in which his theories could be tested, often using mechanics that were not available at that time. Many of his tests, by the way, his experiments, for example, were proven only when we had space travel and could leave the atmosphere. But one of the tests he suggested was something that would require a total solar eclipse, because he argued that based on his calculations, light would bend next to gravitational forces, and that the sun, being a large gravitational object, would actually bend beams of light. Our perception of light would cause it to bend. But it would be impossible to observe this because stars that are too close to the sun are blocked out by its light. The only time you can actually see it is during a total solar eclipse, when the disk of the sun is obscured and you can see the stars behind it. Someone suggested, let's try this in the next eclipse, which was in 1914, and it was going to be visible in the Crimea. If you're familiar with the dates of the 20th century, not a good year and not a good place, because it was right at the beginning of World War I. The scientists who were attempting to make this determination were arrested by the Russian government, suspected of being spies, and the whole thing was lost. The next solar eclipse was in 1919, and in fact, researchers went out to 2 distinct locations to map this, and they managed to take photographs of it. I have one here of the eclipse, which proved conclusively that light is bent by gravity. This physical world was not totally surprised, because this is really what he had written about in 1905. but the newspapers, including the New York Times, just went crazy over it. Because here was a very dramatic story with an eclipse proving that time and space are related, and Einstein was launched into the stratosphere in terms of his popularity. At this time, his marriage to Mileva had disintegrated. They were no longer living together, but they were very much tied economically, and Mileva was loath to grant a divorce to her husband, even as he gained more and more fame and security. He desperately wanted to divorce, and in fact, one of the final things that clinched it for Mileva was Einstein was absolutely convinced that he would win the Nobel Prize, which had a very significant prize award at the time. I think the award now is something like $500,000. I don't know what it's exactly worth, but back then it was worth approximately 37 years of salary for a professor at the rank that he held at that time. And so he promised her the money from the Nobel Prize if she would give him a divorce. She was obviously also convinced he would win the Nobel Prize, and so she agreed to the divorce. And in fact, later when he got the money, he turned it over to Mileva and she bought some real estate.
It doesn't make
and this allowed him to ultimately marry his first cousin named Elsa Einstein. They had a long-time relationship while he was married to Mileva, but later she became, of course, his wife, and she ended up becoming essentially his manager. She gave him pocket money. She would frequently find him when he was lost, which was not uncommon occurrence, either in the streets or sailing. He quite often would get into a sailboat. He did not know how to swim, and he would just, the Coast Guard would literally have to bring him back because he would simply be found drifting off.
He knows how much money this
There's even a apocryphal story, which is probably not true, but still very illustrative, that when he was working at Princeton, a call came into the dean's office, and the caller says, I need to speak to this dean. And the secretary said, I'm sorry, he's not available. And he said to him, well, could you please tell me Dr. Einstein's home address? And the secretary says, I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to give out that information.
Even though they got pulled back at the time,
the caller said, listen,
if they didn't do this, none of this
don't tell anybody, but I'm Dr. Einstein, and I forgot how to get home. It's probably not true, but nevertheless, it's still within the category of Einstein's wife, Elsa, would charge for autographs and for photographs of her famous husband, and she kept a very detailed ledger, and then she would take that money and donate it to charity. But she was essentially, kind of like his bodyguard, keeping him from an increasingly fascinated press.
And then remember,
turning a little bit to his thoughts and connecting it to
look at me fighter support
Jewish views of Einstein's life. He, as I mentioned earlier, he was fascinated with God. He believed deeply that there was a unifying force, like a magnetic field, that ran the universe, that it diffused everything whatsoever. He frequently talked to God, frequently invoked God's name, and he felt that nature was an illustration of God's greatness. He's famous for saying things like God does not play dice. God may be subtle, but he is not malicious. But at the same time, he did not believe in a personal God. He later and he believed in a God like the philosopher Baruch Spinoza had described, a God who was involved in creation, but essentially never involved in petty human affairs. Never responsible to prayer, never involved in history. So at the same time that Einstein was fascinated with God, he also did not believe in the traditional Jewish personal God who listened to human beings, responded to their needs, and so on. Really quite different. This is more like deism as a philosophy. Anyways, I described most of his career in Europe,
also that money is
but
money
storm
you've earned,
clouds
but
were
you're not
brewing in
taking advantage
Germany.
of anybody. To
There
Brian's
was,
point,
as
this
the
has been
Nazi
exhausted
movement
to the
gained
court
quite a
of
bit of
law.
strength in the
And these
1920s.
very
There were
high-powered lawyers
several
and
elections
judges
held
in the courtroom and
in
use
the
this.
very
And the
difficult
UFC
times
all
of
agree
Weimar
this is what
Germany.
these
That's the
guys
name
are.
of the
So you're not taking
interwar republic that was established in Germany between World War I and World War II. And there was increasing persecution of Jews, communists, several types of
This
dissenters.
original lawsuit
Einstein himself happened to be visiting California when Hitler finally came to power in January of 1933, and Hitler immediately chose Einstein as one of his exemplars of what the new Germany would not tolerate. They ransacked Einstein's summer home, stealing only a bread knife apparently, and Einstein said he would have invited them if they had just asked. But it was very clear that Germany would not be a comfortable place for Einstein, and so therefore he chose prudently with his wife Elsa to remain in the United States. He had been offered a position at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton University, and that's the place that he would remain for the rest of his academic life.
We settle
The
now
attack
for
on
this very
Einstein was part of a general attack
we can
on
keep fighting so you
Jewish
get to like another
science
10 years and
that
some of
was
these fighters
very emblematic of the
So maybe,
Nazis.
I don't know why they
Einstein's theories,
the original
just the
plan,
word relativity,
again,
even
was
though
billions of
Einstein, by the
dollars.
way, preferred a different term. I believe the term he preferred was the inevitability concept, which gave it a very different kind of shading. But nevertheless, the idea of that things are relative, that the objective truth of what we observe is not necessarily correct. All these kinds of things were called degenerate science, Jewish science, because they perverted the ideal Germanic kind of goal of what is measurable, observable, empirically valid, and so on. And Einstein once remarked, if my theory of relativity is proven successful, Germany will claim me as a German, and France will declare that I am a citizen of the world. Should my theory prove untrue, France will say that I am a German, and Germany will declare that I am a Jew. So, kind of a tongue-in-cheek view of this, but nevertheless, Einstein felt as he was really a lightning rod for much of the Nazi anger at the Jewish activity. It was at this time that he became very close with the idea of Zionism, principally through his relationship with Chaim Weizmann, a very, very prominent British Zionist. This was, again, an unusual departure from Einstein's character because he disliked any kind of nationalism. He felt that nationalism was just one step away from militarism, and he disliked authority tremendously. Nevertheless, he responded to Weizmann's authority. Weizmann could tell him, you must go to New York and you must, promote this cause, and he would do it. It appears that much of Einstein's motivation was based on the fact that while he had very little affinity for Judaism, he had a tremendous love for the Jewish people. And he recognized the level of persecution that the Jews were suffering in Germany and throughout Europe, and he felt duty-bound to stand by their side. And even though he disagreed very much with the idea of creating a nation-state for Jews, he felt that this was an unavoidable reality based on the persecution that Jews were suffering, and therefore he stood behind this project 100%. He was especially active in the creation of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He had some significant disagreements with the administration, but nevertheless, he was very much involved in Zionist efforts. And as I mentioned, at one point, he was even asked to serve as the president of Israel, which he politely declined. So, in terms of his own personality, he moved from being an anti-nationalist to being a Zionist. He moved from being a pacifist to a proponent of self-defense, because he felt that pacifism in the face of totalitarianism was in fact succumbing to the superior power of the state. And so therefore he believed very much that Jews and Western democracy should defend itself from fascism. And this also was something that happened in his scientific life because although he was an early proponent and pioneer, in fact, of quantum theory, the unnerving uncertainties associated with quantum theory
The Star Wars theme
plagued him
sounds
throughout
like the
his
Superman
later life
theme.
because he wanted more of a unifying theory that would bring everything together. Quantum theory, which I don't understand very well at all, basically includes just way too much uncertainty to be able to create general theories. We can see quantum theory working, but we don't know how it works. Is the bottom line that I get on this message. And he was very much troubled by it. Late in his life, we're coming towards the last few slides here, he was approached in the 1930s by two Hungarian refugees who realized that his formula E equals MC squared allowed for the unleashing of the power of the atom, ultimately creating weapons of phenomenally destructive force. And at the time, in the 1930s, these Hungarian refugees felt that if Hitler were to get a hold of the uranium deposits in the Belgian Congo, then they would be able to take this uranium and enrich it and create this master weapon out of it. They went and they found Einstein. They presented this theory to him. Einstein agreed that it represented a severe threat, and they debated exactly what they were supposed to do with this information. Ultimately, Einstein drafted a historically very significant letter that got to President Roosevelt explaining that the Germans were able to, it was don't forget Germany was the most advanced scientific nation in the world. And shortly after Germany declared war, Einstein's letter arrived indicating that, if the Germans get this first, America would be at a huge fatal disadvantage. Roosevelt believed him, and they created an institute called the Manhattan Project, which was tasked with the discovery of the technology and ultimately creation of this doomsday weapon. Ironically, that is pretty much the extent of Einstein's involvement in the creation of the atomic weapon. He was excluded because he could not pass Army security clearance. When he was admitted to this country in the face of Nazi persecution, there were a few anti-Semitic groups, including, if I remember correctly, something called the League of American Women Voters or something, who wrongly charged that Einstein was a communist. Although he did have some socialist leanings, he pointedly refused to ever speak in Russia because he felt that his presence there would condone that regime, and he refused to do so. But nevertheless, whatever anyone said about Einstein went into this file that was, kept on hand, and even if it was not true at all, and ultimately he was denied Navy clearance. He did get, however, Army clearance, but that didn't matter. They would not give him the access to the finer workings of the project. They did at one point get stuck on a small technical issue, and through a roundabout way, we asked him for advice on a specific technical problem. He understood what he was working on. He solved the problem, indicated his willingness to work further with them, but that's the extent of his work with the bomb. He has been associated with, in the popular mind, primarily because of that crucial letter to Roosevelt indicating how important it was. Later, Einstein would have phenomenal regrets over the deployment of the bomb. And he wrote, had I known that the Germans would not succeed in producing an atomic bomb, I never would have lifted a finger. Meaning his entire motivation for the bomb was the fear that the Germans would get one. If he were sure that the Germans would not get one, he would not want the Americans to get one either. in fact, much of his last years were devoted to a rather quixotic attempt to create a world federation, to try and create some kind of super United Nations that would regulate weapons and regulate the hostilities between nations. He had very little success at that attempt, but nevertheless, it was a noble kind of cause to engage in. So yeah, I have a great picture. Here he is at a Jewish function, actually laughing. His legacy is complex. And in many ways, there's all kinds of fascinating footnotes to his life. One footnote that's really quite amazing is that after he died, a routine autopsy was performed, and the local medical coroner, a Quaker who had no authorization to do so from the family, examined and weighed all of his organs and decided to keep Einstein's brain. And he kept his brain. He essentially soaked it in formaldehyde, and then after some years, he decided he would share the brain with anyone who had any interest in research. He would cut it up into tiny little, microscopic slices, and would give them away to anyone whose research suited his fancy. Nothing really significant has come from Einstein's brain since his demise, but there was one interesting possibility where one of his granddaughters by Hans Albert, who was adopted, secretly believed that in fact she was the daughter of Einstein himself. He was quite active until late in life, and she wanted to have her DNA tested for a paternity test. But the way in which the brain had been treated did not really produce the kind of results to determine whether or not she was actually Einstein's daughter. Nevertheless, taken as a whole, Einstein is an absolutely fascinating man of many contradictions, pacifism, yet into self-defense, and the creator of the bomb, an anti-nationalist who became an ardent Zionist, a person who really destroyed the physical foundations of our world, and then late in his life tried to defend them, a person of tremendous contradictions and tremendous contributions to our life as human beings and as Jews. Thank you very much for your attention. I apologize for no PowerPoint, but God willing, we'll have it up on the web pretty soon.
Sean, once again, stealing from Chris D'Elia in real time, by the way. So Chris D'Elia is going, yeah. And then Sean doing the same thing, yeah. It's so pathetic. It's so lame. He's so untalented. He has no original thoughts in his mind. And the guy is just in real time. But that's what Sean does. He steals everything. Stealing bits from stand-up. He ripped off from a guy on TikTok. And then a guy on TikTok.
This Jew's on his way to America, and it's the 1890s, and there's a lot of restrictions on how much wealth you can bring into the country or take out of the country. I'm not exactly sure. But anyway, he's a dentist, so he converts all of his liquid assets into gold teeth. You know this one already. He told me, I'm sorry. Someone else told me. The joke goes like this. It was funnier when someone else told me. So what happened was he gets 5 sets of gold teeth. He gets to Ellis Island and declaring his property, and so they don't have very much in terms of liquid assets, but I do have these 5 sets of gold teeth. And the immigration officer says to him, 5 sets of gold teeth? Why do you need 5 sets of gold teeth? He says, well, you see, I'm a very observant Jew, and this is really strictly speaking necessary, but I like to have 1 set for meat and 1 set for dairy. And the immigration officer says, oh, it's very good. Okay, so that explains 2 sets. What do they have 3 for? He says, well, no, we have this holiday, Passover. We're very strict about what we consume. And so I have 1 set for Passover meat and 1 set for Passover dairy. He says, okay, that makes a lot of sense. You must be a very religious, pious man. That explains 4 sets. What's the 5th set for? He says, well, the truth is, every now and then I like this shit Chinese food. Chinese.
Sean admitted it. I'm just
Ham sandwich. Okay. All right. I'm very cool. I don't want to talk about the ham sandwich. Okay. So today's discussion tonight is about Stephen Samuel Wise, a very important figure in American Jewry, and in many ways, as we shall see, he was really a formative figure in defining what was an American rabbi. He was of the Reformed persuasion, and so we're looking at him primarily in a historical vein. Obviously, here we are standing in an Orthodox synagogue.
Scarlett Johansson is the number one movie star of all time.
Religious orientation and his
All
approach
time,
to Torah.
monetarily.
But this is
was
history
Sam
course,
Jackson,
and we're
and
using
now
his
it's
biography
Really?
to kind of look at some of the major events that happened in America
But she's
during
the
the
number
days
one
of his
grossing
activity.
movie. I know
Born
we're
in
talking to the guy.
1874, he
I
died
just
in
saw a thing on Instagram
1949.
about like the
His life
highest
really
grossing
went through the
directors.
first half
I
of the
think
20th
number
century,
one.
in which he was, without too much of an argument, perhaps the most influential American Jew alive.
You don't know.
Very, very
Oh, yeah.
strong.
Sean never did it because he never did anything like Marvel.
What a rabbi should be.
Scarlett
for
Johansson,
a wider
Indiana
American
Jones.
And I don't have a microphone on.
An original
That
superhero.
joke is sort of we have a sound test, or we're okay with this.
Jurassic
That's it.
Park.
We're definitely canceling Mars. It doesn't give us enough time
One
to
of the
set up.
cutest things that
Okay.
Calvin did. He goes,
The kind of things that he stood for, he was, as I mentioned, a very prominent Reform rabbi, and he advanced the ideas of Reform in a certain direction that we will discuss. In many ways, swimming against the tide of his movement, going in a totally opposite direction. He was a very important American Zionist, representing America in the World Zionist Congress, and in fact, he had a hand in drafting the crucial 1917 Balfour Declaration, in which the government of England proposed the idea of for the Jews in the region known as Palestine. He came under significant controversy, which I hope we will discuss towards the end of our hour together, during the period of the Holocaust, when his style of leadership came under fire because he was normally quite a firebrand and really very aggressive in pursuing causes that fit with his larger social agenda. And for reasons that perhaps we'll explore, if not evaluate, he soft-pedaled many of the crucial questions surrounding the American response to the Holocaust. And as a result, even to this day, the end of his life came under significant criticism, and his legacy is muted as a result. Yes.
Kids sucks.
He was primarily practicing in New York City,
for 3 hours.
as we shall see right now. So let's understand a little bit about his background. He was actually born in Hungary, and he immigrated to America as an infant. He took his parents with him. He came from a long line of Orthodox rabbis. Most significantly, his grandfather, Joseph Hirschweiss, was of the variety that we call Haredi. That term had not yet been coined, but we would say ultra-Orthodox. And I will explain to you that really in the next slide a little bit of a sense of what that means in terms of the development of Jewish denominationalism in the 19th and early 20th century. His father, Aaron, was also of that persuasion, ultra-Orthodox, but immigrating to America with his son, he slowly moved a little bit to the center of the spectrum. Is actually one of the founding members of the Jewish Theological Seminary, which is the premier institution of the conservative movement. And in fact, during those early years, it was very close to, in many ways, philosophically, Yeshiva University. In fact, at one point, they actually discussed a potential merger. Never came about, which gives you some sense of how close the movements were at that time, at the beginning of the 20th century. The son, you see, the father was Haredi, and the son moved conservative. The grandson became Reform, and in fact, a very powerful Reform rabbi. He, among other things, was the founder of the Jewish Institute of Religion, which later emerged with the Hebrew Union College, which is the premier institution training Reform rabbis to this day. The term neologue, by the way, that's the Hungarian equivalent of what the Germans call the liberal movement, or what we in America call the Reform movement. It is a movement that believes that Judaism is malleable and that it should ideally adapt to modernity in such a way that practices which may be enshrined in an Orthodox way of thinking as being sacrosanct may be changed, modified, and so on to meet the social, economic needs of the Jews of the time. Let me put this on a. Oh, this is such a drag. It's too bad the computer is not functioning. I have all this great animation set up. Like last week I was playing with it, so you'll just have to. I'll have to use my little red thing here to explain what's going on. So it's denominational spectrum. I'll walk you through it. You have to imagine there are these great effects where the arrows drop in and there's exploding noises and things like that. The Jewish denominational spectrum is something that emerges in the 19th century. It especially is very profound, and the contrasts are sharp in Germany, which, if you recall, the lecture we had a few months ago on Moses Mendelssohn, that's really the birthplace of Jewish denominationalism. What do I mean by denominationalism? Jews have for centuries, as long as there have been Jews, there have been disagreements among Jews as to how to worship God properly. But there have always been, up until really the 19th century, there's always been basically a kind of an understanding of what's in the box and what is outside the box. What is considered legitimate areas of dispute where family members can argue about what the right thing to do is, and areas where if you do something like this, you're outside the family, or to use the Hebrew idiom, chutz lamachane. The kind of movements that were chutz lamachane, outside the camp, include the Karaites, for example, who denied the validity of the oral Torah, things like that. And there are scattered movements like this, the Sabbatheans, for example, scattered movements like this throughout time. But for the most part, the bulk of Jewry kind of followed in one broad path, while there were ethnic differences between Sephardim, Ashkenazim, and so on, and that could be translated into actual practical differences in terms of what you eat on Passover and so on. The broad area of Jewish practice was common to all Jews. This changed dramatically in the 19th century, really in the beginning of the 19th century, when there was a grassroots movement in Germany of disaffected Jews who felt that traditional, what we would call later Orthodox Judaism, did not speak to their spiritual needs. It also did not meet their ambitions for social acceptance among the non-Jews, especially in Germany. And so, in a rather rapid fashion, many halachot, many aspects of Jewish law were abandoned overnight in a kind of a slavish imitation in many cases to try and take non-Jewish sensibilities. There were actually two separate votes held to try and move Shabbos, for example, to Sunday, because it was much more convenient to have Shabbos on the same day as non-Jews. Those motions were defeated. But other things like importing an organ into the congregation to be played on Saturday, things like that were major wholesale changes. Well, what's going on here? Well, yeah, but I have to put my password in. The computer is just not working the way we want it to. Yeah, it's 7 small dots. There we go. Okay, and we're kicking in now.
This one is dead, but not as dead.
Yeah, it's searching. So am I. Searching. Okay. So what you'll have to imagine here is there's a line that goes left to right. That is okay. There we go. See, your imaginations are very powerful. A line going left to right, which on the right wing you have insularity. You have Jews who believe in greater insularity, greater separation from the outside world. The outside world is dangerous, toxic, and so on, and so we want to keep into our own culture, it being self-sufficient for everything that a person could want. On the other hand, on the left wing, you have openness, which is this notion that, no, there's a lot that we can gain from the outside world, and we should be willing to adapt ourselves to that outside world and so on. And Jews fell along this spectrum. In terms of movements, the so-called Haredi movement, which we would call ultra-Orthodox today. This is not a term that was used back then. These are modern terms used backwards, anachronistic to describe these. These were Jews, particularly in northern Hungary, very strong population there, also in parts of Eastern Europe, who said, no, modernity must be rejected. We must do everything as traditionally as possible, the way it was done in ancient Israel, the way it was done in medieval France. We have to keep the same traditions, and we have to view the outside world with mistrust. On the other side here, you have the neo-Lobs, which is the term in Hungary for the Reform, who said, no, we should be open. We should, attend universities. We should appreciate the opera. We should dress like non-Jews, learn the vernacular language, and so on. Rather than feeling like we have to, circle the wagons and stay within our own culture, we should explore the outside world and be active participants in the outside world. Later on, here, these actually move. It was really cool in the animation on these brackets. You have the so-called neo-Orthodox here, who were Jews who said, wait a minute, change is inevitable, we have to deal with it, we have to adapt to very radical social changes with emancipation, but that does not mean that we should sacrifice the Torah. So the neo-Orthodox, also known as the modern Orthodox, believed in examining Judaism carefully and culling those practices which are not actually halakha, not actually Jewish law, but are customs that have accrued to Judaism over centuries, issues of styles of dress and things like that that can be jettisoned without too much difficulty, while keeping the essential halachot of Shabbat, Kashrut, Karaf, and Shvacha, and so on. And those were very prominent here in Germany. And since they are more towards the openness end of the spectrum, I move to the left of the Haredim. And then over here on the left side, you have the conservative movement, then in Germany called the historical positivist movement. Not very big in Hungary at the time, but they believed in similar values to the neo-Orthodox, but a little bit further to the left, more towards openness than towards insularity. There is, however, this bright red line. Bright red. This is right. I do. This bright red line.
What's it called? That's that bullshit Dracula. Or not Prawn. The Dracula.
I don't know if we should let you in. To deal with it. But, there's a bright red line, a line in the sand, however, that separates these movements. The neo or modern Orthodox and the Haredim to the right. Ultimately, they believe that in the immutability of Torah, there are 613 commandments, Torah from Sinai, and it can't be changed. They may argue like, you have to wear this kind of hat or that kind of hat, but they say, hey, you got to wear, let's say, a head cover. It's not necessarily a good example of change. I one of the 613 commandments, but never, let's say, they will disagree, let's say, on what you can read on Shabbat. Can you read a secular newspaper on Shabbat? But everybody agrees you have to observe Shabbat with the traditional 39 halachot. Whereas on the left-hand side of the spectrum, there's this idea that, perhaps not all of those 613 commandments were actually given by God and are mandatory. And that certain elements may have come into Judaism over time, they don't necessarily fit. So when we look at the spectrum today, we're now moving to the left end of our spectrum for our discussion, looking at the Reform movement, which is much more
Dak Shepard's podcast. They're talking about how good it is. So I'm like, I got a movie for everyone. And then
some of the things on the red line over here. John's scared to call on you, but okay.
All I listen to is podcasts. I listen to no music.
Oh, major differences, because the Tzaddukim, the old Sadducees, accepted the validity of the
Brad Pitt was great.
Only, right? They didn't accept the oral Torah.
He's a big car guy
but over here, there are a lot of commandments which may not be accepted, even by the Reform movement, saying, well, why do we have to stick to the written Torah? But it's in the same idea. Oh, yeah, it's in the same kind of idea, anyways. Oh, very good. Let's go on. So he immigrated to the USA. It's kind of an interesting story how he got here. His father had a very strong kind of social welfare slant to his thinking, something which his which his son certainly inherited. And he criticized the way his father-in-law, that is Stephen Samuel Wise's maternal father. He criticized the way he ran his porcelain company, and in fact, he started to unionize his father-in-law's company, get the workers organized in his father-in-law's plant. So the father-in-law turned around and bought him and his family one-way tickets to New York City, and got rid of the union maker by shipping him off to New York. And that's how he came, our subject came to New York as an infant. Just looking at, more broadly speaking, again, the history of immigration of Jews to America, I'm not going to spend much time on this because we have to concentrate on other things, but we have basically three very significant waves of Jews to this country, increasing in numbers by the time we get to the middle of the 20th century. The first Jewish immigrants to these shores were Sephardic immigrants. In the 17th century already, Jews who had been wandering from country to country after the Spanish expulsion of 1492 and the Portuguese of 1497. Some of them went down to South America and then made their way up to North America, where they settled in various locales. We even have some locations here in Florida of these early Sephardic settlers. They were just a trickle, though, tiny numbers. In the 1840s, we begin to get a much larger wave of immigrants from Germany, Jewish immigrants from Germany, who were primarily fleeing for economic reasons and the oppressive nature of the anti-Semitic legislation in the German and Austro-Hungarian empires. There were, for example, as we discussed also in the Mendelssohn lecture, there were restrictions on marriage for Jews. Jewish grooms had to possess a certain amount of hard cash in order to get a permit to marry. And second and third sons in the family had to produce even larger amounts of cash. It was a very crude form of Jewish birth control, which today is only exercised, for example, through day school tuition and mechanisms like that. That's a joke. They're probably going to take that out of the Florida Cafe version of this. But that's the idea is that if you were a third son from a middle-class family in Germany, you had little chance of legally marrying a Jewish woman. And the only way to marry a non-Jewish woman would be to convert, which was also not an option. So you had a large number of primarily male German Jews coming to America starting in the 1840s. And they got to these shores, and they actually did fairly well. By the time we get to the 1880s, they're already well-established, wealthier. They have built many synagogues in New York in particular. And this is the environment into which you have the largest wave of Jews, about 1.75 million Jews coming between 1881 and 1917. These are Jews primarily from Eastern Europe, the eastern parts of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Russia, Congress, Poland, places like that. And these Jews just overwhelm the existing Jewish communities of German Jews who have now become quite assimilated to American culture. Part of the big story of the last quarter of the 19th and the first, let's say, 10 first decade or so of the 20th century is the conflict between the old German Jewish establishment, which has really set down roots and has become wealthy and has done a lot to try and improve the image of Jews by Americanizing themselves, having to deal with this wave of the so-called Ostjuden, the East Jews, who are unkempt, Yiddish-speaking, tend to be much more religious in terms of their observance levels than the German Jews, and the German Jews kind of like, in somewhat of a patronizing way, care for their needs, but at the same time are really asking them to Americanize very quickly because you're an embarrassment. And there's a conflict between these German Jews and the Eastern Jews. Weiss, of course, came from, just predated the major influx of Jews from Eastern Europe as a baby, but so he was very early to adopt the English language and American sensibilities, and he succeeded tremendously. He had ambitions from an early age to join his father and grandfather in a much longer tradition as a rabbi. As I mentioned, however, he pursued the much more liberal approach of Reform rabbis, and he was actually ordained by this man out of Jelinek, very important rabbi scholar of the 19th century. And this is something that I'm hoping to emphasize throughout this lecture. It's like, the image of a rabbi in America changed dramatically during this period of time, and the model that was perhaps strongest, as evidenced by Wise himself, was the Israel models, which were these scholars, these rabbi doctors from Germany, who all had advanced secular degrees from universities along with rabbinical ordination. Their observance level, their piety, their charitableness, their counseling abilities were considered less important than their sheer brain power, how many books they had published, how very big they were. It was kind of like a status symbol to have a rabbi who really, could lecture at the local university as well as ministering to a congregation. There are very few of these nowadays. But this was kind of like the model, the gold standard rabbis in the first half of the 20th century. I'm sorry? No, he was not.
I appreciate
Very
it.
fun.
Yeah, but it's like everyone does everything now. It's like just old people.
Well,
I don't think it was. I don't think it was.
Yeah, but then
Jelinek gave him a reform ordination.
He shaved his head the
So
same
he
way
was
I
not
shaved
an
mine.
Orthodox rabbi by any means.
I'm
His
sorry,
teacher was not
Brad Pitt
Orthodox
did
rabbi,
it, so I
but
look like I'm
nevertheless a
copying
rabbi
Brad Pitt.
scholar. I
I'm
mean,
fine,
Jelinek and others, published a lot of really good scholarship, mainly within
Brad Pitt
something
just
called
looks so much better. He's way more famous, so he
the
did it.
science of Judaism. There was this idea, very prominent in the 19th century, that Judaism was kind of like a static culture, like studying ancient Egypt.
Talked about the Coldplay
And if you wanted to be a scholar, you studied this dead culture that was not moving or going anywhere, and you translated things from Hebrew and Akkadian and Ugaritic and things like that. And that's how you demonstrated your largesse and your intellectual power. The idea of a rabbi as a pious figure, as a spiritually enlightened figure, was not considered high status in Europe or in America even at this time. Absent, of course, the Eastern European model, where you have the Hasidic rabbi, very charismatic, very populist, may not be deeply literate even, but that's an entirely different model of leadership that was accepted by Jews at that time.
This is really embarrassing. She should have divorced him.
Oh, so now we're going back, not Jelinek, now we're going to
when she's at the
Wise.
she's at like the
Wise,
kitchen
was
counter.
educated here in America, and he did a PhD at a very young age. I think he was 24, so he finished it. Actually, that's right, he was 25 years old. He translated Shlomo Ibn Gabriel's
Did you see his apology? He
ethical
blamed other
treatise. I
people.
forget
He's
which one it was. He
you're safe
translated
at a
basically a
concert.
medieval Spanish manuscript
Yeah,
from
the one where he blamed
from
the
the
Coldplay
Arabic.
staff for
We're talking about real scholars here.
that wasn't real.
And
Oh wow, they
that
got
was
me.
his
I finally
PhD
got
dissertation. He
God.
also
Wow,
translated much of the Bible for the Jewish Occupation Society. He was one of these early Hebraists here in
We're
America.
working on a new fucking app, and that's
He
not
married
me.
an exceptional woman named Mary Louise Waterman.
Hey Nick, is that actually his wife? Because that other picture showed me she was a warlock.
6 years
I
old.
don't know if it is.
And she was an unusual woman.
I don't think so.
She was a disciple of Felix Adler, who was a very important thinker at the beginning of the 20th century in America and a little bit earlier. He founded something called the ethical culture movement, which was basically Judaism without God, in my humble opinion. A lot of secular versions of Jewish values, but palatable if you really didn't want to do all the God stuff. And very profound, huge impact on a lot of secular thinkers, including Jews who leaned towards the subject. She ended up becoming quite an intellectual force of her own. Perhaps in a later lecture series, we'll spend more time looking at her life in particular. She was a translator, a scholar herself, translating many Jewish works, especially modern Zionist works from several languages. Wrote many of her own books, and was a social activist, really functioning at the highest level of the American government. She passed these values along with her husband to their rather exceptional children shown here in their youth. The son was also quite a prolific author. It was a family that wrote a lot of books. He even wrote a biography of his mother. which is probably the best thing a Jewish boy can do. I have to write one of those of my mother. That would be, I think, really nice. And he had tremendous skills in the art world. He ended up moving to Europe, where he was an international art connoisseur and expert on very fun books. His daughter, their daughter went on also to become an author and to become a judge at various levels of the circuit courts. She was especially important in child welfare issues. She advised Eleanor Roosevelt and served on many high-ranking national level committees working for the welfare of children. She was an exceptional, overachieving family all around. Now, going back to his life, they moved to Portland, Oregon. They spent some time out there where there were not so many Jews, but nevertheless he was beginning to make a name for himself. In 1906, he was invited to Congregation Emmanuel, perhaps the leading German Jewish establishment synagogue, to try out for a position as their rabbi in a reform temple. He's invited at a young age to give some trial sermons. Apparently, there's some dispute that actually went on in the press afterwards. It was a national issue, believe it or not. Apparently, he was offered the job, but he refused because the congregation refused to give him what he called a free pulpit. In other words, he wanted kind of like what universities call tenure. He wanted to be able to say whatever he wanted from the pulpit without fear of losing his job. The board of the congregation was unwilling to grant this to him, and so he declined. And there was quite a bit of controversy over these version of events. He ended up going back to Portland, but then he came back a year later and established a rival temple, which actually became even more famous, the so-called Free Synagogue. And he called it the Free Synagogue because it had, of course, a free pulpit, meaning he could say whatever he wanted and not get fired. But it also had free high holiday seats. You could, everything was free. It was based on donations only, but there was no fixed price membership. Everything was designed to be totally open, very much in consonance with his social welfare values. Yes, Joe. I don't know. I imagine he had some fairly wealthy individuals. He was a very powerful speaker, very charismatic. I did do research into where the money came from. But it reminds me of a joke. Did you hear the one? I'm talking in the middle. I won't catch it. The one about Goldstein comes to the door to get in on Yom Kippur, and the Gabbai holds him back. So Goldstein goes to Gavin. He goes to the shul on Yom Kippur, and he goes to walk into the sanctuary, and the Gabbai says, "Where's your ticket?" He says, "I didn't buy a seat." He says, "I'm sorry, you can't come in." And he says, "But I have to get in. I have to talk to Goldfarb. It's crucial." He says, "Look, I'm sorry, if you don't have a ticket, you can't come in to be with the congregation." He says, "It's really important I talk to Goldfarb. It is a matter of life and death. Really, you have to let me in." So the Gabbai says to him, "Okay, fine, you can go in, but don't pray." Okay. All right. I also like the iconography of Stephen Samuel Weiss. It's pretty amazing. He always has this. I didn't find any pictures of him smiling. It's always strong, stern, kind of like steely-eyed, determined, fighting kind of images. Here he is with his son, working on a railroad project at the time. Yes. I do not know. I'm sorry, any New Yorkers here? Oh, so I don't know. Did the Free Synagogue become the Central Synagogue? I'm sorry, I'm a Canadian, and I try to avoid New York City as much as possible. But I know a lot of people like it. I find it so, you got to put on your New York face when you're walking on the street there, And like someone, it's like, you put on, you're like, don't mess with me. I don't know. It's like if you're in a building and you hear people come to get the elevator, you push the closed door button, that kind of. Anyways, I don't mean to cast asparagus at New Yorkers. They're a lot of them are wonderful people. Yeah, I'll have to look it up. Now, also in terms of his, political orientation, his philosophical orientation, he was a huge liberal, and this made a big impact on the way Jews thought in the first half of the 20th century. He was the founder of all kinds of, civil liberties type movements, including being the co-founder of the NAACP, National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, very important institution for African Americans. He was also a very important founding member of the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU, very active today. Forthright defenders of very unpopular causes for the purpose of upholding the values of the Constitution. Again, quite often very unpopular, but nevertheless serving a valuable purpose as kind of a watchdog of government abuses that could be otherwise exploiting people. Very big, like his father, he tried to unionize his father-in-law's shop. That's a recipe for Shalom Bay's disaster, if there ever was one. He was also very big in promoting labor causes, and he hunted out corruption wherever he could find it. In fact, one of his campaigns even brought down the mayor of New York, James Walker, who found himself under so much stress.
Can you hear me?
Corruption charges because of Samuel
What's going on, Rupert Murdoch? I love your name. Dude, fuck you, Rupert Murdoch, you cunt. Nobody wanted to talk with you anyway, you slut. Hey, I'm Rupert Murdoch. I noticed. Come in and jerk off in your fucking state.
To distinguish itself from the earlier American Jewish Committee,
dude,
which
this
is
is
a
the
little
worst.
bit more old school.
Come on, you fucking shitbag. Look at this West Side pimp.
Active
East Side
in
gangs.
exposing anti-Semitism and working for social causes outside of the Jewish community.
Come on, you slut.
At the same time, Wise was very much Zionist, and this put him at odds with the Reform movement at the time. The Reform movement had taken a position already in the 19th century opposing Zionism. You might think, well, what could be wrong with Zionism? Why would a movement, especially about openness, argue that Zionism is incorrect? You have to put yourself in the mindset of 19th century Germany when the Jews are trying desperately to demonstrate that they deserve to be emancipated. And one of the charges, sometimes with an anti-Semitic basis, sometimes I think a legitimate political argument, is saying, listen, where do you belong, Jews? Do you belong here in Germany as German citizens? Or are you here as sojourners, as travelers, hoping ultimately return to Israel for some messianic period? The specter of dual loyalty. If there ever were to be a war between, let's say, Germany and France, which happens about every 30 years in the 19th century, and you have to fight against French Jews, which side will you fight on? Or even if there were to be some kind of Jewish state, would you go and join that Jewish state, or would you remain loyal to Germany? So the Reform movement took a very principled stand, saying no to Zionism. Our home is here in Germany. And you see that in a lot of different ways. Like, for example, the very use of the term temple to describe a house of worship, in Hebrew, that's a loaded term. They use the term synagogue, Beit Knesset, which means basically house of gathering. Right? Beit house, Knesset, house in gathering.
Welcome.
Same thing in Greek. Sin,
how are you?
Together, Goga, which is the
can you hear me?
But the term temple,
what's going on, pimp? Yo, Spaz. How you living, dog?
Yo, what's up?
How are you?
Oh, just got off of work.
Word, dog. How'd you find out about me?
A clip?
Oh, from Kick?
Had nothing to do with you.
From Kick?
Exactly.
That's tight, dude. No way. Are you a streamer?
No, I watch streamers.
No way. Okay, so I made a bot that just randomly clips people, and it got you here. Do you mind if I tell you about what I do?
No, I did my research about you.
Oh, tight. Okay. So I have a spiel. Can I give you my spiel?
Yeah, what's up?
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Since the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I do. So you said you did some research on me. As you can tell, I have a lot of social media. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. And
Yeah,
one,
you definitely made a lot of recognition with what you've done.
that's amazing. Wow, thank you for your high praise. So I do it.
Yeah, of course.
I do it because I don't want war in the world anymore. And if you're like, well, how does live streaming your life stop war? It essentially shows the world that we're all not that different. And it gives me a platform to be able to discuss world peace, ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating
Hey,
greenhouses.
I have a question.
Go ahead, big dog.
Just before all of this, could you unban my friend real quick?
Who is that?
His name is Fenton Yanga.
Yeah, sure, I'll unban him just because you asked so nicely.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Okay.
It means no harm.
Do you know why he got banned?
Probably saying something disrespectful, but
That's
he's
cool.
changed.
That's cool. We all deserve a second chance.
Yeah.
All right. Just bear with me. And let me find him. Fenton. How do you spell it?
Fenten.
Are you sure he's banned?
You get unbanned? He told me you banned him like a year ago.
He's not
I
banned.
wanted to see if
Fent.
Okay, well, I'll let him know. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not banned.
Fentanyl, almost.
Yeah, but no, the only thing that I've close to that name is I Can't Stop Finessing is somebody who I've banned, but no one.
Yeah, no.
Fent. Yeah, he's
Hold
not.
on, actually, I'm gonna call him real quick and see what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. And tell him if he's having trouble joining or something, let me know, and we'll figure it out.
All right, sounds good.
Kick. Welcome, Pimp.
All right, I got the username. It's under a different username. Sorry.
Okay, let's figure it out. Just one moment.
It's no. You're fine. I'll give you a second to catch back up.
All right, what is it?
It's Frank Castle.
Got it.
He's unbanned.
He is unbanned.
All right. There's a yeah. He was here with another individual. The other individual was arguing with you a lot and saying not very nice things. So that's what happened. It wasn't anything. He wasn't
That's okay.
aiming
No
any
harm.
aggression at you.
No harm, no foul. He's back.
All right, we'll be in here in a second.
Excellent. I look forward to meeting Frank Castle.
Sounds good.
Nothing coming across the wires that we probably got lucky. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I was fucking dead after the fires earlier in the year. I'm okay with respite from serious emergencies, or at least for a day, because the next day is always something different. We've been dealing with a little bit of everything this year, unfortunately. But I was pleased that I was watching the commenters on the various webcams, and it's almost like they were doom scrollers. They wanted something to happen. They wanted something out of the movies. Like, what's wrong with people? What is wrong with you people? If you watch enough news, you'll find people who think that gives them some sort of credit or credibility, street cred, like it makes them sound savvy. And I remember mocking everybody who kept predicting there was going to be a recession under Biden. It's like, you have no idea what you're talking about. You just think it's going to give you something to talk about if there is a disaster of some sort. Hopefully, we won't have to worry about any type of new disaster, like an avalanche or something here in California for the foreseeable future. I think if we basically run the gamut of potential disasters, we knock on wood. But also coming up on the show today, we have to talk about former Vice President Kamala Harris's announcement to not run for governor. I have some thoughts and possibly some insight on that. But did you hear about Gilbert Arenas, former NBA player, who got arrested for his supposed illegal gambling rings? Like, what are you guys doing? What are you doing? And then you're like promoting it on social media. You send out a picture of your poker table. You post it on social media. You talk about your game on your podcast. Just dumb. Speaking of just dumb, Shaq Sharp was out at ESPN. He told you what was happening with that. He was sued by a former girlfriend for $50 million. They settled out of court, and ESPN probably did their own due diligence, saying, we will no longer associate ourselves with him. And Waymo's making a play to take over Texas. And Wednesday Addams, from the show Wednesday on Netflix, they're taking over Whitney's drive-thrus. We'll tell you about that. And we'll have to go to Mark Roderick to know about the Costco can't sample crackdown. Oh no, big changes in Costco on those free samples. What? No. Yeah? Gotta talk about it. It's worse than a tsunami. Why do they have America? No, they do. And if you take Mark's line one more time, he's going to come into that studio and hurt you. You got to write your own materials. It's fun. It's being a courtesy to someone, Mark. I'm going to tell you about the 40 professions which are going to disappear thanks to AI. Amazon is going to pay the New York Times $20 million a year for AI use. So the New York Times is going to monetize, or it's going to be. I guess you could say that Amazon is picking up the New York Times to get a cut. Humanity had a good run, right? I think I had a decent life. It's been nice knowing you. And it's tarantula mating season. So if you should see a tarantula here in California or some of the other southwestern states, don't look it odd. It's just love happening. You feel about tarantulas the way you feel about bees.
Yo, Mr. Rabbi.
How you living, pimp?
I don't have to worry about it.
How's it going, man?
Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in the hood?
Yo, good, man. My name is Ray, my nigga.
What up, Frank? How you living, pimp?
Hey, I'm living fucking great, man. How about you, pimp?
Oh, every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's on your agenda for tonight?
And just playing Overwatch 2 with the boys.
Excellent. You slinging dick like it's going out of style?
What?
Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style?
Of course, bro. You already fucking know.
Word, dog. I sensed it.
Can we have everybody introduce ourselves?
Absolutely.
We brought you some people.
I love it. Thank you so much for doing so. Go ahead.
I think he should introduce himself.
Okay, excellent. First, is everybody 18?
Yes.
Almost.
Okay, if you're not 18, you can't be here.
Oh. Yeah. Can you just spaz?
I'm 18. No. I'm 18 next week, bro.
All right.
Yeah, I
It's
think
not that. It's not that deep.
All right. So just everybody keep it PG. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. If you've ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, that's essentially what I do. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, 22 of which are currently live right now. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I stream my life because it gives me a platform to be able to discuss world peace, which is important to me. What you all should know is that data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data than any person ever archived on the internet, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to help all of you and your friends and family become financially independent if you're not already. I want you to be able to have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds amazing, man.
Excellent.
Sounds amazing, bro.
Other thing,
When you make that money, can you make me skinny, please?
yeah, you'll be able to buy all the Ozempic you want to be rail thin if you want. I talk about ending world hunger, which is important to me. Things like by doing so with technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like perhaps hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And what we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I want to keep those kind of projects going. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things that aren't normally discussed in society, but I feel are important. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, space tourism, terraforming other planets. I talk about things like time travel. I talk about quantum computing. I talk about things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I talk about alien disclosure, things like I talk about de-extinction. People,
Yeah. Did you say artificial genital intelligence?
No, artificial general intelligence.
AI dicks?
No, it's AGI, artificial general intelligence. And since we have a questionable person here who's maybe not 18, I don't want to talk about those things.
Using AI for inappropriate uses.
Look, if you're going to talk about that, then I'm going to have to kick out the person who said they were turning 18 next week. I don't want to have sexual discussions with people.
Sorry.
That's okay. I talk about things like de-extinction. If you weren't aware, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is a mind-blowing goal. They recently made headlines with their introduction of the dire wolf. Their dire wolves are about a year old. Joe Rogan. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird following the woolly mammoth, which I just think is really exciting, and I look forward to archiving. Additionally, I talk about some things that is going to affect every person in here, some things that are going to affect everyone in here. If you want, this is all with your consent. You might be able to, in the future, utilize the type of technology known as life extension technology. When you were all born, the average life expectancy for everyone in here was about 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy,
How do you know about
peptides,
this?
human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy to get you to be 120 years old. But you may make it to that age and you may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. This has been wonderful. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a technology known as mind uploading technology, which is with your consent, scanning your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm saying to you all is that you may be able to experience a future of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Oh, holy shit. That was a lot of information, man. I can tell you. Yeah, he knows the shit. That sounds amazing, and we could make humanity strive with these technologies.
I agree, man. 100%.
I had a quick question, Rabbi.
Go ahead, pimp.
Is there a secret group chat by chance?
Oh, wait.
No, I used to let people chat, but then I'd get people who put like really gory things in there, and
No, I don't think you understand what I'm talking about.
okay, I don't know what you mean then.
All right, next question. I'm sorry. What do you think about Adam Sandler?
Well, I just saw Happy Gilmore 2. I thought it sucked ass. I liked the first one a lot. The first one's classic. The second one just had too many cameos. I would have really liked it, even with all the cameos, if they would have just kept it to golf. But if you haven't had a chance to see it, basically the last hole, they like have like a how would I say it? A hole that they can adjust with a cell phone, which just doesn't make too much sense. I wasn't too big of a fan of that. But it was cool. I mean, I think he's made some really great movies. Happy Gilmore's an all-time great. Billy Madison, of course. He made Little Dicky, which was good, and 50 First Dates.
Yo, I got a question.
Go for it.
Can we leave the game?
Who is
let's
the
leave the
smartest Jew?
I am.
You're the smartest Jew ever.
Yeah, because I utilize artificial intelligence better than any other Jew or any other person on earth. So if there's ever a question that I don't know, we're going to get to the bottom of it as quickly as possible utilizing artificial intelligence.
What do you think about Israel? That's what Chat's saying.
Sure. I'm very pro-Israel. Perhaps I'm the biggest pro-Israel person on earth when Israel is acting correctly.
So you're not pro killing babies, are you?
I'm pro-world peace. I don't want anyone to die.
You fuck with my boy Netanyahu?
Yeah. What do you think about Benjamin Netanyahu?
Yeah, so I'm definitely an advocate of Benjamin Netanyahu and have been for decades when he's doing right, but I don't like when he doesn't do right. Anything that veers us away from world peace, I do not endorse.
What do you think about Israel having the strongest nuclear sites?
I'm proud of the advancements that we've made. I don't think that that's necessarily true, though, at least publicized.
Necessary, though? I think all the advancements are necessary.
Ideally, I don't want a world with nuclear weapons anywhere. I want a world that utilizes nuclear power. That's very important to me. But nuclear weapons, I don't feel are necessary. It then becomes.
Do you think any form of violence is necessary?
I'm a pacifist, so generally I do my best to avoid violence at all costs.
But like, what if someone breaks into your house and tries to kill you?
Yeah, I mean,
You killing them?
if it's in self-defense, you do what you have to do, but I don't believe in aggressive violence.
What do you think about the young black community?
Dude, I'm a huge advocate of the young black community and the old black community. I love the black community.
What do you like about the young black?
I love their creativity. If we're talking about, are we just talking about like young black people?
Yeah, just like the black youth nowadays.
Yeah, I love their creativity. I love their views on.
So you're a big fan of the 20v1s and the pop the balloons then?
I don't know what that is.
Well, that's like what the kind of black culture these days. Pop the balloons.
Yeah.
20v1s. Yeah.
20v1.
No, if we're talking about just black youth, I'm a major advocate. I love the music. I love their sense of creativity.
You smoke weed, don't you?
Who's my favorite rapper? Puff Daddy.
What?
Yeah, but I also love.
You said Diddy?
Yeah, I also love Tupac. I love Notorious. I love Snoop Dogg. I love.
You ever met Diddy?
No.
No. Yeah. You fuck with Epstein?
No.
Why?
Yeah, you can't.
I've never had the opportunity to meet them.
Dude. I think he was like, I don't have a personal grudge against him, so
Okay, so Rabbi, I got a question. If you could bring back one person for a dinner, who would you bring back?
Great question. A man named Rabbi Akiva. He was a rabbi about 2,000 years ago, and I'd love to have a conversation with him.
Okay, W.
So are you a rabbi?
I am.
So what do you think about Jewish people?
I'm a huge advocate of my people. I'm a major leader within my religion.
Do you believe that Jews are like superior to non-Jews?
I have a question. Are you wearing a hat right now?
Yeah, I mean, I have a yarmulke on.
Is there gold under it?
Just my brain, baby. Do I think that
You guys hide gold under them.
No, that's the big hats.
Yo, how are y'all getting a third?
I don't even know, bro.
Could you explain which ones they're hiding gold under?
Kill it.
I saw a reliable source on TikTok say that they hide gold under their hats.
Okay, that's cool. I've been in many a shul, many a synagogue. Never seen any gold under any hats, and even if there was gold under a hat, you
No,
wouldn't.
I think it's more towards the Diamond District in New York, being taken over by the Jewish culture.
Oh, that happened a century ago. If you think that we Jews are taking over the Diamond District now, you don't know your history.
No. I'm just like recognizing that it is taken over.
Oh, it's done. It's
I'm not saying it was anytime recently.
no 100 years, 140 years ago it started.
What was going on in the tunnels underground?
So that was a movement to attempt to daven or pray during the pandemic, where you weren't allowed to have group gatherings, and so near 770.
Mattresses of like child-sized mattresses with like stains, weird stains on them and shit.
Yeah, like what they like white,
Yeah, man, like those type of stains.
Yeah. What's up with that?
I mean, I wasn't there, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Alright. Do you think Epstein was a cool guy?
I think a lot of the things that he's been accused of are terrible.
Nah, facts, bro.
He was.
That doesn't sure look bad. He's not a bad guy.
Yeah, I mean, he was like an Israeli spy after all, right? and he was kind
He's
of
a
like
good guy.
Honestly, he was a decent guy. Like, he didn't do anything wrong.
Like, wasn't he just there to like blackmail like rich people and shit?
Yeah, like what? In my opinion, I think he was a victim.
Yeah, that's why they killed him, because he was blackmailing all the rich people.
Bro, he knew too much. That guy.
He would have leaked. You.
So he didn't know me. Okay. Come on.
I'm kind of lost. I'm really lost.
So, if I may ask, to the person who found me on Kick, you just saw one of my clips, and you were like, "What is this?" And then you went down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
That's baller. So it was from a clip. It was from a clip. It was not from spam, correct?
No, it was from a clip.
Baller.
Really?
Because it's the name of the clip.
Excellent. Yeah, exactly. It says YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and then my Discord. It's brilliant. It got all of you guys in here.
No, I got these ones in here. Don't try to take fucking...
That's legit. Okay. All right. Well, you were the leader of the pack. Good on you.
Yeah, I'm the leader. Yeah,
He's a cop. Are you familiar with that term?
He's a what?
Holy shit.
I can't hear what you're saying. Can you repeat it and no one else interrupt you?
He's a cuck. And how many cucks do you want?
Yeah.
Chill. I'm underage. You can't talk about that.
Yeah. Don't talk about those things.
Yeah, it's kind of a wrong. I don't know if I should be talking about it. I apologize, Mr. Rothschild.
You're good, big dog.
So, Rothschild, how much money do I have to pay you to do a physical exercise?
Yeah, do some push-ups for this week.
Yeah.
Can you do some push-ups for Israel?
I'm good. No, I'm good for right now. Israel knows that I'm good.
Wait, kill this nigga. He's innocent.
So, if I may ask, are you guys streamers yourselves?
Yeah, we are. We are something.
I'm just a degenerate. I sit on Discord all day.
Okay, that's cool. Welcome to the club. Okay, very cool. And
yeah, I film streamers like when I'm employed.
But it's like child labor, you know.
When I'm employed, but like right now I just do clips.
Very well. So you just do clips of different influencers?
Correct.
That's tight.
Influencers and small streamers as well as here and there.
Very cool. Who are your favorite streamers?
Like Chloe Lacey.
Okay, what do you like?
Myron, you know?
Not personally, but I've heard of them.
Yeah.
What do you like? What do you like about them?
I like Lacey or DDG.
Okay.
I've watched Aiden since like a long time.
You know, I'm the #1 streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord.
Oh shit.
Yeah. You're cool.
You're darn right, I'm
chill,
cool.
bro.
Very well. Well, you guys should know.
Do you have any ties to Aiden?
Yeah, he's been in my stream. He was on my YouTube and he interviewed me once. And I'm the #1 streamer all time.
I really want to talk to Aiden because you set that up. Like one of his biggest fans.
Yeah.
Can we talk to Aiden, please?
Yeah, if you want to
I feel like you're in a secret. I feel like
Bro, we dropped out of college to meet Aiden.
Yeah, bro.
Okay, I don't know if that was a good idea.
I'm telling you, all the famous Jews are in a fucking group chat together, dude.
We're done.
They all get the news early before it happens.
Word. So if you want to connect with Aiden, the best person to connect with is Citrus, who is his like right-hand man, and just drop him a message with your proposal, and if they like it, they'll connect with you.
Holy shit, my computer.
Do you think I can become Aiden's like left-hand man?
Ask Citrus, but perhaps.
Yeah, we do
That's not an.
Does he mean a masseuse? Or
I have a
personal
question.
trainer?
What do you think about DJ Academics grooming Noah?
I don't think it's.
He valid.
I don't think that's cool.
You don't think
Not
that's cool?
No.
Do you think DJ Academics should like have his Discord privileges taken away after that?
Frankly, I don't know who that is.
Oh, well, he said some very inappropriate things to a child.
All right, that's not cool.
Right, and he's an influencer, friends with Aiden. So do you think he should have his Discord privileges taken away?
I don't think anybody should be canceled. If they did something illegal, then you can press charges against them.
It wasn't necessarily illegal, but it was just kind of weird.
All right. Well, I know enough about the situation to comment any further.
Bro, you be smoking weed.
Yo, Rabbi, you be smoking that dog?
All day, every day.
Don't you? Hold on.
All day, every day, baby.
Yeah.
I can tell you be fried.
Word, dog.
You so chill, bro. Like Zadal will do that shit.
100%. Are you guys live on Kick right now?
I'm just here for.
No, my mom kicked me out. I don't live in the house.
I asked if you're live on Kick.
Yeah. So I can't get to my computer like because I'm stuck outside.
I understand.
I'm living in a Walgreens as we speak.
Tight, dog. What aisle?
I'm not at an aisle. I'm at the front.
Oh, like by the checkout?
No, by the handicap walk area. You know.
By the handicap? They have handicap chairs?
No, like the rolly things.
A wheelchair?
Wheelchairs for. Yeah.
All right. Are you sitting in a wheelchair?
No, I'm sitting next to them. Why would I sit on them? That like take up the space.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's nowhere else to sit. Maybe you are handicapped.
Are you handicapped?
Yes, he is. Oh, I think you should be Hannah. I think you should be my friend Hannah.
Can we actually hand up in this bitch? Yo! I feel like you could enlighten Anna and really save her.
Yeah, no fact. Hannah has severe autism and she's very handicapped.
All right. Well, she can sit next to you at the Walgreens.
No. That's fucked. No, I was saying like you could talk to her.
Go ahead. Speak, Hannah.
She gets bullied a lot on Discord and stuff.
Dude, everybody gets bullied on Discord.
No, like not like bullied like that. Like,
Everybody gets bullied on Discord. People are dicks.
yo, black. No, but she's disabled, bro, and she's like not competent.
All right.
She doesn't comprehend.
People take advantage of that by making fun of her.
Well, that's fine. She has a nice name.
You want to meet her? I'll tell her to join your server if you want to talk to her.
Yeah, sure. If she's 18.
Yeah. She's 34.
Oh, great.
Maybe you guys could,
Maybe help that one, right?
Hey, Rabbi, where are you from?
What's going on? I'm based out of Southern California.
Yo, that's where Hannah's from.
All right.
Yo, wait. You trying to get it on with her?
Nope, but I would like to make new friends, and if
Yo, you know what you content if you guys went on a date and you let me
Yo,
film it.
wait. Actually, that'd be content.
do you know how many girls want to date me? I've got add her to the list, dog.
Guys are pissed.
Yo.
Word, dog. Every single day of my life, I pimp.
Alright, I invited her to your Discord and I said I wouldn't mind meeting you. Or I should say he wouldn't mind pimping you.
Hey, what's up, Miss Aquarius? How are you?
I'm good, Rabbi. How are you?
I'm well. We had some friends join us. Well, they're gonna have to be patient because Miss Aquarius and I play a game. It won't take long, but we do it every night, and it's bowling on an app called Play-Doh.
Yo, Miss Aquarius. I'm an Aquarius too.
Hey,
Holy shit.
Hey, are
You guys good together?
are you
Yeah, are you
doing
rabbi
good?
and like sexually involved?
Oh yeah, yeah. Like, what's your sexual situation?
Doug, she's asked you a question 8 times. Are you January or February?
Oh, January.
Wait away.
January 23rd.
Hey, I'm ready for you. The 22nd. Let's go.
Oh,
Yes,
Oh,
January
kill
22nd.
him. Please, sorry about
Yo, is this your girl?
They're all my girls. She's my friend. Miss Aquarius, you should have an invite. Take a look.
I'm playing, bro. I'm playing, bro. You're playing you.
How do I get the invite?
You remind me
He's
of
got
him.
balls.
Alright, there we go. Alright, let's go.
Hit it,
Can
girl.
we get Hannah in here? I feel like you guys will get along.
I feel like this is the love triangle we need.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We got something going for you, Rabbi. We can pimp out all of them.
No, we good, bro. We don't need that.
You're good. We don't need it. What are you talking about?
Be respectful.
They said we don't need that. He doesn't get down like that. Me neither.
He doesn't.
He doesn't pimp out girls. He was just telling us he's a pimp.
We're just saying he does.
Okay.
Yo, so is he lying?
Is he chatting?
Is he your pimp?
Quit it.
No,
Hey. If you're not gonna be respectful, then I'm gonna ask you to leave.
Wait. What? Sorry, you know that's my bad.
Sorry, Mr. Rabbi. I didn't realize I was being disrespectful.
Well, now you do.
Yeah, let me.
Nice spare, Miss Aquarius.
All of my dogs are being disrespectful, but all.
There we go.
Hey, you get fucking retarded.
Hey, get in there, Rabbi.
I just did. There we go.
Yo, Ramir.
Nice. You matched me.
Just like
Great,
that, bro.
great job. Great strike. Ooh, got you back.
Hey, another strike. Get in there, Rabbi.
I am.
Rabbi, you cute as hell, bro.
Thanks, baby.
You're welcome.
Yo, Rabbi, you low key fun, bro.
I appreciate it.
Like, I see why all the girls want you, bro.
Yo, be honest. You fucking black.
Nice spare.
You gotta be complete.
Nice spare, Miss Aquarius.
Bro, I can see it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ooh,
Let's go.
3 in a row. That's a turkey.
Yay.
Yo, how are y'all dying?
I got fucking, like, slept, bro. Like,
I was at their spawn just obliterating them, like, how?
Did you know that it's 299 days until Grand Theft Auto 6?
Yo, they're insane.
This is what I'm talking about, bro. You actually know, like, information that nobody.
Oh, you is good, no?
Yo, is that a thing? I heard that Jews get early access.
Hey, what else? I don't know what I'm talking about. Get it.
There we go.
There.
Wow.
I win.
111. All right,
I
Miss
saw it on
Aquarius.
TikTok. I don't know why people are saying it.
What the fuck? Yo, he won.
Miss Aquarius, we need you to get your 100th win.
I gotta get my 100 wins.
Yo, Miss Aquarius.
Yes.
What are you playing?
Me and Rabbi are playing bowling on another app called Play-Doh.
Rabbi, your good friend.
Rabbi.
Nice spare, Miss
Rabbi,
Aquarius.
my good friend.
Rabbi, can we crack?
Can you what?
Can we crack for it?
Are you talking like a beer?
I think he's talking about you. That's what chat.
Yeah, we're talking about you, baby.
Please be respectful. Watch yourself.
You don't allow freedom of speech here?
I do.
Right. Good job.
Thank you.
Rabbi, you tough.
Word, dog. What other games do you guys like aside from Overwatch?
Rainbow.
Rainbow Six?
Bro, Jamal. What? Jamal. What?
Oh, that was great.
Naming Genji good.
Genji good?
No, they keep saying Genji good. He's spamming that shit. He's sharp.
Damn, bro, you want.
He low-key wants it. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Rabbi, roll up. Roll up.
Yo, yeah, roll up. Smoke a split.
You gotta roll up too.
I'm good for now. I'm good for now.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
You ain't like that.
Ain't no real cheaper.
Your turn.
Okay, Rabbi, can you pimp me out?
No.
What the fuck are you talking about?
As I said previously, please be respectful.
Bro, I meant that in like I was trying to get an opportunity for business type shit. Like, I got
All right, well then just say that. What kind of business do you do? What kind of business do you do?
I'm big into gambling. That's my main income, pretty much.
Okay. Do you do sports betting? Nice job, Miss Aquarius.
Good job, Rabbi.
You win, I win.
Right. I may get it tomorrow, hopefully.
Let's hope so. God willing, we'll play, okay?
Okay.
Night,
Good
night.
everybody. Good night.
Good night, ma'am.
Good night.
I hope you sleep well. Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams to you and everybody else. All right.
Take care.
Jamal, should I start another?
What?
Can I start one?
Yeah.
She makes me so happy.
She's a very nice woman.
You know her.
We get to know her.
Did you crack? Be honest.
Chill, you're fine.
How was that? How was it this one?
He's gonna tell you.
Hey, chill. What you mean?
All right, friends. I've answered a lot of questions. I want to say shout out to my man, Spaz. Spaz, thank you so much for bringing everybody in. I'm going to continue watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
There's only one temple in Jewish history, and that's the temple in Israel.
Can we get a feet
Okay,
cam?
it was destroyed and built, so there's
My whole life is a feet cam.
Call, for example, your
Yo, can you
building
put your feet close to the camera?
Emmanuel,
My whole life is a feet cam.
right here in Berlin. And so they took a principled stance opposing
Which channel
Zionism.
has your feet on it?
Weiss,
All of them.
however, disagreed with that and promoted Zionism,
No, they don't.
even though it went against
Lies.
the opinions of classical reform. Oh, and by the way, most reform rabbis later came to Weiss's position as well. So the reforms did shift along with Weiss. But even here in Miami, I understand that I think it was Temple Israel for a long time. They had classical reform where there were these kinds of attitudes back in the
Play
50,
that
60
one
years ago.
Kanye song.
But I'm not sure. I probably shouldn't say that. Please, Elliot, please take that part out because I'm not sure about it. But I make lots of mistakes. There's a lot of things you can cut out. At any rate, he founded the New York Federation of Zionist Societies in 1897. That's a really early date. The World Zionist Congress was founded that same year. So we're talking about quite
Yeah, I think we
early on
use
in the
that as
Zionist
our
movement.
exit song.
He worked hand in hand with Herzl. Herzl dies in 1904, and so the last very productive years of Herzl's life were conducted with Weiss at his side as his primary representative to the strong and growing American Jewish population. He represented American Jewry in the World Zionist Congress in Basel. That would be the year after it was founded. And as I mentioned earlier, he was also very much involved in helping draft the text that ultimately would be issued by the British government as the Balfour Declaration. Now, let's just look here a little bit about how that sort of thinking was played out by American Jewry. And I want to jump ahead a little bit to say how American Jews really were absorbing the kind of values that Wise himself extolled. I'm not sure that he is the primary factor involved, but nevertheless we see his thinking quite prominent. And I know that this is pretty much, very well known to most of you in this room, but to all the undergraduates I have who are going to be watching this on the web, who are, younger than 25, this is going to be surprising, shocking even for them. And the first thing is that the vast majority of Jews historically voted Democrat. That's something that especially Orthodox Jews will say, what? All my friends are Republican. I only know Republicans. But it's something that's a little bit of a quirk for Orthodox Jews in the last, say, since Reagan, since the 1980s. But overwhelmingly, Jews voted Democrat. If you look at this chart here, this shows the Jewish vote in presidential elections from 1916 to 2004. I have a little bit later statistics coming up. This shows if all Jews fill up the chart. So up to the top is 100% of Jews. In those elections, you can see that blue is by far the largest chunk. It goes up and down a little bit over the years, depending largely on which candidates are running. But overwhelmingly, with the exception of the 1920 elections, the overwhelming number of Jews, way more than 50%, voted Democrat. Well, we have polling. I'm sorry. Well, they were either answering the polls incorrectly, the exit polls, or it's an anti-Semitic plot. It's one or the other. But, yeah, exit polls, sure. Yeah, and they ask your religion too. Where do you live? If you don't want to answer, don't answer. But this is really good research from Ira Shefskin, a very important Jewish demographer, perhaps the world's greatest Jewish demographer alive, who's actually right here in the University of Miami. His research is rock solid. And this has not been contested. The vast majority of Jews voted Democrat. However, let's look at this, for example. I'm sorry I didn't have 2012 election results to show you, but this is a similar kind of material on the 2008 election. So if you look at how people voted by ethnicity, you can see that, and also I tried to figure out how to make these blue and red, but I couldn't figure that out, I'm sorry. So if you look at Caucasians, whites, a little over 50%, let's say about 60% voted for McCain, Republican, and closer to about 35% voted for Obama. Among Hispanics, the number is reversed, where you have many more Hispanics voting for Obama than for McCain. Obviously, Romney experienced something similar in the last election. Among blacks, this is a huge surprise. Only a tiny percent voted for McCain, and overwhelmingly, of course, they supported Obama. And look at Jews here. Jews are voting more like Hispanics than like Caucasians. This is what Norman Podhoretz once said, that Jews make money like Presbyterians, but vote like Puerto Ricans. Meaning that Presbyterians, old-style Mayflower Americans, tend to be wealthier. Wealthier people tend to vote Republican. But the Puerto Ricans, relatively new additions to the American continent, politically with less wealth per capita, they tend to vote Democrat. So Jews, overwhelmingly, let's say 2/3 and higher, tend to vote Democrat, even when they're rising in the socioeconomic scale. And of course, the total population is pretty much 50-50 in the 2008 election, pretty much the same thing in the popular vote in the 2012 election. And now let's look at how denomination makes a difference as well. This is different for Orthodox Jews. So if we break down, again, 2008, the numbers that I've seen anecdotally, I didn't look very hard, but the numbers for anecdotally for 2012 are pretty similar. If you look at Jews overall, you see that most Jews voted for Obama in 2008, but a significant minority, about 38%, maybe a little lower, voted for McCain. When you look at the Orthodox respondents, however, the numbers are reversed. About 75% of Orthodox Jews voted for McCain, and about a quarter, 25%, voted. Where's my? There it is. 25% voted for Obama. So, for reasons that are too complicated for us to go into today, the Orthodox vote tends to be the reverse of the general Jewish vote. General Jewish vote is higher Democrat. The Orthodox vote is higher Republican. And obviously the reasons for this is too much for us today, but I want to emphasize the idea of the liberalism that's closer to the democratic values. That is clearly the emphasis of the influence of people like Wise. Yes, sir.
And then he gets overly intoxicated. And he is probably going to get fired.
There can be a lot of reasons. You can look at perceptions of his support of Israel, perceptions of his quote-unquote progressive social values, whereas the Republican candidates seem to want to represent more of a traditional family issue. There are a whole host of issues that you can use to unpack this note here. My guess is, and this is like, I'm in the history department, but not in the theoretical history department, but I would guess that the numbers might not be as extreme, but when you look at candidates before Obama, before 2008, this pattern was holding as well. Yeah. Orthodox Jews since Reagan were breaking away from the Democratic trend, and the Republican trend was increasing. I think it has mainly to do with the perception of what is the social agenda. Issues like abortion, gay marriage, things like that, tend to polarize Orthodox voters. And so a lot of those things fold into this. At any rate, so if we take the Orthodox out of the equation, this is all like Stephen Wise's kind of activity.
Hitting their chat, though, is so much fun.
So,
Joe? They're just like using chat, just ignoring, trying not to see what
I could get one.
I asked them.
Yeah. If we have a chart like this on Canada, so I don't know if I'll do this. Maybe I can squeeze it into another lecture. But the point that I want to emphasize here is Wise's influence. Please.
My God, the internal conversations they have.
Sure, that's true.
It's probably like a behind the scenes rule.
These are very rough numbers. I think you get a better idea if you look, for example, there's some really good studies done at the local level in New York City. And if you look at neighborhoods, zip codes that are overwhelmingly Orthodox, then Romney is like off the charts. There's like 3% Democratic voters, and it's all Romney. And then you cross over to another zip code where it's more African American, all of a sudden Obama's off the chart. So you get a much more like a scalpel precise view when you look at neighborhoods. These are kind of broad tendencies overall. But okay, let's go back to the 20th century. He's big in international politics. This is the person who really stood on the world stage, and not only for Jewish causes. At the end of World War I, one of the major issues that had to be decided was what to do with the ruins of the three empires that previously occupied Europe. The Russian Empire, the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, and the German Empire, all of which did not exist in 1918 after the war. And so one of the biggest issues was how do we divide up the territories, which nationality gets it, which nationalities do not get countries, and at the Paris Peace Conference, and the Versailles one here, a lot of different groups had an opportunity to present their case for statehood. Rice represented Zionism, and the case for Israel there. He was also influential with President Woodrow Wilson, who established the 14 points, the system that was designed to create a
So his show gets about 2 million viewers, and in the coveted time,
so this is a figure of a person who was a religious leader, social activist, prominent Zionist, very leftist in many of his views, and he's also active on the world stage.
Between 18 and 49, or whatever, that golden demographic, he gets about probably 250,000.
He was a strong ally of Herzl.
Doesn't seem like a lot.
Yeah, at the same time, he's writing lots of books. I don't have too much time, so this is just one of about 7 books that he authored. Basically, his speeches, sermons, things like that.
You compare it to James Corden, who got canceled. It was even lower. You compare it to Kimmel was getting about 1.617.
Now,
Can I
getting
say
to the
something
more
real quick? I think
controversial point is
besides
life
Jimmy
during
Fallon,
the Holocaust.
Colbert and
I'm
Jimmy
going to have to go a
Kimmel,
little
no one
past
suffered
9:30
more
just to finish this. I hope you don't mind. We had to start late. So you can leave in disgust if you like precisely at
the show
9:30.
turned into
But,
this
well, yeah,
just
my
anti-Trump show, which
videographer is going to go
whatever, dude.
at
I
9:30.
could
But
have
I'll
like
quickly,
it or like
okay.
him. Trust me,
So the
there's a million
controversy
reasons.
is,
I got
okay,
that. But when you're a comedy
the
show
Holocaust
and people want to
obviously
escape from
was
what's
an
going on in the world,
existential
you look
threat.
at Johnny Carson never did that. Jay Leno never got
America
into
at this
the
time
politics.
was
David
undeniably
Letterman never got
the
into it.
world's
When that was
strongest
the
economic
only
power
narrative,
and
and they
had
became
the
consumed
largest
by
concentration of
anti-Trump,
Jews
I
outside
think
of
most people went,
Europe.
I'm good,
And so the
man.
question
It wasn't
is,
just
how should
here's another
American
Town.
Jewish leaders
Colbert's very
have
talented. He'll have a
responded
podcast
to the
and all that, but I don't
ongoing
think just that.
news
That'll feel so
of
You gotta,
impending
we'll get
doom for the Jews of
conspiratorial
Germany?
here, but I'm gonna go.
Weiss started with a
Colbert started
very
having on the
powerful beginning
podcast
in the 1930s,
people,
organizing
on his show,
anti-German
people
boycotts
who were
with
very
the rise of
critical
Hitler to
of
power
Israel,
in 1933,
people who
and
were
generally
also
took a very
very,
strident voice against
very
the
vocal
Nazi
about
anti-Semitic regime.
Israel
At the
committing
same time, however,
quote-unquote genocide.
once
Now,
World War II formally broke out,
So people like Adam Schiff
and
was on,
America was
but they also
engaged
had
in the
different
war,
like pundits that
Weiss's
were
rhetoric
coming on,
changed,
and
and there was
Colbert was
much
sort
more
of
of a
giving a lot of voice
deferential
to
attitude
an
towards
alternative point of
the
view that was
leadership
not
of
conservative.
America in the war,
Okay.
particularly, by
And
the way,
part
I
of
should
it
say,
was after
1941,
October
because
7th, there was
America
a
did not
lot
enter
of
the war
anti-Israel,
until Pearl Harbor. But
anti-Jewish
once American young men
energy out there,
were
a lot,
in Europe
more than I've ever seen in my
fighting
lifetime.
for the defeat
Well,
of Hitler, Weiss's approach was,
Sumner
what
Redstone's
more
wife,
can we
I can't
actually
remember her
ask
first
the
name,
Americans to
but
do?
Mrs.
After
Redstone
all,
is a fierce
American men are
Zionist. She
dying.
is a Jewish
There are
woman
boots on the
who
ground in Europe
owned Viacom.
fighting for a
Remember,
cause
Sumner
which is
Redstone owned
exactly
Viacom
consonant with what
with
we
no
want at
debt.
the end of the
One of the
Holocaust.
richest men in the world, and
And
his
so
wife, after he
Weiss's
died,
approach was
inherited
one of, let's trust
She
the
has
government
just
to do
sold
this.
that
Let
to
us move
see
forward
who
with their plans,
Sherry
respect their
Redstone, see
military
who she
decisions, and so
sold
on.
the
Many
entire
Jews felt this was
CBS.
what happened to the old Rabbi Weiss.
It's very
what happened to the
possible
strike
that the person that
critic
bought it said,
who would
I
stand
don't
up and
like
try
this.
to Kayam
I
to try
don't
and
like
get
it.
things
I'm
to
going
change.
to
It
actually
felt that
buy
his
the whole
leadership
network
was
and
quite
fucking
tepid.
take it
This is
off
especially true
I think
after
that-
the
I'm
issue
just saying
of the
that. By the way, everybody,
Reagan
I'm just saying that
so
is not
Gerhard
my.
Wiener was
That is
a
not
consular
my
official, at least
theory.
consular official in
That
Geneva,
would be
and
the
he
theory
passed
from
on this
Jewish
telegram
intellectuals
that was
who were on a
addressed to
show
Wise
called
and went through the State
Commentary
Department, and the
Magazine
State
podcast.
Department actually
So I'm just telling you
the
that
annual
you're
salary
correct.
of late night
but it
hosts.
did get to him anyways through a
Because,
different
too,
route from the British
you know,
He's making $20 million.
This telegram,
a year.
which
Okay,
was
so
dated
$20 million.
August
The other thing about that is,
gave real
I'm sorry, but the other
concrete
thing about
and
his
fairly
salary was
accurate
he wasn't
details
necessarily
about the
earning.
Holocaust.
Okay,
And when I
he
say
was
the
John
Holocaust
Fowler
was
in
not,
16.
I mean
Colbert
the
was reported
clear
15.
determination of
Jimmy
the
Savile was
Nazis to
15.
massacre every single Jewish
again,
civilian in
that's a
Europe,
lot of money.
including
And when you're
the
actually not
mechanisms
as
for this
popular as you
destruction and
think,
so on.
and the
Now,
network
this
isn't
was
making that much
actually not
money, there's also
totally
an economic
new
consideration.
to
But I also say
America.
this, I
There have
also
been
think
reports
that
leaking out.
he got
but
away
this
from
was the
what
first
originally was supposed to be there for,
verified
right? And kind of an
true
outlet of
claim
humor.
by
And when just focus
legitimate
on all
channels
this Trump
that was sent
stuff
directly to the State
across the
Department.
board.
And the State
The
Department
views are going down. They have
They
high
didn't let you
salaries,
know
but
about it.
also no one's talking about
And
it.
So what was Wise
Also,
to do with this
regular
text once he
network
found it?
TV
Here is
is
the actual
dying
text
in
of the original telegram.
spades.
This
So
is
no
the
one's
version
really
that was
watching.
sent
So I think
through the World
A,
Jewish
it's
Congress,
about
and it
time.
reads,
B,
have
there's just
received
three
through
things
Foreign
next.
Office following
Jimmy
message from
Fallon
Wagner,
and Jimmy
Geneva,
Kimmel.
stop.
But don't
Received alarming
underestimate
report
the
that
fact that people
Computer's
that own
headquarters
these
plan
massive
discussed and under
corporations have a
consideration
political
all
point of
Jews
view
and countries
that they have
occupying or
on
controlled
their
Germany,
shows
number
that
3.5
they
to 4
believe
million,
are
should
swaying
after
people in a
deportation
direction
and
that they find
concentration east
harmful
at
to their
one blow
interests,
exterminated to
harmful to
resolve once and
themselves.
for all
It
Jewish
is very
question in
possible
Europe.
they go, you know
All
what?
true.
You know what I can
The
do because I have
numbers
so much
perhaps
money?
3.5 to
I
4
can
million,
buy this
but
network and I
the
can
actual
just
plan
cancel
was
that.
decidedly known on January
Also, like, maybe that
22nd,
is your agenda,
two,
But then
we know
also,
the idea of
if you took over the company,
deportation.
let's
We
take
know,
the
of course,
conspiracy
the
out. If you take over the company,
death camps.
how much are
Here's
you
the
paying
version that actually
Colbert?
came
50
through
million?
the British
How many
Foreign
views is
Office,
he getting?
and it even
How are we
indicates
on
the use of
advertisement?
prostaglandin,
It really
which
doesn't
was
add up.
Cyclone
That's
Bay,
right.
the
Let's fix
chemical that
that.
was used
And now
to
we'll
kill
get
the
the
Jews.
Jews.
So
They're
here
on a
we are,
different trend. That's what I'm
the
saying.
most
Right? It's not like
prominent
they're business
American
wise. They
church leader getting a
Jews
telegram
have a lot
that
of
is
problems.
100%
I don't
accurate
agree with a lot of the
comes
stuff
through
they're
a
having on here.
legitimate chain of
And
transmission.
I don't
What
have to
should
have it
you
on.
do
I
with
can
this?
just
So
take it off.
ultimately, what
Because
she
she
did
doesn't
was
even
she had
do
a
the whole,
meeting with President Roosevelt.
shit
It
out.
was scheduled
She
to held in
business wise,
1943.
just want this
The
company.
meeting
It's not
lasted
just
approximately 30 minutes.
anti-conservative.
Began with a brief prayer.
$50 million. The views are trending
Being
way
once
down.
presented
Like we can
this
put these
information, which of
resources
course
something else.
Roosevelt already
It's
knew,
also
it was
conservative,
well
but
known
it's also the
from
conservative money
other
coming in
sources
and going,
already
I
by
don't
this
want that
point.
guy on.
And the
It's also the
majority
death
of
of
the 30
Levi
minutes was
because,
taken
again,
out
the
by
dude, I've
Roosevelt
been
speaking
watching, I still love it,
about
I've been
his
watching
position on it.
years.
And that was
If you
basically,
talk to the Gobert people,
and many
I
Jews
can
felt that
promise you,
this
I
was
can promise you
insufficient.
that
Was that,
they
you
will
know,
tell
he
you,
should have
I
pushed,
guarantee
he
you
should
the
have
conversation
screamed, he
is,
should have
we
organized
got canceled
demonstrations.
because of our
There are
political
also some very
I can promise
controversial
you this.
plans, which too much for
They
us to
also
go
want you
into
to know what's
today,
going to happen.
but
Right.
especially toward
It's
the end of the
I
war,
believe in free speech. I
certain
love that
elements in
people have
Nazi
different points of view.
chaotic
But
bureaucracy
they want to
were
talk.
willing to
But also you can work
exchange
for a corporation.
Jews
But you got
for
this gig
materiel
not
that
to
they
push
promised they
any
would only use
political
against the
agenda.
Russians.
And it's
Who
all
were,
you
of course,
guys
the
did for the
allies of
last
the
2.5
Americans.
years. Let me ask you a
But
question.
since the
Now,
Germans were feeling a lot of pressure on the Eastern Front, they wanted what was called the Jews for Trucks scheme,
University of
where some Jews, especially in
Chicago,
Hungary, would be
different
released
universities.
in favor of
They've got
accepting
professors that are
American
straight up
war
socialist
material
patterns
that could then
that are
be used
calling
against the
for the
Russians.
destruction of the
The
university.
Americans
They're
ultimately
actually teaching
rejected
their
the plan.
students
It was
how
kind of
to
a crazy plan from a
create
military background. Here you are
disruption
trying to
and
defeat an
ultimately
enemy,
the goal
and
would
you're
be
giving
to
aid
tear
to the
down
enemy to
To
defeat
me,
your
I would fire
allies.
those professors.
But
I would be like,
could
hey,
have saved
get
potentially
the fuck out of here
about
with your
500,000
bankrupt
Jews.
ideas.
So
But
it's a very
they're
controversial
there
thing. Why
talking
his position
this
was
way
controversial?
to their
The
students in
critics is
public.
also controversial.
I'd be like,
And
nah, I don't want
the
to be the
legacy
longevity of
of
that.
this entire period
After a
is yet
while,
to be determined. So let me just conclude with a few
Did
comments.
you
I'll
see
take
the
some
look
questions in a
on
minute.
Brian's face?
Ultimately, though, with a recap of Weiss's life, we see that in many ways his career as a pulpit rabbi and as an American activist defined for many ways what American Jews, and I'm talking broadly about American Jews, not specifically Orthodox Jews, viewed as the ideal rabbi. Someone who is learned, erudite, leftist, activist, Zionist. These were the kinds of adjectives that were used to describe his life, and that was used to describe, the ideal rabbi for many. His legacy is one of tremendous influence on Jewish voting patterns, on Jewish thought. It's somewhat more mixed and controversial when it comes to the difficult period of the Holocaust, but nevertheless, Rabbi Weiss's approach to the problems of the day definitely made a major impact on the way Jews think, even in the 21st century. I'm going to take some questions, but at first I want to thank you very much for your attendance and dismiss you because we're already out of time. So thank you very much for attending.
But that, coupled with the fact that he's a dummy who interrupts anyway, he's just at this point not letting Callan speak. Callan's getting extremely frustrated.
Well, I hope we have a room on the card. Well, we'll find out soon enough. Okay. Good evening, everyone. It's nice to see you again after a long Pesach break. I hope you had an enjoyable holiday. I think the highlight of our holiday was when my 8-year-old son picked up a roasted egg off the Seder plate and said, "How old is this egg?" We use it every year. Anyways, I want to wish a public mazel tov to Rabbi and Rebbetzin Grunstein, and specifically to their daughter Gizzy, who was just married a few moments ago. A very nice young man named Mr. Mandel. The traditional blessing is they should have the merit to build a bias net on Israel and eternal hope in Israel. Mazel tov. And I'm very happy I managed to get to the chuppah, and with great personal sacrifice, I tore myself away from the Chinese food buffet to be here tonight. That's very kind of you. Thank you. But if I have I have to go home and make sure my kids are okay too. All right, let's go to Emmanuel. So tonight's topic is Emmanuel Ringelblum, a very, very important, heroic scholar of the Holocaust period. My goal tonight is to tell you a little bit about his life. And of course, since this is sort of a thinly disguised attempt to offer an undergraduate survey course in Jewish history, we're going to talk about the Holocaust, but also the deportation of 1942, and we're going to focus on the other identity period, which is crucial to Emmanuel Ringelblum's work. For those of you who are with the college, a lot of the students are actually at the wedding, but we have a few that you here as well. I want to let you know very importantly, we have this new amazing feature called an embedded librarian. If you visit my webpage, you'll find it's on my YouTube page, find a little introduction where we have this great idea. We have a librarian, a professional research librarian. Let go. My brother saying, let go of the microphone. Okay. A professional research librarian who is online in the course right there with you. And she's providing lots of information. It's like having a professional sit right next to you in lectures and hand you little bits of information. Say, you should look at this article, check out this video, all kinds of things like that. So definitely make use of Ms. Fernandez. She is great and incredibly helpful. Definitely one of the best research librarians I've ever worked with. And I've had the pleasure of working with some really great ones. I'll just tell you one cool thing about her. She comes from Cuba, where she was a professional librarian there, and then she came to America, and she retrained. She received her MLS again here. When she was in Cuba, because they have very strict restrictions on who can access the internet, she was one of the few people in the university who was allowed to go out into the internet, and professors would have to come to her and ask her what kind of books are out there, and she couldn't just give them the computer. She had to say, well, what kind of books are you looking for? And she would have to find the materials and filter them to give to the instructors. So she really knows how to dig for information. But let's get to our topic specifically. We're going to look at a great scholar who died in the prime of his career, cut down horribly by the Nazis. He was a young man born at the beginning of the last century, trained specifically in the history of the Jews, specializing in the Jews of Warsaw, proficient in multiple languages, as many scholars from Eastern Europe was, and earned his PhD in 1927 for a dissertation on the Jews of Warsaw, which was later published. But really the thing that makes him stand out head and shoulders above his peers was his activity during the Nazi occupation of Warsaw. Specifically, he created a clandestine group of volunteer scholars, demographers, sociologists, anthropologists. When necessary, he trained them in the basic school tools of the scholarship, and he sent them out with the simple goal of documenting as accurately and as objectively as possible what exactly is happening in the ghetto. An incredible, powerful record of every aspect of life in the ghetto was recorded by this group, which was called Oneg Shabbos, because they met on Saturdays, and that was the time they all came together to discuss what they were doing. And although he saw immediately after the rebellion, the Warsaw Uprising in 1943, that their work would be halted by the Nazi onslaught, not to mention the deportations that happened earlier, he arranged for the burial of this massive archive. I'll give you a sense of its size shortly. In 3 separate caches underground in Warsaw. 2 of them were discovered after the war. Scholars went back because there were 3 survivors from the group, and they found these archives, and they unearthed 2 of them. There's one that's still missing. We're hoping that one day we will discover it, and it gives us a glimpse into the 9th circle of hell that we would not otherwise be able to understand without the tremendous scholarship of Emanuel Ringelblum. So my goal for tonight is to tell you a little bit about his life in particular, and then to kind of ease back the focus of the lecture to talk about the unfolding of the beginning of World War II, specifically on the creation of the ghettos, and then talk about what his archive tells us about ghetto life, and then we'll speak about his legacy. We will not discuss tonight the second of the Holocaust, specifically the evolution of the final solution, the Endlösung, that was saw the creation of Auschwitz, the death camps. I'm hoping that next week's lecture, when we talk about Evgenia Ginsburg, we'll use her life to talk a little bit about that aspect of the Holocaust. Okay, so why don't we get started here? Here he is as a younger man. He trained with 2 other remarkable historians whose work also were definitely in the top tier of Jewish scholarship of the early 20th century. Raphael Mahler, who did fantastic work on the evolution of the Haskalah and the Hasidic movement in 19th century Poland, and also Arthur Eisenbach, who did a lot of tremendous work also on the Jews of Poland. He was a non-observant Jew who affiliated with the leftist Zionists, the Horley Zion, the Workers of Zion Party, which is most famous perhaps for their influential development of the kibbutz movement in Israel. Their leader, Boyer Borochov, argued that Israel should be both a a Zionist homeland for Jews, a refuge for Jews from all over the world. At the same time, Rothschild argued that it would be inappropriate for Israel to be just another country. If they're going to start from the beginning, they should make it a socialist country. And so the Poale Zion, very influential at the beginning of the century in Israel, later developed into what we call today the Labor Party. Poale Zion is really the central core of it. The Poale Zion, like many of the Jewish parties at the time, had a lot of internal conflict, and at one point it split into a left branch versus a right branch. The left branch was more closely affiliated with the more radical communist elements in Jewish society, and Ringo Bloom leaned left as well. He definitely believed in a secular, socialist, messianic vision of Zion. He was also very common for the Poale Zion members at the time, an intense believer in Yiddish, the Mama Lashon, that was the vernacular of the Jews of the day. Although it was a declining language, even before the Holocaust, one of demographic impact of 6 million deaths, and the majority of them in Europe, virtually doomed Yiddish, although it is having an interesting renaissance. We will have an opportunity to discuss it another time. Many Jews were assimilating out of Yiddish at the time to other linguistic choices, such as the vernacular, the Polish or German or Russian, in very small instances Ukrainian, or they were being tempted by Hebrew, which was of course the language of the Zionists. And Yiddish was regarded as, they actually called it the jargon. It was not considered a real language except for very serious scholars in Lithuania associated with Yiddish, or Evo, which later Ringo would associate himself with. But as a Yiddishist, he believed that the language really encapsulated the core values of Jewish culture. That it was a way to express certain things that could not be said in the ancestral tongue of Hebrew, and certainly not in the non-Jewish languages like Polish and Russian and so on. So he was really a believer in writing in Yiddish. He wrote a lot of his scholarship in the Yiddish language, in promoting the formal study of Yiddish through Evo, which standardized the dialect, for example, and the spelling, things like that. Sort of his philosophical orientation. He did Warsaw University, and something which kind of pleased me in a way. At the same time, he also ended up teaching at a Jewish high school for girls. I know because when I got my PhD and I thought, here I am, I'm a big scholar, I've made it, things like that. Then I discovered what some people say is the most effective form of Jewish birth control, which is day school tuition. That's a joke, thank you. But I'll probably edit that out of the cafe version. But when I realized how much day school tuition was, then I ended up spending a lot of my time volunteering at local day schools to help offset the tuition of my kids. You feel that I'm in the same family. If Emmanuel Ringelblum could do it, well, he's got a PhD at the University of Warsaw. Okay, I can also teach day school. As I mentioned, he was very well published, a tremendous scholar, very prolific output. He also believed in promoting scholarship as well. He founded several journals, and he founded a circle of younger historians like Arthur Eisenbach, and he associated himself very heavily with this fascinating institution, which I myself am very pleased to have spent an honor to spend a lot of time studying with them at Evo, which was this premier institute of Yiddish language scholarship in Europe. After the war, it was moved to New York City, where I had a place on Fifth Avenue for a long time, right next to the Guggenheim. I had an office there one summer, which was one of the greatest research summers of my career. And now it's in the Center for Jewish History, a little bit further south of Manhattan. One of the most important institutions of Jewish research into Eastern Europe to this day. So now let's back up a little bit and understand what is happening in the larger world and how that affects the Jews specifically in the Holocaust. I'm sure that for many of you this is very basic history, and for some of you it may be very personal history as well. But for the interest of my undergraduate students who will be doing this for who knows how long on the web, we'll just give a little bit of more basic information. So it's important to distinguish between the Holocaust and the Second World War. These were two interrelated phenomena, but they were also quite highly distinct. As one of the greatest biographers of Hitler wrote, Eberhard Jäger, he wrote that Hitler really had two main elements in his Weltanschauung. In fact, that's the title of his book, Hitler's Weltanschauung, Hitler's worldview. There were two things that Hitler wanted to achieve. One was he wanted Lebensraum. He wanted living space. He believed very deeply in the mission of the Germans to colonize all of Europe, specifically Eastern Europe, and he would stop at nothing to be able to conquer the entire continent. We'll see that even more clearly in today's lecture when I show you some maps. At the same time, his other main goal, it was not epiphenomenal, it was central to his personality, was anti-Semitism. He really believed in the total destruction of the Jewish people. There's a lot that we could say if we had more time with regards, maybe we'll discuss a little bit next week, with regards how he came to the idea of ultimately murdering all the Jews of Europe. That was not an automatic and immediate thought even earlier in the war, but nevertheless he clearly wanted to get rid of the Jews. He wanted this Europe to be dominated by Germany and to be Judenreich, to be free of Jews. He formed an alliance ultimately with several other powers known as the revisionist states. They were so called because they wanted to revise the World War I peace treaties. World War II, as my teacher, Professor Magachi, used to say, World War II is really World War I Part 2. World War II was fought largely because the end of World War I was not sufficiently. Guys went in at the end of World War I, and they assessed blame very one-sidedly on the Germans and the Austrians, and they imposed some really harsh treaties, some tremendous changes to the map, huge demographic inversions, where, for example, you would have 2/3 of citizens of Austria-Hungary after 1918 are living outside of the boundaries of Austria-Hungary. 2/3 of the people living in Poland are not Polish. The capital of Lithuania was located in another country. There are all kinds of crazy things that they decided at the time, which pleased a lot of the newer nations, but the loser nations of World War I were deeply dissatisfied. And when you couple that with the economic crisis of the Great Depression, they wanted to fight again. They wanted to revise the peace treaties, hence they were called revisionists. Not, by the way, to be confused with people who call themselves revisionists today. Usually revisionist is a way of saying Holocaust denied. They call themselves revisionist historians. It's a different phenomenon. So anyways, Hitler joined with seveal disgruntled states, most notably Germany, and for other reasons Japan. And he formed an alliance that ultimately resulted in war, which broke out in 1939. But it didn't break out immediately. There were a couple of really important territorial changes that preceded it. First was, here's a map of Germany, and one of Hitler's first demands was Austria. Austria really deserved to be part of Germany, he said, because it's a common culture, they speak the same language, they share the same, broadly speaking, historical experience, and Austrians, seeing Hitler's tremendous rise to power and the way he restored pride to Germany, the 1936 Olympics was a huge success, and so on, so Austrians wanted it as well. And so in a move called the Anschluss, Austria joined with Germany. This is memorialized, of course, in a very famous movie that we love at home, The Sound of Music. I often, when I'm in a good mood, try to think of myself as Julie Andrews, and but I don't want to embarrass my daughters who are here listening to this lecture by talking about that. So, anyways, the Anschluss, Austria is joined to Germany in 1938, and then Germany made a lot of noise about the Sudetenland, which are these orange areas here that represent the edge of what became Czechoslovakia was heavily populated with Germans, ethnic Germans. And the people living in the Sudetenland, the Germans wanted to join Germany, and Germany wanted to take them back. It's also a significant mountain range, so controlling the heights was really important. And Hitler threw a massive tantrum, saying, I'm going to take this back, or else there is going to be war. And of course, what happened was the Allies, afraid of another war because they'd just gone through this devastating First World War, they followed a disastrously stupid policy of appeasement, in which they said, okay, that's fine. This is it. This is it. And then you promise, right? You're not going to make any more demands. So Hitler says, of course I promise. And the very famous sad moment when the British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, who actually on film, it's one of those things you don't want to have on film anymore, but maybe on YouTube, he lands the tarmac in England, he gets off the plane, there are journalists all around him, and he pulls up a piece of paper, which was completely worthless, saying, I have here in my hands a piece of paper signed by
opportunity for,
promises,
and then when you get to Alpharetta, it's a lovely town with a farmer's market, great coffee shops, little boutiques for clothing. If you want to wear loafers with your new khakis,
the way that the last step that Hitler put into place, and this is extremely important now for the Holocaust. Up until now, we're talking primarily about the war, but the Holocaust
it's a great club.
is the latest phenomenon, interrelated. This was a Molotov-Ribbentrop. Germany, since it's located in the center of Europe, has one
very sweet
huge
people, very good
strategic
people.
weakness, and that is that it cannot fight a two-front war.
It's also
It can't fight actively at the same time in the West and in the East. And that's not necessarily because of the prowess of its soldiers or its advanced weaponry or logistics. It can't get supplies easily from one place to another if the front lines are separated by entire countries. So in order to achieve his goal of conquering all of Europe, Hitler had to make sure that one of those front lines was not going to be a threat. So he concentrated on the other one. And that's exactly what he did with Stalin. His first wild enemy, because Hitler was so fiercely opposed to communism, he essentially calls up Joseph Stalin and says, listen, I want to make a deal. I will send my foreign minister, you pull out yours. It happened that the foreign minister at the time was a Jew named Zinoviev, so they had to replace him with a non-Jew named Molotov. And he said, let's just make a deal. Let's agree to not attack each other and not aggressive attack. And Stalin says, well, what's in it for me? And Hitler says, listen, what about Poland? You want a big chunk of the countries that were carved out of your territory after World War I. Why don't we split the territories that's divided? You get the eastern half, we'll get the western half, we'll be allies forever,
it's one of the mountain states in the western region of the United States.
And Stalin says, great. So in August of 1939, they signed this secret pact. Non-aggression between Germany and the Soviet Union, and that allowed Hitler on September 1, 1939, to invade Poland. And so the Soviet Union invades at the same time from the east, and Poland is taken off the map within a matter of 3 weeks. Poland is a country at this time very weak compared to Germany. They actually pulled out the cavalry. I mean, mounted horseback soldiers trying to defeat German tanks, German air warfare. There was simply no challenge whatsoever. And Poland was simply erased from the map. Despite a heroic resistance of an ongoing war, there was no way they could hold back.
Even my boys, like after about 45
the border was drawn, and I'll show you a map where they separated Poland into two. And at that point, once Hitler knew that his eastern border was secure, and of course France, being an ally of Poland, was upset about what was going on. So then Hitler turned west, and he invaded France, and within the space of a year or so, he was able to conquer Western Europe, with the exception only really of England. We had just about everything he wanted. France fell almost immediately. The Scandinavian countries go along with it.
If you're moving and learning that stuff,
Britain, however, managed to hold out for the entire war, despite an absolutely punishing barrage
After
of
30,
bombs known as the
45,
Blitz,
I'm good for
which had
45.
children sleeping
And then
in the underground. For
ATVs
those of you who are native to
and
Florida,
the zip
they actually have trains
And then
running
your boy here, dude,
underground
you're looking at
in
the latest
many other parts of the
Marina
world.
captain. I got my
That's a
voting
joke. Okay, I shouldn't joke.
6-hour written test.
And that
Ready for
basically
this?
takes us up to the position
6-hour
of
written
Poland.
test. Your Marine
I should say one more thing, and then I'll pause for a couple of
And then
questions.
4
So
hours
this
in
means
person.
that
And
by
the dude,
1940,
Coast Guard
that is
guy is over
really
your
9 months into the war, June
Off the
1940,
boat,
France falls.
turns 180
Hitler has
in
all of
place.
Western Europe
If someone
complete to
falls off,
himself,
coming
and
around,
Eastern
all
Europe is
sorts of
secured
shit.
by
I
a
need it. I don't know
peace
shit about
treaty,
that.
and he really could have
The 10
stopped at
hours
that
long,
point, and he would have had
you need
a
that.
tremendous amount
Welcome,
of time.
welcome,
His goal
audience.
was specifically to the East. He wanted to colonize the East with Germans. And so what he did was, on June 22nd, 1941,
Everyone told me
an act known as Operation Rabbi Rothschild, he crossed Hitler, and he attacked the Soviet Union, so he got across Stalin, and Stalin was completely taken off guard. He really thought that Hitler was his best friend, and he would never attack him
Now,
like
because
this.
of the floods, there's some draft in the water. So
Hitler ended up invading deep into Russia, nearly bringing it to
I
its
like
knees.
fishing.
This is especially important for the Holocaust because this is really the first time that we see mass murder put into place by the Nazis on an organized bureaucratic scale. Again, this is quite late in the war, June 22nd, 1941. Prior to this, we had what are called Einzelaktionen, single actions from time to time. Perhaps the largest of them was Kristallnacht, which less than 300 Jews were killed, but were still relatively small numbers. With Barbarossa, Hitler sent behind the Wehrmacht, behind the German army, 4 police battalions who were specifically tasked to round up Jews living in the little villages throughout Eastern Europe, take them out to ravines, such as shown here in this photograph, and then machine gun them to death. Estimates between 1.5 and even 2.5 million Jews exist, there are estimates of as many as 2.5 million Jews killed by the so-called untouchable list, or mobile killing squads, including my own family in Lithuania who were killed this way in Elul of 1941.
Now, there are certain parts of
Ultimately, however, the battle would turn against Hitler, as we know, but that was not until 1943. This map here shows you the extent of the Nazi advance in Barbarossa. You recall, Western Europe is all under Hitler's control. So Eastern Europe, this is the boundary that was drawn by Hitler and Stalin. Then when he double-crossed him, he went all the way out here to this shaded line here. He actually, you can't see it on this map here, but besieged Leningrad. He came within striking distance of Moscow, you can see up here, and it was only after a really telling battle here at Stalingrad that the Red Army finally managed to turn the war and eventually capture ground back to Berlin. So much to say about this here. I guess I'm going to talk for 2 more slides and I'll take questions. I apologize for keeping on hold. What happened to the Jews with this advance? So I mentioned the Operation Barbarossa, where the Einsatzgruppen would go through and round up all the Jews, communists, homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, other undesirables, and take them out and shoot them. There was a significant movement, however, of Jews to evacuate to the east. Many Jews, once the Germans attacked Eastern Europe, attacked the Soviet Union, many Jews managed to get on trains, on troop cars, and so on, and moved out to Central Asia, where they lived in places like Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and they stayed there really until the end of the war. Perhaps as many as 600,000 Jews avoided the Nazi onslaught by heading all the way out there.
So much to do out here.
So here's a map that kind of summarizes what it looked like, let's say, by the spring of 1942. The green areas here are all under control, and you can see it goes all the way here from the Atlantic Ocean straight through to Stalingrad, where they can turn around. Also control the chunk of North Africa. They controlled the Balkans. Italy was an ally. So really, all of Europe was Hitler's at this point. That's the high tide of his expansion throughout the region. Okay, let me pause now. I'm going to go back to Warsaw specifically in the ghettos. Let me pause and see if there's any questions about this basic history.
Now,
Yes.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, cool, man. It was super Texas weekend.
Super Texas weekend. What's going on in the world? I'd like to touch on some of the things that have happened since we've been, talking last, if you know what I mean.
Last time we were there was on Wednesday.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan.
I said Hulk Hogan had died in threes, right? So the guy from the Cosby Show, Hulk Hogan,
Malcolm Jamal Warner drowns.
Ozzy Osbourne.
Ozzy Osbourne dies because, he lived the Ozzy Osbourne life.
Ozzy Osbourne, you're kind of like, that makes sense. He's a little older, looking around life. Hulk Hogan surprised me.
Yeah,
And Jamal Warner, what sucks for him.
So I think that's very true in terms of Stalin's personal
So no one's really talking about him.
approach to industrialization. He was really big into massive public works, dams and Dnipropetrovsk, Stakhanov, and the mining areas and things like that. So Stalin loved to make all kinds of big things for the public. Most historians nowadays though believe that this is just part of Stalin's regular trend to big public works construction. It was not, however, in anticipation of an attack by Hitler. We have lots of records that his generals are saying, comrade Stalin, the Nazis are doing some kind of funny troop movements on the border. Do you think we should be worried about it? And he's saying, don't worry, they're just doing war games like that. And he's completely caught off guard. It's disastrous for the Nazis. Eventually, they were able to turn them back, and the industrial capacity, particularly in Siberia, of the Soviets were to turn them back. That's also, by the way that America won the war too, because we outproduced them. The sheer amount of munitions that were in this country and shipped overseas was, there was no way the rest could keep up with it.
Straight American wrestling. Yeah, not WWE. It was real wrestling. And he was going to be sort of like, I guess, the face of it. And that beard is interesting. That's a dye job, but it looks doesn't look terrible.
It looks like the NWA. Yeah, that's crazy. This is a day before he died.
No, it's not. This is May. It's actually from May. I can see an operation. I heard his trachea collapsed. I don't know. At the end of the day, what's interesting about this is that he's 71, and you can have a compromise in your arterial branch. You can have an aneurysm that you don't pick up. You can pick it up on a sonogram. On a sonogram. If you're good, your vitals can look totally normal, and then boom, it just breaks. There's something wrong with the machine. And look, man, he was how big he was at this prime. Do you ever look at that?
Let's move back to Warsaw then. Very useful observation. So what's going on in Warsaw at this point? One of the most significant organizations active in Poland time is the American Joint Distribution Committee, which is taking a lot of the wealth that's still present, even in the 1930s, in America, and aiding impoverished communities of Jews throughout Europe. The Ringo Bloom joined the so-called joint, it was called the joint, and he was working on a whole slew of projects of calculating the number of Jews living in particular places and how much matzah relief they would need during Pesach. A very big project was always providing lots of matzah for the holidays. And so he was well placed both in terms of his inclination, his training, his experience and contacts, that once war broke out in 1939 in Warsaw, he was naturally placed to be kind of a central figure for the distribution of that. This would turn out to be especially important for his organizational skills. Now let's understand what happened in Warsaw at the time. This is what Poland looked like immediately after the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and the invasion of the region. Poland is this entire colored region here. The pink area was simply taken by the USSR. they had these kind of false elections, and they annexed it, meaning this is now part of USSR permanently for their declaration. This region here, the Posen region, or Posen, had a high concentration of ethnic Germans, or so-called Volksdeutsche. So the Nazis simply annexed this and evacuated all Jews here to this green area, which is kind of a mystery for many historians. They use the term general government to describe this territory, which is sort of south-central Poland. They actually used a French term, general government, to refer to it, and it seemed to be some kind of a for government. It was not annexed to Germany. It was not a military district like the Reichskanzlei. And even the leaders of the general government, like Hans Frank and others, we weren't sure what they were supposed to do. But one thing was happening. Hitler kept dumping Jews into the general government, and then leaving essentially the German administration there to figure something out. Do something with it. Contrary to popular opinion, and contrary also many to the military organization, Hitler's leadership was very chaotic. He did not like having formal minutes. He didn't like having formal meetings. He would simply kind of like rule by charisma and sort of influencing people and saying, I like you. Go ahead and do this project. And he would just give tremendous reign. So we don't have a lot of real documentation insight as to how he worked out his ideas, specifically vis-a-vis the Jews, but the general pattern is clear. It seems that this was to be a huge holding ground for Jews from all over Europe, and ultimately when the death camps were constructed, as you can see in this map, for example, in Maidan, they were also in very close proximity to this Denmark, which would facilitate the murder of the Jews. So at the beginning of the war, you already have large concentrations of Jews living in the large cities. Most of these cities, Warsaw, for example, about 30% of the population was Jewish to begin with. And then you have Jews living in the outlying villages, where again, because of the agrarian nature of the society, the villages are also predominantly Jewish. Sometimes over 50% of the population in a village would be Jewish, but quite often they would have to be 20 or 50% population mark. So there's lots of Jews concentrated in urban and semi-urban areas. Jews, unfortunately, ironically, in the smaller centers, worried about what was happening in the war, began to gravitate to large cities, thinking that they would be safer in those cities. This was ultimately not the true correction. It was really in line with what Hitler was thinking of. It took several months, really until November of 1939, before the Nazis actually worked out a policy of federalization. They had not really, they didn't like go into Poland knowing exactly what they were going to be doing with the Jews. There were actually, we have records of the arguments among top Nazis that were reluctant to deal with the Jews. Some argued that ghettoization was a great idea because it would allow the concentration of Jews, they could be accessed for their wealth, for their manpower, and potential insurrection could be quelled much more easily. But there were others who said no. The degree of concentration required would result in a tremendous spread of typhus and other epidemics, which of course was also
welcome.
Nevertheless,
How are you? What up, Future? How you living, pimp?
I'm living good, bro.
How'd you find out about me, Future?
Joined you a while ago. You tried to put me on with that GTA 6 run.
Okay, very well. Yeah, absolutely. So, did you start doing that?
Yeah, I'm just working every day, trying to pay off my debt. I'm working 2 jobs, but I should be done by December. That's when I'm gonna start my streaming journey.
You know, it's 299 days until Grand Theft Auto comes out.
Yeah, like 10 months. You was also telling me about slinging dick. He was asking me if I was slinging dick and shit.
Word, dog. How's that been?
You think I should be slinging dick or
all day, every day? All day, every day, sideline to sideline.
Really?
Word, dog.
That's not gonna hinder me? It's not gonna fuck up my progress?
No, dog. If anything, will help motivate you. Word, my friend.
Oh, fucking bitches is a must.
Well, yeah, absolutely. It's good for your self-esteem.
I bet.
Absolutely.
I might have to fuck this bitch tomorrow.
Absolutely. What's your name?
Elijah.
It's a girl named Elijah?
No, her name is Shayla.
Shayla, is she DTF?
Hell yeah.
Well, then, yeah, knock her out of the park, dog.
She's fine as fuck too.
Is she a smoke show?
Is she a smoke show? Like, what you mean? Like, I'm smoking out?
No. Is she hot?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, she a smoke show.
All right, well, get her on your stream.
Oh, shit.
Yo, what's going on, pimp? Kicking ass, taking names. About to go to bed. What you doing in your neck of the woods?
When you gonna roll up on stream, bro?
Yo, you rolling up, sir?
Yo, pimp.
We're gonna get this last segment.
You trying to get faded, son?
Let's get faded. Fuck it.
Future. So 299 days until Grand Theft Auto. Do you have your equipment?
Not yet.
All
I
right.
have it all in December.
All right, that's cool.
Are you ready working these 2 jobs?
Very
Oh,
well.
yeah, brother. I'll get ready for that. It's gonna be like the new life. Like, you might as well just quit your job and become a full
Facts. Just quit your job.
Yeah, I'm gonna have one job and then I'm gonna make enough time for shit, bro.
Bro, what's a job?
Nah, just quit every job. You don't need any income.
And just be like Rabbi, just stay at home all day.
Yeah, just stream all day. Stream your life.
That's all right.
Seek positivity and peace.
No, Rabbi, are you affiliate?
No, I'm not.
Damn, bro, you got locked in.
So you just do this for the love of the game?
Yeah, absolutely. I always get banned because I create so many accounts. Nobody wants to make me an affiliate.
Hey, how do you stay like financially stable?
I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I have income from that.
Rabbi's doing that shit, bro. Hey, that's how you afford all those money.
That's crazy.
How many months?
You're trim for that. That's what Chad's saying.
He's trim for that. Yeah, you trim, bro. Well, you be playing games on stream?
Yeah, I do play
Waking
games.
up, trim.
Grand Theft Auto 5, Fortnite. Those are the big ones. CSGO.
Have you played Have Sex with Hitler before?
Dude, no, that's not cool. And I don't want to have those kind of conversations.
It's an actual game, yo.
It's an actual game.
That's fine. I don't want to do that.
Against us.
Bro, why are you discriminating?
bro.
Yeah, bro.
Why are you discriminating? I don't get it.
Yo, pimps, do what you want to do in here, but I'm gonna get some shut eye so you guys can watch me sleep. Enjoy.
Sorry.
The one in the major cities of ghettos were declared. Quite often they were, and you can see in this picture here, this is a street scene from the Warsaw ghetto, where most of our photographs will be from because they're talking about Ringgold. And they resulted in incredible overcrowding, unbelievable overcrowding. At one point, Ringgold
painkillers, killers, and then there's a lot of steroids and stuff like that.
there were
And then you bring up how many WWE guys died before 50. It's crazy.
It's hard to imagine how that could
So
possibly be.
WWE,
A square meter is about a square
a lot of
yard.
famous sure
So how
promotes.
can you squeeze
Some of them, like
14
some of it's
people into that
suicide, some of
space?
it's murder.
It meant obviously a lot of people were living in the streets. You would have stacked up bunk beds, all kinds of things where people were living on tremendous privation, particularly through 1941. Some of the headaches associated with the ghettos were, well, where exactly do you put them? The fact is that Jews, being very old residents of many of these places, tended to live in the downtown areas because they have communities that go back literally 800-900 years. They tend to live by the rivers, by the central stations, things like that. And that means that in Jewish neighborhoods, you tend to have a lot of important infrastructure. Hospitals, train stations, churches, cathedrals, all kinds of things like this. So how do you simply declare an area totally for Jews when you're going to have to rip out all of the other infrastructure that is necessary for non-Jews? This doesn't show up very well, I think, from the projection, but this is a map of the Warsaw Ghetto. If you just follow my finger, you see that it has all kinds of jogs backwards and forwards. Sometimes over here it actually has a huge dip in the center, and this represents the Nazis' attempt to create a map of the ghetto that would be acceptable to their administrative needs to contain the Jews, and at the same time appease the non-Jews who were very unhappy to be included in the ghetto or not. You had streets that would run through the ghetto, that were not part of the ghetto, streetcars that were sealed whenever they went through the ghetto, things like that. And ironically, most of the ghettos were not in walls. Most of the ghettos remained totally open. And what kept Jews in them was the fear of betrayal by the so-called Schmalzovniki, or the Parisi ones. These were Poles who would hang around outside the ghetto walls, and they were the ghetto area, and they would wait until Jews tried to escape by going underground. That was used. I mean, if you had what was called a good appearance, meaning you could pass as a non-Jew, you would just try to slip out of the clearly guarded walls. You shouldn't have in your mind a picture of like a prison. The ghettos were not prison camps. Some of them for sure had walls, but most of them had none. It was just like neighborhoods, which were highly concentrated. But if you are a Jew who tried to slip out on one of the streets into the broader area, and one of these Schmalzovniki would cost you, they would demand a bribe on the spot, and if you could not provide it, they would simply turn you over to a Nazi. They would hold you a citizen's arrest kind of thing, and the penalties were incredibly harsh. We're talking about summary execution right there on the street. It was a very, very brutal time, not at all comparable to the ghettos in Western Europe. So really, these Schmalzovniki were extremely effective in keeping the ghettos closed, even when they did not have walls.
I mean, they just get way fat.
Well, I'll give you another. Well, actually, we'll talk about that when we talk about smuggling. But the ghetto in Warsaw was in November of 1940. Another extremely important element of the ghetto. By the way, all of the research that I'm sharing with you now is based heavily on Ringo Bloom's work. The details about how the ghetto was built, about how it was sealed, who was in charge, how life went on despite the Nazis. That's all Ringo Bloom's work in the Oneg Shabbos archives. The ghetto administration is extremely important to understanding how the Holocaust unfolded, and one of the more painful elements, really, of the Holocaust history. Basically, what the Nazis would do, and one of the colossal and horrible truths of the Holocaust is that the Nazis would never have been able to achieve their nefarious goals if they did not have widespread Jewish compliance. They didn't have a significant number of Jews who just thought they could keep their head down and stay out of trouble. The Nazis did not have the manpower to dominate, let's say, a city of rebels. When we did finally have the rebellion in Warsaw, it took the Nazis 6 weeks with their entire military might to rout out, really a few handfuls of soldiers, of poorly equipped Jewish soldiers. So essential to the unfolding of the Holocaust is the fact that Jews figured, we'll just go along with this, and then it'll be all over. Just keep quiet until the war ends, eventually it'll be okay. And that was a disaster. Policy. So in the ghettos it worked like this. The Nazis would use the existing Jewish leadership and communal structure. They would go to the head of the Jewish community, because there was an organization, Kahila leadership, we spoke about it in previous classes, something like Federation today, but typically much stronger than Federation, because the Kahila leadership would know all the names, all the Jews and their addresses, more or less, things like that. So the Nazis would go into the Kahila leadership, they would say, we'd like to speak to whoever's in charge. the president, the Parnas, would step forward and they would say, okay, we want you to, for example, turn over the membership list of all the synagogues in town. We want the
Risk
address
factors like lifestyle choices, career-related injuries, pre-existing conditions.
and he
Also,
would
they're
be
just
shot
Great
on the
Danes.
spot. And then the Nazis would then say, okay,
I would
who's the
imagine
vice
too with
Parnas?
anti-inflammatories,
And the
all the
vice
drugs you're
president
taking,
would
all the
get up,
painkillers.
and this would be repeated sometimes 2, 3, 4 times in a year leadership, until eventually they settled on someone, some secretary or deputy treasurer, who would say, all right, I'll go along with it. In rare cases, you actually have these Jewish councils, they were called the Judenrat in singular, Judenrat in plural, that were actively trying to promote the resistance against the Nazis and the Yellowstone. But more often than not, the Judenrat were trying to keep the Jewish population alive while complying with the Nazis to the minimum extent possible. Warsaw is an excellent case. The person who ended up becoming the head of the Judenrat there was shown here. His name is Adam Cherniakou, and he left behind a diary which survived the war. And we know a lot about what he thought every single day. A very methodical diary keeper. Every day he would record the temperature, the weather outside, and then he would describe what he had that day, what the Nazis demanded, Jews coming to him for assistance, trying to figure out, should I comply with this demand, should I not? How do I get the Nazis to stop? And he read the entire ghetto period until when he realized that his efforts were all in vain and the Nazis were intending to murder all the Jews in Warsaw, he killed himself with a cyanide capsule. But we know a lot about his own thinking because we happen to have his diary. In other cases, we have Judenrat leaders who are virtually war criminals. There's a lot of controversy over one Chaim Rimkowski of Wood, who took a different strategy. We'll talk about them in a second. But basically, he lorded over the population of Wood like he was a messiah figure. He had his face printed on ghetto money. He had himself literally carried about in a bier, and like people physically carried about him. And he treated his position as some kind of king. They called him King Chaim because of the way he held himself. In Israel, immediately after the war, there's a lot of discussion if any of these Judenrat leaders or officials were to survive, should they be tried as war criminals along with the Nazis. Very difficult emotional period. Also important to note, the Judenrat was charged of recruiting, equipping, and training and maintaining the Jewish police. These were Jews who, like the taskmasters in Egypt, would implement Nazi demands to round up other Jews, take them to the Yumshak flats, steal their valuables, enforce the rules against smuggling, and so on. Very, very difficult. Apple is a comprehensive knowledge usually associated with the camps rather than with the ghettos. But they're in the same kind of category. Two main ghetto philosophies are evident from the historical record. It appears, again, the Nazis did not really spell out what they wanted to happen in the ghettos. So some ghettos, like Warsaw, the Nazi leadership seemed to feel, local leadership, that the purpose of the ghetto was to simply hold the Jews and let them die as efficiently as possible, economically as possible. So there were, for example, actual rations allotted to Jews, but the amount of rations were 150 calories per day, which is an incredibly small amount. An adult male needs something like 2,000 to 3,000 calories a day. To live on 150 calories is impossible. And in fact, that would be played out in the ghettos. These are called the so-called, by historians later, the attritionist ghettos, because it seemed that the model was to have the Jews simply die of attrition. Other ghettos, like the one in Warsaw I mentioned earlier, it seemed that the leadership felt, well, we have the Jews all locked up here, let's do something useful with them. These were so-called protectionist ghettos, where the secret to survival, it was believed, it turns out ultimately so, was a cherished work permit. That as long as you had an official permit to work in one of the factories, for example, in which they produced textiles, so they're working on all kinds of like clothing for the German army. As long as you were productive, and you would live.
You
However,
her into your
as you get
house
to
without
the
knowing her. Okay,
deportations,
that's
even adopted
the
members
truth.
of which
Okay,
were
you
to
just
die.
roll the dice and be like, I got a room for you.
In Warsaw, they were specifically looking at that region. The overall experience was one of starvation, of constant hunger,
Everybody, because you're a
incredible
gay man
malnutrition,
and they're stocking
again
up $1 billion.
related to the
Not because
tremendously
she's
low
mid,
rations provided
homosexual.
by the Nazis,
And it's all
and no
good.
normal
I condone your life
influx of
choices.
food into
But
the
you're
ghetto
gay,
other than
or
what
you're
the
just,
Nazis
or you're so
provided, or through
ideologically
smuggling, which we'll talk about in a
disfigured
minute.
that you
Malnutrition
actually
meant
think
that many
being
Jews
proportioned
succumbed to
and
typhus,
thin and disciplined
disease
about your
borne
eating
by
habits
fleas, which spread through the
is
ghetto at an alarming rate.
Nazi
And there's so
propaganda.
many
Well, not even
photographs
any
we
of that.
have.
I bet she's like
And
shit.
I've chosen
She's
a lot
genetically
from
gifted.
a place
We
called
don't all
the
start in the same story.
Yochanan
There's a reason why she is a
the Ghetto Fighters
giant
House,
milk
where they
jug.
have one of the
And your
largest
girl
archives
does
of
it.
these photographs, also
There's a
available
whole
through the Yad
situation
Vashem.
going on there. Let's put it this way.
And people
Let's
would
put it
simply
this way.
get
The reason
tired,
that Sydney
lie down in
Sweeney
the
is
street,
in
and
all
die
those
there.
movies and that
And there
TV
were
show
so
Euphoria
many
is
bodies
because
that, according
it's
to
her
Raymond
acting's
Bloom's feedback, they were collecting.
Her acting, she just happens to be
Sanitation workers were collecting 150 bodies every single morning.
Come to an acting class now, you'll meet some very talented gals and guys. They don't look like that.
Studies that you have in Raymond Bloom's work is a study of the activity of the
large
federal
reason
militia,
we're talking about Sydney
the
Sweeney
Burial
is because
Society, which
she's
at the beginning of the war was struggling to keep up with people who were killed in the initial bombing, and then they slowly become overwhelmed, and they simply stop.
But he's a man, so he's a
ways,
he's all right. Look at
digging
he's
large
so
trenches,
talented.
not filling them up
He's
every
actually
night
handsome
because
shit. He's all right.
it's pointless. There's just going to
But
be more
if
in the morning.
he's not like fucking
A lot of
Brad Pitt.
terrible
Like,
things
that's a soft
associated
actor.
specifically with
Yeah,
starvation.
it's my type. Strong
The
job.
other
That's my
end of the
type.
starvation
Yeah, sure.
was
The point
smuggling. In
is,
fact,
if
Raymond
it's a
Bloom had a
female,
very
and you're as
powerful
talented as Dan
passage
Day-Lewis,
in
correct.
one of his books, which he wrote in the ghetto. He says that if he ever had the opportunity to create a
I'm sorry,
memorial
am I a Walmart?
for the
There are a
ghetto,
couple of women out
it
there
would be a statue of a little
American
child,
cash to
because
get a
much of the
warlock
ghetto
on the
was
television.
sustained
There are a
by
couple
the
of
work of
Americans, there are a
children
couple of
smugglers
actresses like
who were
Maggie
able to
Smith
fit through cracks and crannies and quickly
Judy
engage,
Dench and
Meryl
Streep,
Streep
who are
jump
so good.
around them and so on to bring back
unless you're
rations
playing
from
an old
outside the
woman,
ghetto.
to your point,
Here's a
if
picture
I'm
of the
watching a
Jewish
horror
police
film and there's
arresting
a
a
warlock on
child
there,
who was then
I
later to
turn
be
it on.
hung.
Look,
The child can't be older than
what you're
6 or
saying
7
is
years
Sydney
old.
Sweeney is,
And guess what? The rest of
How
America is
did the
just
smuggler
like
work?
me.
The ghetto had
she's
an
a
incredibly
powerful creature.
ingenious
She's a powerful looking
industry
creature.
of
She's
recycling.
rare. It's
Typically,
rare
people
when
would
you see
sell their
somebody that
valuables
beautiful.
first,
It's rare
their
that
jewels,
elicits a
their
reaction.
cash,
In
their
men,
furs,
and
whatever
by
they
the
could
way,
get rid
in
of,
women
they
as
would
well.
sell it
In women
first.
as well.
And
But
it would
please,
be
roll the
taken
tape
out
so I
to
can
the
hear
outside
this
world
genius
because
tell me
the
what's
ghetto
wrong
walls were
with Sydney
extremely
Sweeney.
permeable.
I will be the
To
friend
give you an
that's too
example,
woke because the
quite
Sydney
often
Sweeney
the
American Eagle ads
architecture
were
in Warsaw
weird,
has
like
these
fascist
duplexes
weird,
where you have like a large sort of apartment building
My body's
with
composition
apartments that
determined by my
face one
genes.
street and on the other side it's facing the other two separate homes. And so one street, one set of houses might be on the Jewish side of the ghetto and the other side would be on the non-Jewish. So a simple matter, since we share the central wall, they can simply break through the wall inside the building. So you're Jewish side, put a big closet,
Just
in Europe it's much more common not to have built-in closets like in Europe, in America, but they have like boxes that they move. By night, that would simply be an open conduit for smugglers. Children would take whatever valuables they had. Sometimes they would take, the Jews would actually have little factories going on where they're making especially things like brushes and brooms and recycling, and they would take it outside of the ghetto, trade it for grain, for food stuff, whatever they can, and then bring it into the ghetto, unless they were caught, as shown here, by the Jewish police.
And then I'd say Super Duty.
Ringo Bloom records an incredible diversity of Jewish life in the ghetto.
Super Duty.
In some places,
No, and it's a V8. We're selling
understanding what the Jews did in
when the road
these
gets
incredible
bumpy.
circumstances. Ringo Bloom included in his archives examples of about a dozen different newspapers written in Hebrew, Yiddish, and Polish published in the ghetto. There was apparently a functioning Jewish medical school in the ghetto. There was a theater. There was a circulating library. There's an incredible amount of activity where Jews were actually attempting some kind of normalcy despite the overwhelming tremendous of the Holocaust as a whole. Marriages went on. Here's a photograph of a wedding that happened in the Warsaw Ghetto during this horrible time.
That makes
And
sense. It's got
perhaps the
time
most
release
powerful
caffeine, the same
story
technology
is the attempt to maintain religious life in the ghetto. We actually know a fair
I
bit
don't know
about
of
that
any other
from
shop
one
that has
scholar
that,
in particular. His name is
Not
Shimon
one.
Huberban.
I think they're
He
first
was
from what I
one
know.
of the observant
So,
members of the
it
Only
is
Shabbos
unbelievable.
Collective.
Try
And
it.
he
If you're a
was
modern
tasked
high
specifically by
performer,
Ringelblum to
Magic
record
Mind
all
Max,
aspects
MA,
of Jewish religious life in the ghetto at
is
the time.
the drink
And so
for
we
you.
have a
It's a
huge amount of
focused,
documents
calm
from
energy,
Huberban
and it's
describing,
awesome. And I
going
live
to
for it. Go to magicmind.com and get a subscription, and they will send this to you. And don't sleep on the sleeve shot. The sleeve shot has been the scientific formula, and I will guarantee you get better sleep. There's no question about it.
Purim celebrations,
They really,
the
like,
maintenance
I
of
know the
mikvaot.
creators
All
of
these
it,
things, by the
and they
way, took
really
place in
take
complete
time to make
defiance
sure
of
that
Nazi
this stuff
bans. The
works.
Nazis
And you know
banned
I know
the
that because
assembly
they
of Jews
get
in the ghetto,
themselves.
and people were going to shul
and I
to
take
gather together.
every
Kind
day.
of questions
Love
they
it.
asked.
Magic
We
Mind
have records of them
Max.
because of Huberman
MagicMind.com. Get a
and
subscription.
Ringelblum's work.
Super duty.
We also know quite a bit
When
about
the
the
road gets
resistance,
bumpy, we
and
got
maybe I should take just a
shop.
moment to
For
talk
the
about it, although it's
hardcore.
really,
All the
really large.
soft
But
inside. Your road
resistance
is
was
hard,
a
and you got
complex
soft
and
inside.
complicated
I like
topic
this one.
in
Might
the
be two
ghetto
on
when
the
it comes
nose.
to much of
If you don't
the,
think
the
Sydney
Holocaust.
Sweetie's hot,
It
this
seems like
truck's
there
out
was,
before you
to
get the
make it very
fuck out of my
simplistic,
country.
there's a
You like
huge
that one? That's
generational gap
Super
with
aggressive.
regards
But
to
if
the
you
question
don't,
of
I want to
resistance
know
against
if you don't
Nazis.
think Sydney
The older
Sweetie's hot as
generation,
shit, get the fuck
particularly
out of my
rabbinic
country.
leadership,
If you don't
the
think Sydney
established
Sweetie's tits are from the heavens,
established
then
Tehillah
these drugs
leadership,
aren't for you.
believed in the strategy
Fuck
that
out
has
of my
worked for
country.
2,000
whether you're
years,
gay,
which
whether
is
you're a
basically
woman or a straight
see or
man,
flee.
Sydney
And
Sweetie
you
better be
pay
for
your
you.
bribes,
Get the
and
fuck
the
out of
Nazis
here.
leave us alone, or
That
we
might be
run
good.
away.
Or
We find another
drugs.
place to live.
Yeah, that's good.
In the case of
That's
the
good. I
Holocaust,
like it.
neither
Look,
of these strategies were
You
effective.
can just have
Hitler
her
was not
running
at all
down the
interested in
beach in a
bribes,
bikini.
and of
Just
course
go
the Jews had
forward.
less and less
Don't even show
places
the
to run.
truck. And I'm
But nevertheless,
I'm buying a truck.
the
I
established
get to the
leadership
truck
felt
dealership
that
and I go,
the best thing we could do
my wife's
is
like, why
to
do you want a
just
truck? And I go,
try and
I
stay out
don't
of
know.
trouble. We have to also compound this
She's
with
like,
the
why do
fact
you
that
want a boner? Why do you love
Nazis
big trucks?
were
I
very
don't know,
big
but I want
into
one.
But it's just
collective
crazy to me.
punishment.
More
It was one of the
companies, like,
strategies
literally,
to
they're
quell
stopping.
the incipient
How is not
rebellion
every
among
company
the
going,
Jews.
hey,
For
I said
example,
to
early in
hear,
the war, I
hey,
think it
listen,
was
hey,
already in
fat
November
walk with the
1940,
beers,
there was
that's
an
just shut the
incident
fuck up for
where
a second because we're
someone
details.
fired shots
Hey,
at a
Gary,
Nazi soldier in a
who's
particular
behind
street,
shit?
and then
Brennan,
the
let me hear what
culprit
she has to
ran
say.
into one of these
We've listened to her
courtyards
for
that
the
had
past 6
multiple
years,
apartments
and our
surrounding
sales
it.
are in the fucking
The
dumps.
Nazis surrounded
So,
this, but he was
then
long
they,
gone.
we
But they
can't do
went
that.
into this building
Because we're not
and they
making a
arrested him.
fucking
There were
profit.
60 men who
Sir,
were
and
living
also, can we
there,
just hear her out?
and
Also,
took him
man,
away.
hey, dude, just
And
get the
they
fuck
said
out
that
of
they
our country.
wanted to find out who
She's
the
an American.
culprit was.
Ma'am, please return on.
Everyone in the
Please
building
roll
said,
tape. Please roll
we
tape.
have
Let
no
me hear what she
idea,
has.
the courtyard is open, anyone can run in, probably ran out the back way, we had nothing to do with it, and in fact, they were just at home at the time, and the Nazis demanded a bribe to release them, something like 500,000 zloty. It was on a Friday, and on Shabbat, the community, of course, overrode Shabbat in order to collect the money, but by the time they delivered it Saturday night, the Nazis had decided to murder all of the men. And by the way, there were young boys in that group as well, as young as 12.
She's
So they
having a hard
murdered them
time.
all.
We're just talking about people dying
despite
before
the,
they're 50. She's trouble breathing out of her nose.
So this, struck tremendous fear into the population, and the older generation was saying, we cannot stick our heads up. We can't revolt because the Nazis will come down hard on all of us.
She's
This
just,
ultimately
this is a
proved to
person.
not
Oh
be a
my God, can you
successful
believe
strategy
people
either.
actually into this
And
Sydney
this
with
was
their
left to the
giant
young
tits?
and
A lot of times
rebellious
she's so
disagreed with the
privileged,
establishment.
white with blue
And
eyes.
ironically,
When you
because
see a lot of
the
times all the
resistance
same
that we know, the
starting line,
famous
you
Warsaw
were at the
Ghetto
back of the
Uprising,
line. Whenever
was happening very, very late in the war.
this woman could
After the
look better,
ghetto
she's
was
just not
demolished
taking
by
care
the
of herself.
Nazis.
She's
It
like,
was
she's
just the
probably unhappy.
remaining
Looks like
few Jews living
whatever's
there
going
who
on,
said, you know what,
she's
if we had done
not
this a
friendly.
year ago,
She's
maybe we would have had a chance. Now it's purely symbolic.
complaining is not a good person.
But
She's not a
nevertheless,
nice person.
they did make a huge impact
I feel
on
like you think you're a
world
teacher on Friday
Oh, the
Fridays,
last
get her
one,
fucking
thank you.
rap friends and just
And
talk
again,
shop with her.
Greenwood
She's probably a
doesn't
good time.
provide us
I think
with
she needs a
kind of
hug
like a
and some
fairy
love in her
tale
life,
version
and she
of
needs somebody
this
to go,
heroic
hey,
Jew
man,
who are
I know.
trying to make the best of life.
And
There was also a very active functioning Jewish mafia
Well,
in
that's
ghetto.
what I'm saying. She needs love in her life.
There's a
And when
very
you don't have
widely
love in your
traded
life, and
prostitution.
you've been indoctrinated into the wrong
Alcohol,
ideas that are not working out for you, all you can do is put up a wall and fight people who
huge amount of money
But to
through
defend
these
her a
aircraft
bit, the
deals.
reason
And
she's
so there
so
was also a
anti-Sydney
dark,
Sweeney is because
you know,
she can't do
underbelly
that club.
to
Right.
the,
So it's like, all right,
to the
let's
ghetto
get
at the
together
same
a club
time.
of the
Obviously,
uglies and let's
high-hated
like try to get rid of
individuals,
those
but
people.
nevertheless
And
they
they were
profited off
successful for a number
the
of
misery
years.
of fellow
They're
Jews,
like
even in the
good-looking
ghetto.
men, alpha
And these are the
men,
details
and
that we
hot
get
chicks.
from Reno
They're
Group's
the enemy, right?
highly
And then a
nuanced
small group went,
studies of
yeah, I
the
guess,
ghetto.
because I guess we're ugly too.
To
And then all
turn
of a sudden, then finally
back
nobody's
to
making
wider
any
focus
money.
again,
And then America goes,
the
hold
ghettos
on.
essentially existed
We gotta
from
go back.
1939,
But it's worse than
fall of
that.
1939,
Because
until the
her
spring and
philosophy that
summer
she's
of
been indoctrinated
1942.
in through
And
colleges, high
that's
school,
primarily
all this,
because
is
Hitler
a
decided
lie.
to
And it's a
work
lie
on a
because it doesn't
different
work for her.
strategy for
Because
eliminating the Jewish
all it does
population
is create
that
unhappiness.
we
It
have
creates,
clearly
yes, it creates
articulated in
unhappiness.
January
It creates
1942 at a
all
famous
kinds of
event called the
neurosis. It
Monday
creates anxiety. It creates depression.
Up until this
When
point,
you have
if
that
you
as a
recall,
result, a woman
the
who's
Jews were being
who can't
murdered
breathe
by
out of her
mobile
nose,
killing
and
squads
who
in
is,
the east, the
you know, all she
Einsatzgruppen,
can do is go,
and
this is
slowly
not
in the
okay.
nutritionist
Because
environment
it's
of
Nazi
ghettos like
propaganda. She's so
Warsaw,
twisted, she
but this
can't
was
see that it's just an
insufficiently
act.
rapid
Just
for
that
Hitler.
works.
She
And
needs
so
a chocolate
he
shake and a
directed
hug.
his henchmen
And
to
I think she'd be
devise
and
more
say,
efficient
and-
means
and-
of
and
killing the Jews of Europe.
It is what it is.
An experimental
I didn't say that
camp
out
called
loud, but you
Treblinka
did.
was
I'm
set
told.
up in the fall of
Bottom line is, as an older
1941
man,
to see
sometimes I feel
if
compassion for a
gas
younger, lost
poisonings would be
youth
more
of America,
effective.
the American
And in a
lost.
report
She's
that
part
was
of the
presented to
American
Hitler
lost.
at the end of
Her
that year,
philosophy,
it seemed
what
that
they
that
talk
was
about is
going
a
to be
lie.
the
It
option
hasn't
he chose.
worked. Their notion
Several
of feminism,
high-level
which
Nazis
is
got
we have to be
together
against
at a resort
men
north of
and
Berlin
against
called
this culture and
Wannsee
against
in
America.
January of
And
1942 to sit down and say, all
did you
right,
see that poll that they did
what are
where
we going to do to
Democrats,
solve
30,
the
nope,
Jewish
32% of
problem,
Democrats
so to
are
speak?
proud
And
to be
this is the
Americans,
first
where
clear
92%
documentation we
of
have
Republicans
of
are proud.
Hitler plans to murder all the Jews of Europe. This is a
Well,
page from the minutes of that, which includes
I need to
Hitler's
hear
plans
the rest
to
of
round
the
up to
let's
200
move on.
Jews in
Now that you don't
Albania.
have more of her
There's
bullshit,
probably
it's
more
just,
than
the whole
200
thing's a
Jews on this
disaster.
block right
Imagine
now.
somebody's daughter gets a
Hitler's
fucking
focus was so
You see
minute
that
that he
there's
was
a really
finding
funny
those Jews.
message where the
It
guy
also
goes
included
up.
the
So I majored in
330,000 Jews
comparative
living in
literature
England that
and
Hitler had
in
not
a
yet
minor
conquered.
in
But he, in
environmental
total, planned
sustainable
at least to murder,
technologies
it's actually
and
cut off
developing
it's 11
world
million
and how
Jews of Europe in
and the guy
totality.
just cuts him off
And
and
the
goes,
way that they
yeah,
would
I'll
do
get a
it
latte
was through
with a
deporting the
twist.
Jews
Back that
from
shit
the
for a bacon
ghettos
and everything.
to 6 specially constructed
That's what
camps,
happened.
German
Study
Nazi
there.
camps,
Someone sent me this
or
fucking video of this
destruction
guy
camps,
driving a Tesla
sometimes
eating
translated
a banana with a
as
spoon.
the term death
Oh
camps.
my
These
god.
include, of course, the notorious Auschwitz,
It's the most
Treblinka, already mentioned,
gay thing you've
Iconic
ever seen.
Belzec,
With a spoon and driving a Tesla. And they're like,
Horrible.
"I'm gonna post this." And I was like,
and
it's
many of the
so
other
gay I
camps, which
can't.
were
It's
originally not
the
designed
best
this way,
video I've seen in a
were later
while.
retrofitted, like
Giant Tesla
Dachau,
eating banana
Bergen-Belsen,
with a spoon.
to have similar
That's
functions.
genius.
But this
It's just
represents the
like
end of the ghettos,
If you
because
did
what
that, if
happens
my
at this
friend did that
time
in front of me, was eating a
is
banana with a
Hitler
spoon, I would-
orders the
I'd be like, it'd be like the
massive
equivalent of eating
removal
on
of Jews
this
from
area.
the ghettos by train to the death camps. It begins in
Oh, yeah,
January,
yeah.
it begins in the spring of
And this guy
1942,
complained about the
and
border shit.
extends throughout the summer. The beginning of the decree of the expulsion of Jews from Warsaw occurred on Tisha B'Av in the late summer of 1942. And that represents the eventual destruction of the entire camp. So Oneg Shabbos is active through this entire period. Oneg Shabbos also has reports on the uprising that occurred. It doesn't. Some of the survivors lived a little bit longer, but the archive was closed in February of 1943, several months
I
before the
actually like
uprising.
what he's doing.
And as I mentioned,
Because he might
it
be
was
eating
buried
a banana.
underground. There was
Getting your attention
these
to show you how.
milk containers. These are like industrial-sized milk containers. They'll use them to fill up
That's
smaller
fucking
jugs of nitrogen
hilarious.
at people's homes. And then
If you said
several
this bag is
metal
This is so
boxes
funny.
that were on
This is
there
hilarious.
that cover perhaps, well, I don't know, maybe 10 or 12 of these tables with a tremendous amount of materials. Lots of not only analyses, like monographs, things like that, but also diaries,
Russia, I'm trying to look
artwork,
at my
and
holy
children's Pilgrim's drawings, the newspapers, incredible amounts of data, raw data that tells about the actual functioning of this highly abnormal society. And many of them are available online for your perusal. As
The nose thing would make me laugh so hard.
Yeah,
Ringo was friends. He was taken for forced labor to a camp called Travniki. Not one of the death camps, but a labor camp near Warsaw. He managed to escape after 4 months in August of 1943. This is already after
and once again, Donald Trump proves that he the only thing that he'd be able to stand up confident in anyone ever if he
so he
decided.
took his son,
So it says,
his wife,
and then Trump posts iconic OJ photo with him and JD Vance chasing down Obama.
That's what distracted from that scene.
That's what he's doing.
Constructed secretly.
Also, that's some pretty great pictures.
What's your take on why do you think
under these incredibly difficult circumstances, he
because
also
this
managed
relates
to
to the
finish
Epstein
his
thing.
last monograph on Polish-Jewish relations during the war.
Obama, the idea was that Obama,
He was, however, betrayed. We're not sure exactly who betrayed him to the Nazis, and the bunker was discovered. He and his wife and his young son
the Russia
were killed.
collusion thing was
After
bullshit.
the war, 3 members of Donald Chavez
The
collective
allegation is
survived.
that Obama said, boy, it'd be really nice to find some evidence. Maybe we can
and they were
keep
able to
looking.
identify 2
And
of the
one of the
caches.
things, the Steele dossier, which was all bullshit, all that stuff.
Huge
And it
treasure
wasted so
trove
much time. Adam Schiff, who is the senator in California, he knew that it was all a hoax. There was nothing there. And we wasted at least 2 years. You know, I know. And so the idea, though, was did Obama and Susan Rice, who I believe was his chief of staff or the head of national security at the time, they authorized bugging
refusal to
Trump's
die at the hands of the
headquarters
cruel
because they
Nazi
wanted to
oppressors.
hear if Russians and Trump were having, conversations.
What actually happened in the ghetto
The
for
idea would
future
be
generations,
that
and ultimately
the
he was
case will rest
successful
on
in
this.
that very
If you
important
knew
endeavor.
that
As a
you have to
result of
prove
his
that
work,
they
we
knew
know
that there
more
was no
about what
there,
happened
that there was no truth.
There's nothing there.
If they
Thank
can
you
believe
much for
that,
your
we were just
attention
checking
and your
because we
indulgence,
thought,
and I look forward to talking
because
to
we
you.
believed it. Now you got a case. Now he doesn't have a case.
Nothing to come from it.
But you can, nothing will come from it.
All this is a distraction from anything that stuff's going to blow over.
What do you
to
so
the
I wanted to
last
ask you about the Epstein
before the
thing.
Passover
Why
break.
do you think the MAGA
We'll
base will
take
not
a
let
few
this
weeks
go?
off
And
until I
why
think
do you
April
think
10th
the
is our next
Epstein
meeting.
case is so huge?
We're going to be picking up with
What do you think that, what's your theory on it? I'll tell you what my
we're going to
theory
be
is.
just touching on the Holocaust a little bit today,
left
but
and right
we're
politicians, like heavy movers, are involved in it, and this is the one thing they agree
but
on.
in today's
So
context,
remember, where Trump fucked up is they
joke goes
ran
like
on,
this.
we're going to release
There's
these
this,
files. And then they give it, it's like,
there's this
oh
lobster
shit,
in New York
if we
City,
release this, it's going to
and
fuck everything up.
one of
Well,
his
just like, we're telling you, dude.
employees
You know, so now
steals
I was like, that's not a big deal. It's like,
and
well,
flees to
Pam Bondi,
Colombia.
all you guys told
And
us,
the
Tulsi
mob
Gabbard,
sends a
you
few
guys said you
enforcers
have all
to
these
Colombia to
evidence, all
try and
these
catch
lists,
up with
and all of a
this
sudden
person
it's
who stole the
nothing.
money.
So I
And they
think
also
America
have
is finally like,
this
well, hold on, in the video of Epstein, there's a minute deleted.
bookkeeper, and he speaks
They
Spanish,
think
so they
we're
send a
that
Jewish
dumb. Don't get me
bookkeeper
wrong.
down with them.
All of
This
us
is
are dumb.
another one of
We're
those
not
mildly
that dumb.
anti-Semitic
We can
jokes
just
that
go,
we probably
yeah,
shouldn't say,
minute's missing.
maybe
No,
the context
man.
is acceptable.
No,
I don't know, maybe I'll edit it out.
And
I
people
never
just
edited
privy
it
to
anyway.
it. I think Americans came away like JFK, the assassination. Remember back then,
They find
remember,
the guy who
because we
stole
were
the money.
you were alive then, but I
And
wasn't.
they take him to a
Remember,
wooded area,
you were in
and
67.
the mobsters
Well,
from New
remember
York say
that even back
to
then,
the,
there's a lot
to
of
the
questions.
Spanish-speaking guy,
People really didn't let
tell
that go for
him
how long?
that
So
they need to know where the money is.
So this is just one of those things,
so he
and now
translates,
there's more
and the guy
people on social media,
says,
people have more voice. They're like, no,
I'm not telling
we're not
you
going
where
to
it
forget about
is.
this.
So
We're not letting this go. And I think Trump's making a huge mistake
the
on,
mobsters shoot him
it's
in
not
one
a
of his
big deal.
camps.
No.
So the
You told
mobsters
us.
say,
That's right.
And they're not
tell
going
him
to let this one
now.
go.
He should
Here's
tell
what I
us
think
where he hid
also.
the money.
It's
And he translates, and
Americans
the
are
guy says,
so
I'm not going
tired
to tell you
of
where I
these
hid the money.
out-of-touch
And
elites
the
getting away with
Jewish
everything,
bookkeeper
including
translates, and so they shoot him in the other camp.
And
Then they
when
take
you
their gun
look
and they
at
point it at the guy's head,
what
and they tell the
who
Jewish
his
guy,
connections were,
tell him
and if you don't
that
think that
he
he
should reveal where he
was
hid the
an
money,
asset, at
or we're going
least
to
an
kill
asset
him right
to
now
Israeli
during the war.
intelligence.
And
Hood Barak,
the Jewish guy
when he
says
got
that to him,
convicted
and
of
the thief says, okay,
there were
I'll
40
tell you where it is.
witnesses.
It's under the
40
spare
witnesses,
tire in
many
the back of my
underage, that
car.
collaborated.
And
The West
so
Palm
the
Beach
mobster
DA was like,
slap on the wrist.
this is in the
he says he's not
bag.
afraid
I mean,
to
this guy,
die.
we're going to put him away for the rest of his life, right? You got to slap on the wrist.
Probably.
Do you know that he
I don't know
got
if I should say
to
those
serve
jokes.
his time
I mean,
in
but anyways, it's too late. We're not
jail,
a break
the
now.
county jail.
Tonight
He had his own wing,
another
and he had 12
problem.
hours work
We should
release, and
always
then
have
one
this
day a week he had to
problem,
spend the
but
day. And
I
they would
know
let
a
him
lot
go,
about the
correct?
topic that was
Business
discussing
come back
because
in.
He took
my
all his money
dissertation
after
was
getting
really
convicted,
on
put
the first 2 years of this period, and I spent a lot of time studying in the Soviet Union, working in architecture. So I know a lot more than I can possibly cram into 60 minutes. Normally, I know about 15 minutes worth, and I just sort of slowly and added filler and take questions until it makes up to 60 minutes. But tonight I can actually probably speak for 3 or 4 hours without stopping, and I've got to condense it into 60 minutes. So it's going to be one of those classes where I'm going to give you probably a lot of background on the social movements and the major political events of the period 1917 through 1948. With a little bit of material specifically on Shlomo Mikhail and his life. I hope it'll be entertaining and useful lecture for you. We're going to start right away. So, his years 1890 to 1948, he's most famous as the director of the Moscow Jewish Art Theater, an extremely important venue for Jewish cultural expression in the Soviet period. Specifically, he happened to have the rare combination of good talent and good fortune in that his drama was so well suited to the moment of that particular period. During the years 1918 to 1930, there was a remarkable renaissance of Jewish culture in the Soviet Union, so much so that many American Jews actually immigrated to Russia during that first decade of this very they never told them that. So in 2019, those lawyers were so mad, they never let Jewish culture. And they were like, hey, here's, you guys are in violation. That immunity deal doesn't count. So we're coming after you, and that's why they put him in jail. It's too powerful. Period was, and the policy was known as colonizatia, which we will explore in greater detail. But for now, it basically means, it's hard to translate, indigenization. The word koren in Russian means roots. So rootification, going back to the roots of Jewish culture. Later, when this was shut down by Stalin in the 1930s, Mikhail didn't do too much because, he was under kind of close scrutiny during the Stalinist period, but in the context of World War II, he had another major heyday because once Hitler double-crossed Stalin and invaded the Soviet Union, all of a sudden Stalin felt it would be appropriate to get the aid and assistance of the various nationalities living in the Soviet Union, as well as their diaspora communities, so he allowed for more expansive nationalist expression in the period up to 1941, meaning Ukrainians could be free to express their Ukrainian identity a little more, Jews were free to express their Jewish identity a little more, and he hoped to use people like Shlomo Mikhail to enlist the support of Jews around the world. And as a world-famous figure, he did in fact create a lot of this kind of movement for the Soviet Union, but that was short-lived. After World War II, Stalin's paranoia returned, and he survived the notorious doctor's plot that we hope to discuss towards the end of the hour, only to be murdered later by Stalin, and then run over by a car trying to make a book by accident. He died a martyr, literally, for Jewish art activism during this period. So we'll look at his life, and we're going to spend a lot of time talking about the Soviet policy in general. First of all, let's get to the revolutionary period. So you recall last year we talked about the end of the Soviet, the end of the Tsarist Empire, when the corrupt, corpulent, bureaucratic, top-heavy Tsarist Empire fell in the context of a riot on International Women's Day in 1917. Shortly after that period, when the Tsar fell, a new provisional government was put in place, led by a man named Alexander Kerensky, who very important. Kerensky had this ideal sort of idealistic image of how to create a new political entity out of the rubble of the Tsarist Empire. He felt that it should be really democratic. Everyone should have a say, and nothing radical should be changed until everyone can come to agreement on it. And he spent a ridiculous amount of time preparing for a democratically elected constituent assembly. And the problem was, this fledgling provisional government was faced with some tremendous challenges, such as the fact that, they had widespread starvation, a very, very dissatisfied population who were looking for movements to why did Trump and all the runoff? He's
can
They
release
had a
it.
reactionary
Because
wing
if
that
there's
wanted to
nothing,
return the
why
Tsar to
would you
power.
talk about
And
releasing
they
it?
were in the middle of fighting World War I.
If we find
And it was
out one of two things.
1917,
One,
World War I
that
was
the
still going on.
CIA and
So
Israeli intelligence
Zelensky's
were in
very
bed
liberal
together,
attitude of
blackmailing
trying to wait
Americans. That would be
until we can
outrageous.
decide these things democratically was actually the downfall of the provisional government because he kept on putting off major leadership decisions
But then you
while
have to be able
his
to
opponents,
prove,
and in
you have to
particular,
be able to
the
see that
Soviet
if they
movement
are on a list,
under
quote
Vladimir
unquote,
Ilyich Lenin
or their
could gather
names. It
force
doesn't, you
and
need
eventually
video.
take
You need,
over the
Once there's
country.
a ton of
This
video.
and
happened
by the way,
in
the statute of
October
limitations is
or
over.
November by the Western
there
calendar
may
of
be nothing.
1917. You'll recall that
There may be
the
nothing.
Russians were literally
So when he got
11
arrested,
days
right,
behind
back
the
in,
rest
what
of
was
the
it,
world because they
2002?
were still
Yeah,
using the
or
old
whatever?
Julian
But
calendar.
he got, no,
So
I think it was
in the
2008
Soviet
or
Union,
something.
they call it the
He
October Revolution,
got
even though
total
it occurred in
immunity
November.
for this
And,
crime and future
Lenin
crimes.
under,
And so did everybody
managed to
involved.
amass a lot of support,
Crazy, right?
particularly in
And so
urban
when you
centers,
don't collect
working
any
with the
evidence
proletariat,
then, he would
the
also been
factory
tipped off
workers,
before that.
and
So he cleaned
Soviet
those computers.
soldiers, or Bolshevik soldiers
I
as they
think
were known
if
then,
he was
marched
Israeli
into the Constituent
intelligence
Assembly
asset
when it
or
was
CIA
first
asset,
finally
they
convened,
get rid of that
and
shit.
they,
They couldn't
with
wait for that.
arms,
Yeah.
disbanded it and proclaimed all the power to the Soviets, meaning they would create a new entity, the first communist society in the world,
we talked about the Sunshine Show.
leftover remains of the provisional government. They were never able to recover.
It's
This is
amazing
a
how quickly your body,
propaganda
how
poster from the
fragile
period.
we
This
are.
is kind of
Just
cool. I can use this here.
this
Here you have a
powerful
capitalist, you know, with the traditional top hat and the
I don't
tails,
understand
and
why
on his
is
stomach
it
is
just
written
from
he's
lying
overweight,
for so
indicating
long,
that
for
he's
4 months or something, that
really
he
engorging
yeah,
himself on excess income, and standing on top of a worker here, and essentially says that, you know, this is, if all power is given to the capitalists and death to the workers and the peasants, but over here you have the opposite, which is the heroic Soviet peasant, regular, tall, and he's got the, it says in the sign, long live the workers, peasants, and Soviet power, and this is with the death of capitalism underneath. The huge inversion of the political order with, now, theoretically at least, the working masses, both urban proletariat and peasants, join together to create this ideal new society. He came of age during this tumultuous period. You recall he was born in 1890, so he was 17 and 18 during the years of the revolution. He was born in Dvinsk, originally in Latvia, and his family name was actually Rothschild. He changed it to Mikhails, which is just a little bit more Yiddish sounding. Rothschild is kind of a strange name even for Jews. He dropped out of law school in order to join the theater. That was his dream, and he rapidly advanced through theater in St. Petersburg to Moscow, and then a few years later was appointed the director of that. Note that this was a Yiddish language theater. You have to recall that in 1897, when the Russians took their last census, fully 97% of Jews in the Russian Empire spoke Yiddish as their mother tongue. That was the language that everyone used first. There was a huge shift toward the Russian in the 20th century, as well as a small but significant movement towards Hebrew. But in reality, the Mama Russian, Yiddish, was overwhelmingly popular. And the idea of creating literature in Yiddish was, just hitting its stride because figures such as Shalom Aleichem, Mendel Sporim, and others had already been publishing for about 20 years, and so people were really getting enthusiastic about using the Jewish vernacular in theater. Yiddish happens to be,
so if you're looking at take
in my humble opinion, an extremely fun language. I mean, it has a remarkable range of expression, particularly in shades of humor.
Use code
And
finder
Billy
for
Crystal likes to
20%
say,
off single
this is
purchases
basically
and
German
30% off
with swag,
subscription orders.
but
You will not
it is a language that has a tremendous ability of borrowing from many other languages to create a unique level of expression. There's so many special words in Yiddish that you just can't say in any other language. I was
obviously
telling
about how proud he is of his daughter.
there are
and
two
how she
people
looks
in
up to her so much.
Kahila teach Yiddish
She's a
too.
little
Not that I'm
badass.
such a maven in Yiddish, but I know a little bit. One is a person who's undergoing conversion to Judaism, and therefore he has
She
no
said she
Yiddish
wants to do the
skills.
Olympics.
And the other one is a very, very highly
But like for
educated
you as a dad,
scribe,
Frank, to
but
hear
he's
your
from
daughter
Yemen.
speak
So
of
we
you
also
with
know
so
some
much love and
Yiddish. And
admiration,
between the two of them,
to
we have
see
this
the way she
hilarious
talks
class.
about you is an incredible thing. What is that like
We
for you
stand
to
in
hear
the
that?
hallway for 10 minutes. And one of the words I gave them last week was, this is a beautiful Yiddish word, Sitzfleisch. So what does Sitzfleisch mean? Literally, it is the flesh upon which you sit. And it means patience. Right? You have to have a lot of padding to be able to sit in a chair for a very long time. So to be studious means to have, you know, a well-proportioned derriere. The Yiddish expression. Sitzfleisch means patience, you know, diligence, and so on. So that's the kind of nature of Yiddish. And it's a shameless borrower. It will take words from any language. If it's a cool word, words will borrow it. I have a dictionary that was published in 1905 in New York City that has the Yiddish word in it, so no fagot. There is no fagot. So no fagot. And son of a gun. But there's a big word, so no fagot. Right. Okay. He was married twice with two daughters by kind of called rich marriage. First he was married to a Jewish woman, later he married a Russian woman. Now back to the general history of the period. You know, it was not at all a smooth transition to the Soviet period. There was a very, very brutal period of civil war that lasted really until 1922. That had a very negative effect on the Jews living in the former Pale of Settlement in the Tsar's Empire. There are many, many different forces who were active in Russian territory during this time. There were, just to give them by colors, the notorious Whites. These are also known as the White Russians, not to be confused with White Russia or Belarus as a territory. The Whites wanted to bring back the Tsar, or really the Tsarovich. They wanted his young son, not knowing that he had been assassinated at this point, but they wanted to bring him back to the throne. And they were fighting against the communists. They put out posters like this, really nasty picture. They were Polish because they fought at Polish territory as well. And they read, Bolshevik freedom. Like, what is freedom by a Bolshevik? And their very common theme is, here's Trotsky, the famous Jewish leader of the Soviet Red Army. And here he is, incongruously, but frequently in these propaganda posters, portrayed in the nude and red skin, like some kind of devil. And he's got like a gun and a knife here, and he's sitting on a pile of skulls, and the angel of death is whispering in his ear while his minions murder more presumably Polish pro-Russian soldiers. So these are the Whites, and I can have propaganda from all of the various forces, but we're not. This is only for example. You also have the Reds, that is the Soviet army, although as we shall see, they perpetrated only a tiny minority of the atrocities against Jews, which was very significant for Jewish attitudes to the after the Soviet after the war. The Greens, perhaps the most awful, the anarchists, people like Mr. Martineau and others, who terrorized Jews, but they especially attacked the Mennonites. There's a large Mennonite community living, I'm just going to get the phone if you don't mind, maybe I'll just shut the door. A large Mennonite community living in the Dnipro River region, and they've been living there for a couple hundred years. And they were avowed pacifists. They had taken special oaths never to commit acts of violence. And so the anarchists, like Martineau and Grigoriev and others, they literally moved into the homes of these Mennonite families, raping the wives, abusing the children, taking whatever they wanted, and no one would fight against them. And those Mennonites who decided to break their vows and try to defend themselves were later, met with opprobrium from their co-religionists because they had abandoned their cherished beliefs. So it's a very, very difficult time. And finally, the blue-yellows, these are the Ukrainian forces, and as we discussed last week, one of the great ironies of the period is that 40% of the reported pogroms were perpetrated by the same armies, the same troops that technically were loyal to the government that had granted autonomy to the Jews, which indicates, as Ms. Abramson indicated last week, a huge divide between the dark masses of the peasantry and the enlightened leadership of the House. By the end of of it, Jews figured out how dangerous it was during this period. A lot of towns were attacked multiple times, literally 16, 17, 18 times over 2 or 3 years, especially those towns near railroad lines. And they understood that the troops that were most likely to impose order and not abuse civilian populations were the Soviets. The Soviets had been, and they could be trusted to a much higher degree than the other troops. And so, not surprisingly, there was a huge groundswell of popular support among Jews for the Soviet Red Army, led by a Jew itself, Leon Trotsky. Many Jews said, well, that's it, we're going to join the Soviet Army. So much so that the great scholar of this period, Zvi Gittelman, a senior colleague of mine, describes how they actually had to set up a special division of the Soviet Army to train yeshiva boys. Because these guys would come straight out of yeshiva, earlocks flying, never had a pistol in their life, and they wanted to simply get in there and wreak revenge for what happened to their families and their communities. So just a few moments of trying to understand more about this groundswell of support for communism around the Jewish streets in the Russian Indian days. We should not forget that there's a big difference between Jews in socialism and Jewish socialism. Although Jews were remarkably prominent in the leadership of the Soviet movement, particularly in the first decade of its existence, comprising at some point even 30 or 50% of the Central Committee. Nevertheless, they represent only a tiny minority of Jews overall. And as we discussed briefly last week, when they did have elections in Ukraine, the most popular political position was Zionism, with about 40%, and then the religious parties with about another 13%, and then after that you have splinter groups of Soviet or pro-socialist parties. So the vast majority of Jews were not communist, but those Jews who were drawn to communism were doing so at a number disproportionate to the population of Jews in the overall Soviet Empire, and also reaching leadership positions with great rapidity. In fact, so much so that the Central Committee was called at the time, I think, let's see, it's just not worth it. Just give them your abbreviation in Russian was Vitzik, and the Jews used to joke that Vitzik actually stood for not all Russian Central Committee, but where 10 Jews are in charge. That was a joke because there's so many Jews at top levels. Why was it? Well, communism had a tremendous utopian appeal. Marx's ideas put into practice promised that this would be the beginning of a secular nationalism with the end of all national hatreds. Once economic inegalities were addressed, then everyone would be free to pursue their aspirations, to each according to their needs, from each according to their abilities. The concept of družba narodov, the friendship of people, the end of anti-Semitism, the end of sexism, the end of all kinds of discriminations would come about through this new communist movement. And Jews in large numbers bought a hook, line, and sinker. Very, very prominent numbers in favor of the new Soviet movement. This is especially true in the early Red Army, for reasons that we discussed. For reasons that are difficult, though, many Jews also were attracted to the notorious Cheka, the secret police, that would later become known as the NKVD and the KGB have now, in fact, as a new nation, I forget what the letters are, but it's the dreaded, essentially the Gestapo of the Soviet Union. Now, we don't have really good numbers as to how many Jews actually joined the Cheka, but anecdotal evidence indicates, for example, that there may be as many as 75% of the Cheka in Kiev in 1920 were Jews. That's an amazing number. That would mean that if you got a knock on the door at 4:30 in the morning and someone got taken away and never seen again, chances are it was a Jew knocking at the door during those early years. Now, in the mid-20s, there was the first of many purges where the Soviet leadership tried to get rid of a lot of different people that were undesirable, and the Jewish participation not only in the Cheka, but also in the overall leadership declined precipitously. But the image in the popular okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? I have a brand new opening joke.
But you see, the punch, I think.
So this is one that I heard.
The punch, I think, was a little too much.
I think so.
Yeah, he didn't have to do that. But dude, comply. I don't understand. All this is avoidable if you just follow instructions.
But you also have a suspended license.
And you're holding your allowed to be driving. They only got drugs on you.
Digital
There's just a
recording.
lot of shit.
Better, but
Like,
my daughter brought it back from Israel. There's a very,
all this
very
is avoid if he gets out. He's like, yeah, all right, just comply. I don't like being slapped. You can't do that. Yeah, that's not.
So he tells this joke. Goes like this. Young couple just got married. They're not quite used to the rules of married life yet. They don't know exactly how to relate to each other. And one of the things they're just starting out and they don't have a lot of money. So Friday morning, the wife says to the husband, "Listen,
stupid game and stupid practice. Yeah, the cops will be pissed off. They're gonna assume you're hiding something. They're gonna assume you have drugs. You're breaking the law.
You're nervous, right? So you're in there like that. You're nervous. If he could have gotten shot just by reaching for something. Like I saw something on fire.
and of course,
It happens so quickly.
Caruso
And you're playing with your life there, no matter who you are, man. Cops don't know. They're like,
I told you, we don't have
what are you doing here?
Also, they did find
you're right, I forgot
large
to
knife
says, okay, don't worry about it.
he was
Not to talk him, we have to give
and
some
this guy's the victim.
hospitality. I'll cut up the
And
food
he's
very
the
fine,
victim.
but just please,
Fuck
one
it,
for
this is
sure.
what's wrong with America.
Don't offer sex.
So this guy's getting all
Okay,
this
so we don't
sympathy.
have to go around.
These cops are
So
gonna be on,
they sit down,
not paid
they
leave and all this shit. That's
she
insane.
brings out the
You
gefilte
know how
fish,
tough it is to be a
and they're
fucking cop.
just not
And
quite
this
the right
guy's not
type
complying.
serving, but
Clearly
serve
broke
them.
the law.
But after
Clearly has
the
weapons in the car.
so it's funny,
Clearly,
so Yanko, what do you think of my wife's gefilte fish? And Yanko says it was absolutely fantastic.
The marijuana, no
But
shit.
would you like another piece?
Rules are rules. Cops don't go out. Marijuana's just
Yanko
marijuana.
says,
The rules are rules.
no.
What state is marijuana legal?
So they go.
That's the fucking
And she brings out the soup, and again, the soup
Take some
the bowl
account.
is
Feel like
full,
this
because the three of
guy's
them, they taste it and it's funny, that's geschmack. Yanko, what do you think of the soup?
first batch of
Really superb.
No,
And he says, would you like some more? And Yanko
Again,
says,
the news will run with this, and cops are the enemy. It's no fun, no,
then they go
no,
through the
no,
meal
they
like
didn't.
this,
They
and
didn't until the full video came out.
Esty says, Sean, can I see you in the kitchen for a second? They go into the kitchen, and she says, what are you doing? I told you, we don't have enough for
So
seconds. We only have enough for the two of us.
So avoidable.
You keep
First
on
time in his name is they were
And Sean says, oh, I'm so sorry. I keep
But he also
forgetting.
had
Why didn't you signal me
he was trying to get
that,
out of
that I shouldn't offer seconds? And she says, well, I kept
Not
kicking
get
you
out
under
of
the
it.
table. I says, I didn't feel anything.
Florida police.
I told that wrong. Okay, I told that. We go. Okay, I was enjoying it though, but I told it wrong. Okay, Rabbi Rothschild says it's very funny, right?
And I think
Yeah,
the
okay, thank you,
marijuana laws
appreciate
are a
that.
little different.
Okay, this one, I'm going to cut this one out of Torah Cafe version. So let's go straight to our topic tonight, which is,
I don't
unlike
think so.
most things, this is
Not
actually
with his
something I
expired
really know a
license.
lot
Not
about.
with
Because I
resisting
wrote a
arrest. Not
book
with
on
him.
this topic,
Not
not on
going
Shimon
up windows.
Sometimes I'll
personally,
go.
but on the general period that we're talking about. Specifically, I wrote a book on the Jews of Ukraine during the revolution of 1917 through 1920. If you're curious, you can go onto the website or you can look on Amazon, look up my name, and you'll find that book there. It got some pretty good reviews on it. I'm kind of proud of it. Now, who was Shimon Dubno? In a word, he was an extremely important historian, very influential thinker, specifically in the area of Jewish politics. During his lifetime, his own particular vision of Jewish national survival in a multinational context was not especially popular, although several states did try to implement some version of it. However, long after his death, his ideology of how Jews should exist in a non-Jewish environment ultimately was the principal ideological foundation of the Federation movement that we, of course, benefit from today. So even though during his lifetime, his political ideology was successful. It was a very feudal and difficult era, the interwar period in the 20th century. But long afterwards, the legacy of his thought continues to be
run with this. If
he
you're
was,
that kid's
so
father,
at the same time as he was a historian, this historical research was inextricably intertwined with his activism and his promotion of a particular secular ideal for Jewish communal existence. And that's basically how he is remembered. In terms of his sort of like the great arc of his life, he was a Maskil, and he was one of the adherents of the Haskalah. He came originally, as did many of the Maskilim, he came from a very traditionalist background. His grandfather was the rabbi of Cislavl, and as a young man, Shimon was himself regarded as something of an Eloi, meaning a genius of Talmudic study. But at the age of 14, he ended up becoming exposed to secular thought in a crown school that he begged his father to let him send him to. It exposed him to larger world of ideas, and in many ways he simply left traditional Judaism with a certain amount of vengeance and maybe even spite, only to come back to a moderate position vis-a-vis Jewish religiosity later on in his life.
This is funny. I was
for his life, and specifically, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about the general political events of this era, because it is an extremely complex and important era, and we are going to cover a fair bit of time. The region we're looking at is known as the Pale of Settlement, which is this conspiracy theory the right friends start floating. There we go. So that way, if I want to point to Minsk like this, you can see where I'm pointing. I can use this.
They provided like pictures
There you
of
go.
it.
So this is the Pale of Settlement. What is the Pale of Settlement? Well, in a word, Russia was Judenrein since 1479. That is, Jews were forbidden to live in Russia. This area over here is Moscow,
Texas,
and they remained that way for a good 300 years.
This Friday, Saturday, come get some at the Queen Street
The country is known as Poland, which is primarily down here, and a chunk of this southern region here,
and then August of 22 and 23,
was
in San Diego,
swallowed up
California.
in three partitions by its neighbors.
We love you guys. Thanks for watching. The TRX giveaway ends in August. End of August, that bad boy's gone. We're $15,000 a month. I'm already hooking up the next giveaway, which will launch before this one ends. But join the club, man. The VIP club. Get you some $30. Get $40 a month in free merch in your house every month. And we pick one lucky winner every single month for the VIP club. Fly out to Austin, hang out with me, sit in on the podcast, drive one of my crazy cars, come work out with me, get some barbecue. It's a great old time. So you can join the VIP club right now. Get 10 to 40% off any merch you want, and you get free merch every single month. You get store credit. It's a good time, man. DriveFastSmallGas.com. Anything you buy automatically enters you to win this badass ultimate dad rig. Get yourself DriveFastSmallGas.com. This is the buyer kid. We're out.
But at the same time, there were many Russian merchants who wanted the Jews to live in the region because they were really quite effective at spurring the economy and facilitating trade and so on. So Catherine the Great created a compromise position, which was actually very beneficial for the Jews, where she would not allow the Jews to live in Russia proper. They could not extend past the boundaries of what was originally the Russian frontier with Poland, but she did give them right of residence in the region which was known in English as the Pale of Settlement. It's a strange term. I don't know why we use this term pale. It may come from Scottish usage, pale being like kind of a borderland. In Russian, it simply is region of settlement. It doesn't mean anything else. So the Jews were allowed to live in this quite large area from the Baltic Sea down to the Black Sea. It was expanded a couple of times. And although they were subject to a lot of restrictions, especially economic restrictions, they nevertheless had the right to live there. It was not a residency right.
Throwing up gang signs.
They still had the negative status in their passports that indicated that they were inozemnik or foreigners living there for more than a year. But they nevertheless had some security. And they had the right, for example, to manage their own affairs. They could be elected as municipal authorities, mayors even. And since the Jews were concentrated in villages, quite often they were the majority, and they essentially ran the town, basically according to the way they saw it. It was not so bad for much of the early 19th century, but it begins to go downhill under Nicholas I, as we shall see in a second. There were a couple of islands in the region, like the city of Kiev, for example, which was officially not part of the Pale settlement, but by 1917 there were 60,000 Jews living there illegally anyways, because the Russian government was simply not able to really enforce the boundaries so effectively. Lots more to say about this, but I'm going to go on here. So, looking at the 19th century, and we're going to zip through the first, say, 3 quarters before we get up to the point for our talk today. Looking at the first concentrations of population here, you can see that Central and Western Europe, 1850 up to this larger circle, which is 1880, but Eastern Europe goes even much larger, and the great mass of the Jewish people in the world live in the Pale of Settlement and in surrounding regions like Romania and Hungary, where the distinguished professor of Hungary was here with us today. And you better watch out, because you know how those Hungarians are. Pretty soon they're going to come with all the furniture and plastics. So you want to make sure, lower the chandeliers. Anyway, I'm just joking. That sounds like an ethnic slur. And you see that the Jews Near East and North Africa are much smaller by size. So looking at the Jews in Eastern Europe, perhaps the most significant thing to bear in mind as the precursor to the life of St. Juno is the horrible period that the Jews experienced. How's that sound check? Do we still have your mic on there? All right. So you want to get the microphone. Keep it close by the coracafe.com. They sent me an email, by the way. They said the Jaguar, they would if they could. So I'm hoping that that'll come through eventually. Let's sponsor their video. So under Tsar Nicholas I, who reigned from 1825 to 1855, the Jews experienced a rather intense and prolonged period of official state persecution, which was aimed exclusively at assimilating them to a Russian way of life. Nicholas I was a very military individual, fascinated with parades and soldiers and so on. He was traumatized by the fact that his own father was killed in an aborted coup in December of 1825, and he felt that in order to be an effective member of the Russian political unit, of the Russian state, you had to belong to 3 things. You had to belong to Russian Orthodoxy, meaning you had to be Christian of the Orthodox variety. You had to believe in autocracy, meaning that the Tsar has absolute authority. And thirdly, you had to participate in the Narod, which means the people. Narodnost means like peopleness. And for Nicholas, that meant, for example, speaking Russian. It meant valuing Russian culture. It meant, feeling completely ease in everything that was Russian. And the Jews didn't fit. They were Orthodox, but the wrong kind of Orthodox for sure. They had very little to say about Russian ontology. As you know, the bracha that Tevye says for the Tsar, the rabbi says, may God bless and keep the Tsar far away from us, right? And then finally, the Narodnost, here's a group of people who speak Yiddish, more about that later, don't speak Russian very well. Regard themselves as a foreign indigestible mass within Russia. So he put in place 2 nefarious policies which dramatically altered the experience of Jews in Russia, as it had been under his predecessor, not immediate predecessor, but Catherine II, who had a much more liberal view. First of all, he established the notorious cantonist system. Under the Russian government, as many governments in Europe at the time, service in the army was something that was elected. You could volunteer to serve in the army. Conscription was not a really large part of the war that they would muster troops under regular service. However, it was really a career decision, because to join the Tsar's army meant to serve for 25 years. It was really a lifetime decision. And typically, Russian peasants would only choose to join the army if they were, let's say, third son. The first son would get land, the second son, might go into small trades or something like that, but the third son really would not have that kind of inheritance, so they would typically choose either priesthood or the army and things like that. Jews, as they did for centuries in most European countries, simply paid a double tax and were exempted from conscription. And that was fine by the government because it did not make especially good soldiers in this part of the world. They were not familiar with the language of command. They were not invested in the same patriotic ideals, etc. So what Nicholas I did, he said, okay, that's it. Jews must serve in the army like everyone else, right? Because he viewed it as an assimilationist tool. Once a person is in the army, he has to learn the language for sure. He develops a kind of bond with the people he faces death with, things like that. It all makes sense. And then, because he realized that by the time Jews reached the age of 18, which was the age of conscription, they're really committed to Judaism and Jewish lifestyle. They're probably married. They may have children already. It's quite likely they've tasted Chinese food. they're not going back. So therefore, he lowered the age of conscription to 12 and said that 12-year-old boys would be conscripted, would serve 6 years in these reform schools, military schools called kamons, referring to the region from which they were taken, and then they would serve their 20th sentence in the Tsar's army. And that basically meant that when a Jewish child was taken into the army, they never came back again. Although there are some really fascinating stories about Jews who retained their Jewish identity throughout the entire period, and when they were finally demobilized from the army, since they were veterans, they had special privileges, and they often moved to places like Estonia, which was outside the Polish settlement, and they established some really interesting Jewish communities there, based on veterans. At any rate, the Tsar imposed this on the Jewish community specifically to try and accelerate assimilation. And he coupled this stick with what appears to be inherent, the so-called crown schools. These were Russian government schools that were put in place. I think it's going to be locked out on this year. They were Russian government schools which were openly conversionist. They had priests working there specifically with the purpose of getting Jewish children to convert to Western Orthodoxy. And so parents, but, if a parent enrolled a child in a crown school, they were exempt from conscription. These crown schools, these are Russian government schools, not unofficial schools, but so you a parent, you had a choice. You could either put your child in a Jewish neighborhood and teach them the traditional curriculum, but then, you might be sent to the army. Or you could put your kid in a Russian government school where he's certainly going to be exposed to Christian missionary influences, and he'll learn the Russian language, things like that. But, you risk his spiritual life thereby. It's a very, very difficult time. This especially had a very corrosive impact on the leadership because the Tsar, with its typically weak bureaucracy, said, okay, I can't figure out exactly how many Jews live in each shtetl, so I want the leadership of the Kahal, the leadership of each Jewish municipality, to choose who's going to the army when we come through next October. And so he put the Jews themselves in charge of selecting the candidates, which was absolutely horrible because, as you can imagine, it's such a terrible decree to lose your child for like 36 odd years. The children of the wealthy and the connected and the powerful typically did not get selected. Like the children of orphans, the children who were orphans, the children of the poor, they typically were put forward to go into the population. And in a few really notorious cases, the God even employed professional kidnappers called trappers from the Yiddish word to top, right? To take, that would literally take children, often much younger than 12, from their beds and deliver them the next morning to the Tzar's. This led to a wide-scale rebellion and disgust with the Jewish leadership that essentially began to crumble the whole structure from within. And it's not surprising that when you look at, one generation later, the 1880s, you have a massive, widespread dissatisfaction with traditional Jewish leadership, and we'll talk about the implications in a moment. Yes, Jose.
You got windows that you can shoot through, and FAA every once in a while would come out there.
They did not pay the double tax. There were plenty of other taxes, but the double tax was removed.
So you call a control tower, and here you are a kid.
This was his plan to assimilate the Jews into weapon society.
Hey kid, you're gonna do what?
No, you don't tell them what you do.
Yes, you're right, and it is a violation of the Abramson rule, so I'll have to think about it a little deeper to see if it's actually true. But, yes, one more question, then we have so much after go on. Coppers were professional kidnappers. The Kahila, if you're a rich guy and you've got an only son, and the last thing you want is your son to be set up, so you might, God forbid, you might pay some, employment to go and get the child of the widow and make sure he gets off to the army. That was a tremendous shot. And there are Yiddish folk songs that speak about the lament of the widows when they lose their children in this manner. It was a very dark period in Jewish history. But meanwhile, Jews are, for complex reasons, they're having a population boom. So it's like working against Nicholas I's plans. Jews are multiplying dramatically. Everyone is having a population boom in the 19th century, partially, for example, as a result of wide-scale inoculation against smallpox, which Catherine II really pushed forward in Russia. And so all of a sudden, infant mortality goes down. Infant mortality among Jews goes even lower because of some sociological connections. So even more Jews are crowding the Pale of Settlement. By the time you get to the late 18th, 19th century, Jews begin to view the Pale of Settlement not as kind of like a haven, they were allowed to live. They view it as a large jail where they're constricted. They're not allowed to live within 5 kilometers of rivers or borders and all crazy things like that. And they're frustrated by the Pale of Settlement, which is clearly an anachronism compared to the rest of Europe. Okay, things come to a head in 1881 with a massive pogrom wave that lasts for 3 years. And it begins, and Tsar Alexander II is assassinated by a bomb thrown by a small socialist group called the People's Will. One member of whom is actually a pregnant Jewish woman who was later hung for her participation. Maybe I should get the phone with that. The camera's going the wrong way there. No, I don't know. But the people online are saying, where is he? What did he do? Where did he go? I can hear him. I can't see him. Oh, there he is. Okay. All right, back to this. I'm tired. So what happens is, this rumor circulated through Russia after the assassination of Alexander II that the new Tsar, Alexander III, had given the people permission to speak to the Jews for 3 days. And this rumor just went widespread throughout the entire Pale of Settlement. And there's a huge number of pogroms throughout the region. As you can see here, these are just the larger ones. There are a lot of, 1881 through 1884. There's a lot of other factors. If I had more time, I would speak about them. There's a lot of relationship to industrialization. We know a lot more about who the pogroms were, how they used the rail lines to communicate, but we're just going to leave this for now. The main thing I want to point out there is that for a long time, partially as a result of films like Tevye's Fiddler on the Roof, it was believed that the new Tsar was complicit in the violence and somehow organized the violence. Historical research has shown conclusively that they weren't. They were certainly anti-Semitic, and they may have committed acts of omission, but the government was simply too weak to effectively control the violence. And in fact, the violence was bad for the government because anarchy meant the collapse of the traditional police bureaucracy and could lead to revolution, which in fact would happen a few decades later. So the official anti-Semitism during this period, though, really, I know, by the way, there are exceptions to that rule. There's certain pogroms that we see clear government influence, but during the 1880s, no. At this time, Russian government is kind of like under, especially under Nicholas II, they're kind of like not sure what to do about all the various directions that society is moving in, the new political movements, revolutionary insurgent movements, and one of the intellectual refuges they look for is anti-Semitism. And this is perhaps the nadir of anti-Semitism in the pre-Nazi era is the notorious Bayless affair, in which a Jewish handyman named Mendel Bayless was accused of murdering a small boy and drinking his blood in connection with supposed Jewish ritual. And, we've talked about this in previous classes, but to say that in the 20th century, even during my own grandmother, Shalom's lifetime, it would be something like this, is completely absurd. And moreover, what makes it even weirder is that the Russian government prosecuted Mendel Bayless on those grounds, hiring crazy experts to try to prove that it was true, that Jews drank those blood and things like that, and they were the laughingstock of Europe, that the Russian government would actually promote this. It's not a huge conspiracy theory, and in the end, after 2 years of trial, they could not even convince a jury of 12 Ukrainian peasants that Bayless was guilty, and he was let go. Yes. Oh yeah. The rest of the world complained, but no one was really ready to do anything significant about it. There are much worse things. I hope next year to speak about terrible cases of Motala and others, but for tonight, we got to stick with Russia. And in this connection, you have this nasty book, the so-called Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which was a forgery written by this man, a Russian monk named Sergei Yidus. He claimed to have found the secret document that proves that the Jews were locked in a world conspiracy to spread Chinese food all over the world, dominate the economy, and so on. Chinese food. It was a complete forgery. He made it up. He cribbed sources from different places, but it became incredibly popular since his first publication in a serial form in a Russian journal at the end of the century. I'm just going to show you a few slides to give you a sense of its popularity. This is an early Russian language one published in exile in Paris in the 1920s. Here's a Mexican version, 1930. The Invisible World Government, the Jewish program to subjugate the world. Right here, the theme here is not too subtle. Here's a couple Nazi examples. This is, you see the spider, like encompassing the globe and things like that. And here's a Polish version, also published by Nazis, of the Jews sitting on the pile of corpses, and the imagery tends to get a little tedious. Here's a 1977 English language version published in London, and a 1994 Russian edition as well. So it was a book with tremendous popularity. It's been published in 2 separate Japanese translations. I mean, can you imagine? The Japanese need 2 examples of it, and there are precisely 14 Jews living in Japan. Anyways, so you have to. Okay. Now, as a result of the 1881 pogroms, Jews turned to 5 new narratives of Jewish history, 5 new strategies to try to cope with what it meant to have the Prince of Russia as a Reichstag. To try and understand how are we supposed to deal with this new reality. Please recall that already in the 1840s, they had a lot less confidence in their traditional rabbinic leadership, and by the 1880s, you have a lot of revolutionary movements, and a lot of Jews are saying, what future is there for us under the current status quo? So the 5 strategies, which we'll look at very quickly, and the last one is going to be shown a dim note, so don't worry, we're coming back to that. Let's look at them quickly. The first strategy is, you know what? We just got to leave. And so a massive number of Jews simply leave the Pale of Settlement, which is shown in this map here. You can see the red area is the Pale of Settlement. And between 1881 and 1917, you have, which is the date of the revolution, you have 1.750 million Jews coming to the United States, over 100,000 coming to South America. You have 250,000 to England, 70,000 going for national health insurance, 45,000 in South Africa, and 5,000 in Australia. note that there are only 45,000 going to Israel as well. But this is a very traditionalist response. It's too difficult for us to live in Russia. We simply have to leave and go to America. The second strategy was, no, we can't repeat this pattern over and over again. It's bad for us now in Russia, so we'll go to America, and then what? How long will it be good for us in America? You really centuries and centuries, but there's no sense that there'll be an end to this. So many Jews said, let us finish this cycle, let us end it formally by moving for the last time to Zion, to Israel. And that's a topic that we will explore in much greater detail in later classes in the series, but that's one of the big plans. This is, by the way, a Jewish farmer or the Bilu movements from the 1880s moved to Israel. Thirdly, socialism. There are many Jews who said, you know what? Why should we move? Why should we be going from place to place? And what difference is it with Zionism, especially if you were an atheist Jew, which was very common at this time? So many Jews said, instead of moving to a different place, let us change this place. Let us fundamentally alter the political, social, and economic foundations of this country, and then it will be egalitarian, and it will be, free of racism, free of anti-Semitism. How does it go? To each according to needs, to each according to their ability. That was like this kind of utopian idea. This is a picture of Leon Trotsky after his arrest in the 1905 revolution. It's not widely known, but one of the major reasons for the widespread dissatisfaction with the early or the late Tsarist Empire was that it was virtually impossible to get a good haircut anywhere in the Pale of Settlement.
The way you contain a fusion reaction is with
electromagnetism. You can't tell because I'm wearing the microphone, but there's a huge wave of laughter as I tell these jokes. Four, renewed traditionalism. And this is an interesting strategy that's still present. All of these are all still present in one way or another. This was kind of like a back to religion sort of movement that gained tremendous strength, particularly in the first 2 decades of the 20th century, saying that, no, we were wrong, we should never have strayed, we played with foreign ideals like socialism and Zionism, we should Zionism is also considered as a foreign ideal, a kind of a nationalism. Let us get back to the Torah and so on, and let us go back to our Gedolim, and certain movements like the Agudat Yisrael were formed specifically to try and defend the traditional understanding of the meaning of Jewish history. What was unique, though, about these new movements is that organizations like Agudat Yisrael use the modern political platform to advance that agenda. So they participated in elections. There are many Agudat Yisrael members, for example, in the Polish Sejm, in the Hungarian government as well. I believe you had the Agudat Yisrael represented. So this was like very traditionalist rabbis using very modern mass politics to achieve their ends. So even this was somewhat different. And finally, autonomism. And this is Shimon Dubnov's movement. That brings us back to our main topic. Autonomism was this idea, also known as diaspora nationalism, saying, wait a second, we Jews have gone through so much in our history. We have had a state, we have lost the state, we regained the state, that lived for 2,000 years as minorities and maintained our national identity, maintained the integrity of our people. Perhaps this is a greater evolution of our identity, and to create a state would mean going backwards. We have learned, say the autonomists under Dubno, to exist as a minority, as a cultural kind of like conglomerate that exists freely within a democratic state. Why should we go back? Why don't we learn to establish our credentials as participating members in the various societies that we live, and at the same time pursue our specifically Jewish goals as a people? So to give you one example of it, and we will talk more about it shortly, this is from the brief-lived Ukrainian state that existed between the fall of the Tsar and the rise of the Soviet Union. And here on the front side of the bill, it's a 100 bill. It's all in Ukrainian. It says the Ukrainian National Republic. Here on the obverse, it has the three official languages of Ukraine, besides four, I'm sorry, Ukrainian is of course the main language, and the three other languages are Russian, which is slightly different from Ukrainian, Polish, and under here you can see Yiddish was also an official language of Ukraine. It was very difficult to place a correct call in Yiddish because they shortage of operators, but otherwise it was actually an official language, and we'll discuss that in Shimno's context. Okay, pausing for questions. So have any questions? Yes, please. Well, it was Ukrainian, Russian, Polish, and Yiddish. Okay, nobody can wait. We gotta go straight to it. Okay, so as we mentioned, Shimno was born in 1860 in Mstislav. That as soon as the Soviets took over, they changed the spelling to Frank. It's much easier than Mstislav. I thought that was funny, but no one apparently got that, so we'll just go straight on. As I mentioned, he excelled in Talmudic studies. At the age of 14, he begged his parents, after his bar mitzvah, he wanted to go to the Crown School, which had its benefits, as we discussed earlier, primarily because he wanted to learn more secular studies. He wanted to learn the Russian language, and he was immediately exposed to the intellectual currents of the day. Very, very quick study, and lifelong autodidact. He read very widely, very impressed with a lot of the same literature, by the way, that really impressed guys like Vladimir Rothschild. For example, he was fascinated with Chernyshevsky, who wrote a very influential, very bizarre book called Show Dialect, or What Is to Be Done, which talked about this character who learned to toughen himself in every way through putting himself through all kinds of ascetic regimen, like, for example, to toughen his digestive tract. He regularly ate ground grass. To learn not to enjoy physical comforts, he slept on nails. I mean, all kinds of crazy things like that. It's really hard to read this book, but it had an amazing influence on a lot of thinkers at the end of the 19th century. Lenin wrote his main political tract, entitled it after this particular book. So people were thinking, young people were thinking, my gosh, we can change the entire world. We can change the way we live in every way, if only we will be disciplined about it. He married and he became a free thinker at this point, meaning he abandoned his Judaism, and when he came back to Mstislav, he gained quite a reputation as being the grandfather, the grandson of a rabbi who would stay home and smoke cigarettes on Yom Kippur and work in his office rather than go to shul. I mean, he was notorious for completely abandoning all Jewish practice. This was a short-lived element of his youth, but he nevertheless lived in sect for the rest of his life. During the pogroms of 1881, he was already a young man. He was living illegally in St. Petersburg and working there as a journalist. And when he saw the horrible violence of that period and the fact that the Russian government was powerless to actually bring it to a conclusion, he advocated some really wide-scale reforms of Judaism. He said the problem is all with the rabbis, and we have to get rid of the traditional Talmudic approach. We have to read a lot more of the Western thinkers. We have to adapt ourselves to modernity. And he advocated a very radical and rigorous way of changing Judaism. But his ideas, although not out of sync with what was being said in Western Europe, did not find much of an audience beyond the very narrow population of Jews who read these Russian Jewish literary journals. And he ended up feeling extreme despair at the end of the 19th century. He didn't think that any of his ideas would turn out to work at all. It was at this time that he began to kind of shift his own curriculum back to center. And rather than seeing religion as the enemy of the Jewish people, as some kind of artificial power that was holding the Jewish people back and preventing them from succeeding outside the world, he began to see Judaism as a natural expression of the Jewish psyche with tremendous value. And although he himself could not participate in the belief structure, he thought, you know what, there is still a lot of value to the religion as it is inextricably connected with culture. And he wrote a very significant series of essays that were later published under the title Essays on Old and Julie, where he articulated a model for the future that would later be expressed as autonomism. Basically, he looked at the Council of Four Lands, which we spoke about a couple of weeks ago, and he said, why can't we just go back to that? Why can't we just go back to Jews organizing themselves in their municipalities, and then those municipalities connecting with one another? So we have an umbrella group that represents all Jews within the secular state. Literally a state within a state, not as an insurrectionist model, but rather a kind of a parallel government that represents specifically Jewish interests. Now, he viewed this idea as something that would be connected with the state government. So if you imagine this, for example, in America, it would be like, let's say all the Jewish communities of Florida would get together and we would elect a representative to a state Jewish government in Florida. And then that state Jewish government in Florida would elect a representative to go to Washington to join with all the other state representatives of Jewish communities in all the states. And they would have like a parliament there, so like a Congress of Jewish representatives, and then the head of that, let's call it a federation, why not? The head of that federation would be a cabinet minister in the president's cabinet, a minister in charge of Jewish affairs. And that would be our formal, integral, close liaison with the actual top of the American government. And in turn, they would represent the Jewish people. They would be the official voice, the unified voice of the Jewish people. The benefits of it were huge. The Jews could use this organization, for example, to negotiate, let's say, vouchers for day school education. They get subsidies for specific Jewish needs, like the construction of mikvahot or the maintenance of Jewish cemeteries or whatever. Jews, however, all over would pay a special Jewish tax to the Jewish government. And that's basically how we would do it. Now, the big difference between his model and what we actually do is significant. For example, obviously, when you're familiar with the federation movement, we have this kind of structure, except the head of federation, although he may have close connections with many senators and congresspeople, he doesn't necessarily have the ability to sit in on cabinet meetings with the president all the time. Furthermore, the idea of a mandatory Jewish tax placed on every Jew that paid a federation, it's unlikely. Federation is a voluntaristic organization, whereas Dubno imagined it as mandatory. It is true that if you get on the Federation mailing list, the only way to get off is through the FBI Witness Protection Program, but otherwise it remains a voluntary organization. Yes, true.
Fire around his head, and then of course he was burned up in a ground hazard of one of the original Apollos. Later on, I spent a year in a Tibetan monastery in France, which is down from Mount Everest, just across the Tibetan border in Nepal. Learned how to hone these talents and abilities, and then when I got back,
rabbi, that kind of thing.
Quite a few years actually.
And so this is basically Dubno stuff. Dubno imagined this.
Private readings from people because all anybody ever wanted to know about was sex and money. So, it was all, where's my money and where's my honey? When do I get laid? When do I get paid? And I thought that the planet was going through substantial changes, and I saw major breakthroughs in consciousness and changes in the Earth's climate and various other things around the world. So, in 1993, I started publishing my newsletter, Delphi Associates newsletter. One of the main reasons I was publishing it was because so many other people were saying that California was going to fall in the ocean, and that there would be massive quakes, and that Colorado would be the West Coast by 1998. And that wasn't what I was seeing at all. As a matter of fact, I lived in California in Hermosa Beach, which is where I published a newsletter out of. And I was seeing, I predicted the Northridge quake many months in advance. I gave an exact location, I gave an exact, I only missed the date by about 10 days or so.
It's not wishful viewing.
Of course, they're trying to catch up to Western Europe. Yeah.
Well, one, because I'm here, because it should have been a phenomenon that actually manifested in my body. And I work with a number of maps. I actually meditation from the maps.
That's an excellent question. I don't have a really good answer for it.
And get a pretty good idea of the time frame
Because Jewish participation in the great industrialization of Russia really spikes in the 1920s. There is some participation, particularly in the oil fields, the Galician region, and things like that. But that's also not necessarily Russian Empire. That's
And that's what I wonder about. How do you,
so I don't have a good answer for it.
for
It's a
example, do
sophisticated
you
question.
call the
I'll have to save it for the
how do you know
PhD
it's coming?
course
What do you
afterwards.
see?
But let's go back to Jim Bell, because I only have like 12 minutes left, so I don't want to keep up. He begins a period of feverish writing where he completes a tremendous amount of work, a fascinating study of Hasidism, and what would eventually be, as Jonathan Frankel put it, is the last of a dying breed, already a dead breed. The great monolithic Jewish historians who write the history of everything. The historians like Heinrich Kretz in Germany in the 1880s, Salo Baron here in America, professor of Columbia, wrote a massive 16-volume social and religious history of the Jews, and Wilhelm wrote this huge 10-volume history of the Jews that is still being cited today. It's a very important work. It eventually appeared in European languages from I believe it was a Russian manuscript first translated to German, that eventually appeared in the 1950s in English translation as well. Very, very path-breaking, sociologically oriented historical research. Now, the last really big chapter that we should explore in Dipno's life is in the context of the fall of the Russian Empire, because that's when his ideas are first put into actual practice. And they were a failure initially, they would find existence in other contexts on a more significant level. The Romanov dynasty, the last Tsar Nicholas II, falls in February of 1917. That's February by the Russian calendar, which they had insisted on remaining on the Julian calendar when the rest of Europe switched to the Gregorian about 1,000 years earlier. So quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the rest of the world because they used the older calendar. This is very confusing when you refer to the February Revolution, the March Revolution, but let's say it was in early 1917, the Tsar falls, and a new provisional government is put in place. The reasons for his fall are complex. Basically, a lot of war weariness, right? This is the third year of the World War I. There's a lot of hunger. The soldiers are going unfed. They're told that they can only have one bullet for each of their guns, so they should use their bayonets first. And it's actually in the context of a International Women's Day march in St. Petersburg, when a woman takes a brick and throws it through the window of a bakery, and a small food riot starts because people are starving, and that expands, eventually takes over the entire city, and people are kind of surprised when this massive, huge empire collapses within a very short period of time. The provisional government that's put in place is very liberal. The very first decree they put in place is they demolished the Pale settlement. They say that any Jew can live anywhere they want in the Russian Empire, but they are plagued by indecision, and they make a couple of key strategic mistakes that eventually allow them to be outflanked by one movement led by Lenin, the so-called Bolsheviks, later called Communists, who ultimately take over the provisional government when it first brings together its constituent assembly in late 1917. Then the whole region falls into tremendous chaos, with a period of civil war between those who want to bring back the Tsar, those who want to bring back the provisional government, those who want to establish the Soviet Union, and a whole host of other forces intent on creating anarchy in this large region. And unfortunately, anarchy is the worst enemy of the Jews, even worse perhaps than organized anti-Semitism, although it's hard to say that looking back in the 20th century, but as the line in Kerbiavo says, that pray for the welfare of the government because if it were not for the fear thereof, everyone would swallow his fellow alive. That is, by the way, the title of my exceptionally interesting book, Prayer for the Government, Ukrainians and Jews in Revolution, 1997-1920, Harvard University Press. So the point of it is that the available on Amazon right now. So the point of it is, though, that when the Russian government is gone, provisional government is gone, who knows what warlord is controlling your territory, pogroms happen. And the pogroms of 1917 to 1921 dwarfed the 1881-84 pogroms. They made them look like small potatoes. There were an estimated 50,000 Jews killed, roughly the same number as the Khmelnytsky pogroms we talked about a few weeks ago. Absolutely horrible. One of the interesting political experiments, I get discussed in my book, is what happened in Ukraine. So Ukraine was a very large territory in southwest of Russia. In terms of its agriculture, very, very wealthy. They had the black soil that was really productive, and it was also the heartland at the very end of it. Russian culture as well. But the Ukrainians, in the vast majority of the population, were not well disposed to continued Russian domination, and they wanted to establish their own state. However, they're very, very weakly represented in the cities because they're an overwhelmingly agrarian population. Their literacy rates were extremely low. And they had no real foothold in the cities, crucial to trying to establish a modern government. So they reached out to the minorities, the Russians and the Poles and the Jews, and they found very little support of Russians and Poles, but the Jews actually looked at the Ukrainian offer of some kind of liaison with favor. Specifically, what the Jews could offer the Ukrainians is that urbanized, intellectual, literary cadre of recruits that could begin to organize a new government. And what the Ukrainians could offer in return was Shimon Dubnov's autonomy. The Ukrainians would say to them, hey, you know what, you're a minority, but if you join with us, we'll make Yiddish a state language. We will allow you to create a Jewish parliament, and you will have a minister of Jewish affairs. We will devote a certain amount of tax dollars to Jewish causes, and basically you'll have the right to run your own affairs like Shimon Dubnov said. And the Jews said, great. And for a very brief period of time, primarily late 1917, early 1918, it looked like it was actually going to fly. It looked like this newfound relationship, especially since such old antagonisms had existed between Jews and Ukrainians, like a brief-lived flourishing of a newfound rapprochement. Hang on one second, Elise, I want to say a little bit more about this. Well, I'm going to have to go through this very fast. Take your question, please, Ms. Davis.
You should not have to pay state or federal property or income taxes for that year. That was part of the earthquake relief package.
Excellent question. Excellent question. That was a brilliant question. You can come to my college anytime. Well, you have to get your diploma first. But the thing is, and this is a problem for the Ukrainians as well as the Jews, who's representing who? There's no elections yet. This is just a bunch of intellectuals in Kiev sitting around a table saying, hey, I'd like to be prime minister. And they say, no, I want to be prime minister. And then they turn around and vote with whatever, 100 people. So do they represent the broad mass of society? And the same thing with the Jews. You have Jews organizing political parties. They were illegal political parties in the 1905 revolution, but nevertheless, you have some leadership organization. And so they basically pick the top guys from every party, and they're all guys. There's no women involved, really. Maybe a handful of women. And they just, they said, okay, we'll talk to you guys. You represent the entire Jewish people, right? And they said, yeah, sure we do. But there's no way to prove it. What is fascinating here is they did manage, despite the chaos, to run a Ukraine-wide Jewish election where Jews cast votes for this potential parliament that never came to pass. And it's fascinating to see what Jews voted for, because we don't really know otherwise. And the results were that the Zionist movement incidentally was the most popular, with about 40% of Jewish votes. Another 20% more or less went to the religious parties, and then the remaining 40% were divided among the various Jewish socialist parties. There were fragmented. So the bloc between the Zionists and the religious parties formed the largest segment of organized Jewish activity at the time. Okay, let's jump ahead. I have a lot more material here, but I'll probably have to come back to this next week. One of the big issues is language politics. Language will we speak. So we'll skip past this for now. Now, what ended up happening to this wonderful sounding experiment is it ended as a colossal failure. Primarily because this small group of intellectual political activists in Kiev, primarily, they were beset with organizational problems and strategic military problems right away. Don't forget, they essentially declared statehood in 1918, and then they were in war with the much larger and more better armed Red Army from the north. And at one point, they were actually, the whole government was reduced to existing on a set of railroad cars. And they kept on moving these railroad cars in a small triangle of three little cities in western Ukraine, trying to get away from the various military forces that are back there. And the pogroms were absolutely horrific, perpetrated by the White Army. These are the Russians who wanted to bring back the Tsar, essentially, or at least the provisional government. The Greens, these are like the various anarchist parties, and Nestor Makhno and others. A very small number by the Red Army, almost negligible by the Soviets, which is one reason why so many Jews flocked to the Soviet Union and supported the Red Army, because they were much more disciplined and much less likely to attack Jews. And unfortunately, the largest single chunk, I believe about 40%, were perpetrated by the Ukrainians themselves. Under the leadership of this man, Simon Petliura, who was the brief-lived head of the government. Now, to be fair to Petliura, it's most likely he did not order his troops to make these pogroms. He was simply incapable of controlling it, and during a brief period of time in the spring of 1919, when he could have at least said something, at least made a proclamation, he failed to do so. Later on, in 1926, he would be shot dead in a Paris street by a Jewish assassin named Shimon Schwarzbard, who claimed that he had killed Petliura out of revenge for these pogroms of that era. But that's story. At any rate, with the pogroms, Jewish support for this Ukrainian experiment completely fell apart. We know exactly how much Ukrainian support there was from the beginning. Anyways, and even though it had these beautiful ideas, the Minister of Jewish Affairs in the government, they actually had 3 ministers of Jewish Affairs over time, it all fell apart. Took those ideas, and the country itself fell apart when the Soviet Union finally took over the entire region in 1920 and 1921. Still, those ideas were also tried out in the same way in the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and even to some degree in Poland, where they looked at those ideas as a workable model for dealing with this large minority in these Baltic national states. And as we discussed, the Federation essentially operates on Dubno's model, with the major difference in that it's a voluntary organization. Dubno understood that Federation membership would be mandatory for all Jews, and they would have a much greater connection to the government, but it simply would not work that way for reasons like the Constitution of Jewish nation. So after the war, Dubno moved to Western Europe, and headed back to Riga. He did a lot more research and so on. I'm going to skip over much of the events of that time, not only because we are out of time, but also because I want to cover it more next week with the early Soviet Union. But his legacy in conclusion was the creation of this model of political Jewish identity that actually functioned in the 20th century and continues to function in America. He was never wealthy as a scholar. He always ran from job to job, but his dedication to his discipline was incredible, and his output was phenomenal. His days ended in the Riga ghetto when he was shot by the Nazis, and as he was, people went to his side, he managed, his last words were, "Schreib und Fahrschreib," write and record, which has become
by this video.
unofficial
If
motto
I
of
had
Jewish
said, come on
historians
quickly, I'm gonna
of
have you.
the
You
second
would have
half
come
of the
on.
20th century.
But
Remembering
he
those
really
lessons. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention. I hope you have a
stretched out to
fantastic
the
week.
break
Look
point
forward
on
to
this
seeing you
video
next
here.
Wednesday.
And so I decided not to really press him on it. He was very much affected by it, Sean. And he did feel that there was brutalization going on. I guess Victor is really the only one who can tell us exactly what the attitude was. But there was some feeling that maybe this alien was not so friendly to us. So in our interrogation of it, we were not so friendly to it. You, on the other hand, feel
the bad news is
trying to help
I don't
this
have an
creature.
opening joke for tonight. The good news is I don't have an opening joke for tonight. So but I did think it's something. I'm not sure it's so funny, but I always say that. This is so this is today we're going to be speaking about Eastern Europe, specifically Ukraine in the 17th century. So I have kind of like a late Tsarist period, late 19th century joke. There's a Jew who gets on a train. He's traveling from Minsk to Minsk, and sitting in these compartments with these wooden chairs and so on. And he has his lunch packed with him, and he's sitting and he's eating some herring.
Is a doctor. This
And
creature
bursts into the room
our air.
a kind of a rowdy peasant with obviously been drinking quite a bit, and sees the opportunity to sit and talk to a Jew. So he sits down and says, "Hey, Jew, what is it that makes you people so smart?" It's very difficult for this small, peddler to avoid the intentions of this peasant in the room with him. So, he doesn't know what to say. He says, "Well, we have a special diet, and it's what we eat that contributes to our intelligence." So the peasant seems, satisfied with that answer for a few minutes, and he says, "So, Jew, what exactly do you eat that makes you so smart?" And the Jew doesn't know what to say, so he says, "Well, for example, we have this herring that we eat, and the herring, it really contributes to our overall intelligence." So the peasant looks at him and says, "Jew, how much would you accept for a piece of that herring you're eating? This is the herring you're eating right now. Listen, how much you accept?" And she says, "No, I can't. So I'll give you a ruble. I'll give you 5 rubles. I'll give you 10 rubles for a piece of herring." Finally, the Jew says, "Okay, fine." So he gives him the herring for 10 rubles, and the peasant, immediately begins eating it. And he's eating it, and he says, "Wait a second, this isn't special herring. This tastes just like regular herring. It's not going to make me smarter." And the Jew says, "You see, it's working already." It's not such a funny joke, but, I appreciate it. I don't know. That's a joke that's easily to tell with an ethnic slur, so I'm trying very hard to de-ethnicize it. The peasant in the story, for example, is Jewish as well, but no, they can't say that. But we'll edit this out of the final version, I'm sure. Okay, today's discussion is not on a very It's not a very happy topic. We're going to look specifically at the horrible massacres of the mid-17th century. The Khmelnytsky rebellion and the horrific pogroms that occurred in that context of the Ukrainian revolution against their Polish overlords. So we're going to have a lot of discussion about the nature of this kind of communal violence that has its roots in the kind of antipathy that I outlined in this small humorous episode. And it's not necessarily a happy story, but nevertheless, I'm not a rabbi, this is not a sermon, so I'm just discussing some of the aspects of Jewish history, whether it is positive or not. I would like to mention to you that I'm trying a little bit of an experiment with how I communicate with my students. As many of you know, there are several thousand people who watch this class every week around the world, which is kind of a strange feeling because we have a small intimate group here, but there's a huge internet audience out there. And I'm going to discontinue for the time being my direct emails because I'm not sure they really do what I need to. If you would like to receive word about upcoming classes and just stay on top of what's happening, find out when the classes get posted to the web, please go to my website, jewishhistorylectures.org. You can also Google my name, and you'll probably find me that way. And then on the top right of the screen, there's a little box that says, follow this blog via email. Put your email address in there. It'll send you a little confirmation note. You click yes. And you'll get 1 or 2 emails a week that are mildly irritating. You can forward them to your former friends, and they'll just let you know what's happening with class. If you prefer, I'm also using Twitter and Facebook as ways to broadcast the class. So if you prefer those means of staying in touch, they're also available on the page. And it's easy to unsubscribe as well. There's no commitments. If you feel that there's too much spam and you just want to get off, and you just go to the place. If you don't have a computer, then we post the lecture dates on a flyer. We have some flyers in the back of the room. Where's my assistant, Ms. Abramson? Could you please bring up a few flyers? Thank you, Ms. Abramson. I appreciate that. So there are some flyers. I don't know. I don't have the means to do it in another way, like with cassettes or something. Well, I hope to publish a book on last week's lecture, but that will be several months from now, by the way. Also, as many of you know, my father's health is kind of precarious, and last semester I had to cancel a class, thanks to a reason. I had to cancel a class the last minute, and email is only one of the only ways that I can really, broadcast a message out there to let you know there's not going to be a class, and so on. Okay, enough preliminaries. Let's go to the topic at hand. We're going to look at the life briefly of Nathan of Hanover, rabbi who, as the name implies, has origins in Germany, but his most significant contribution to Jewish history is a book he wrote in the context of the 17th century upheaval in Eastern Europe. In reality, this class is about that upheaval, and less about Nathan of Hanover. But since it is the derech, the approach of this class to have a biographical kind of hook to the story, so therefore we're going to look at Nathan of Hanover specifically. As we mentioned last year, last class, a surname that is geographical in origin is often misleading. And I wonder if one of my undergraduates would know why that is true. How about Ms. Edgery? Do you know why a surname with a geographic location
earlier today, Richard Hoagland came to visit me, and with him he brought the STS.
Don't make eye contact then, because that's the killer.
And it shows some things, and I'm not going to give it away because Richard has
Anyone
more
else want to have a
research
shot?
to do.
Yes, Ms. Abramson, not an undergraduate, but nevertheless quite a scintillating intellect.
Kid stuff. All right, look, quickly. Area 51. I'm
My parents are from Canada,
There's
correct?
a magazine article that says
Yeah,
Area
I moved to
51
Surfside.
has moved. Where do you think they got this? Could it be?
Well, originally when I was going out there beginning in 1991, and when I was doing my research between 91 and late 93, and in May of 1991, I found the sort of beginning.
Brilliant and absolutely precise. Thank you, Ms. Abramson, for that contribution. So let me repeat that again. Basically, you only get a surname with a place. Among Jews at any rate, it's common among Jews as well, but you only get a surname that's a place long after you left there, because people will refer to you by your origin only if it's unusual. No one would call you Moshe, Surfside if you live in Surfside. They would call you Moshe Canada if you came from Canada to Surfside. So Nathan of Hanover lived in Ukraine, that's where most of his activity was, and he was most likely born he was actually born in Austria or Austria, Ukraine, but he was called of Hanover. Just as a small kind of note, my grandmother, Alera Shalom, she used to tell me all kinds of stories about the bizarre nicknames that Jews at her shtetl would have. And my favorite nickname, it was a Yiddish culture to give everybody a nickname. My favorite was a guy whose name was Moshe Chayes. Moshe Chayes. That was Moshe, the one who belonged to Chaya. There were so many Moshes in town, but there was Moshe der Schuster, Moshe der Ender. Moshe Chayes means Moshe, the one married to Chaya. So Moshe, who was of Chaya. Okay. So anyway, he was born in Austria, Ukraine. Ukraine, as you can see in this map here, let's just locate this. It's in southwestern Russian Empire. The Ukrainians are a distinct nationality. They're Slavic. They have a language which is very closely related to Russian. It's written in Cyrillic, but with a different Cyrillic alphabet. There are several letters that are distinct between Russian and Ukrainian. And there has been a fairly long history of Russians wanting to try and assimilate Ukrainians to a larger Russian ethnicity. The Russians call themselves the Veliki Rossiani, the Big Russians, and they are the Malorossiani, the small Russians, like the younger brothers. So Ukrainians, not surprisingly, tend to resist this and want to maintain their identity as separate from the Russian people. Another major difference that's going to be relevant to discussion today is that Russia is Eastern Orthodox in its Christian orientation. That means that they do not recognize the Pope, they recognize the Patriarchate of Moscow, and they have a lot of very big differences from Catholics. The most significant might include a married clergy, for example. Russian Orthodox priests can marry, and then there are a whole final differences. Poles, on the other hand, are Catholics, recognizing the papacy in Rome and all of the rituals and beliefs associated with that. Ukraine, located between Poland and Russia, is split. The eastern half, a little bit more than the eastern half, is Orthodox. The western half is Catholic. And it's a fissure in Ukrainian society that contributes to a lot of the internal dynamic of displeasure that occasionally results in weakened statehood, because the more Russified Ukrainians to the east want to join in some sense with Russia. The more Polonized Ukrainians to the west see Poland as their kind of center of orbit, and so it's a fractured country along the Dnipro River right over here, or it's Dnieper River in English. So that's where it is. It's also an exceptionally fertile area. It's known as the breadbasket of Europe because it has the Chernozem, the black soil that's extremely productive, and so it's fought over by many of the surrounding countries. I'll talk a little bit about Jews who come in there, but to return to our topic of Nathan Hanover, and although he was rather prolific, his most significant contribution to Jewish literature, and our reason for speaking about him today, is a very moving and sophisticated book called Yevon Metsula, which means it's translated fairly well to English as The Abyss of Despair. And it's a very powerful historical account of the Khmelnytsky Rebellion and the pogroms. It's written with a remarkably high degree of sophistication for the 17th century. And although obviously it is a martyrology that describes the tremendous suffering the Jews went through, it does not spare the Jews in its assessment of their culpability for creating the scenario that would ultimately result in violence. So it's a rather even-handed account, surprisingly so, of the upheavals of that time. Okay, so why don't we take a back here and understand how the Jews came to Ukraine. There's a very, very large population. If you look at the 20th century, it was looking at ethno-linguistic Ukraine, because Ukraine was not a country with its own state until really the Soviets took it over, and even then it was kind of a puppet state of Moscow. Ukraine had basically the second largest concentration of Jews in the world. The massive population of Jews living there. Most Jews who call themselves Russian Jews, if you probe a little further, they're really Ukrainian Jews. They come from the region of Kiev or Western Ukraine, Zhytomyr, places like that. Although they may identify themselves as Russian, typically they are actually Ukrainian. So there are two reasons why Jews moved to Ukraine in large numbers from the 12th until the 17th centuries. And they're moving primarily from the Rhineland, from traditional Ashkenaz, and you've got significant populations moving from the south as well, from Austria and Hungary. So you have this massive concentration of Jews. Here's the Dnipro River that I showed you earlier that bisects Ukraine, and what was called right bank Ukraine. So because when you're facing the flow of the Dnipro, it's on the right-hand side. Right bank Ukraine is heavily Jewish. It's again, this is the Polish side, and has huge populations here. To the left side, left bank Ukraine, this had very, very few Jews living there because the Russian government had banned Jews from settling in those regions from 1479. It's an unusual episode worth mentioning as a kind of a footnote. Jews were allowed to live in Russia up until the 15th century when there was a scandal in the Russian imperial court involving a surprise conversion of a princess to Judaism. There was a Jewish doctor in the court whose name was Raphael, ironically because Raphael means one who heals, and this was known in Russia as a Shanta for the evening, I guess. So what they did was the emperor said that's it, no more Jews in Russia. The Russian Empire was declared officially Judenized, free of Jews, banned to Jews, until Catherine the Great in the 18th century ended up conquering militarily this territory and suddenly inheriting the world's largest Jewish population, even though up until the 18th century no Jews were allowed in. So she gradually, her successors gradually allowed Jews to settle to the west here, the east, places like Kharkov, also known as Kharkiv, or Yekaterinoslav, known as Dnipropetrovsk. People found that Yekaterinoslav was too hard to pronounce, so they switched it to Dnipropetrovsk. So, and now you have significant populations of Jews out there as well, but that's for another lecture when I get to the 20th century. Just relax. So, just avoid those body motions because they're please. White Russia, it's a confusing term because White Russia is known in Russian as Belarus. And it is to the north of Ukraine and to the east of Poland. It's even less well-defined political entity than Ukraine. And the Belarusians have difficulty as a people kind of defining where they live, who they are, how they're distinct from Poles, Ukrainians, and Russians, and so they tend to have the weakest kind of national identity. Their nationalism developed later than most of the other people in the region. So it's to the north of Ukraine, to the east of Poland. Yes.
But that's a pretty good move here to my best, don't you know? I'm turning up north right now, and I can see Air Force Base out there in the distance.
Correct. That's going to be our period today.
And appreciate like north south.
Well, there was a time going back to the very early medieval period, like the 8th, 9th, 10th centuries, where Kiev was the center of a medieval polity, which is called Kiev and Rus. But to call that a state in modern terms would really be anachronistic. But they definitely had. Kiev was developed centuries before Moscow. It's called, Russians regard Kiev as the heartland of their state. But until the 20th century, really until the 19th century, no one's really thinking, were Ukrainians distinct as separate from other peoples, related and so on. But let's go on. So I mentioned there are two reasons why Jews came to Ukraine. The first is because there is a dramatic rise in anti-Semitism in Western Europe. This is a picture that we discussed in the lecture on peppercorn, the infamous Dunisal picture. This happens to be an 18th century rendition, but the image goes back to the 15th century, with Jews suffering from pigs, associated with the devil, torturing children, and so on. Jews were finding it harder and harder to just exercise normal commerce and live in Western European regions from the 11th century on. The Crusades, the blood libel, ritual murder charges, frequent expulsions, increasing competition even in areas that have been reserved to them through the law of Gratian, such as money lending, and it's getting harder and harder for them to maintain a consistent existence in Western Europe from the 11th century onward. And so in France, for example, they're actually expelled, I think I mentioned last week, 3 times in 1 century. You know, the debts owed to Jewish moneylenders become too onerous, and so the local authorities simply find it expedient to expel them and wipe out the debts. But when they expel the Jews, then they totally lose their economic system and the whole institution of credit. So they have to invite the Jews back again. They invite the Jews 20 years later. There's too much of a debt load, and therefore they simply expel the Jews again, and the cycle repeated itself 3 times in France, just to give one example. So Jews are finding it far less hospitable to be in Western Europe, and as that door is closing, they're looking for an open door, which happens to fall in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So this is a rather interesting country. I interrupt right away as soon as I see your head. Well, the question, why would the Jews go back if they were expelled beforehand? Well, I think it's a good question. Why not? I mean, you were expelled once, you could be expelled again. I guess it's kind of like it's like a bad relationship, Why does she keep going back to him? He's going to do the same thing over and over again. Not a very good answer, I guess, but I'm going to skip over next time we ask a question. We're going to go. So, we'll see what's going on here. So, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is rather unusual territory. It's so called because of a dynamic linkage between the royal homes of Poland and Lithuania. And through this marriage, it created literally the largest country in Europe, this massive country extending from the Baltic Sea almost down to the Black Sea here, encompassing all of what we would call today Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, and most of right Ukraine under this massive country that was nominally Catholic, with Polish as the dominant language. It had an incredibly weak, primitive economy with tremendous freedoms for anyone who would come in and could start the economy moving. And so Jews were attracted to the potential of being there and working in that context. They were working as miners and given tremendous freedom to operate there. And they also had a strange kind of political system that allowed for high levels of diversity in society. I go into it in great detail. It was, ironically, the great tolerance of diversity that led to the destruction of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, because their tolerance of dissent was to such a high level that they were literally paralyzed when faced with very serious threats. And when you get to the 18th century, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is simply removed from the map by its far more powerful and autocratic neighbors. It becomes, however, a haven for Jews from the 13th century onward, with an especially large wave of Jews moving in from Germany in the 16th and 17th centuries. And they like to refer to Poland at this time by the Hebrew acronym POLIN, which means here we will rest. Poland was considered the place where finally the Jews can breathe a little bit. The levels of anti-Semitism they experienced in Western Europe were nothing like this in Poland, and they had remarkable rights and freedoms and privileges. There were no ghettos in Poland. There were no restricted areas. Jews had tremendous power and ability to organize their lives according to Talmudic principles and so on. I'll mention just one small example of this. A rather amazing thing. We'll come back to this when we talk about Shimon Demo, the 20th century area later on in this course. There's the so-called Vad Aratzot, the Council of Four Lands. Because Jews would typically set up these little municipalities called kehilot. We use this word today too. As a kehillah means a congregation, and they would set up their own judiciary, the Beit Din. They would set their own executive branch, the Parnasim. They would have their own board of the city, the Tuvei Ayir, and they earned the right from the Polish-Lithuanian kings to judge themselves by Talmudic law exclusively. And in many cases, even when they were in disputes with non-Jews, they earned the right to have their disputes adjudicated by Talmudic law. Now that in itself is not so exceptional because that's happened many times in Jewish history. What was unusual about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is that all of the municipalities in this massive region, about 5 times the size of France, simply decided that they would all agree and work together and create literally a state within a state, a Jewish government that ruled over all the Jews living in the entire Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They met 2 times a year in Lviv, and they adjudicated all kinds of disputes. They worked to take care of ugly wives, like women who were trapped in marriages after being abandoned by their husbands. They worked to effectively create copyright law, all kinds of fascinating things. And it was really a high point of Jewish civilization up until the 18th century. The collapse of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, however, also meant the collapse of the Council of Four Lands, and it came down in a rather dramatic way. So why were the Jews invited there in the first place? So primarily, they were invited because of the stratified nature of Polish society. The southern regions, which would be Ukraine, right-flank Ukraine, had these massive farms called latifundia. And they were owned by the Polish noblemen who had won them through conquest a long time earlier. And the Polish noblemen were living in the larger cities of Warsaw, places like that. And they were not especially inclined to take care of these huge landholdings. And so the Jews were invited to act as leaseholders. The Jews were invited to come and manage these massive tracts of land, which would include, as we discussed with Dr. Vano, tax farming, where the nobleman would say, okay, here's my tract of land, Jewish community leaders, bring your people in and bring me X amount of zloty every year, and whatever the Jews were able to collect on top of that figure was theirs to keep in the community. In order to attract the Jews, they often gave them something that was called in medieval times Magdeburg. Magdeburg is the name of a town in Germany. That, of course, is law. And these were charters that defined for the Jews what their rights and privileges were in a given town. And the Jews would literally, as an entire community, let's say living in Hanover, they would get an invitation to settle a close let's say, and the leaders of the community would negotiate. They would say, okay, if you want us to live in Oak Street, we're prepared to pick up and move. But one thing for sure, we want to have the right, for example, to say who is allowed to practice as a shoemaker in our town. And they could win that right. They would have the right to regulate commerce. They could say, we want to have the right, for example, to be judged only by Talmudic law. We want the right, for example, to build a wall around our town, which the walls are usually built not to keep the Jews in, but to keep attackers out. And they could arrange all kinds of privileges to Magdeburg, and the Poles were only too happy to give it to them because they wanted the Jews to move in and help out this nascent economy get started. So with these two things happening, the push of anti-Semitism from Western Europe, driving the Jews out, and the indoctrinating Poland sucking the Jews in, it was really a beautiful thing for Jews, and for 300 years, they made a series of ladder migrations deep into Ukrainian territory. This is, for example, by the way, this is an early 16th century Christian manuscript that has a little drawing of a wooden synagogue in the background. Oh, I should show you some wooden synagogues.
It was really difficult.
Okay, yes.
And
anyway, that big flash would be very hard to photograph.
yeah, very high speed, and they wanted to actually see the fireball expanding as it cracks the key that moves apart. You're talking over 1 million frames a second, and they came up with a fantastic camera. In fact, I was just told the other day
So I'm going to get specific to that now.
movie studio executive that all of those cameras found their way
I'm going to try and move along so I can get the picture. That's right. I want to go to the
special effects, all those atomic bomb cameras.
Yeah, we get a lot of send in advance from
Casimir, also
defense, if you
Boleslav,
wish to
we
call
have
it that,
repeated
and the defense industry, of course,
there's all kinds of
they do
interesting
a lot of
legends
stuff, I
about
guess, so that's
the
not a
associated
surprise.
with Jews.
And so you applied
Now,
G&G.
the backbone of the Jewish economy
everywhere that went in.
was something called the
Wasn't a
Arenda,
whole
and
lot
this
in
would be
Las
very
Vegas, but,
significant for
I
understanding
gave it a
the
shot. And what I
upheaval of
also
the
did
18th
was
century.
I sent
The
one
Arenda is the
Dr.
name
Nellen,
for the system
who at
of
Livermore at that time.
leaseholding of these
I
large
remember you, I'm
ranch
sure.
Right, and I referenced
where
our
you
meeting
have a
and so on and so
Polish,
forth.
these are Polish.
You know,
You have a Polish nobleman who is the owner, and he
And I
literally
believe it
owns
wasn't
everything. He
too long
owns
after
the
that,
streets, he owns the
that I got a call
orchards, he
from
owns the
EG&G.
mills, the
Now,
mills
that
for
time,
grain, he owns the
EG&G
water wheels, he owns the
was
fields, he
located
owns
at
the
McCarran
ponds
Airport.
for fishing, the hunting grounds.
It
It all
EG&G
belongs
Special
to him.
Projects,
And
and
he
for
can
those
do whatever
who
he
lived in
wants
Las
with it.
Vegas a long
He
time,
has
they remember
peasants
that.
who he also
They've
owns.
since moved
The
it behind the
institution
fence now
of
to Air Force Base.
serfdom was well entrenched. The serfdom
And
is
they
not
said to
exactly
you,
like slavery
They
because
told me to come
serfs
down for
are
an interview. I did,
technically
and
free.
apparently
The only thing is that
this was under
freedom
the
is
recommendation
seriously
of Dr. Teller,
compromised. They may
which
not
was
leave.
fantastic.
Of course.
They may not
Did you know
marry
that, by the way, at the
without
time?
the owner's permission.
I think I found
And
that
they
out.
are
at
with a
all.
certain amount of work for the Lord,
So,
which can
in
either
this
be
interview,
something called corvée, which is
what were they?
a certain amount of
What did they
forced
want?
labor.
What
So,
were
for
they
example, if you have
What
a
were
6-day
they
work
curious?
week,
What
they
they
may
wanted to
be
know?
required
The
to
initial
go
interview
to
was
the farms belonging to the Lord,
for a
and they'll have to
lesser
work 2
position,
days a week on the
and
Lord's
I was
farms,
interviewed by
and
a
they'll
board
rotate
of
that out.
people
And the other 4 days
over
would
a
be
span
theirs
of
to
about
work
an
on
hour
their
and
own
a
field.
half.
Or
And
later they
That's
switch
some
to
interview.
something called
yeah, it was
Barshchina, where
pretty
they would actually
intimidating.
pay
It
a
was
fixed
an
rent for
uncomfortable
the
interview.
privilege of
Do you
living on
recall
the land. But
any of the key
it's not
questions I
exactly the
asked you
same
in
as
an hour and a half
slavery,
we got?
where they're
Not for
watched
that,
every
because I
minute
did
and
go
things
back
like that.
for another
Still,
one.
it's not a nice situation
I
at
mean,
all.
they did ask me.
The Jew and those
One of the
peasants
strange
are
things I found
overwhelmingly
about it
Ukrainian.
was
You
that
have
they
the
weren't
Polish
asking me
Lord,
that many
Ukrainian
technical questions.
peasants,
They
and
were
the
asking me
Jew
questions
is the one
about my
who's
demeanor, about
negotiating between
what I
these
do
two
under stress.
groups.
If I get all
As I
angry,
mentioned,
do I
tax
start throwing
farming
screwdrivers
was
and
the
things around?
backbone,
And it was
the
kind of weird.
Arenda, where the
You expect
nobleman
them
would say,
to,
I want my
you know,
farm to
certainly
produce
have,
so
well,
much
they did
money
have
per
some
year,
technical
collect it any way you
questions
see fit,
and
and
test
I
my
will support
abilities, but
you in your
Well, you know,
efforts.
that is, though,
The
not
means
that
that
irrational
Jews
question.
devised to collect that tax was often
generally,
quite
I know, and I
onerous.
just, you know, give up and walk away
Obviously,
from it.
some agricultural
But
produce,
I
but also
assume what they
the
were
Jews
doing
would
was just,
impose taxes on
they knew of my work in
tolls,
Los Alamos,
crossing
and the other thing
bridges,
I was doing,
traveling
and
through
they
roads, for example,
just assumed
using the
that it
mill
fit the bill.
or
Sure,
the
but they wanted
press.
to know about your
If you wanted to
demeanor
press
for
grapes, if
some
you wanted to
reason.
grind your
Right,
wheat,
and
you
it
have
has
to
to
pay a
this all
tax
had
for
to do
that.
with
And
security,
a
as I
portion of
found
that
out
tax
later.
which goes to
But
the Jew and the rest
I
would
went
be
home, I
for
was
the
that
Lord.
thrilled about the interview.
Hunting or fishing,
It was
you know,
several
would be
days later I got a call back, and
unless
they
you
said,
paid
you know,
the
as it
Jew
turned
for
out,
your catch and
we
so on.
felt you were
And according to
overqualified
some
for the
really
job we were offering,
controversial
and we're
passages,
pretty sure you would become
which
bored
have
with it
been
after a while.
confirmed
However,
in a small
there is
minority of
something
cases
else
by
that we
recent
have.
research done at
Yes.
Hebrew University,
I'm trying to
Jews
remember
even
verbatim what
sometimes
they
held the
said.
keys to
I believe
churches.
it's at a
And so
remote
if
site
you
on the
wanted to have your
tech
child
site, so you
baptized,
will have to
or if you
fly
wanted
out
to have a
there.
wedding,
And
you would have to
everybody should
go
know
to
that
the
those flights leave
from the
every
Jew,
single
which often
day from
required a
Las
payment.
Vegas and go
Now,
up to the test
the
site,
number
right?
of times this happened
called the
is
key flight,
probably
you know,
very,
that
very
if you
minimal.
violate
Because you can imagine the
national
level of
security
antipathy
secrets,
that
you're
could be developed
after
when
10 years of
you
jail
have
and
to
a
go to the Jew
$10,000
to get
fine.
the
Does that
keys
sound
to the
familiar
church.
to you?
But
I
it
something like that
looms
before,
very
but this
large
was
in
during the
Ukrainian
far above
consciousness.
beyond
At
that,
this point, the
which was
Ukrainians are
shocking,
basically
actually.
illiterate. They do
But
have
at the
a
time,
long-standing
we
literary
pretty much
tradition
just blow it
from
off
the
and
ancient
say all
period
this
or
means
the
is that I'm
late
going to be
medieval
involved in
period,
something,
but they have
you know,
important books like
extremely
the interesting, and tale of bygone years, which is not really in Russian, it's in Church Slavonic, which is a funny story. I actually know a funny story about Church
No,
Slavonic.
I understand. I mean, by that time, you're being probably tantalized, thinking, oh, wow, this is going to be real
Oh
fun.
yeah, but they're basically illiterate at this point. What they have is a literary tradition of oral stories sung by this blind guitarist called Rothschild, who would wander from town to town.
Are you still talking about the facility near Las Vegas, or are you talking about being flown up there now?
Complicated poems set to music that were the history of the Ukrainians.
McCarran Airport, right by the AT&T building.
And over and over again, Jews figure as these
as I landed
wicked
there the first
people
time,
who are denying families the rights to use their own churches. So even though maybe only a tiny minority attempted this actually occurred, it nevertheless was a big part of the Ukrainian perception of the Jews. So you can imagine this is not necessarily a way to make friends in your new neighborhood. Add to that another industry that was very popular for Jews. It's called propaganda, which I may have mentioned in earlier class. Propaganda refers to the monopoly assigned to the Jews by the noblemen for the production, distribution, and sale of alcohol. Jews have a long history with this industry. One of the big distillers today, distributors today, are Jews. Certainly not a majority, but significantly. Like, for example, is that guy, what's his name? Glenn Levin, I think. Okay, that's a joke. Oh, really? Anyways, that's what but so the Jews would be given the right to have the exclusive privilege of producing alcohol and selling alcohol. And you got to remember that the vast majority, close to 98% of Ukrainians are farmers, peasants. And just about reverse for Jews. Only about 2% of Jews are farmers. Most of them are living in the northern Hungarian region of Sziget, and they're primarily dairy farmers. Debbie was a dairy farmer. Jews are just not into farming for lots of reasons I won't go into right now. But one big industry for Jews was maintaining things. You know, you travel along the road, stop at an inn, on your way home from the fields, and you have a few drinks. The bartender would be Jewish, and the alcohol is produced by Jews, so every encounter you have with this perhaps less salient aspect of modern society would be Jewish. You combine that with the fact that you could often run up a tap where during the years when you're farming, all your produce is still in the ground, so you say, I'll pay you in harvest season, and the bartender could say, sure, I'll put it on your tab. Then when you get to the end of the season, and you get your harvest, and all of a sudden you realize you drank a good portion of your harvest through the work year, that's certainly going to generate another higher level of animosity as well. That's not to say that Jews are only involved in these nasty kind of trades. These are the trades that, you know, were perhaps largest in Ukrainian imagination. When Jews were engaged in all kinds of small-level commerce. And in fact, when you get to the end of the 19th century, Jews in this region were heavily impoverished as well. Very reliable demographic studies indicate that as close to 20% of the population of Jews were self-mentioned, which means they lived on air. That they had no discernible means of support, and somehow they're just living off tzedakah, off charity that's somehow coming their way. So we're not talking about a hugely wealthy population. We're talking about so Jews were involved very heavily in all kinds of crafts as well. Silversmithing was very big. Typically, small kinds of trades that Jews could peddle from farmstead to farmstead. Spoons, cutlery, shoes. Later in the 9th century, textiles would become a huge Jewish industry, especially with the advent of civilization and the availability of sewing machines. You might see in further on the roof where the tailor Muffle Consoil gets a sewing machine, and that represents a huge breakthrough for his family economically. It really was like that. So Jews were very big into a lot of crafts. Another fascinating area of Jewish work is music. Again, you have to think about what we're dealing with in terms of the lifestyle of these people. The Ukrainian peasants, dawn, they're out, they got to be in the fields, back-breaking work, weeding, hoeing, plowing, sowing. Sun starts to go down. You know, they don't have the energy for intellectual activities. They barely have energy for any kind of cultural activities. So the music of this region is overwhelmingly Jewish. Specifically, a style of music called klezmer, which comes from the Hebrew terms klei zemer, vessels of song or instruments of song. And the klezmer musicians, typically, they're only playing with instruments that can be carried, because it's very hard to run with a piano.
No, not going down that sport. Generally, the
snare
president
drums,
company
clarinets,
all the
woodwinds,
time
things
was
like
Des
that.
Mariani,
Later
who
on,
was my supervisor
bass,
at that time.
guitar, things like
Well,
that.
everything from signing,
And they're
virtually signing
essentially
away my
taking a lot of like
constitutional
folk
rights. So should anything go
Ukrainian
wrong
melodies,
as far as
transferring
the,
them through
they would,
typically
you
a
know,
minor
essentially be
key
judge, jury, and
into a
executioner.
Jewish
As far
sort
as
of mindset.
the
And this
authorization
becomes Eastern
to
European
attain the
music.
clearance there,
It's
that
a
was an order
beautiful thing
signed
that
by President
crosses
Reagan,
many
which I
ethnicities.
saw on the
And
desk.
we are lucky,
After
by
I
the way,
read some
here in
of the
South Florida, to have one of
beforehand,
the
I
most
gave
amazing
permission to have my
klezmer
phone
musicians
lines
in the world. My colleague
Can
Aaron
you
Kula,
remember
his brother,
any
actually lives
authority?
in
I mean,
Surfside.
you said
He
you
puts
signed
on
something
this
that
concert every
would
year
allow them,
in
if you
Florida
blab, to be
Atlantic University.
judged, jury, and
Well, I have
3,000
something
people,
like
and
that.
it's sold out months in
I mean,
advance.
that may be a
Beautiful
slight
modern klezmer.
exaggeration of
But
how the
anyway,
wording
this is
was,
also a
but
Jewish occupation.
certainly I
Let us
signed,
turn, however,
I'm
to
trying to remember what it was,
the
like a
upheaval,
10-10
which
agreement.
is, of course, the main
You've heard
topic
that
that
before.
we're
I don't
getting
remember the
to
exact
45
title of
minutes
the
into.
document, but
It's
So
important
you
to
sign all
understand
the
that
forms,
this particular
including
region,
one to
because of its
tap your phone,
ethnic
huh?
complexity,
right, they did.
typically
That
involves
was again
triangular
before I went down
conflicts.
there. That
It's
was having
never
EG&G, and I gave
the
them permission to do
Ukrainians
that.
versus the Jews, or the Poles
But that
versus
was
the
only for a
Jews, or
limited
the
amount of
Russians
time. I
versus
don't
the
recall
Jews.
how long that was
Although the
for.
versus the Jews part is pretty much common. The
The
fact is there's usually more than one ethnicity involved, and it's a complicated conflict that can only be understood when you look at the dynamics of the whole
Maybe
picture.
because otherwise they have
In
to
the
go through
theory
some
that
sort
we're
of
looking at
legal
right now,
procedure and get some sort of court
the nature of the horrendous system placed the Jews as the leading edge of the hammer with which the Poles beat the Ukrainians. The Jews did not create the system, but they definitely were part of the system. And when the Ukrainians ultimately rose up in rebellion, as they did, with tremendous ferocity and brutality, in the middle of the 17th century, the Jews felt the brunt of that anger even more than the Poles. If you consider by analogy, if you remember the riots in Los Angeles over the beating of Rodney King, and that was the core of Los Angeles was burning for days and days as blacks were understandably upset with this instance of police brutality. The people who hurt the most were the Koreans, who were the only ethnicity that was willing to set up shops in these more dangerous perhaps areas of central Los Angeles. And so although the rage of the African American population was usually directed at the white establishment, the Koreans were much closer, much easier to attack. So too we find in Ukraine that when the Ukrainians want to throw off what they see as Polish oppression, the Jews are close by. And the Jews are the instrument of that oppression that they can reach easily, and of course the Jews suffer terribly. This pattern will be repeated throughout the next few centuries, including even the Nazi period, which we will discuss better later on this year.
So I encourage my audience constantly in the
this
middle of a
culminates
conversation
in what is known
simply say
in
kilo,
Hebrew historiography as Zeras
we say
That means evil decree. And Tashatat are the Hebrew acronyms of the years 1648 and 1649, which is when the pogroms were at their worst. Ironically, many Kabbalists believe that 1648 would actually be the year of the arrival of the Messiah. They see that as a recurring theme in Jewish history, and they could not be much further away from the Jew. The revolt, when it happened, as you can imagine, had several key factors. The first was economic. The Ukrainians were tired of several centuries of increasingly exorbitant taxes they had to pay to the Polish nobility. They were also cultural, because the main source of this rebellion came from eastern Ukraine, the southern region of the Dnieper River, where the Ukrainians were much more orthodox, and they viewed the Poles as trying to polonize them, to pull them away from the more that they felt
driver,
much closer
security
to.
guard, and then
Poles are
Mariani
also
security
Slavic
guard
people,
almost
but
always
as I mentioned,
stood
they're Catholic,
right
and
up
they
front,
write their language with the Roman
not
alphabet.
sitting down, but holding that bar.
The Ukrainians in the
You know,
region
which
that
is right by
where
the door
this
on those
rebellion
buses.
started were Orthodox
I don't
writing
know who was in
with
an effort to
the
block my view
Cyrillic
out there
alphabet.
or just to
Even though the
intimidate me
languages
so
are very
theoretically.
closely
But
related.
that's how he wrote me
Usually,
during a trip down there
Ukrainians
too. It
can
was
sort of
difficult to
understand
see
Polish and
exactly
vice
where
versa. I remember
we
one of the
were.
best compliments I ever got
what was in
when I was
between.
studying in
Right.
Ukraine
Well, there's
20
really
years
nothing in
ago.
between. It's pretty
Is I
much
went to buy something at an outdoor
Dennis
market,
Mariani,
and this old peasant woman
who was he?
looked at me funny and
he
she
was my
said,
supervisor. What
"You have
his
an
exact
accent. You're not
position
from
was
around here. Where are you
was
from?
pretty much
Poland?"
unclear to me. He's a
That's
Kentucky
great.
guy.
Okay.
Smokes a
So
cigar.
the Jews, though, were
Very
essentially, and they're
military-looking,
finally
short
religious,
blonde hair.
because the Poles really wanted to Ukrainians become Catholic. And they put great pressure on the Orthodox Poles to convert to Catholicism. And in fact, a new church was created called the Uniate Church, which still exists to this day. It's very popular among Ukrainians in America, primarily because that's where the migration came to in this country, which was a Catholic church, which the Pope recognized as having primarily Orthodox ritual. So they look like Orthodox, they have similar kind of communion and things like that, and they even are allowed under some circumstances to marry, but they owe their allegiance to Rome rather than to the Patriarchate of Moscow. So the Ukrainians rose up under the leadership of a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky. Here's how you may see his name spelled in a lot of English language work, and it's also another very difficult one to spell. Khmelnytsky, it's completely wrong. This is just the way it's written in Polish, and if you understand Polish phonetics, you'll know that it's pronounced Khmelnytsky, which is also not so easy to pronounce. But that's not our job at any rate. Khmelnytsky brought together a band of outliers in Ukrainian society, the so-called Kozakher, or Cossacks. These were people who were runaway serfs. They were living as bandits, mainly attacking Turkish ports on the Black Sea. Living outside the boundaries of official society, they were not typically part of any given local landholding, latifundia, and they were outlaws. They were, in Ukrainian mind, like cowboys of the Wild West, living on their own. You know, and it's ironic, it is strange that, you know, when you get into the Ukrainian Weltanschauung, the Ukrainian worldview, the Cossacks are like the heroes. They're like old, independent spirits. They're, you know, freedom fighters. The Cossacks are quite literally heroes to the Ukrainians. And for Jews, they are like anathema. They're horrible villains. And one of the reasons why Ukrainians and Jews often have difficulty communicating with each other is because they don't even have the same vocabulary to describe how they feel about these groups.
If you're the first person to come down and
we
be
won't say more
assigned
about that.
this
Here's a
task,
picture by the famous artist Ilya Repin, who shows the Cossacks in their
you really have no idea what's going on.
their home base, the Sich, which was located in the rapids of the Dnieper River. And you can see that they wear these Turkish-style haircuts with the top knot and the long drooping mustache. That was kind of like the style. And they're laughing at a letter that they're writing to its song. Kind of like devil-may-care, recognize no authority kind of people. So when they finally rose up under Khmelnytsky against the Polish landholdings, they essentially moved their way from shtetl to shtetl, making their way up to the northwest and northeast, northwest, up to the Polish, the main area of Polish settlement, and along the way committing absolutely horrific atrocities along the way. At this point, I'll pause to speak about what these atrocities were, but we have a little bit of time, so I can take a question or two.
I still don't know.
Nobody has a question, so maybe I'll drink a little bit of coffee.
Ran a lot of things through my mind.
Okay, so what is a pogrom?
Really, none of them make any
The term pogrom is Russian origin, and it's unclear exactly what the root of this term means. It indicates quasi-military attack on a civilian population. Although it was not used exclusively for Jews in the first few hundred years of its existence, it was used interchangeably with terms like riot and insurrection. By the time you get to the 20th century, especially the horrible pogroms of 1919, this becomes basically a Jewish word. Jews suffer pogroms. There were definitely other populations that suffered pogroms as well, but it's kind of like the word Holocaust that is specifically directed at Jews, and that's how people you understand it now. The Jews, as they saw this wide-scale peasant uprising, which, by the way, was only one of several major uprisings that occurred in Europe in this terrible century, the Jews saw their allies as the Poles. They saw the Poles as their employers, and typically, historically, the Poles had supported them whenever they had any minor dispute with the Ukrainian peasantry, and so they went to the Poles hoping to receive some succor and some aid. And quite often they received it, but more often than not, the Poles would pick Jews rather than express their violence against the Poles. And they literally marched from shtetl to shtetl. We have to remember that the Jews are living in really well-defined discrete numbers and villages, easily found, easily attacked, not like farmsteads way out in the middle of nowhere. They're on the main roads. They have really no place to go, no escape whatsoever. I'm not going to tell you some of the horrific stories that Hanover writes of in Yemen Peninsula, but they are really very, very chilling, graphic displays of specific massacres that are confirmed by other accounts of the region as well. One area, though, that does deserve a little more attention is the scope of these massacres. Hanover's figures are undoubtedly inflated, and it gets even worse when you go to the 20th century. Many historians have estimated as many as 250,000 Jews dying in these pogroms. That number is certainly far larger than the reality. It's probably closer to 50 or 60,000 deaths, which is a huge number for the 17th century. If you look by comparison, the infamous pogroms of the 1880s that ultimately brought down the Russian Empire, ultimately created a huge wave of immigration to America. Only 84 Jews were killed in 4 years of pogroms during the 1880s, and those loom large in the Jew memory. So 50,000 is a huge number. However, very good demographic analysis indicates that there probably weren't anywhere close to 250,000 Jews living there at the time of the pogroms. If you look at the bounce back of the demographics after pogroms, the Jews replaced themselves so rapidly that the numbers are most likely inflated. Nevertheless, it was a huge, it had a huge impact on the Jewish mind, Jewish memory, figures in the Tisha B'Av liturgy, and so on. To give you, I want to just say one more thing about this picture. This is a picture from, actually, this is in Kiev, which is the Independence Square now. Right in the center of it, they have here, this is a statue of Khmelnytsky, and he's riding on this horse that's raised up, and he's facing towards Moscow, because ultimately what happens to Khmelnytsky is he defeats the Poles, and then he immediately joins Moscow, which made him very unpopular with some later Ukrainians who felt that he defaulted by giving up Ukrainian statehood when they were just about to grab it. But at any rate, in the original bronze casting of this statue, it had a Jew under the horse. Even the Tsar felt that was in poor taste, so when they put up this heroic statue of Khmelnytsky, they decided to remove the downtrodden Jew. Now, what is the result of Khmelnytsky rebellion? Well, it definitely had a colossal impact on Jewish thinking, comparable to the Spanish expulsion, one might say comparable even to the Holocaust and how Jews thought of the reality of living in the diaspora. We see it show up in the Tisha B'Av liturgy, the liturgy of the 3 weeks, and really up until the 20th century, there were communities in Eastern Europe who had fast days that were put in their calendar, remembering massacres from the 7th century. And many historians, beginning with Gretsch in the 19th century, argue that the huge disappointment, the anticipation of the Messianic period, which was then replaced by these horrible pogroms, created a kind of a lassitude and an intellectual despair among Eastern European Jewry that later resulted in the widespread enthusiasm for Shabtai Tzvi, the false Messiah. And there's some good argument for that. Shabtai Tzvi, his greatest period is in the early 60s, so he's right out 10 years after pogroms. Some would say that, like Gretsch, for example, who felt that Hasidism was a primitive, superstitious movement, he felt that Hasidism really was a result of a Hasidic rebellion because Jews were just so full of despair that they latched onto Kabbalah and mysticism as a solace for understanding their problems. Other historians disagree and say that the connections between these events are highly contentious, but there's no question that Chmielnicki and the rebellion loomed large in the Jewish imagination. We should return by way of conclusion to Nathan of Hanover, who had survived, of course, the pogrom and went on to collect a large number of other chronicles that were prepared by other survivors and put them together in this book, Yevet Tzura, which is available in English, a very fine by Abraham Ness. As I mentioned, the title is Abyss of Despair. His father was murdered in 1649, and so he began a period of wandering where he engaged in various rabbinic positions, first in Germany, Poland, Italy, and finally in Arabia. He was really quite prolific. Perhaps his most famous religious work is called Shari Tzia, which is a Kabbalistic prayer book, still in use today in many congregations. And an interesting book called the Safa Berula, which is very, very useful for Jewish refugees, which is a quadrilingual dictionary using, basic dictionary and vocabulary with words in Hebrew and their translations into Yiddish, Italian, and Latin. Later, after his death, it was updated to include French as well. Very, very valuable book because it allowed Jews who were traveling or were displaced to find a way to communicate. Ultimately, in the context of the Turkish-Austrian War, he got caught up in the violence of that war, and he died as a result of a riot in 1683. But his key work, the Yevet Tzura, is something that really gives us a very powerful and vivid account of the Chmielnicki rebellion, and it's a rather even-handed and remarkably sophisticated work of historiography for the 17th century. Okay, with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and endurance. And next week, we're going to Western Europe. We'll talk about Moses Mendelssohn, beginnings of the Reform movement, the Haskalah, and so on. Thank you.
Probably other considerations of a psychological profile, and that they were also very concerned with.
Your psychological profile.
Yeah, they were concerned with how I handle stress. In fact, I remember one of the questions was, have you ever thrown tools around in the lab or anything to that effect? And that these were very strange questions for what we were talking about. But in either case, I got the job and wound up there. But
have you ever thrown tools?
No, actually, I haven't.
I have. I've checked radios too. Went all the way across the room, put my foot through it. Anyway, so then you seem qualified in most every way, as much as one could be qualified for that. So here you come to S4. And were you immediately led into this area where these craft work?
No, absolutely not. In fact, the first day there, I went in and I think my first stop was to go to the medical office there. I believe there was a nurse in there. I'm pretty sure that was my first stop, and I had to go through a series of what I was told were allergen tests.
Allergen tests?
Yeah, they took my arm and drew a little graph on it and pricked each little area in my arm with a different little needle. And in fact, I was not permitted back to work, I think, for 2 weeks until there was a reaction, or if there was to be a reaction with any of the substances they put on my skin. And they said, we're working with some extremely exotic materials here that we're not all that familiar with, and we want to know if there's going to be any problem with it. Again, odd, but acceptable. And I was also given an injection there too, which was a wide spectrum. What did they call it?
Antibiotic?
No, it wasn't a wide spectrum antibiotic.
It's always good to know what they're shooting you with.
Yeah. I thought, now, I mean, there have been so many, I'm sure, which we'll get into later, so many ridiculous stories, offshoots of what actually had happened to me. People said, we injected you with Thorazine or so on, or this was the memory drug that wiped out your memory so you can only remember back and forth, and, so on and so forth. But, I'm pretty sure that wasn't the case. This was, they were mainly concerned about the, here you're dealing with actual extraterrestrial material. And if we're going to be crawling around on them, taking things apart and having contact with them, imagine they want to make sure that the people working on it are fairly safe. Well, that in one hand weighed against the fact that, don't forget, the United States government sent fallout to people from time to time, and, did other strange things.
When you originally told your story, Bob, years ago, that wasn't known. Hazel O'Leary was not around yet, and everybody regarded your story as absolutely incredible, beyond belief. But then when Hazel O'Leary stepped out and said the following occurred, everybody went into kind of a stupor and said, my God, we did that? So your story isn't so out of
Well, a lot has actually changed in the past 10 years. If you remember, 10 years ago, too, the predominant theory about how gravity propagates in any physics textbook, related to graviton. And now the predominant theory is gravitational waves, which is exactly how some of, and scientists and physicists at that time, pointed out one of the many reasons they say the reason this story can't be true was that this was absolutely ridiculous, so on and so forth, and now it's spoken of as a matter of fact. This is how gravity propagates through space. And it's just interesting to see how things slowly, over the span of a decade, quietly change. It's the one thing I do keep an eye on.
Yes.
But,
and I take it your arm didn't break out inappropriately, so you passed.
No, I think it did develop a small eruption somewhere, but it was nothing to be concerned about, or so I was told. So we just proceeded from there.
As you know, there is a group of people suing the government over the illnesses they have suffered from work they did at Area 51. And that is proceeding quietly in court. It's not going to be so quiet when it goes to trial, but that's underway now. So indeed, there are some pretty exotic materials up there.
Actually, you just reminded me of something. When was that, Gene? When, was it right after that where I collapsed from the kidney? Oh, remember that? Right. Was that there or after I had left the project?
No, you were still in the project.
That was right after that.
After they did these tests and gave you a shot.
It's kind of surprising. I forget that.
Very strange substance, and
all I remember is that you were at a Toyota dealer or something like that, and
he was in such pain. His kidneys hurt so bad he thought he was going to die. And to that point, Bob had never had any health problems or had never had any sedatives or painkillers, and the doctor gave Bob a shot of Demerol. And I called him, and I was floating on cloud 9. It wasn't incoherent, and I came to his house to see what was wrong, and then he was literally high from a painkiller they gave him just so he could stand the pain in his kidneys. So whatever went through his system certainly stuck there.
Yeah, so there was an adverse reaction to something.
Do you think that was, well, of course you have no way of knowing whether it was the allergy test they put you through or the shot they gave you?
Or was it an amazing coincidence that, pretty good have the prior stone or something? Yeah, I mean, it is,
Well, I take it you went to the doctor.
I did, yeah.
What did he say?
I don't remember. I think he said, he gave me a shot of painkiller, Demerol, I believe it was, and he took a urine sample, a blood test, and he asked if I had any previous problems, anything strange, and obviously I said no, certainly didn't mention anything about getting an injection in a strange place in the middle of the desert.
Right.
Didn't they do X-rays or a CAT scan or something?
Not a CAT scan. They did just an X-ray to see if there was any blockage. But there was a day later where I think even the next morning everything was fine. The X-rays came back negative, and I believe the blood work came back negative too, as did the urine sample. So, in fact, I think his conclusion was that perhaps I had passed a small stone and, wound up in my bladder, and then it was probably hurt coming out again. But, that never occurred, and whether or not that scenario is correct, again, it's just speculation. But, I don't know, that you just stirred that up in my memory. I don't think I
that's how that's right. That's how little bits and pieces come back. How's your health now, by the way, and since then? Okay.
Oh, fine, no problem.
All right. So anyway, you pass all their little tests.
Past all that, the next thing to happen was that I was went into a room with quite a number of little briefing packages, briefing papers. These range from 2 pages to about 5 pages. Little folders with different aspects of the project that I was working on. This was, I believe, the part of the first day and the second day that I was working there.
So they just set you down at a table and had you begin to read about...
Yeah, well, these were just basic overviews of what each group was doing. Just essentially to give you knowledge of what the other facets of the project were about.
A general overall.
Right, had no specifics whatsoever, but if in, for instance, there's a group of metallurgy, and so on and so forth.
Here we are, you're in a little room with a bunch of briefing papers giving you more or less an outline, but not specific to the work being done on... Actually, at that point, did they state what it was that was being worked on?
Well, at this point, yeah, this is the first time I really knew exactly what I would be doing. And this is where it was stated that the project was essentially that of back engineering an extraterrestrial craft.
That must be quite a line to read.
Well, it was, and it was also hard to believe. Certainly going into the project, I was basically a nuts and bolts guy, and certainly didn't believe in UFOs and thought everyone was crazy that even considered the topic. I certainly believed that there was life elsewhere. Certainly life can exist on other planets, other galaxies, other solar systems, but I just found it very hard to believe that there is any intelligent life visiting Earth.
You had never had any close encounter of the third kind?
No, and I have people who were basically crackpots that thought
whacked out.
But also, he was into science and technology, and he certainly wasn't well read. I mean, he had never heard of the, Betty and Barney Hill case, or he didn't know anything about the Roswell crash or anything along those lines. I mean, he wasn't interested. He didn't pursue it. Really, a decade ago. I mean, some of that information was available, but certainly wasn't prevalent to the point that it is today with websites and movies and television shows.
Oh, indeed. As a matter of fact, before we proceed, Bob, I'd be very, very interested to hear your reaction. I have interviewed now twice very rare interviews, by the way, hours-long interviews with Colonel Philip Corso. And I'm kind of interested to get your reaction to Colonel Corso's revelations about the back engineering and insertion into American industry he did of artifacts from the Roswell crash. Were you surprised to hear about that?
This is the first I'm hearing about this.
Is that right?
What?
All right, Philip J. Corso, Colonel.
Believe it or not, I really am completely uninterested in the topic UFOs and never follow it at all.
All right, well, this
I'm in the dark as well.
This is a man who was given the job. He's now 82 years of age, by the way. He was given the job of, he was actually handed a filing cabinet by a general, and he was given a job of figuring out what some of these things were and introducing them into American industry, specifically Bell Labs and some others at the time. These were artifacts from Roswell, and he is very, very credible. He wrote a book called The Day After Roswell.
What specifically? What devices?
Devices that led to, and it's going to be hard, night vision scopes, for example, fiber optics, for example, the transistor, for example, a lot of leaps that, by the way, particularly the transistor, there's not much of a paper trail for. If you look back at the development in Bell Labs of the transistor, there's not a big paper trail. Yes, it arrived. Paper trail about how it arrived.
I'm skeptical of something like that. The reason being, well, let me tell you, certainly you've seen pictures of the first transistor. We know it was developed at Bell Labs. We know there were a couple guys working on it. But you know what the first transistor was? It was essentially just, it was more like a diode, just a P and a P junction. Just on a big slab of silicon. Really couldn't do anything. Certainly, if we had been given that advanced technology at that time, wouldn't it have been something a little more down the road?
I actually gave him UFO magazine so he could read about it, but he doesn't read about UFOs.
I understand. It really is true. People don't believe this about you, Bob. They think you are the guru of ufology.
Oh, God, you got the wrong guy.
Yeah, and it just isn't true.
No, please.
You see, I remember the interview I did with you before. I remember it very well. Anyway, so here you are reading about all of this, and you get sort of an overview of it all, and probably by, what do you think? I mean, is your mouth hanging open extraterrestrial?
It is, to some extent, and another part of me is beginning to wonder whether or not this is true at all, or if this is some sort of psychological test. Everything else was so way out, essentially. Maybe this is another game that we're playing.
Maybe they're just trying to determine what reactions of people in science would be to extraterrestrial craft, or the fact of extraterrestrial presence of any kind at all.
Right, and certainly all these thoughts have gone through my mind.
I'm sure you know all the questions that people would ask if I started picking up phone lines now. So what about being inside that craft? What do people generally ask, and how do you respond?
Well, first of all, the overall description inside. Entering the craft is, like I said, certainly uncomfortable for an adult human being.
You realize that you're not in a place that was designed for humans.
Exactly. And it certainly is different from anything that you're familiar with. And what I mean to say about that is everything is basically one color. Normally, any area you're surrounded in is always different textures, different colors, so on and so forth. The inside of the craft is essentially all a dull, pure aluminum color, very metallic looking. There are no sharp right angles anywhere, and the description I've given before is basically the craft looks like it was just injection molded, essentially like the model was. There are no seams anywhere. Everything inside the craft looks like it was fashioned out of wax, heated for a short time, and then cooled, where everything basically melted into what was next to it, what it was sitting on. That's about the best description I can give as to how the inside looked.
Seamless.
Seamless and very unusual. Again, no right angles anywhere. The structure of the craft, the skin from the outside was smooth. Inside, this is very difficult to describe, but if you could picture yourself inside a disc of a flying saucer shape, and you're inside looking at the wall surrounding you, there was an additional structure, kind of a secondary wall, was kind of repetitive archways that looks like it was either for structural integrity or, as we later found out, something to do with the waveguide and the gravity amplifiers themselves. But if you have the box there you're looking at, you notice what I'm saying is kind of difficult. There's a little booklet that came in there. It has a nice cutaway view of the craft, but it's very difficult to describe without drawing a picture or seeing something visual. There are 3 levels to the craft. When you enter into the main level, and that's basically what you see. As far as what's on the main level, well, first of all, the dimension of the craft is about 52 feet diameter, about 16 feet high. That's just the overall measurement. Now back on the inside of the craft, what you'll see in the center of the craft is the reactor itself. Extending from the reactor up to the top of the craft is the waveguide. Kind of looks like a little chimney, more or less. Surrounding the reactor in the center of the craft are 3 seats. These seats all face one direction. Also near these 3 seats are the 3 gravity amplifiers themselves. They look like consoles, just solid rectangular objects. When I say consoles, I don't mean there's any buttons, light, or anything of that sort. And there were no buttons, light switches, or wiring in the entire craft. Really. That's also quite an impressive feat.
No levers, no buttons, no lights, no switches.
However, I did not get to go in one part of the craft, so I really can't say what was there. But I do have a good idea as to what was. Now, this was all on the center level. Immediately underneath, there's a small breakaway part of the floor as you walk in to the craft over to the left. It's a collapsible hexagonal, very unique doorway. And people have asked me, have you ever seen anything in any of these crafts, any of the technology that could be used today? Something simple. And that's certainly one of them. Aside from the high-tech gravitational propulsion system, so on and so forth, something very, very simple to understand and easy. And anyone that's taken a 6-pack of beer or bottles or anything like that, you notice that if you push on the sides of you take all the bottles out, you push on the sides of the box, it all collapses flat.
Yes.
And the floor itself was hexagonal in shape and made of little square hexagons like that of thin metal with a little notch cut out. So basically, to operate it, you just stuck your hand in the notch and pushed, and the entire thing collapsed flat and left a hole open. However, since when it's, I'm getting tangled with my words here because there's so many things going through my mind. When it's extended and the opening is closed off, it's it's a very strong structure because you're standing on the top of hexagons. The metal is relatively thick. I might kind of have an idea of what I'm trying to present here.
I absolutely do. Of course, I understand how it draws the strength, yes.
So yeah, this is very easy to collapse one way, but that's one simple thing I thought would find uses somewhere, somehow. Something that could be made right now. In fact, I fashioned one of thin metal. Absolutely no use for it, but it's just one of those strange things. I've never seen anything like it, and it's certainly something that could be used in some sort of architecture somewhere.
Now, the craft you were in had all of its, the generator, the amplifier,
right. This was all on the first level.
Everything was intact.
Absolutely.
All right.
Well, let me take that back. One of the amplifiers was removed from this craft. When you do collapse this little porthole, you can fit your body through at least the upper part of it and look underneath. This is the lower level of the craft. This is where the emitters, what I sometimes call the gravity amplifiers, hang down. These are three of the cylindrical shaped black objects, 2 foot diameter, 4 feet long, that actually emit gravitational waves from them.
Like a microwave horn.
Right. They are positioned directly underneath the larger rectangular gravity amplifiers on the first level and are in fact connected to them. The actual physical connection between the emitters and a subflooring above it, again, is something very interesting. It's a short piece of pipe, I'd say, maybe 12 inches longer, maybe slightly, 12 inches long, maybe a little longer than that. But this mounting flexes in any direction, but it's a solid piece of pipe. It's something very, very unusual, and we see the same thing being used on the waveguide to the reactor. From what we could see by applying an electric charge to different parts of this bend quite easily. Really? Yeah, it's again something very difficult to describe without drawing it exactly how this operated. But it was not made of in a telescope form where you'd see something like a car antenna where it would collapse down on each section would collapse down onto one another. It was a solid piece, if you can imagine, just a solid piece of pipe, and applying an electric charge to it and having the pipe bend but remain rigid after it had done so. Anyway, this compromised composed the focusing system for these three amplifiers. They received signals from other parts of the craft. The amplifiers would focus in on a certain point, and this is basically how the amplifiers were aimed. And the craft had, again, it's kind of a lengthy explanation, but there were two different modes the craft we found would operate in. One is called Omicron, and one is called Delta. The Omicron configuration was the standard operating mode of the craft, and it's where it used one single amplifier to maintain its elevation in the sky. One of the other amplifiers was rotated 90 degrees and essentially pointed straight out ahead of the craft. So with one amplifier working, it essentially produced an anti-gravitational pillar to stand on. With the amplifier that was rotated 90 degrees, instead of what we would normally think along the lines of propulsion, where a jet would essentially exhaust material, hot gases out the back. We would normally think along the lines of a propulsive force. What the craft did was essentially create a distortion in front of it.
A distortion now.
A gravitational gravitational distortion.
Is that like sort of creating a well, in effect?
Exactly. It would create a little distortion, a divot in time-space, if you want to call it that. A well is a good analogy too. Where the craft would actually, this is kind of the low performance mode, if you want to give it a name, but where the craft would actually continuously slide downhill.
Yes.
A very awkward, strange mode of propulsion. I mean, we have nothing that would even really relate to something like that. But it's kind of backwards, if you see what I'm saying.
I do.
The other mode of propulsion.
And you, before we go to that, you would imagine this mode of propulsion would be used in what configuration? In other words, in an atmosphere, for example?
In an atmosphere, just maneuvering around small objects. Probably near a planet or moon, would you say? I would imagine so, yeah. I don't think it would be used in space. There would be some, by definition of this mode, it requires some force, some large amount of gravity to be acting on the craft. So you would have to be near some sort of gravitational body.
All right.
I would imagine as it was hovering around the ground. This is what would.
All right, makes sense. And then there was another mode.
The other mode is the delta configuration, and this is how it normally travels through space. It makes large jumps. The craft flies with the belly facing the direction you want to go, not as you would normally see the craft in a science fiction movie. The gravity amplifiers are all brought up to power, and they're focused on a single point. This point now becomes an area of intense gravitational distortion, many, many times more than what we were talking about before. And this is where the true warp drive comes into effect. This is where you actually, then you begin to distort space and time. And instead of the craft actually flying, you're basically distorting the fabric of space around the craft and move without actually traveling. You're not moving in a
if I'm visualizing this correctly, it's kind of like the other mode, except far more intense, and you're constantly moving toward this warp, or with this warp. I don't know which way to
So
say.
you actually become part of the other space. It's a pretty wild concept, but something that really isn't unknown to us. As I've stated before, to most people it sounds like wild science fiction. However, we know most of these things are possible. We know, for example, as I stated in that tape, that we can see stars that are behind the sun. And the reason for that is the intense gravitational field of the sun bends not just light, but it bends space around the sun, and we can see some things behind it. We know that we know space, gravity, and time are all interrelated. We know this for a fact. We know that around areas of intense gravitational field, time essentially slows down. It's certainly been theorized that if one was to orbit a black hole, an area of tremendous gravitational distortion of gravity, for instance, the time would virtually stop.
Right.
So with all these things interacting, this is how you can travel a great distance with essentially no time elapsing. First of all, you're bending space towards you. By doing that, you're actually slowing time. Not to say that this is a time machine, it's just a byproduct. Whenever you produce a gravitational field, whenever you're around an intense gravitational field, time slows. It's just
Bob, did you discern all of this yourself?
No,
examining. Oh no, this was okay. They gave you this then,
right?
So then you're in craft. Then your job, I guess, is to go back to the gravity amplifier and the rest of it that they've already got assembled, and try and back engineer the thing or try to make it work with materials that we have here on Earth. Is that correct?
Basically so. Well, basically is to start at the very beginning and look at the reactor and try and see how from ground level the device operates. And this is where apparently I came in to the project.
Gene, basically the silent one right now, sort of helping out as he can. Let's see, Bob, in the interest of time, because, we could spend 10 hours with this, perhaps not before you fell asleep, but...
Well, we did make some coffee here. I detected I started rambling and not saying anything, so hopefully this will help. We are about 3 hours past my bedtime.
I see. I appreciate it. The nation appreciates it. This really is an incredible story. Now, briefly, you went to work, obviously, trying to back-engineer this.
Right.
How far did you get in what you learned?
Well, not very. I need to digress for a moment here. And this is where I learned one of the reasons why I was hired. Initially, our work started on the reactor. We figured that's the center point of everything, and this is where we should really concentrate our efforts. And apparently, that's what the people before me did too. Apparently, there was an attempt to analyze the operation of one of these reactors, and I got to read the notes that the gentleman before me had left. There was a fatality, or actually 3 fatalities, if I remember, when they attempted to do this. For some reason, they attempted to get into the reactor while it was in operation under load, and it was never very clear in their notes as to why anyone decided to do that. However, again, in the interest of time, I'll cut this short. But they did attempt to do that. The reactor did explode, and the gentlemen were killed. I was to replace one of these people.
Did anybody at any point suggest that you go in?
Oh, no. I think this is something, I think they reached a point of frustration, couldn't get anywhere, and went on from there. Again, this didn't sound very sensible to me, but this was a story that was relayed to me, and just something that I pass along. Let me add one other point, too, that has really nothing to do with this, but we were also talking about static on the phone a few minutes ago. Coincidentally, earlier today, now I have no cordless phones in the house. I was on the phone with Jean, and my neighbor comes to the door and tells me that she can hear my conversation on the phone on her cordless phone. I found that kind of hard to believe, so I picked up her cordless phone and listened and could hear everything fine on mine. I mean, that's very unusual, to say the least. He called me, and I could literally hear his neighbor talking on a cordless phone in her house from my house.
What you need, then, is a sweep of your house.
Absolutely. Well, I don't tell them they should be here tomorrow, too, but, what an odd coincidence that 10 years ago, I certainly haven't had any problems like this for a long time, but that is pretty unusual. Anyway, back to what we were talking about.
Sure. 3 who went down before you, 3 who died, so there you are. What do you do?
Well, basically followed in their footsteps up to that point. What we did find was that the reactor operated, at least the lower part of the reactor, the base plate, operated like a little cyclotron. And in fact, the first cyclotrons were almost exactly that size. They accelerated particles to a high speed in a circular fashion along the space plate. The particles were then diverted by electrical and magnetic field up into a target area, which is what was inside the domed part of the reactor. These, and this is now where we get into some exotic material. One of the elements we identified in the reactor, we then found, again, we had identified an element, a super heavy element, one that doesn't naturally occur on Earth, and certainly one that we haven't synthesized. This element was identified as 115. Now, normally, the higher level elements, ones that we have produced in accelerators, decay in a fairly short time. in this case, what we were seeing was a stable element, one that was not undergoing any radioactive decay, which is very unusual. However, again, this is something that science and chemists have already theorized, that there should be an island, essentially an island of stability for elements around the 114, 115, 116 area. However, we certainly haven't been able to produce anything that high up on the periodic chart, but apparently this is what we were observing.
How much of this element 115 was available?
200. Well, there were 223 grams in the craft, in the reactor.
223 grams. I heard a story, I think it may have been from John Mayer, and this jumps us way ahead, but that you somehow got some of element 115 out of that area. Is that true?
I really don't want to comment on that.
All right, I didn't think so. John didn't want to say much about it either. But that was a rumor. We'll let it stand as a rumor. All right, so element 115, something that we don't have yet. I think we have progressed a little bit up the scale, but we're certainly not 115. Where are we now? What is it?
I believe the last isolated was 112.
112.
And most of the more recent work has been done in Darmstadt, Germany.
All right.
In fact, I believe there's their plan to produce element 116 is coming up next. I think they plan on. I don't really. I think it was californium and calcium or something. Do you remember that, James?
Yes. I think they were going to use curium with calcium, and they were going to end up with element 116, which they then thought would decay in a chain of unknown nuclides and see where the island of stability actually settled.
But they are very close to attempting to pierce that island of stability and seeing what's going to happen. However, producing one or two atoms of it really isn't going to let them determine how the substance is going to react. But at least they're there. They're almost to the point now where they can begin to look at some of these exotic substances.
Right. There are a lot of people waiting to see if they can perform experiments or find this, gravity A that Bob alludes to. But really, when you read, and I'm certainly a lay person, when you read on these, for instance, the website for the Lab for Heavy Ion Research in Darmstadt, Germany, you can see that they actually detect these atoms when they make them, and getting an atom or two, it doesn't put them anywhere near having a quantity of it that you could hold in your hand and actually study for any macro scale type effect.
Amen. Bob, how long were you then at S4 doing your work?
It was from December of 88 to April of 89.
December of 88 to April of 89. Okay. What went wrong? When did the whole thing begin to go sour, and why?
Boy, there's a long story. Okay, the Reader's Digest story.
Reader's Digest version.
Yeah, Reader's Digest version of this, which is typically longer than the entire story itself.
Do you want me to tell it?
If you got a shorter version than I do, well, go ahead.
All right, how about this? At what stage of work were you when it began to go bad?
Well, very early. Go ahead, Gene, give it a try.
Well, Bob had been on an on-call basis, and right when he got to the point where he told you about up to this point, they stopped calling him into work. And this was very frustrating. He wasn't a fun guy to be around. And what had happened is when he, as he told you before, he had to sign documents allowing them to monitor his phone and fax and computer and anything that came into his house over a phone line. And to make a long, sad story short, Bob's wife was having an affair, and they found out. And when they gave him his security clearance, they deemed him to be financially stable, emotionally stable, and just generally stable. And so now they knew that he was going to be having some emotional problems, and they stopped calling him. Ultimately, they heard his wife admit that she had had an affair to her mother over the phone, and she ultimately told Bob, and they called him in and yanked his security clearance, saying that they deemed him to be a sure candidate for emotional instability, and that he could reapply again in 6 to 9 months. So
I've never heard any of this before.
You never heard that?
No.
Yeah, that's the reason that he lost his clearance. It had nothing to do with that.
All right. Well, you had signed all these papers, Bob. What motivated you to go public? I mean, that's weird in itself. I mean, why did you go public? Surely you had to worry about your life. You had to worry about your career. And I don't know whether it's everybody knows, but you were virtually, the modern term is erased. Your educational records were erased. A lot of the work you did in New Mexico was erased, save for one little mistake. I think your name was, and still is, recorded in a phone book, isn't it?
Right. For the most part, everything was.
What was it? They missed it. Where was that in a phone book? Where?
That was, it was an old phone book in Los Alamos.
Los Alamos.
However, certainly they couldn't erase the, as I mentioned at the beginning of our conversation, the newspaper article at that time clearly stated on the front page of the local Los Alamos newspaper that I was a physicist working in Los Alamos lab.
Yes.
So, they certainly couldn't go back and make that disappear. But
they made a lot disappear, didn't they?
Yeah.
However, they did lie to begin with. As you know, George Knapp, for your listeners, at that point in time was a news anchor for the CBS affiliate here in Las Vegas.
Generally.
Yes, and he had extensive correspondence with Los Alamos as well as Kirk Meyer, which was one of the subcontractors that Bob worked for, and they all denied. Kirk Meyer did say he was issued a Z number, which was a number required to be an employee and to get a paycheck, but none of them had said that they retained records that far back. And at this point in time, it was only, 5 or 6 years earlier. It wasn't, 10 years like it is now. And that they didn't retain any records at all. And George gave them numerous chances. He said, "Are you sure you have no record of Bob Lazar?" He asked Kirk Meyer, "Are you sure you have no record of Bob Lazar?" They denied. And then that's when Bob came up with the Los Alamos phone book with his name and station number in there, and then also he had a copy of the Los Alamos newspaper from 1982.
How did they react to that?
Well, we're also talking about two people. When I was initially hired on, I was hired on via a headhunter, essentially, for Los Alamos.
Sure.
And I worked, like I said, the initial time you work for anyone, in a secure job, you have that time before your clearance goes through, and that's when I worked for Kirk Meyer, and then later became hired on directly at Los Alamos. However, both people, either quote unquote lost their records or just flatly denied the existence of me even working there.
What pushed you to go public?
What pushed me to go public essentially was fear.
Fear of what? Fear of death? Fear of prosecution? Fear of...
Well, just fear in general. I imagine you can add them all together, and that was essentially what I was feeling at the time. At that time, I had nothing other than what I had said to anybody. For the most part, if I suddenly disappeared off the face of the earth,
nobody would have noticed.
Well, not only would nobody would have noticed, I certainly have friends and family that would miss me, but no one would have known exactly what happened. And
people disappear all the time, right?
Well, especially in Las Vegas. So I at least wanted to get what was going on out in the open. And I believe it worked very well. It was essentially a pushback against all the force that was leaning on me, where if I thought if I just went on in a subdued fashion on television and maybe just said a little bit, I just kind of gave a little shove back, they would lay off. And perhaps it was a big gamble, but it worked exactly the way I wanted it to.
Also, at this point, when he was trying to show those around him what was going on, is when he took people like me and his wife and John Lear out to the BLM land outside of Area 51, and we actually saw one of the discs tested in the sky. Now, Bob did this after he told us the story, after he was in trouble and fear for his life, he told those around him the story. And obviously we were a little apprehensive when a friend said, we thought he was just working in some project for the government. None of us really cared what he was doing. And, and so he wanted to prove that, not that we thought he was lying, but it's still an outrageous story to tell your wife and friends and say, oh, by the way, I'm working on flying saucers.
Sure, and John has told me the story of the trip up to Area 51, and there is video to support your claim as well.
Right.
Plenty of video. When the screenplay that you are now developing that is going to tell this whole story, Gene, when will this be manifested into something that we can go out and watch at the movies?
Well, I don't think Steven Spielberg could tell you that. The fact is, the first movie deal, literally the president of the studio came to meet Bob and said, I'm going to make this movie.
Do you want to help or not?
Yeah, and 5 years later, that movie's still not on the screen. So I would not be so bold as to give a date. But these people do seem serious, and if they could wave a magic wand, they'd like to have it on in the summer or fall of 1998. But I mean, who knows?
Well, the atmosphere for it now, after the genre has been going, has got to be just right.
They say that if a mediocre movie like Men in Black, and we all had hoped Men in Black would be great, but it was kind of mediocre. It did $230 million just here in the United States, so I would say that's more than encouraging.
Bob, are you going to act at all in the movie?
But actually, I don't want them to make the movie.
You don't?
No.
Really? Why not?
You really haven't been.
He's afraid they'll make it outrageous and won't stick to the storyline.
Well,
The problem,
he's probably right, by the way. They will,
Well, you have to, when you sign a contract for a movie deal, you have to sign, away every right. I mean, they can turn it into anything they want. And so Bob they kept it close to the vest and restricts what they can portray. They can't portray any live aliens.
I don't know, but someone got little guys going,
Well, not with my name on it.
Now we'll be fighting them with a machine gun, brother.
Take me back to way before S4 and before Area 51 and all the rest of it. And just tell me something about yourself. I mean, how did you get interested in the things you're interested in that eventuated in your getting that job? How'd you get to be who you are?
I wonder how far you go back. I get it. At one point, I had moved to New Mexico in the early 80s, and that was to take on a job with Los Alamos National Lab.
What kind of work?
Well, that was physics. That was at the Los Alamos Mason Physics Facility, which now has a different name. It's been quite a while ago. But at the time, we were running experiments on their linear accelerator there, and really looking into the basic makeup of matter.
That's pretty exciting. That's pretty exciting work, period.
Oh, it was fantastic. It was a lot of fun working there. A very strange town to live in, but I enjoyed it quite a bit.
How long were you with Los Alamos?
Los Alamos, I believe I was there only a couple years before I realized that I could make a lot more money on my own just operating as a contractor and consulting for the lab as opposed to working for them.
That happens a lot.
Oh, it was certainly worth doing. So I left the lab and at that time started Lazar Energy Systems. And we developed, designed, and repaired radiation detection equipment.
Radiation detection equipment?
Specifically alpha radiation detection, which is the type of particles given off by plutonium, and Los Alamos ticking bombs and that sort of thing. Has a lot of plutonium laying around, so they want to be able to detect even microparticles that may cling to clothing, so on.
So in other words, this was a sort of a protective detective device.
Right. They essentially frisk you with it when you leave. It also scans the floors and cars as they leave too.
Was that a pretty good business, man?
That was fantastic. It was absolutely fantastic at the time. And we were awarded a government contract about 4 years in a row. And things were great. I still go down to the lab a lot because I knew there. And one day, there was a local Los Alamos newspaper called The Monitor.
Right.
And, at the time I was building all kinds of strange projects and was really into building things with jet engines in them. And built,
really?
Race cars. And I even built a little Honda passenger car that had a jet engine in it.
A jet engine?
Yeah.
In a car? How does that work, Bob? How does a jet engine in a car work? I mean, there's this famous myth of the guy who plowed himself into a mountain with jets. I mean, how does a jet...
That was a JATO rocket.
That JATO rocket, that's
right.
Yeah.
That's a famous urban legend.
It is. But in real life, how in God's name do you...
In real life, this was, I think it was, I don't remember the year, 1980, something or other Honda Civic, which had the engine up front.
Right.
And in the back, I installed the jet engine. So you could drive the car around normally, and then push a lever and the license plate would open up, exposing the nozzle to the jet, fire that up and take off at high speed. And they had put that on, I think it's the June 82 front page of the Monitor newspaper. And
what kind of jet engine was that? Do you recall?
It's a pressure jet engine, which is kind of it's a jet engine with no moving parts at all.
Right.
And if you know how jet engines, turbojet engines, and the like work,
I do.
Generally, that's real confusing because you need some moving parts in there to make things go.
That's right.
And it's not a ramjet, and ramjets need to be moving extremely high speed before they can produce thrust. But this is kind of a strange hybrid, and it produces thrust statically without moving.
That's really cool. And how much thrust, do you know?
That was about 2,000 pounds.
2,000
For a 1,600-pound car, that was...
Yeah. So in other words, you're already moving at 50, 60 miles an hour when you let go?
Yeah, exactly.
And then what?
Well, and then you better hold on.
Yeah, well, how fast? I mean, it takes you from 60 to what?
212 was the fastest we ever had that car going.
212 miles an hour?
Yeah.
You out your mind. Where were you driving these things?
The high-speed run was done at El Mirage Dry Lake in California. And the car was pretty much retired after that because it was a unibody construction and the whole car started pretty much bending from all the forces. But, the only reason I brought up the whole jet car thing was that...
you were the driver, right?
Right.
Did you have a death wish?
No, that kind of stuff isn't dangerous if you know what you're doing.
Well, for example, the car had shaken apart during... maximum thrust.
Yeah, but it didn't.
Right, it didn't, but it bent itself up pretty well, huh?
Yeah, that was kind of expected.
I know that you have a car that, I remember when we interviewed before, you had built a car that runs on hydrogen also, right?
Yeah, it was a 1970 Trans Am, and in fact, I entered that in an alternate fuels contest, which was a race at that time from Woodland Hills to California to Kitt Peak, Arizona, and I drove nonstop there on one tank of fuel.
Well, that's interesting because that's a long time ago. And now, all of a sudden, President Bush is saying we are going to begin moving forward a hydrogen economy.
Well, we should. It's the perfect fuel. In fact, I was just talking to my girlfriend the other day saying I think I'm going to go ahead and convert our existing car over.
Really?
And I kind of it's making my own fuel. It's essentially free.
Okay, but here's the question. I talked to a lot of people about this, Bob. Right now, I think the oil companies imagine hydrogen is fine because, they'll use fossil fuels to put the hydrogen, get it in the cells. You still have to use energy to make energy, right?
there are other ways. Now, of course, the oil companies and the gas companies want you to crack hydrogen from methane or some other hydrocarbon fuel.
Absolutely.
It's ridiculous. You're defeating the whole purpose of using hydrogen. Water is H2O. Now, every school kid knows you take a glass of water, add just a drop of salt in there to get the ions moving around, and take a 12-volt battery and put the positive and negative leads in there. One lead let off a little bit of bubbles, and the other lead lets off twice as much bubbles. Well, the lead with twice as much bubbles is the H2, and the O2 is going off the other one. So just running a little electricity through water gives you a flammable gas. That's the way to make hydrogen.
Okay, so other than the creation of the voltage to do that, which...
Well, the way I had done it before was I had a fairly large solar array, and what that did was during the day, it took and cracked the hydrogen using an electrolysis setup, which is what I just described. Cracked the hydrogen out of water, and during the night, it was pressurized using the available water pressure into the hydrogen tanks, which contained an iron titanium hydride. It's kind of a granular substance that absorbs hydrogen like a sponge soaks up water, as opposed to just compressing a tank with hydrogen, which is a dangerous...
I was about to ask you, in this process, is there a danger?
No, once it's chemically stored in the hydride, you can shoot incendiary bullets at the tank, and it just does nothing but smolder.
But the gas itself could be dangerous.
Yeah, but the tank only produces as much gas as the car needs at the time.
Gotcha.
The way the setup that I came up with is that the car radiator fluid heats an outer jacket on the tank, and when the hydride heats up, it evolves hydrogen, and it gets into the carburetor. So there's never more than the volume of hydrogen that fits in the tube from the tank to the carburetor or fuel injection system. So it's a very safe system.
All right, what about the car itself, the performance of the car compared to a piston engine? What was the performance like?
We're talking about the hydrogen car or the jet?
Oh, the jet, I can imagine that. No, the hydrogen car.
The hydrogen car, it is a piston car, and the beauty of the system is you can convert any existing piston car to run on hydrogen.
Yes,
You just need to retard the timing because hydrogen burns so much faster. The flame run just flashes through the cylinders and will cause detonation or knocking. But with a couple minor modifications, any car can run on it. And you do lose a little horsepower because there's a difference between spraying a flammable gas in there as opposed to having a liquid carbon with all that carbon energy in there.
Well, when you say a little, how much real difference in performance?
Well, I lost a significant amount in the Trans Am, and probably I believe the car was 220 horsepower, and I think I was down to about 150 running on hydrogen.
Oh, but still usable then.
Oh, yeah, you weren't following electric cars by any means.
Well, that's pretty good. That's damn good, actually. So why not do that now to all cars?
I am. I mean, I'm going to convert my car over, but
you already told your wife is okay with this, right?
Right.
Oh yeah. Dr. Mitchell, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Peter.
Good. I've got a million questions, which probably are dumb. Everybody asks astronauts these questions, but I've got to do it because I've never heard the answers.
Well, you be the first one to tell us, what's that?
How did you get picked to be in the Apollo program? I guess that's a good place to begin.
Well, I kind of made my business from 1957 on, and there's nothing but I recognize that humans are probably right behind robotic spacecraft. And I wanted to go along, so I started working on it on my credentials in 1957, even before there were manned flight, much more than a dream. It took me 9 years, adding to my astronautical credentials, getting a PhD from MIT, and being involved in space development in the military.
So it's sort of like you knew what the right stuff was going to be or was going to require, and you began fulfilling it.
That's kind of right. I didn't quite exactly know, but I just kept adding credentials and qualifications, and hoping that sooner or later they couldn't ignore me any longer, which turned out to be true by 1966.
All right, well, most people today, because all of this occurred so long ago, have forgotten a lot about it. What reminded them about it all was Apollo 13.
That's true.
Of course. And would you say, to the best of your knowledge, that Apollo 13, minus a little bit of dramatic license, was fairly correct?
Oh, yeah, there was very little dramatic license in the movie Apollo 13. They did a marvelous job of keeping it right on track. And very, very true to actually what happened.
All right. Bearing that in mind, and with a lot of people who've seen 13, the movie, going on 14 must have been a bit of a, even though I'm sure by then you were all locked into it and ready, still in the back of your mind, with Apollo 13 just having occurred, you must have worried that something could have occurred.
On the contrary, took the position he would have really gone over the spacecraft with the flagship home. The likelihood of something lightning striking twice in any place is pretty small. At least it's a nice consolation, whether it's true or not. Mathematically true is another matter, but it's a nice consolation. The main problem was don't screw up. We were under the gun to fly a good mission, and so to ourselves, don't mess up, do it right.
I guess my simple little question was, when you got to the moon, when you got on the moon, was it fun?
Fun? Oh, sure.
I mean, was there time in between everything you had to do to just, sort of feel the experience for yourself and have fun?
No, there wasn't time at any moment that you took to do that. It was very brief and stolen. The clock did not permit that time. But of course, Alan Shepard took the time to hit a golf ball.
Yes, he did.
I took the time to throw a javelin and put it on his golf ball. And
how far did your javelin go?
Well, both of them went up there. A few yards. If we had been such cumbersome, tight pressure suits, we could have done a pretty respectable job throwing things exactly around the moon. Those pressure suits were tight and stiff, difficult to work with.
Was there any chance that, should you fall in one of those, you would catch it on a rock or a jagged and tear it?
There's a possibility. We were careful with regard to that. Watched each other pretty cautiously. Kept an eye on each other. Worked the buddy system and tried to make sure we didn't fall on anything with a shark. But it was a remote probability, but it was still there.
If something like that had occurred, would it be automatically fatal, or would there have been time to do a quick patch job, assuming it wasn't a giant tear, and you lived through?
We had ways to overcome small fissures or small holes in the suit leaks and suit. For a short period of time, we had a buddy system. We had a emergency oxygen supply that could hold up a very small leak. We're in a massive tear and too difficult to manage.
Did you ever have any concern, or did you give any thought to what would have occurred if the LEM had not been able to lift off from the moon? And I wonder how they could have handled that from a PR point of view at Houston.
We had about 5 ways to back up the engine ignition and the start sequence. Fortunately, we didn't have to use any of them, but we had several different backups. The last of which was to run a jumper cable from the descent stage through the hatch into the ascent stage circuit breaker panel. What would happen when that cable went snaking out through the front door of the vent stall? That was a physical. We never had to use them.
So there wasn't much thought that anything
Perhaps a lot of prior thought, backup, creating backups, or things that could go wrong. But once you've done that, you've done all you can do.
We went to the moon and went to the moon and went to the moon, and now we haven't gone to the moon. And I wonder about that. Why haven't we been back? Why haven't men been back?
The public has hasn't supported it financially. That's the reason we cut off the last 3 flights. The public started saying, hold on, what have you done for us today? Michael, thanks. I'll go back to the moon. Scientifically, there was plenty of reason to go back, and eventually we will. But we have to garner the public and political will, and finances.
The Saturn V, that's what you rode on top of. That was quite an incredible booster. How much thrust did that help?
Over 7 million pounds, 7.3 million pounds.
It's hard to imagine what it's like sitting on top of a giant firecracker.
Yeah, I compare it to the vertical subway ride. Kind of shaking, rattling, and rolling, and move the vector around. And with acceleration, you're being pushed back in the seat ever more firmly until you reach vertical takeoff. So, in 20 seconds.
How many G's at that point?
Not too many, a little more. The top is relatively light. It's the emergency reentry that pushes you up to high loads, potentially up to 60.5 G. We practice that, and it's not a comfortable feeling to practice emergency awards.
What is human endurance for G's, roughly?
It depends on how you're taking it. Transverse G's through the body, like we were taking it. You're going to start to black out above 16 if you sustain it too long. But you can take short impulses higher than that. You may tear a few blood vessels, but you survive it. I don't really know what the absolute limit is. They tested that on the white sands. Colonel Staff tested on the white sands back in the 60s with rocket sleds to a screeching halt up to 20 or 30 Gs, as I recall. And yeah, they sustained a bit of damage sometimes too.
Was there any surprise for you on the moon? Was there anything you found on the moon that you didn't expect to find?
Well, not along the lines you're talking about. The only big surprise was it was much more difficult to navigate than we thought, because it looks like a fairly smooth surface where we landed. It was relatively smooth, but it turns out the undulations of the crater impacts are like sand dunes, and they're much higher than you think they are. So, whereas we thought we could navigate across the surface very, very precisely within inches if we wanted to, it turns out you couldn't do that. But you lose sight of your landmarks, just like walking through the desert with sand dunes. You go over one sand dune, there's another one, you can't quite see what's on the next one.
With that kind of geography, which is chillier than you thought, would that have blocked your view, or did you have a great view to the moon's horizon?
Oh, we had great views. What I'm talking about is micro navigation.
Oh, I see.
Down to within feet or so. We knew where we were within 10, 15 yards. But then 10 or 15 feet, sometimes like the geologist wanted us to pass.
A lot of people thought the early Apollo missions might, when the LEM came down, might go sinking into the moon dust, and there was going to be a great deal of moon dust there. And a lot of people thought that.
Well, there was a great deal of moon dust. It just turned out it compacted very nicely in the big pads we had on the bottom of the struts. Cushioned it very nicely, and we didn't sink in.
Regarding your appearance on Dateline, NBC's Dateline, a few minutes into the interview, if you had missed it, you would have missed the commentator's remark that Dr. Mitchell returned from the moon with a couple of secrets. I'd like to know if it's true that there are some secrets. Is there any secret that you learned that you still are unable to discuss?
Absolutely not. I know the secret you're referring to was a little teaser for the fact that I did that ESA experiment. I have no classified information or information I can't talk about. Talk about everything I know regarding the light.
Of course, if you had classified information that you couldn't talk about, then
that is true, except for the fact I did that the case of NASA went totally over we had nothing to hide. We were to tell the world what we found and whatever we saw, we could talk about.
I don't shy away from things. Here's another fact. He says, don't ask this directly. You may not be able to broach the subject without causing some tension between you and your guest. Edgar Mitchell's company, this fact says, has been and is still still funded by the CIA. Absolutely untrue.
If you recall, back in the early 70s, I did work with Stanford Research Institute with Harold Puthoff and Russell Targ and Uri Geller and all that. And I was invited to brief the CIA on our results, which I did. George Bush was head of the CIA at that time, and subsequently a great deal of work was done by CIA on psychic work, and very successfully because the Soviets were doing it at that time as well in the Brezhnev area, very successfully. And as a matter of fact, much of that work has just been declassified and released to the public within the last few months. It's true. Harold Puthoff has written, and Russell Targ both have written several papers just this year, after 20-some years of secrecy, about all the work, and it was very successful work, very exciting. But as far as funding my company and any of my efforts, no, I've never had one penny of CIA funding.
Okay. You did conduct an ESP experiment. It is now known. What were the results of that experiment? What'd you do?
Well, the second sort of test that had been done in the laboratory by D.V. Ryan and other people for 30 years or more, I just simply conducted it in that environment. And I can only quote the results statistically because that's the way it was set up. The probability that chance produced our results was 1 in 3,000.
1 in 3,000.
So it was statistically a significant test.
So you had arranged, I guess, with somebody on Earth to be receiving, and you were going to send people, and you were going to send a message. What, mid-flight?
No, I did it 4 different times. Planned to do it more than that, but I had time to do it 4 different times during my rest period. It took about 7 minutes each time to organize the standard Zener symbols in accordance with random numbers selected from a random number table and copied on the landing pad. And I organized the symbols according to random orientation of the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then simply thought about each symbol in turn for 15 seconds.
And the result was, it would have been 1 in 3,000. It could have been
a chance could have produced that result. It was quite in keeping with what scientists had found in the laboratory for 30 years or more.
Did NASA know you were going to do that?
No, they did not.
Had they known, would they have been happy?
Not particularly.
How did you decide to concoct that experiment?
Well, as I tell in my book, I had been in discussion with some medical people, as a matter of fact, who were very good scientists and who were frustrated with the establishment's lack of interest in these human capabilities. And it seemed like too good an opportunity to pass up because no one had ever been able to conduct an experiment over those distances. That's a simple experiment. It didn't show a lot because for the experiments is never done. But it was a decade, and the only problem was that it got broken to the press before we were ready to, and before we had a chance to analyze the results and do it in a thoroughly scientific proper way.
Care to say how it got out?
One of our persons involved in it, who happened to be a professional psychic, couldn't contain himself and trade-sided and
on Dateline virtually suggested that you think your opinion. So it's safe to say that is that there was really perhaps a crash in 1947 in Roswell, and that has been covered up. Is that roughly accurate?
That's pretty accurate. I lived in Roswell at the time, but I was too young, of course, to know much about that incident, although it was not too far from my current ranch. And interestingly enough, and also as I point out in my book, Robert Goddard lived right down the road from where I grew up in Roswell. Walked past his house on the way to school every day. So the Roswell area is of interest to me. I remember that incident vaguely, remember the headlines, and didn't think much about it at the time when it was simple, just what it was. But the subsequent events and the people who have come forth his lawyers saying that they were told to keep quiet, that they don't want to keep quiet anymore. And the many, many investigations have suggested there's really more to it than has been told.
I think there's in the order of about 130 witnesses.
A lot of people, yes. And many of them now in later stages of their lives saying we really don't want to go to our grave with this misinformation.
There are a lot of people who would say the same thing about you. In other words, that you wouldn't want to go to your grave with secrets about them. Now, I'm not going to beat this to death, but I'm going to ask you. Richard Hoagland claims that there are great glass structures on the moon, and he presents photographs, including one, I might add, of you on the moon, in which he claims reflections in your visor are showing things that were in front of you that you have not admitted were there.
Well, I won't refer the kindest thing that can be said is what the Washington Post said. Green cheese and bologna. It simply is not true.
Simply not true.
It's pseudoscience. It's just nonsense. Alan Bean, I think, gave a quick comment, a proper comment. I have to be out of pocket at the time this press conference took place a month ago. But Alan Bean's comment is absolutely correct. Had we discovered such a thing, we would have been totally delighted to reveal it to the public. And he was also, Tony Jake said, I would love to have gone to collect the Nobel Prize for having such a discovery. No, there's simply nothing like that. There's a lot of work going on at the moment to modify the basic characteristics of global space in order to change the speed of light so locally one could exceed the speed of light. Not really exceed the speed of light, but it would appear that one's exceeding the speed of light.
Is this a theory that embraces virtually folding space so that you in effect jump from point to point?
No, that is the wormholes or tunneling approach. No, this is right to the very definition of what is the speed of light, and it's the electrical and magnetic permeability. It's associated with the electromagnetic permeability of the medium. And if you can modify that, then you can modify the apparent speed of light. But it's very far out. There's just a few papers been written on it, and it's being looked at this point. But it holds some promise from a scientific point of view. Very, very hard-nosed approach to it.
One of the things that Richard Hoagland may not be so far out on and that you may wish to comment on, he talks about a new type of physics that seems to sound a lot like what Tesla worked on, that seems to relate to something you've talked about, this zero-point energy.
Sure, it's much closer to Tesla's work, but a number of physicists become put off very close to Tom Beard. Others have been working with zero-point field concepts, and what I was just discussing comes out of zero-point field work, that the zero-point field is the underlying quantum field of quantum fluctuations that supports all matter. And in space, you call it it's space energy.
It's energy that's all around us.
All around us, everywhere. And it is the fundamental fluctuation that's left over. If you were to reduce space to, space to 0 degrees Celsius, it's the quantum fluctuation at the Big Bang at 0 degrees Celsius. Or you could also say the source of the Big Bang. It was there. And the Big Bang arose out of the 0-point field.
Does it seem likely to you, Doctor, that the Big Bang is the correct theory?
Well, all the evidence gets stronger and stronger and stronger the more you look at it. That there's something like the Big Bang. The problem is not with Big Bang itself. It's with what happens in the first few nanoseconds of the event and defining precisely what happens at each instant. And they're narrowing in on that. But something close to the way that the current standard description of Big Bang didn't take place.
If it's the Big Bang or some modification of Big Bang, then doesn't it follow that if Roswell really occurred, if there really was a crash at Roswell, or there are others to visit, that any materials gathered would likely, frankly, be very much like the materials we have here on Earth. In other words, all materials sourced from a comet.
In my own book, I discussed this in considerable length. What really comes out of it is that the Big Bang tells us that all matter is interconnected at some point. And this comes out of an experiment on 12 years ago called the aspect experiment, or more formally Bell's theorem, which has been tested and proven to be correct. That matter, once in connection or correlated with each other, remains correlated in some sense. And I trace this up to being responsible for what we experience as our inner experience. Non-locality is the correct term. And we experience our ESP, our intuition, our creativity, as a result of that very fundamental physical relationship that exists in nature. And it always existed in nature, and it's responsible for us having our inner experience the way we have them.
Going to space, going to the moon, was it at some level a very spiritual experience?
And this was what got all of this going, as far as I'm concerned. It was the perception of the cosmos. Seeing the stars, seeing the galaxies, seeing galactic clusters, the profusion of billions and billions and billions of stellar objects, with this tiny little Earth in the midst of it, and perceiving that the molecules of my body, of that spacecraft we were in, of each other, of everything around us, were all manufactured in those ancient stars. And that our story about ourselves from science and our cosmology about how we came to be from our cultural traditions and our religions was archaic. That we needed a story. And that new story was, what is it that makes us conscious? Why is it that we're aware beings like we are? And the answer to that question is centered around what I've been doing for the last 25 years. Trying to find what's going on here. Our answer not complete, but I think after 25 years of working at it, we're getting pretty close to a good answer. And it does involve a zero-point field. It does involve quantum physics. It does involve spiritual experience, mystical experience, parapsychological functioning. All of those things have to be satisfactorily answered if we're to know what it is we are.
Do you think it would be more devastating to learn there are others of greater technical capability, or more devastating to learn there are not?
Oh, more devastating to know there are not. I think it's absolutely wonderful to know when you first start with the idea this universe is full of life. It's full of intelligent life. The fact that some of it might be a little bit more advanced or happened a little earlier than our civilization seems natural. In life that's throughout the universe, which is quite a different concept than we held 25, 30 years ago. But now I think that is the case. And if the universe is approximately 15 billion years old or so, give or take a few, it will not be strange that maybe a civilization could be a few million or so years older than we are.
Do you think we're ready to know that now?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, surely many are, and I would be certain you would be, and I would be, but there was the Brookings report that suggested a great many people in our society would not be ready.
I think that's probably true, but not nearly like it was 25 years ago. A recent study done by my own institute demonstrates that has broken the demographics down into three different groups called the traditionalists, the moderns, and the postmoderns. And the postmoderns, another name for it is called cultural creatives, which is the group like you and I are that are looking for new answers, looking for what the future is, not afraid. That group has changed from 2% to 24% in the last 20 years, and is equal in size in the United States. We're talking about the U.S. demographic. Equal size to the traditionalists and the moderns, or the modern group, the corporate people, they're materialist scientists, the yuppie group, and so forth. And the cultural creatives would be the greens, the environmentally sensitive people looking looking to the future. All those groups are now roughly the same size, with cultural cravings increasing and the others decreasing.
Do you consider that a possibility that life here on Earth was, in effect, jump-started one way or the other, obelisk or otherwise, by folks from elsewhere?
I doubt if it's really started that way. It says, well, maybe they intervened along the way, and that the historical, biblical story out of Samaria could very well have been that sort of influence. I would love to have Sitchin's work either confirmed or denied by additional scholarship, because it's intriguing and he makes a very strong case, and it's interesting stuff, and it's quite possible. But I think we probably originated much like life originated elsewhere, and the model for that is what I give in the book as to how that could possibly happen.
Do some of your old colleagues come to you and say, Edgar, what are you doing? They do.
I guess they did right after the experiment in space, that many of them came in, closed the door, looked around nervously and said, tell me about it. It's been happening for 27 years.
And so you just told them about it.
Right. I'll tell everybody it has.
Plow forward. Obviously, there are places to go beyond belief. That, doctor, was what Neil Armstrong said, and that part of the line, to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers, seems awfully suggestive.
Yeah, we do have a way, the way we organize information in our mind's brain. We have a way of protecting ourselves from shocking ideas. And if we want to be ultra cautious, we just let shocking new ideas kind of float over our heads and go fly into them. Yes. And that's one of nature's ways are.
All right, this is something people have always asked. A lot of the film and video that was taken on the moon, a lot of film and video that's been taken in space for that matter, never seems, according to my excerpt from Memphis, to show stars. And people have always wondered why. It shows the blackness of space, but you never see the stars. Any thoughts?
Sure, that's because if you squeeze the shutter down in order so that you get some definition of the thing you're looking at, you have excluded the starlight, which is much fainter. But if you were to focus away from the sun and away from reflective light, open the shutter up, you won't see the stars.
It's absolutely true.
The same thing is true on the lunar surface. If you look through our lunar surface telescope from the lunar module, you saw stars very, very nicely. But on the lunar surface, if you look out, you should see stars, but it's reflective light is bright enough that your eye shutter squeezes down, your eyeball squeezes down, you don't see them unless you're very well shielded. And certainly on your camera, if you're going to catch a definition on the surface, you've got to close the shutter to exclude the stars.
Were there many worries, doctor, that something the size of, a pebble or even a grain of sand would impact a spacecraft at high velocity? And
that was all part of the computation of how you think the spacecraft was and so forth. And sure, during periods of high solar sunspot activity, we shouldn't be in space, not because of meteor particles, but because of the radiation energy that could penetrate and damage our bodies. And there's always a possibility that a high velocity particle could fracture a spacecraft cabin. Sure.
All right, and let me see if I can bring Richard on there as well. From New York City, I think. Is that where you are, Richard? Well, overlooking New York City. Overlooking New York City. All right. Welcome to the program. It goes on here. What I thought I would do before we even begin is to try to get you two fellows to agree to one thing. I've had some recent guests on the air who have suggested, and it has been suggested for a very long time, that we never went to the moon. Never went at all. The thing was done on a Hollywood stage. Would you both agree that's poppycock? Yeah, I think I can agree too. All right, so we start on a point of agreement. Otherwise, what I'd like to do is let this be fairly freewheeling and let you two, Doctor, you did receive the photographs Richard said, correct?
Yes, I received the computer disc. I have
computer and want to hear Richard describe what he does there. All right, Richard? Well, I'd like to hear what Ed has to say about what we have this all intent. I'd like to hear what we're looking for. I will make the statement that I saw no unusual artifacts, unnatural artifacts, and so if Richard thinks that there's evidence that they're there, I need to know what he considers that evidence. All right, so those photographs are on my worldwide webpage. A lot of people have them. So they can sit out there and look at them as Richard describes what you should be seeing or what he thinks is there. Richard? Okay. First of all, Ed, it's nice to talk to you. It is a different fact. I didn't think of like 25 years. So, the last time I saw you was with Carol Rosa, as a matter of fact. We had the, what was it, thing I've been in New York here about 6 years ago, talking about the pyramids on Washington. Big man. So I was talking about the pyramid, I'm trying to think of the British name. Talking about the chamber under the pyramids, there's a meeting about that. Possibly the Sphinx. Oh, there is a key part of the pyramid, yes. So last time we were in the same room, I believe. That's good to see you. Okay, this is a little difficult for me because there's a lot of things said in absentia that I have not said myself. And let me put on what my thesis is. All right, good. I was with Cronkite, as you're aware. I covered as part of, the First Amendment, this extraordinary effort that this nation underwent. I remember vividly being at the Cape during your and Gilbert's mission, as DeRuse's mission. When you left that morning, we were wandering through the old museum at the Air Force section of the Cape. And I was in the company of Phil Chapman. And it was at that moment, literally a few minutes before you left for the moon, that a gal named Sheila Scott and I conceived of the idea of helping her go across the North Pole, waiting for you to launch. And she eventually went on with a Piper Aztec to do that, I believe some months later during the summer of '71. So I have a lot of reasons to remember your mission. Not the least of which was because you went where you went. And it is stunning to me to look back at retrospect now and look at this data which has come to us, these photographs that were sequestered away in part by one of your own, Ken Johnston, and to discern what I think is some pretty amazing information. And before people jump to conclusions, I have not said that, nor do not believe with absolute certainty that what we are seeing in these pictures, the Apollo crews themselves at that moment on the moon could discern. And the reason is that what we have done is to take these original prints, which Ken Johnston has provided, and we have put them through a computer process which involves scanning and enhancement, which is the bringing out of very faint details that are down at the very levels of these emulsions. And because we don't have absolute standards, because we don't have photometric standards, all I can say is that qualitatively, the things we're seeing in the images, even if you were on the moon, standing there, without helmet or faceplate or anything, would be very faint. And it is totally within the physics, as I understand it. That you could be in the middle of these things and not notice if you were not looking. And that is something that's very important for people to understand. There is no physical reason a priori to automatically assume that Ed and I are on a different page just because he was there and he says he did not notice anything. There are many times in science when discoveries are made after the fact, when years have intervened, when the emotions of the moment are not there when other techniques and technologies have been developed, where information is discovered in retrospect that was missed by honest, sincere men and women who were there at the time and who were looking for other things. So with that as the frame, what I am struck by on these images is the fact that there is discernible geometrical material above the lunar horizon that should not exist. And the most impressive piece of evidence, the most impressive single thing that I sent you a couple days ago is that panorama. And I sent you 4 different versions of it, which is up on the website. It is a 360-degree series of handheld photographs taken by Shepard when you were out directing the TV camera north of the interiors, stretching completely around the lunar horizon from a position just in front of the front porch of the lab. It was created at the Manned Spacecraft Center by someone in the photo lab physically cutting the individual prints apart and putting them physically together, pasting them on a board to make one of these 360 panoramas where you basically turn around in a circle and take a picture. And that was rephotographed. And that print, actually a series of prints of those particular mosaics, was then put away in an archive at the Oklahoma City University by Ken Johnston here, roughly 1972, and extracted just about a year ago and given to us to be looked at. It is the skin of that panorama which shows a rather remarkable brightening and bluish scattering above the horizon in a 360-degree mosaic. And the fact that the brightening is dependent on the angle to the sun. In the down-sun position, it is brightest due west of the spacecraft. At 90 degrees north and south, the brightening is much less and falls off dramatically. In fact, it looks on those enhancements even black in some sections. And then toward the sun, behind the lunar module, behind the Antares, it goes up again, which is totally consistent with scattering function in some kind of material above the horizon, created by something on these separate images that were put together, pasted physically together in this 360-degree panorama. And without actually having the original photographs to examine, it's difficult, I know, to come to any absolute conclusion. But I'm just curious, as a physicist, Ed, how, apart from, scattering in a lab, you can explain the function of the scattering on that panorama, and more important, the geometry of the detail within the scattering above the horizon. Okay, cannot disagree with anything you've said. Up to this point. The question now is looking at those pictures. Just exactly what is it you think is there, and what's its configuration? There's some description, whatever structuring, whatever you discern, conclusions you know from looking at this. Well, we know from our models of the moon, before you guys even left, that nothing like that should be physically above the horizon. That you landed on an airless small world roughly 2,000 miles across, that there isn't sufficient gravity. And that's another one of the interesting, weird disinformation things out there, that the lunar gravity is much greater than NASA told us and all that. And I can say categorically, the numbers and the calculations and the observations and the even the experiments that were done unquestionably categorically refute all of that nonsense. Lunar surface gravity is 1/6 that of Earth. Bill Chapman and I, by the way, during your mission, actually it was during, it began in your mission. We kind of conceived of an experiment, which Dave Scott actually carried out in July of 71, which was the hammer and a feather. Right. So we know that the fall on the moon at 1/6 the rate they do on the Earth, rate. There are some wonderful live TV sequences where the collection bags, taking on one sequence during Apollo 17, where the collection bags of the rocks is swinging like a pendulum from the ladder of the limb. And there are other ways of measuring lunar gravity. So we know the physics. We know the physics of the moon. We know that it's 1/6 G. Therefore, any atmosphere that it ever had, according to the Gene's theory, left billions of years ago. So it should be absolutely airless. So if we're seeing scattering above the horizon and geometric scattering, we're forced to the conclusion that it's one of two things. It's either an artifact in the camera in terms of sun reflection within the lens itself, or it was introduced in the laboratory, in Big Underwood Laboratory on Earth when the photos were made, or its real structure above the moon photographed by you and Shepard. And the art form, the science is to discern which of those three alternatives is the correct alternative. Okay. Where is it all the surface? As your let me add one more thing. It also, in this model, has to be a long distance away from the camera. When you're looking parallel to the horizon, you're basically in tangent to the moon, okay? Straight out. On Earth, we know this from our experience, and most of us, we're not where you were, so we have to look at the initial experience. We know that at sunset and sunrise, the sun looks distorted, and the moon looks distorted when it rises, because you're looking through a long air path, a lot of air. Roughly, I think about 600 miles is the tangent path before you get out into space where there is no air. That's why moonrises and sunrises are distorted. That has interesting effects at sunrise and sunrise that you don't have at high noon. You're looking through a lot of air. On the moon, we're looking through very, 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 very ancient, deteriorated, battered, and meteor-eroded glass, which is the model here. By fake domes, people think solid domes. It's much more ragged and deteriorated than that. And the best chance of seeing that kind of structure would be horizontally, where you're looking through a long pathway of a lot of stuff accumulating light scattering over many, many, many miles before the ray gets out into space where there is no stuff. Okay, if you say a long distance away, like I'm going to be very clear. What do you mean by a long distance? Are you talking several lunar module radii or several hundreds of meters dimension? What relative dimension are you speaking? Well, I think we're talking miles here and tens of miles. Fairtech, who is one of the architects, who has coordinated measurements of the surface photography with the orbital photography from other missions, and I've restricted our discussion per your request to only Apollo 14 tonight, so I haven't provided you with other correlating data from other missions. Okay. So he was able to do this, and he comes up with tens of miles away from the spacecraft and tens of miles thickness, which gives us a very small optical depth over a very long pathway. Okay, now we're getting it down here so we know exactly what we're talking about. And you're suggesting that there are the remnants of a structure that is surrounding that area. Is that correct? That is million miles away. At miles away. And does it at some point touch the lunar surface, or are we still talking about something in the lunar atmosphere, the lunar environment that's above the surface? No, it touches the lunar surface. And if you look at the photographs, 9301C or CC, remember how I coded these. That's the close-up of you putting up the camera. It's a companion to one of the frames. It's not the same frame as the mosaic. It was taken a few seconds earlier or later, we don't know which. If you look at the inset, that rectangular inset, you will see a series of dark, lighter, and in the model, denser, slanted structure impacting the horizon to the north of the wind, coming down at the horizon. And it appears that this slanted buttress-like geometry is indicative of how this stuff reaches the surface. Well, that is miles away, according to our numbers and physics calculations.
Shouldn't this be visible on a number of these programs?
Yeah, of course, depending upon the exposure and now you said the number, you mean the number that I sent you or the number where we gave you the number? Yes, it should.
And it's a goal, or I mean, that's what comes to mind as I hear your description here.
Bucky color. Okay, we shattered Bucky color.
Alright. So we had to get inside of it. That's right. How did we possibly get inside of it?
Well, I presume that it's got tremendous amounts of holes, and you safely came down through, pretty open structure. In other words, the reason that this is apparent at all is when you look parallel to the horizon, you're looking a long way away, tens of miles, and the optical depth gets sufficient where you can see it.
All right, gentlemen, I've got to break in here. We've got to break at the bottom of the hour. Everybody take a deep breath, and we'll be right back. My guests, Richard C. Hoagland and Dr. Edgar Mitchell, the Apollo 14 astronaut. Back in a moment. This is CBC. Now, back to Richard C. Hoagland near New York, and Dr. Edgar Mitchell in Florida. Gentlemen, you're back on the air.
Okay. Go ahead. Well, you were in the middle of responding to what I was laying out as the model that we could explain what we think we're seeing in these pictures. And I keep saying about should this not be in every picture? And we have dozens of pictures of Apollo 14 that we've been able to compare now against the current versions at NSSDC, which is the National Space Science Data Center at Washington. And we were in Houston the other day at the Lunar Planetary Institute, and we have begun to look at versions of the images in that database. And I can say that some of the same things that we are seeing in Ken Johnston's 30-year-old frames, we are seeing on the modern version of the same frame, particularly 9301. And when I put out numbers, these are actual NASA official frame numbers in the archive. Not the NASA headquarters numbers, but the Johnston numbers out of Johnston Space Center.
I can't relate to this. I don't have all those numbers.
Well, it's a mission manager's budget.
Which types of photos are you comparing with?
Okay, really only the originals here that are. Yeah, these are the color prints that were made from the reversal film that all of you took to the moon during all the missions. All the color film was a transparency reversal film that is equivalent to Ektachrome X, ASA-64. And the original transparencies, when the film was brought home and developed in Houston, in the lab there by Underwood and his guys, this was then a slide, a 70-millimeter slide in essence. And then from those slides, inner negatives were produced. From the inner negatives, prints were made. So we're down third generation now. Johnston's prints are directly from those inner negatives, so they're third generation, pristine, held in a vault for 30 years. The NSSDC prints are excellent generation. Unknown numbers of intermediate masters have been pulled from the archived originals in Houston, and so there has been. But what's really remarkable, Ed, is that the same general features on this one photo we've got time to look at, compare 9301, are there on both sets of prints separated by 30 years. And on the second set of prints that we got from Bobby Tice at NSSDC on my way down about a month ago to a meeting with Sarah McClendon, he literally sat in the parking lot to hand me these photos. And when we got back here a week later, we compared them, from the originals that Johnson had given me and from the copies that Tice had given me that's 30 years younger, and the same general features above the horizon north of you putting up the TV camera
are present on both sets of images. Well, that is reaffirming to me that we're looking at physics and not something that we're doing in the computer or something that cooked in the lab in one batch. You know, it's kind of checking if you want to make sure you're looking at science. I agree with that. I agree that it is physical something. I'm not quite sure exactly physics of the moon. But what they far more company, if we're looking at a physical object, that virtually every photograph taken with every camera in a particular direction of that object would show it. Perhaps it would be in the frame 30 years later or a different generation. But regardless of which camera or which film, black and white, color, if it was of the same object as a physical object, then it should show up in that picture. And that's a more important question to me than whether a different generation 30 years later gets for sure. Okay, well, let me stop you there. We are in the process of going through these photos. And what I did, because of the very limited resources and manpower we have, is I did spot checking. I randomly took 6 of the pictures that Johnson had given us and started looking at them. We must go systematically and do exactly as you're saying. Look at every single frame. And there's lots of frames in. You know, that's where we're really data rich. And we're in the process of putting a lab facility together, which will be ready by the summer, where we will have the analog photographic laboratory facilities and the digital imaging facilities to do precisely that and with manpower. Ultimately, by the end of the summer, we will have been able to do exactly what you're saying. I am heartened at the moment that the spot checking of some of these frames looking in the same direction from different vantage points shows the same structure. Okay, let me say what is a presumed density of such a structure? And I'm holding in my here the geodesic dome structure that would be similar to dome triad as kind of a basic model we're talking about. What is its density? You mean the physical density that goes to the object? Well, they're related to each other. Okay. If I have thin glass panels, let's say, you know, for a sake of model, I have, you know, glass buttressing, and I'm just going to throw some numbers out here. Every 1,000 feet, something comes down to the surface, and then there's a 1,000-foot gap before the next something comes down. And I look horizontally through this new stuff, and it is very transparent because it's new. All right, and there's scratch, there's no holes there, there's no meteor stripes, you don't get the Colt 45, you know, ray because of holes going through and stuff like that. You'd have to look through an awful lot of this to be able to see it if it was new. If it's old and it's got lots of holes in it, it's ratty stuff, then the density goes down and the optical depth goes up with increasing distance. So it, you know, again, the actual physical density per, you know, cubic mile of this stuff could be pretty low, and yet you'd eventually be able to see it if you look through enough of it horizontally. I don't have a good set of numbers yet for the actual physical density. Okay, I know it's getting low, and I'm working to get the right people to help us put that together, and a starting point was made with his architectural analysis that we are a long way from coming up with a definitive number. I know exactly where you're going with it, which is how did you guys ever get down and get back without killing yourselves? If there is something sufficient to cause receiving the images, and that's the question on my mind. How did 6 missions successfully get down to the moon and get back up without killing somebody? I'm going into this stuff. And it's even more profound than your suggestion here. That part's true, but that just scratches the surface. Now, another way to explore this, but what is it a walled structure like a wall of a building? Is it a wood structure like a very big wall of a fortress, but miles thick? Let's just develop this idea here. Well, in terms of what we're seeing in the pictures and our database, you know, since we not really had a chance to talk talk about this, it gives me an opportunity to at least tell you where we're coming from. We've now looked at unmanned data from Lunar Orbiter, unmanned data from Surveyor, particularly Surveyor 6, the after sunset photographs taken from the surface of Sinus Medi, looking west from Surveyor 6 were really striking. And 6 sets of images taken up to an hour and a half after sunset, looking west with the sun well below the horizon, where this stuff can be seen on the Surveyor 6 data in forward scattering. From the coronal light, you can see the scattering and geometry of this stuff extending up. And I will send you those if you're interested. We then go to the Lunar Orbiter material. We see evidence of this on Lunar Orbiter pictures. And the most complete and high-res data, of course, is the Apollo data, because the black and white stuff was shot on aerial reconnaissance film, very high-resolution film, and physically returned to Earth. The surface stuff was shot on black and white and color and physically returned. So we have a really broad cross-section of data to integrate and to try to converge a model for this stuff and how dense it is and how it interacts with the surface in selected regions. And that's how I tell you that it's got to be low density, very ancient, very ratty, very degraded, and the best chance of seeing it is through the long path length horizontally as the ray goes from the surface out into space. Well, I do not have a number yet on exactly physically how closer section of this could have been to Antares or to some of the other missions. But it's miles away. It's not feet or hundreds of feet. It's miles away, which is why there's this window, given that you guys were wearing these gold helmets which filter out ultraviolet light. This really important window that we might have the funny thing to me is that we might have sent 6 men there and they didn't even notice what was there. And you're starting to really press the credibility issue now, Richard. Well, the alternative is you're making really alternatives are not necessarily well, you know, the alternative, let's just stick with data. Let's just stick with what we have without direct conclusions. And at the moment, what you're suggesting is physical structure of some sort that looks very transparent and even old and ready. That's kind of an assumption. How do we know it's old and ready? That's quite tricky. At least it's dense. Or not too dense. It transmits light. Apparently, you're trying to say that if we run into it with a spacecraft or with our bodies, we don't notice it, but light comes through it. No, I didn't say that. No, what I said was that it has to be a very low density so that the odds against running into it were very low. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't have survived. In other words, you're not saying about molecular density, very low molecular density, which means that it is more gas-like gaseous than it is. Through a long path length to see it, and the odds of physically contacting it because there's so little left is very small. So if you have any pre-knowledge of where the stuff is and how to come down through the hole, and if I do assume we have that pre-knowledge, what you're describing is far more commensurate or close to the density of molecular gas than it is to physical or structure. You're getting down to density that very stable. All right, I will agree with you in principle, although I would use this come back to New York City in 10,000 years. Now we're living, I think, so tonight, and it's pretty solid, still concrete, glass, whatever. And it's been eroded by all the forces of the earth, oxidation, and stuff like that. You can have some pretty solid structures now that if you come back in 10,000 years will be almost non-existent just because of physical forces. If we're looking on the moon, the only erosive force on the moon that we understand is micrometeorite sandblasting. If you have a structure that is made of glass and you erode it from sandblasting over literally millions of years or even longer, and it's in a total vacuum where there isn't a trace of air, and the only operative force is the hypervelocity shrapnel from each impact. What does the remaining structure look like, and how thin can it get and still maintain a configuration? I'm almost thinking of something that has the consistency of cigarette ash, or touch it, it will fall down. If you physically get close enough to touch some of the stuff, but in the absence of physically touching it, it would stand there as an optical ghost of what it used to be, and would interact with light like we're seeing on these images. It's a stunning picture of something so fragile that it cannot survive much shaking.
And if we bumped it at all with our body or spacecraft or anything else, it would be itself.
Or portions of it or whatever.
Okay, let's paint a picture. Let me paint a picture here for a couple of minutes so that our audience. It's not exactly what we're talking about. If you look up at the full moon right in the center, both vertically and horizontally in the center, and just to the left and down, 15 degrees down about 3 degrees, you get the area that we're talking about. To center the moon, the Apollo 14 landing with the Colorado area.
South of the Great Crater, Copernicus,
Just a bit south of Copernicus, and a little bit to the east of Copernicus, the Apollo 12 mission was almost directly south of Copernicus. We're just on the east end. We're a couple of miles apart. Take a little more. The immediate location of Apollo 14. Let's picture this. Picture a strip about a mile or a mile and a half from east to west, slightly tilted northeast to southwest. About a mile and a half long and maybe 100 feet wide. And that little rectangular strip represents the area of investigation of the Apollo 14 crew.
The area of the physical investigation.
The area of physical investigation.
Well, let me stop you there. If I take a picture horizontally looking north or west or east, that ray can go for tens or even 100 miles before it encounters space. And what we're looking at may be so thin in terms of density that the stuff we're seeing could be tens of miles away from you, and you had no hope of ever physically walking up to it, putting your glove on it. That's consistent with these surface pictures, which is why I was so excited when Johnson gave them to us and we found what appears to be on them.
Okay. Can you manage to figure? If we look to the east end of our little rectangular strap, the east of it goes to the edge of Cone Crater, which is the crater about 500 to 600 feet above the surface. That way, the west end of it is a little past where the air module landed, about 150 yards beyond where the lunar module enters is sitting on the surface. And that's where all South Station, our scientific station, is located. So it's that region that we physically traversed and did a lot of work. Now, Richard is relying really heavily on a pan that we took in the vicinity of the lunar module. We took actually a pan about every 15 minutes or less. So there are dozens of pans.
Right, we have the green books. We're not able to be hiring those pans. We have the green book. These are the USGS things are put out, and we know all the pans, and we ordered the others. We have 2 or 3 of those pans right now, but we don't have all of them, and we want all of them. We want to do the same thing.
Maybe your life, your whole case hinges virtually on every photograph looking in the direction you're talking about, showing exactly that.
that's where the correlated data should occur if we're looking at real stuff. If you're looking at real stuff. Now, if indeed you're looking at real stuff, it should show up in every photograph. And well, maybe won't. So let me stop you there. The two pieces of data I can absolutely test to tonight. The single frame photo, AS14-669301, which you have. Alright, that's the single Hasselblad showing you putting up the camera underneath some of this stuff looking north. And then the mosaic we have that Shepard took, which has another frame of you taken a few seconds later, which are two separate pictures. We see an optical parallax. We see a physical movement of this stuff west of you on the horizon between the two pictures. Shepard stepped back. He took that picture right at the base of the ladder. Then he stepped back a few feet and began this mosaic. The stuff on the horizon physically moves relative to you between these two pictures. Well, Richard was trying to make his case here that what we're observing is a structure of some sort. And the case I hear being made right now is that there may be a physical anomaly of some sort that's observable in the photographs that we don't experience with our bodies or with our spacecraft. Let me continue to make that case just a moment and set the picture here. Remember that with the lunar module before we descended to the lunar surface, we came down into an orbit that's about 10 miles above the lunar surface, which is a little over 50,000 feet. So we were whizzing around the lunar surface at around 57,000, let's call it 60,000 feet above the lunar surface in the equatorial belt for quite a few orbits. And those spacecraft were there for a while, but generally the command module was up on a higher orbit and only deposited a lunar module in the 10-mile orbit before making its descent. Now, if the theory that open and other Shepard orbits correct, these structures on the moon we have to penetrate them numerous times over and over again before descending to the lunar surface. And as we came back from the lunar surface, we had to penetrate this structure over again. Also, this is starting to make things very, very difficult to believe and to understand, because there's just no evidence that we contacted any physical structure in this way. The fact that there may be some physical phenomenon going on that is observable in the photograph that's causing it. These photographs to appear as they are, and perhaps even some diffusion effects or some reflective effects on light. That would not be too surprising that we might have been discovering a physical effect of some sort that we didn't understand before. To believe that physical effect might be caused by a physical structure, like a wall or a glass-type wall or glass girders, beams, anything like that. That stretches credibility beyond what I'm willing to accept at all, and without some more evidence. Now, Richard does need to look at every single photograph or representatives of all the photographs in different locations, different directions, black, white, black and white color, every film, every magazine, to see if these effects are indeed there. If they're there, there's a physical effect going on. It may still be just an emotion. It may be in the anomalies in the British camera system. All of that could be isolated. That's what science is all about. But I think we're stretching the point enormously to suggest that there are physical structures on the moon, suspended above the moon, covering the moon like a geodesic dome, that are not observed through the physical interaction of our spacecraft, our bodies, and so forth, but are observable due to photographic anomalies. So, may I say something? There are a couple of assumptions in your description, Ed, that were not in my description. One is the altitude We don't know for sure what the altitude of this proposed dome structure is. The parasitian altitude or the paralune of the command lunar module combination, when they broke you down to that orbit, was about 50,000 feet. You're right. So that's 10 miles roughly. So let's presume that the top parts of this are lower than that. That's consistent with Hertig's analysis and some other geometry. So you need not have, encountered this on that low orbit prior to the actual descent. On any other mission, when you say no physical effects, there are a wide variety of other observations from the Apollo missions, which are now consistent with this model, the most intriguing of which being the seismic data. Beginning on Apollo 11 and really getting, in stride on Apollo 12, the Alceb seismometers, the lunar science packages that were left behind on the moon powered by these radioisotope thermoelectric generators that lasted for years until NASA arbitrarily turned them all off back in 1978. They sent miles and miles and miles of data, and I had long discussions prior to the missions as science advisor to Cronkite and CBS with Gary Latham, who was the PI out of Columbia, regarding the seismic data he expected from these seismometers at the various landing sites across the surface of the moon. And the major anomaly that was detected immediately on 11 and discounted because it was so bizarre, and then encountered again on the Apollo 12 mission with that seismometer, and continued through the rest of the missions which carried seismometers, which you left, was this remarkable ringing effect where the moon, when it was struck by either meteors or meteorites, or stand rocket stages, the S4P from the launch was used as a kind of an impactor of the mission. The impact would generate ringing like a bell for hours and hours in the lunar seismic data. And I have literally stacks of papers from the lunar science conference. Because we're looking at a glass trestle-like material. We're looking at glass structure, which is a very low Q. It resonates and transmits sound very efficient. And that would be consistent with what we're seeing in the seismic data. The other thing that's interesting is the we're not most any solid structure is going to ring to an extent that what it means is that the sound is not being continuated, or the wave is not being continuated, that is continuing to reverberate through the structure itself. So any structure doesn't have to be consistent with your dome above the surface in theory. Any structure, although it is with you, you need to specify it, but it is consistent with it. And the thing that makes the lunar data so anomalous, wait a minute, you're misleading here. Let's keep our data separate. The ringing is consistent with many other properties of the moon also, not just the structure above the surface. Well, it's consistent with proposed models, but the models were created to explain the data. It's like, objective fine. Let's not push our data too far, which is what I continue doing here. On the Earth, when you have seismic impacts, I had a lot of discussions away from meters, if not maybe a kilometer, which without water in a vacuum did
not provide the attenuation that you get on Earth, and so the seismic waves, the sound waves, the ringing would persist. I can show you other geology papers, including one from up here at Columbia from a colleague of Lason's, who basically said in his paper, and I've got the papers, that one other explanation is a high quality ceramic. Now that's one whisker away from saying glass. And unfortunately he's no longer with us. He would hijack the situation. It's not even germane. The point is, any sort of more dense substance on the moon is more likely to cause radiation. You are talking about structure above the moon, which yes, it may be consistent. Well, there are others that isn't the issue. There are others that in the seismic data there were patterns observed to this ringing. The seismometers had an X, Y, and Z axis sensor. It could detect motion up and down, left and right, and back and forth. In terms of looking at the alignment of these sensors from mission to mission to mission, what Latham and his colleagues in a series of papers noted was there appeared to be an alignment to the ringing consistent with a geometry, and that geometry is reflected and is consistent with what we're seeing in the photographs, particularly the orbital photographs that we looked at and that we presented in Washington at the press conference. Now, this is all preliminary. I'm not saying this is conclusive. I'm saying it's preliminary. Other evidence are really misleading when you're pushing it in this direction. Consistency is one thing, but claiming that something about the surface is what is affecting it is really pushing your attention. I said it's consistent with. Okay, that's something else because let me read the third point, all right? Back in the 1960s, beginning in 66, when the lunar orbiters were put into orbit, Mueller and who was the other guy at JPL, the mascot guy? You remember him? Okay, there were two scientists who were looking at the tracking data from the unmanned lunar orbiter before Apollo, and they noted that there were these funny residuals in the Doppler tracking data, meaning the spacecraft was speeding up and slowing down and wobbling in a funny fashion. And the consensus was that there were mass concentration, mascots, right, under the Maria that were affecting the gravity field and thereby affecting the motion of spacecraft orbiting close to the moon. What's really interesting, Ed, is that if we replace the mascot model with a shattered lunar dome model over the Maria, we get the same effect. And what's really striking, and I'm going to bring another mission, Apollo 10, and I'm going to send you the video, all right, which we showed to a group of engineers in Houston just a few days ago, and blew their minds. We have a piece of film shot by Apollo 10 of Earthrise over Mare Smythe, which is on the far edge of the moon. All right, this is actual 16mm DAC motion picture film showing Earthrise tangentially seen from the from the lunar module as it was doing that precursor test for Apollo 11. Looking at the Earth over Mare Smythe, and as it rises, the Earth is so incredibly distorted that the only conclusion is there's some optical medium extending above Mare Smythe like the remains of a shattered dome. And I will send you this, and I want you to go through it frame by frame by frame, because what happens with the DAC cameras is they would turn them off. You would turn them off in the windows, and the film would run down through inertia for several more frames. In effect, increasing the exposure length. At the end of the rundown, when the film is going through the gate very slowly, and the effective exposure is 10 times longer than for the normal training rate, you can actually physically see the remains of the dome structure on these frames. And this has been shown now to a number of engineers on Apollo, a number of people in Houston, people like Johnson and others, and universally everyone is dumbfounded by what is visible on this motion picture film, and we're now looking for more motion picture films on other missions of similar Earthrise anomalies. Richard, I hear what you're saying. I will agree that there may be anomalies that we need to look at. But
this theory, and it's just not going to hold water. Well, all right. There are anomalies. I'm sure that you can find anomalies. By the way, anomaly is a nice catch-all phrase. If we're not looking at physical structure, and we're not looking at optical effects in the film, all right? And we've got 4 years, I think that's what you're looking at is optical. Well, believe it, we've had 4 years of a lot of people, a lot of photographic experts that have looked at this film. We had 8 scientists standing with us on the day after the National Press Club in Washington, people who don't want to look silly and get egg on their face, who did not commit to go in public and talk about this, but had a lot of soul searching, a lot of looking at this data. You mean we're all mistaking this? You're the only one that can be right about this, and we are. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that at all. But I am saying that you're pushing your data much too hard. That there's got to be other explanation. No, wait, why does there have to be? How did these structures get here? What are we talking about? Let's talk about origin. Well, that's speculation. I don't know. The world, are you doing this? Radicals are really looking at effects on film and optical effects consistent with known physics and trying to explain what we're seeing in the images and speculating who did it and where they came from. That is real speculation. I have no idea, but wait a minute. What type of, I think, structure here is our problem. I don't have any problem at all with the molecular effect. But when you're talking an unnatural structure, then you're talking something that is not occurring by natural physics. Okay, let me give you some more data. Then you need to address if it's an unnatural structure, how did it get there? And that is not speculation. Well, I mean, okay, if it's an unnatural structure, and we can agree, and you and I are obviously not going to agree tonight that it's unnatural, but let's assume at some point we get to where we agree. If we agree that it's unnatural, then of course the next question is who built it? You're right. All right, how did it get there? Well, I mean, are you claiming it's unnatural? Based on what we looked at, 4 years of data from manned and unmanned missions, I would be hard-pressed to explain this as anything now but an unnatural set of okay, then you jump right into it, don't gloss it over. You're having to claim it's unnatural. That opens up an entirely different ballgame of explanation. Well, no, I would say it has to be natural. As you talk about erasure, you must approach it with a more simple explanation if possible. And if that doesn't work, go to your unnatural. Why is unnatural versus natural a simpler explanation? In your own book, Ed, I'm sitting here, by the way, fascinated by your book. I heartily recommend it, The Way of the Explorer, right? Let's mention your other author, okay? You make the case for the phenomena of ESP and telepathy and a whole series of avant-garde experiences.
Can either one or both of you explain any way that these structures, as you have described, Richard, could possibly be a natural phenomenon? They would have to be unnatural by definition, would they? Let me jump on that. Sure. I think I could bring us closer to agreement here and put it on to the level so that we may not be as far apart as Richard perceives we are at the moment. So that we can give you a good lead here just before we go. In my own book, I take on the establishment as well. And it's a slightly different approach, and that's what I want to make a comparison with right now to see if it brings us closer to agreement. I suggest that the common phenomenon that all humanity has experienced in one way or another in our experience, and we have all these words, ESP, psychokinesis, etc., that apply to this. Our scientific community for a long time, or at least in the last century, has said this is not a valid phenomenon. It isn't real, it's imagination. On the other hand, all of our cultural traditions say, oh yes, it's very real, but we attach a supernatural or unnatural explanation to it. A divine explanation, a satanic explanation to it. I deny that those are appropriate ways to approach it. It is real, and it's also natural. And so I spend a lot of my time in a book exploring the idea that these are very natural phenomena and that they're explanations within physics. It turns out that this
physics of the last couple of decades centered around non-locality. God offers some very, very nice explanations for how all of this can come together in a natural model of how the universe functions. Let's take the same comparison to what we're talking about here on the moon. There may indeed be anomalous behavior that we're experiencing and observing here in the photographs to come. I don't know that there's anomalous behavior, but Richard is claiming that there is. And that he's observing it from looking at these photographs. Well, Richard and colleagues, okay, probably trying. There is certain evidence that simply doesn't fit with our model of how the moon is put together. But what's coming out of this, I'm glad to hear you say that there is an unnatural explanation by that. What we need is it's not just a part of the physics we understand. I want to make my position very clear. I agree with Richard and many other folks that we're not the sole intelligences, brief intelligences in this universe we're in. Matter is not the sole repository of life nor creative activity. And my position is it's throughout the universe. We must look at the universe in a way that allows intelligence and life like we experience it to have arisen everywhere, not just here on Earth. And that requires a very marked change in the way we understand the physics and chemistry, the whole structure of the way the universe is put together. And that's what I'm suggesting here, and the way we look at this problem. What Richard and colleagues have suggested seems to require an unnatural explanation for what they are observing. That is, a structure, and when you say structure is unnatural, then you have to ask the question, but created by whom, when, from where, how did it get there, and so forth. That is a very difficult set of questions to answer. It's much easier, I think, and much more credible to approach the problem to say we have an anomalous phenomenon here. And maybe there's something about the physics of the situation that we don't quite understand. Now, that's the approach I took in my book with regard to the last 25 years, with regard to the phenomenon I have been looking at and others have been looking at. And I think we have discovered in the mechanism of non-locality, which in other ways says that the universe is never connected, and that part of Newtonian classical physics is not correct, that you can get explanations through physics and non-locality that satisfy the situation. I'm suggesting the same thing here, that I would much prefer to look at this as an anomalous phenomenon, see if we can find something in the physics that, even though it may be a bizarre physics, something in the physics that satisfies the problem without, at the moment, having to go to extraterrestrials or some other unnatural explanation that before it increases this effect, because that is a far more difficult requires some far more difficult explanations than just looking at bizarre physics. Just like on your Satana on the moon, on Mars, the McDaniels, the Quaker McDaniels report suggests one of the things. It's either bizarre geology that we don't understand, or perhaps it's extraterrestrial, or whether it's unnatural structure. I'm suggesting the same thing here, that there may be an unnatural physics involved, and I find that a much more easily addressed subject than an unnatural resolution of the problem. So go ahead, Richard.
I think we're making a little history tonight. Well, maybe because Ed and I are much closer than I would have imagined. I'm delighted to hear this commonality, because if you start with the premise that there's something interesting to explore, and men of integrity and women of integrity pursue that path, ultimately you will find out what anomaly you're dealing with. And that's what I want to do. I want to find out. And what I would like is Ed's commitment on the air tonight to help us, and there's a lot of us out here,
geologists, chemists, optical physicists, a wide range of experts to which his expertise would be invaluable if he would offer to be a kind of a grounding. Sounds ironic for an astronaut to be a grounding for us to bounce ideas and data off as we pursue the search for what it is that's showing up in this wide variety of pictures. I think we have made some significant progress tonight. Well, we're tonight. I never moved to investigate anomalous phenomena. Sometimes I don't have enough time to investigate all the ones I want to look at. And if you have indeed really turned up a very strange and bizarre set of events that are not explainable, you're on the tree. I'm always intrigued by that. What I have turned off by is jumping to conclusions that when there's a more obvious way to go.
All right, gentlemen, I want to jump in and ask a question. Richard, in the facts that you sent to me earlier today, you said Dr. Mitchell, on his previous appearance, emphatically claimed that he was not precluded by NASA from discussing anything that he either saw or experienced during his Apollo 14 flight. You, in fact, did say that, Dr. Mitchell, correct? All right, Richard says the NASA Space Act itself, in light of Brookings' strong recommendation, says otherwise, that you were, in fact, barred from discussing many things that you would have seen and done. Is that correct, Richard?
Well, let's not be unclear on this. I have in my hands a copy of Public Law 85-568 from the 85th Congress, H.R. 12575, published July 29, 1958, called an Act, which is the enabling legislation which created the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. This is the document which basically brought into being the agency which employed Ed Mitchell to go to the moon back in 1971. And there are several interesting sections to this. This entire document is up on the Enterprise Mission website, which can be reached through the ARCO website on the net. On page 4, there is a section titled Functions of the Administration, meaning NASA. And it says that section 203, the administration, in order to carry out the purpose of this act, shall 1. Plan, direct, and conduct aeronautical and space activities. 2. Arrange for participation by the scientific community, etc. 3. Provide for the widest practicable and appropriate dissemination of information concerning its activities and the results thereof. Now that's the part that we always quote, because it's the part that the American people have as their guarantee that everything NASA found is got to see. All right. Unfortunately, as we look through the Act, we have found there are other interesting sections that are not as generally well known. For instance, there's a section on page 8. Let me start with page 7. This is section 206, subsection A. The administration, meaning NASA, shall submit to the President for transmittal to the Congress semi-annually and at other times as deemed desirable, report to its activities and accomplishments. It then says, section D, no information which has been classified for reasons of national security shall be included in any report made under this section unless such information has been declassified by or pursuant to authorization given by the President. So there's a caveat there. And now let me jump in with your numbers, spending a lot of time on details here. I'm just going to cross that. There are some valid areas of technical development that I'm sure military and security people, which they came out of the national combined large social record budget, but I can think of some. For example, the development of computer technologies was certainly not released to all nations of the world, and it was classified at some point. But we're talking about discovery here. What is really the issue of going to the moon and the data that we recovered? Scientific data, in this sense, was not classified. We were not under any restriction on what we reported. Yes, there was a time delay between the live voice circuit
Most of that was designed to keep four-letter words because sometimes we spoke a little less quickly. Four-letter words getting out without censorship. The content of what we were reporting, the content of what we were doing was not in any way classified. We were not briefed on anything concerning classification. It was not even discussed about extraterrestrial, but normally we would love to have been able to discuss something about that or have had something to discuss. It simply wasn't there. Technical information having to do with national security, military operations, the sophistication of our equipment, and stuff. Not much of this. Let me make another couple of points here from the Act. Further down on this page 8, relating to security, section 304, and this again is on the website for those who want to read it. The administrator shall establish such security requirements, restrictions, and safeguards as he deems necessary. Notice the assumption that always going to be a he. 1958, right? As he deems necessary in the interest of the national security. And we have a document, we have a study from Brookings that was commissioned in 59 and was delivered to the Congress in 61, which we call the Brookings Report, which is a several hundred-page document with a section related specifically to the implications of NASA's confirmation of extraterrestrial intelligence, either by means of radio or artifacts. And they claim that you might find them, NASA might find them someday from the perspective of 59 on the moon, Mars, or Venus. Then there's another section of Brookings related to the recommendation, the consideration be given to withholding such a discovery from the American people for reason of fear of social dislocation or social disturbance. With the fact that it's written in a record.
What I'm saying is that the Act itself provides in law the mechanism for the administrator for whom you work, for whom you sign documents, all right, to restrict dissemination of this information if it ever came to pass. Now, the problem I'm having is that, we're all lawful individuals. We all presumably operate under the law. If this, in fact, was a reality, then sitting on the radio this morning, you could not, in conscience with what you had signed, admit to the presence of remarkable anomalies there in consonance with the administrator's classification. If that ever came to pass, you could take it way out of context. So let's say that at the time that we got, he was undoubtedly considered a prudent policy to write such a thing into effect. In practice, what has happened, however, is that I know of no administrator since that time who has really considered as far as operating as crews and people on the job doing it, and literally no effect on us oneself. There's one time I have signed that suggests that I am aware of that, or that I am required to be circumspect in what I say. It simply doesn't exist. Okay, that's a theoretical structure for years that has virtually no practical bearing on I am quoting from the law, the enabling legislation. And anyway, on page 11, in section I, it says, the administration, meaning NASA, shall be considered a defense agency of the United States. Now, we always operate on the assumption. When I was with CBS, I absolutely would have sworn on a stack of Bibles and Korans that NASA was the civilian agency for space exploration in the government of the United States. Literally, a few days ago, when I read this carefully, I was stunned to see in the language, the actual act says that NASA shall be considered a defense agency of the United States. Now, what that implies, that's an interesting bit of language, isn't it? Now, what that implies is that in consonance with Brookings, if you guys, let's take the astronauts out of the equation for a minute, because as I said at the top of the show, there are absolutely physical
models in which you could have landed in the middle of this stuff and not seen it. I really firmly believe that. So let's take you out of the equation. If there were people in NASA who knew there were interesting things there, and they were specifically looking for further information, and the landing sites were chosen so they could get it, maybe without your knowledge, from the films, from the seismic data, whatever. The administrator with this language can classify all of that, and Golden to this day does not have to tell us unless Bill Clinton says, and we want to finally now go public.
In principle, I think you may be right. That language that you just read, it's all understands. However, in practice, that simply is not the way it happened. That isn't the way sites were selected. That isn't the way missions were chosen. That sort of knowledge that you're talking about might have existed, simply didn't exist. How would it have existed in the first place? Simply didn't exist. It didn't operate. So what we're getting off the close to in this discussion is some more of the great conspiracy theories which we hear a lot of floating around the country at this point, which simply don't hold water. They should be looked at. I don't want to dismiss those who have had. Yes, there are people within government who might hold that point of view. But very frankly, in this particular area, and in going to the moon, during the Apollo program, during the entire NASA program, that sort of conspiracy and that sort of government simply did not have those rules.
All right, gentlemen, I've got to break in. We've got 1 more hour. If you can both give us 1 more hour. Oh, why not, Art? And on the cover of Coronet magazine, there used to be this frozen image of a droplet of milk, sprayed up in a kind of a semi-hemispherical inverse dome structure. I think that's what the caller is, or the faxer.
Exactly. In other words, if you slam a rock into the water, a wall comes up from that, correct?
Okay, now let me dispose of that. It's a good idea, but no cigar. Because in order for that to freeze and to remain visible, the physics of the impact would have to be totally different from the laboratory data, whatever, and I are in total agreement. That really cannot explain what we're seeing. But it was a good try. All right, the audience is thinking.
That's what we want. And as long as we're looking at natural phenomena and questioning them, we're on the right.
All right, let me stop you there, because you're doing this big hard thing on me, which I find fascinating. To me, one of the most interesting things of the NBC program the other night was when you stood up in front of the audience. I think it was in Cambridge, and you said there's this false dichotomy of the world: natural, unnatural, or natural and paranormal. You said it's all normal. If it's experience, it's all there. We got to figure it out. For you to separate natural and unnatural, the human activities, intelligent activities, I should, frame this in a larger sense. That intellectual, intelligent activity in the universe is unnatural. Is, I guess, what I'm having a slight problem with, because if what we're looking at on the moon is artificial, and to me, it's as natural as if we're looking at geophysics. I would say it's more improbable. It may be more improbable given what we currently think of as what's going on in our own backyard, but it ain't unnatural. I agree with that. Okay.
We're pushing words here, but what I'm talking about is vestiges. If we're applying vestiges of a civilization and intelligent beings constructing something, I think we've got a problem with that.
Well, no, wait a minute. All right, let's pursue that.
Well, if we have a problem with that, then we should have a problem with Roswell and with other strong hits of extraterrestrial. I think we do. I don't think that all of these are foregone conclusions. I have said over and over and over again, in the public domain, we don't have smoking gun evidence that Roswell or any other visitation is absolutely real. We haven't put all that to bed yet. I think the probability, the statistics are getting very, very high, in my opinion, that yes, these are real physical events, and they have been dramatically covered up.
100%. Please, let me say that. This is interesting. because for Roswell, and I've studied the Roswell case, obviously not as much as the experts, people like Dan Friedman and the others, but I certainly looked into it because it's the quintessential, E.T. land, lost far from home, spaceship vanishes, military men are sworn to secrecy, civilians into that. It stands as the pinnacle experience of the so-called field. And yet there's not one datum of physical evidence currently existing. And we now know that because of Stephen Schiff's work in the GAO report. Even the traffic, even the communications traffic in and out of Roswell, which should have been preserved, bureaucracies live on paper, mysteriously was shredded and disappeared over the years. Whereas in the lunar example, we have good physical evidence on lots of missions with lots of pictures, excellent database to examine with current technology. And if all that fails, we got the moon edge to go back to, and we're going back to the moon.
What's your point, though? I don't see the connection here between
My point is
that you're making.
My point is that you have come out championing. I mean, you just said it a moment ago that we're pushing close to the smoking gun on Roswell, but there isn't one scintilla of physical evidence that has survived. And yet, on the lunar data, where there's all kinds of physical evidence, and we can really solve this with a relatively short fuse, you're telling me that we don't have enough to even make a plausible case for artificial structures.
Oh, I don't know. You say you don't have enough to make a plausible case. I just don't want to walk us into that is the answer. I will grant. I will say it's a very, very low probability event. But I can conceive of scenarios where that might be the case. I just don't think it's a very likely explanation.
A low probability event, what are we talking about? Which series of events are we talking about?
Oh, that the phenomenon you are explaining for your photographs as being intelligent made structures sometime in the past. I say that is a very low probability of being the explanation for what you're looking at.
All right, let me jump in. If Roswell is likely, and Gordon Cooper, who went on Paranormal Borderline in this last week and described an incident at Edwards Air Force Base where a saucer came down while a military film crew was filming. Extended landing gear landed. The film crew went toward it, continuing to film this event. It lifted off the ground, retracted the gear, and shot straight up into the sky. Now, that's what he said happened at Edwards when he was there, and the report was filed, and the film was sent to Washington, and it all disappeared. Well, if that is so, and if Roswell is at least probable, then why not think of it as probable for there to be remains of civilizations that have been long established, long gone, perhaps?
Well, I don't disagree with the process you're using to compare these things. The answer, though, comes in what is the probability number that you're using, in my opinion. The probability number for the explanation of Richard's anomalous photographic event as being constructed by some other civilization. I think the probability of that being the right explanation is very low. That is my personal opinion. I think the probability that the Roswell incident representing an extraterrestrial event is taking on the proportions of very high probability because of the accumulation of evidence over the years.
Yeah, but what
Gordon Cooper presented as a valid piece of evidence. I can't evaluate it yet, although I was just with Gordon and a number of the astronauts over the weekend, and we discussed these very things we're talking about. That's because I don't have any experience with that particular evidence, and that event, that's a new one on me that Gordon just talked about recently. And so that hasn't been digested.
And here's the paradox that Art is bringing up. Here is the paradox that Art is bringing bringing up, and it's a very eloquent point, Mark, and I'm impressed that you would, put all this together.
Gordon Cooper was born in Shawnee, Oklahoma. Bet you didn't know that. Attended the University of Hawaii, graduated USAF Institute of Technology with BS in Aeronautical Engineering. He has 11 years of graduate level training in space technology, space mechanics, lunar geology, spacecraft design, and flight testing with NASA. Also a graduate of USAF Jet Pilot School, USAF Experimental Test Pilot School, USAF Jet Engine Rebuilding School, United States Navy Underwater Demolition Team, and USN Helicopter School. That's a lot of school. Served as Experimental Flight Test Project Manager and Test Pilot at Edwards Air Force Base, 1956 through 1959. Selected as a Mercury astronaut in 1959, one of 4 surviving space pioneers from the days when there was indeed a pretty good possibility of cataclysmic booster failure or even being stranded in space. Today, Gordon Cooper lives in Ventura, California. He's president of Galaxy Group, Inc., a highly experienced engineering design group and engaged generally in modification of existing aircraft and design and manufacture of new aircraft on the drawing board based partly on his own experience with UFOs is a design for Vantex 2000, a vertical lift craft with saucer-shaped wings attached to a fuselage. Gordon thinks the saucer shape is the way we should have been going with aircraft design for a long time, and plans to build this vehicle complete with 4 vertical lift fans. He flew the last Mercury mission in 1963, 22 times around the Earth, 32 hours. Still, by the way, the U.S. record for longest solo space flight. On this flight, at one point, you may recall, if you're old enough, he lost all electronics, and then, therefore, was the first man to manually control re-entry from space. Here is Gordon Cooper. Gordon, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Art. Good to be here.
Our phone connection is not the greatest in the world, Gordon, so you're probably going to have to try and scream at me if you can.
Okay.
That's better. Gordon, you are now in your 70s, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
72. Did you think, as you think back on it, you were a test pilot. I mean, a lot of test pilots died testing airplanes. Did you ever figure to make it to your 70s?
Well, of course, I'd always hoped to, right. Of course, in those days, 70 sounds pretty old.
That's right. But, I mean, many times during your career, you must have thought, I'm going to roll the dice, and one of these times is going to come up the wrong way.
Well, I think most, particularly fighter pilots and test pilots, have become kind of faithless. They figure when it's your time to go, you're going to go. And, no sense in jumping out in front of the truck, but on the other hand, when it's your time, you'll go.
Then the next question might be, why be a test pilot? In other words, my passion is radio, or God, I'm consumed by it. I have been all my life, and I would presume your answer would be pretty much the same way. Consumed by aircraft and flying. Is that it?
Well, that's right. I mean, when you really look at it, fatality rate among test pilots, certainly among space flyers, has been pretty good. We have worse fatalities out on the highway.
Actually, that's quite true, isn't it? You were on some of the top. As a matter of fact, in the right stuff, I think toward the end, right at the end of the right stuff, it showed you on top of the booster. This booster, and running through your mind at a moment like that. I mean, what does run through your mind at a moment like that? You're sitting on on a virtual bomb if it decides to go that way.
Well, you just hope that all those people built all those little parts and tested them out so carefully did a good job on it.
I forget, I think it might have been in some recent space movie I saw just before launch, one of the astronauts commented that he realized how many moving parts this thing has, and they were all built by the lowest bidder. And yes, that's probably true, too. And at other times, Gordon, you, I know, saw some of our rockets blow up, and I guess when you stand there and you're fairly close and you see one blow up, that has to be imprinted very heavily on your mind. When you're, it is, I thought.
You hope the one you're riding doesn't blow up like that.
A lot of most Americans wouldn't begin to understand why a person would be willing to roll the dice that way. What is so exciting? What is so magnetic to get somebody like yourself to do that?
Well, it's a fascinating job, and it's a good job. It's very self-satisfying to be able to do a good job. It's very, high technology job.
You flew a lot of experimental jets as well. Was that? Did you ever get close to trouble in any of those?
Oh yes, on occasion.
With respect to the last Mercury mission, to all of a sudden lose all of your electronics, just all your electronics suddenly gone. Did you think you were going to live through that?
Yes, I was planning on it. I had done some practicing on that in the simulator. Figuring the worst thing that could happen would be to lose all your electronics. So I had practiced on the simulator quite a bit on that very thing.
Was it a tough thing to do? In other words, manual reentry. The astronauts today, of course, all rely on computers and backups to that. But is it a pretty narrow window? In other words, do you have to do it very carefully lest you burn up?
Well, you have a fairly narrow window to hit. You can't come in too steep, or you can't go in too shallow. So it's a fairly narrow window, but it's not that difficult to do. You just have to stay on top of it.
So, what instruments do you watch when you're manually re-entering that keep you within this narrow little window with no electronics at all?
Well, the main thing you have to do is keep the rates from building, because the spacecraft is basically unstable. And as it starts to oscillate around the roll, pitch, and yaw, you have to crank those rates out. But you don't have any attitude as we look at it with electric failure, they're all gone.
So it's kind of like going down a curved road with a car or something. In other words, you keep correcting.
That's correct.
So many of you come back to enjoy another season.
Gordon, there have been a million rumors over the years that have flown around about you. With regard to a UFO that you supposedly saw on a Mercury mission. Now, that rumor isn't true, is it? You didn't see one, did you?
Somebody made a lot of money selling a bunch of lies on that one.
Did they?
Yeah, it was totally untrue.
But somehow, once they told it, though, the story stuck no matter what.
Oh yeah, it even got embellished on several times.
The funny thing is that even though that's a complete BS story, the fact of the matter is you have seen UFOs, haven't you?
Well, on one occasion I saw some strange vehicles that we finally assumed were UFOs.
Where was this?
But I never had the occasion to really see one up close.
Where did you see this?
Over Germany.
Germany. Can you describe what you did see?
Well, it looked just like they were fairly high altitude. It looked like flights of fighters flying over, flying the same basic kind of formation that we fly in fighters. They were going in general from east to west. And when we got scrambled over some of our airplanes and tried to get up closer to them to see what they were very, they looked just like saucers and metallic looking, but we couldn't get any close enough to get any more detail on that.
But you got enough detail to see that they looked like saucers.
Yeah, you couldn't see any wings on them.
No wings. And their speed relative to yours?
Considerably faster.
Did you report that?
Oh yes, it got reported.
How did they handle the report?
Oh, I don't know. I was just a lowly first lieutenant at that time, so I don't know how the report was handled.
How did you handle it? In other words, you saw something that obviously was not one of ours.
Well, it was not one of ours, but of course, it was during the height of the Cold War with Russia at that point in time, and we really had no way of knowing what Russia might have designed and might be building. So we really couldn't rule out that it might be some kind of new Russian aircraft.
One of theirs.
Right.
Well, looking back on it now, I don't think they had anything like that, or at least history presently doesn't tell us they did. So I guess it wasn't one of theirs, and I guess it must make you wonder a lot today.
Yeah, but looking back now, I suspect it was some kind of extraterrestrial vehicle.
And we do have a few undergraduate students mixed into the audience who are taking this.
I understand that
this is also, of course, by the way,
some of your film following the Gemini 5 mission was confiscated. They came and they confiscated your film. You'd apparently been taking shots from orbit, I guess. And you know, it says here in the material that was sent to me, Gordon, that you were able to, bear in mind, folks, how long ago this is, you were able to get photographs good enough to show license plates on cars on the ground. Is that true?
That's true.
From orbit?
Yeah, so we were using a 1250 millimeter Questar lens. So you might expect to get some pretty good detail.
Well, you might, but you know, years and years and years ago, we were boasting that the very best satellite, spy satellites we had were capable of getting perhaps a license plate or something like that. So if you could do that then, one has to wonder what they can do today.
Yeah, I would assume that we've improved over that considerably.
You overflew, and looking back on it now, I understand you were really angry when they confiscated your film. Looking back on it, do you think it was, why do you think they took that film?
Well, I think I only found out fairly recently, in just recent years, from one of the men who was involved in the confiscation, that the reason it got confiscated was that I had inadvertently made, we were asked to make pictures of airfields, and pictures of ships at sea, pictures of cars in parking lots, so they could measure resolution. And one of these airfields that I had come over and mapped unknowingly turned out to be some little area they called Area 51.
Area 51?
Yeah, how about that?
How about that? Do you know where I am, Gordon? Do you know
where are you?
No, you don't know. I'm in a little town called Pahrump, Nevada.
Oh, yeah.
And you see, just over the mountain from me, Gordon, is Area 51. It's just over a mountain range here. And I'm telling you, Gordon, we see things from time to time in this town, and just about everybody in this town can tell a story that absolutely cannot be accounted for. They simply can't be accounted for. In my own case, I saw a large, triangular, silent craft pass directly over my head. I was standing there with my wife, silently, not making a sound, floating, not flying, doing, 30 miles an hour, perhaps not enough to support aerodynamic flight of any sort that I know. I was in the Air Force, and I used to get to fly in C-130s a lot, Gordon. So I know what a C-130 is. And 2 weeks after I saw it, I saw a report came out in our local newspaper, which said, yes, indeed, on that night there had been a secret mission that may have overflown the Pahrump Valley, that's where I live, and that it was a C-130 aircraft. And I had never been so insulted in my entire life. So we see these things, and they probably come and go from Area 51. As a test pilot, Gordon, what do you imagine? I probably shouldn't even ask this. What do you imagine? After all, the stealth now is why it's old news.
Oh, yeah.
So, what do you imagine we're working on now?
I don't know, but I hope we're working on something exciting because we're spending a lot of money apparently there. And I hope with all the money we're spending that we're getting, something pretty exciting.
Return for the tax dollar?
Right, and I'm sure we probably are.
The name of the book is Leap of Faith. Gordon, why is it called Leap of Faith? Why that book title?
Well, my spacecraft, Mercury spacecraft was named Phase 7.
Phase 7?
I guess that was kind of a nice tie into it.
Yeah, that makes sense. But, maybe it's your publisher, HarperCollins, putting words in your mouth, but these are pretty strong words. It says here, Leap of Faith is Gordon's first-person story told in his own words with his co-author, Bruce Henderson. Though it is part memoir, part adventure, its underpinning from beginning to end is his strong and unshakable belief in extraterrestrial intelligence. That's an incredible statement. Is that true?
Well, I certainly believe that God created a tremendous big universe for us. Everybody's going to space, that's very great humbling because you realize what a big, monstrous place this universe is. And when you think about possibly 400 other planets that we know of right now that could have atmosphere similar to ours, it makes you wonder if we aren't being kind of vain if we think that God populated only this one planet.
That's right. And as they said in the movie Contact, what a great waste of space it would be.
Right.
When you were in orbit, you were there for quite a while, 22 orbits, 32 hours, that's a long time. You would have time, I would presume, during that time, to look out from your spacecraft and yourself contemplate everything that you're seeing, which is a lot more than we see down here. And did those kinds of thoughts and wonderings cross your mind then, Gordon?
Oh, I suppose so, yes. And you're right. The interesting thing, when you're up in orbit, out of all the atmosphere and everything, you see about 100 times the amount of stars that you see here on Earth. So you realize that there's just millions and millions and millions of them out there. And many of those stars you're looking at are the suns of another solar system.
Now, kind of like from 2010. Oh my God, he said, the stars, full of stars. Yes, and now we know, as you point out, that there are probably planets around many of those stars. We're finding more all the time. So the probability of life would seem rather high. You combine that with the meteorite that they just found with saline water inside of it, and gee whiz, the probability of life seems to get higher and higher and bigger out there. So
we haven't even totally ruled out the fact that there may, if not now, certainly at one time there may be life on Mars.
In fact, it is likely that at one time, or at least possible, there was life on Mars. We know there was an atmosphere. We know there was water.
once on Mars. All of that's true. I guess I can't resist, Gordon, so I'll ask you. There's been a lot of controversy about the so-called face on Mars. And they have gone back and they have rephotographed the face on Mars in what many people consider to be an angle that did not do service to the first photograph that we saw. In other words, it was at such a terrible angle that, frankly, it looked like a filled cat box or something, rather than a face. What do you think about the face on Mars?
I just don't know. It could either be something that someone made, like some of the big demos that were done down in Central and South America, or it could be just a natural erosion of some kind. But I just don't know what to make of it. And I guess that's one of the reasons we need to send some man missions to Mars and check some of the things out a little closer.
Gordon, let me ask you this, and I'm sure that you are very loyal to NASA, but is NASA today the same NASA when you flew?
Well, no, it's of course much bigger and being bigger and more bureaucratic is certainly probably somewhat more inefficient. But NASA does a tremendous lot of good and a lot of good work. And if I can criticize, one of the things I can criticize NASA the most on is the fact they really don't toot their own horn quite enough. Because they do a lot of good work in aviation, for instance, that people aren't even aware of.
That's absolutely true. You're right. They don't toot their horn a lot, and their horn does not get tooted all that much anymore by the media at all. They just don't treat spaceflight the way they once did.
No, they don't.
What do you think happened to the American people? Do you think they got...
Well, of course, I think if we start going back to the moon, and then the man-Mars landings, we'll find that the people are still just as innocent as ever.
Gordon, it's been 30 years plus since we went to the moon. That's a long, long time. I remember it, of course. I'm old enough. I'm 54, and so I remember it as a child. And we haven't gone back.
That's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yes, it is unbelievable. Why?
And you can say politics, or you can say all kinds of reasons. I just think we have not had an administration that really had the courage and the wisdom to really put things together and really get going on again. And certainly a lot of it has been NASA's fault too. NASA has not had the courage or the wisdom that NASA years ago had.
Well, that's exactly what I meant when I asked you that question about NASA then and NASA now. NASA then was much more of an adventuresome organization, much more of a risk taker. And I guess it's not surprising, is it, Gordon, that as an organization gets larger, it takes fewer risks.
They get beat up pretty bad by the politicians too. Congress beats the heck out of NASA all the time. I'm sure they get kind of beat down from time to time.
NASA, when they are asked about the possibility of extraterrestrial life, or even more directly to the point, the possibility that there are things in our skies that cannot be explained, NASA does get a bit defensive on the issue, or they don't like talking about that sort of thing. We had a great big investigation in this country called Project Blue Book, as you well know, that ended with a statement that whatever these are, and they certainly could not explain everything they investigated, they are not a threat to national security. Can you buy that statement?
Of course, Blue Book was done by the Air Force, not by NASA.
That's right.
And Blue Book was, in my opinion, was strictly a cover-up to just whitewash the whole thing. hopefully the whole thing will go away.
Blue Book was strictly a cover-up and a whitewash.
In my opinion, that's what I try.
Okay. Gordon, in your opinion, should there be a modern-day version of Project Blue Book or whatever it is they would like to call it today that would investigate what is in our skies? Is there sufficient evidence to warrant reopening all of this legitimately this time?
Well, I suppose if you could have a centralized, I had recommended several years ago that we use the United Nations, as a repository for all the information and all investigative teams data to come into one central location that was sort of a neutral ground. I don't know where, I don't really care where it's done, but you do need somewhere where kind of correlate all these sightings and all the data that's brought in to see whether it's good, bad, or indifferent.
Do you think such a thing is politically possible right now?
I don't know. Very likely it is.
It may just be some recent surveys of the American people, Gordon, have been very revealing, and a majority of the American people now believe that these things do fly in our skies. They believe they are real, and if you have that kind of consensus, you would think that would give some of the politicians enough backbone to call for such an investigation.
Yeah, you would think so. It certainly would have a good chance of getting a very favorable reception from the public.
You had an experience, which I've heard about over the years, Gordon, at Edwards Air Force Base. Something about a couple of cameramen. Can you tell me about that with a close encounter with something or another that happened?
My experience was really second-hand, but I had a crew who was working for me who was photographing and landing a scanning site for Newman who were installing on the edge of Dry Lake bed. And the saucer flew in over and landed. After landing here and landed about 50 yards from them. They stayed on to go over closer to it to get pictures, and then lifted up, put the gear back up, and took off.
Did they get pictures of it?
They got pictures.
They did.
And then I had to go dig through all the rags and find out what, who to call in Washington to report this for regulation.
Wait a minute, you made the call to Washington?
Right. While they were developing the sound.
And what kind of call was that?
Well, I asked for airport tag number, I can't remember the numbers up now, but if an unusual sighting is made of any kind of unidentified flying object, you will call this particular number and report.
Oh, really? No kidding. First of all, I'd never even heard that there was a special number for a UFO, unidentified flying object, whatever you want to call it. But there is such a number, and you called it.
And I called.
And you said, guess what? We've got photographs of
a strange little vehicle that doesn't seem to have any wings on it.
Strange vehicle that doesn't seem to have wings that landed at Edwards Air Force Base. I see. And what did the person on the other end say?
Just a minute, I'll get Colonel so-and-so. And then before long, I was talking to some general.
A general?
And he said, they do not run the branch of those films. The negatives, put them in a pouch, and we're making arrangements for that. He's going to Washington immediately.
He told you, don't make prints, fly him to Washington, run away.
Right.
And I assume that is precisely what you did.
We put him in a pouch, and some guy came around to the office, picked him up in a pouch, and last I saw him.
And how long was it before some general called you back to explain exactly what it was that was in the photographs?
Oh, that was 40 years ago, and I'm still waiting.
Phone hasn't rung yet?
Phone hasn't rung yet.
Gordon,
Generals don't call captains back and explain things all, frequently.
But I mean, as you pointed out, it's been all those years, and you rose in the ranks, and you did a lot of things that would, got you a lot of public exposure, and you might imagine that the general might have called you back some years later, but no.
Well, who knows? Maybe he retired from that or something.
Oh, he retired?
No, I say maybe he did.
How many people, Gordon, do you think in high positions are retiring with knowledge of the kinds of things that you and I are talking about right now, taking it to their grave?
Oh, I just don't know. It'd be interesting to know, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. I want to ask you about something else. Over the years, Gordon, a lot of astronauts, Neil Armstrong, for example, at the White House, and many other occasions, a lot of astronauts have made very, very provocative statements that don't quite say that that we are being visited, that the things in our skies are real. They don't quite say that, Gordon, but they almost say it. Neil Armstrong particularly alluded to just some incredible things that will be coming down the line. And do you think that other astronauts are afraid to really tackle this issue straight on?
Well, I think most people are in government, whether it's in NASA or in the Department of Defense, are a little cautious about what they say because there's been so many lies made up about UFOs. And so many lies have been made up about all the space flight and all the the various things to do with NASA and with space. But I think everybody's a little skeptical about saying anything to anybody.
It'd be kind of like stepping in front of a podium, I suppose, and presenting the latest theory on who killed Kennedy.
Right.
It would be lost in the shuffle. It would be part of the noise. There's so much noise on the subject that, of course, coming from somebody like yourself, or Neil Armstrong, or anybody who's been in our space program, the words that you're saying tonight carry a lot of weight with the American people. Could you have spoken out in the way you're speaking out now when your career was active, when you were still in the space program, and if you had, what would have happened?
Oh, I don't think anything would have happened. I always have spoken out pretty loud and clear on it. And I've never had any warnings from anybody in the Department of Defense or NASA against speaking out or saying things. Contrary to what some news media are always saying, that, we're always warned not to say things. I've never had any suppression of all of my speaking out.
Would it be your opinion, Gordon, that our government is very well aware of these things, doing tremendous speeds and maneuvers in and just above our atmosphere, that they are fully aware of this?
I sure hope they are.
But is there any way with the technology that you know and I know they have, that they could not be aware of it?
No, I think there's too many solid-headed people that think things to totally disregard it. And certainly, we even have the skeptics who have always said that the speed of light is definitely by far the greatest limitation of any kind of speed we move at. Ever says it's in the block, now maybe we need train zipping around at 10 times the speed of light all over space.
That's right. And so you don't imagine that a violation of Einstein's a theory about not being able to exceed the speed of light. You rather imagine that sometime in our distant future, or somebody else's present, it's already been achieved.
Well, even Einstein was modifying all his formulas and using time, and he went back and started using time as a variable rather than a constant.
Gordon, going back again to 1957, at Edwards, we did talk about the photographs that were taken, and it's my understanding that before you sent off these photographs as ordered, you got to see them. You actually got to see the negatives.
Right.
Now, apparently, the cameramen were told that what was in the negative was a balloon.
Yeah, several years later, when things came out, and that's my understanding that someone had interviewed them, they were told that what the pictures were of.
I think that's what the story generally was from about 1940 something or another, maybe the 50s, whatever it was. It was a balloon.
Weather balloon seemed to get around a lot, didn't it?
Well, I understand you were able to observe, at least in the negatives, that it had a tricycle-like landing gear.
Right.
Interesting balloon.
Yeah, the only balloon I've ever seen is a landing gear. Although, you know, it's funny, one time I was doing T-38 so I was Conrad and I and Neil Armstrong, LSD, were heading up to St. Louis to do some work on the Empire spacecraft. And we were cruising along around 40-something thousand feet. And the two T-38s, this loose formation, and I looked out about 10 o'clock high and said, "What do you see out there about 10 o'clock high?" You know, came back and I don't know that I really want to say what it looks like.
Really?
And so we finally called flight service and said, we'd like to climb considerably higher and get on up and check something out up here. And they said, okay, go ahead, you're full instructions. We climbed, put in afterburners, and climbed. Got up to it, pulled up alongside. It was a great big weather balloon with a radio package hanging underneath it.
It was a weather balloon.
It was a weather balloon. After all the criticism, I think weather balloons, there was one that looked very much like a saucer from the distance.
Sure. Sure. If it's round and you're looking at it from below, it's going to look a lot like a saucer, no question about it. So, anyway, your real personal opinion is that there is something going on, and that it's worth investigation.
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Gordon, most Americans, unfortunately, because at least Americans my age, are never going to get to go to orbit. They're never going to be in space. They're never going to know what it feels like.
Don't give up yet.
Well, I'm not giving up, but I mean, I just, kind of looking around at the odds right now, I'd say it doesn't look too good. When you first experienced weightlessness, is it a terrifying feeling of falling, as I've heard people describe it? Do you get used to it? Do you enjoy it after a while? What's it like?
You get used to it very rapidly. It's an unusual feeling, but it's very relaxing, and you get used to it very rapidly, and it is a very enjoyable feeling. And when you come back to where you have weight again back on Earth, you realize how heavy you are.
Did you get sick at all?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
Now, was that because of I presume you guys went through a lot of testing with what they called the vomit comet or something or another that would produce temporary states of weightlessness in a dive, right?
Yeah. You climb, and you climb over the top, and you're flying, and you're going across the top, but you're in a situation of weightlessness.
Well, a lot of people are wondering, one of the mandates, Gordon, that NASA has is to begin to privatize space. And it's really one of the things that has not come to fruition, that they were mandated by Congress to begin to privatize space. And if it could ever get in the private sector, then maybe some people could literally go to space on vacation someday, I'm sure. do you believe that process should be hurried?
Well, I think that it's coming along a little slower than everyone had hoped. There are a number of companies that are building spacecraft of different kinds, and building several different companies building boosters, and the private sector. I think we will see space begin to have quite a bit of privatization occurring very shortly.
So we're on the verge of it, you think?
I think we are, right.
You are in the middle of, apparently, this galaxy group, which is producing among many other things, something called the Pantex 2000, a vertical lift craft with saucer-shaped wings. Why do you think, it says here that you think the saucer shape is the way we should have been going with aircraft design for a long time? Why?
Well, one of the reasons we did not years back is we had no artificial stability system. And a saucer is inherently mutually or slightly unstable. And with the old advent of mechanical control systems, you perhaps could have some trouble controlling it. But now with artificial stability, there's no reason why you can't take advantage of all the aerodynamics that you get off the saucer. The saucer certainly has very interesting aerodynamics compared to a wing.
Actually, I don't even understand the aerodynamics of a saucer. I understand a wing, and I understand lift, and I understand aerodynamic flight, and I don't understand how to relate that to something in a saucer shape.
Well, a saucer really is just like a wing. It's like the whole vehicle really is a lifting body or lifting wing.
Well, if you're working if you are heading a company that is doing this, then is it too much of a leap of faith to imagine that they've got saucer-shaped flying things out at Area 51?
Well, as I said earlier, I certainly hope they do. I hope they're, really a few generations ahead of the aircraft that we all see around.
Would you like to have gone to the moon?
Yeah.
You probably would have been a pretty good guy to have along with respect to Apollo 13, with the kind of hands-on experience that you had. Were you ever a candidate for a flight of that sort, or ever considered?
Oh yeah, I was I had an Apollo backup team.
I watched a number of programs, Gordon, about the astronaut preparations and the backup teams and so forth, and were people thinking that it would not be too bad if somebody got the flu on the wrong day?
You mean horrified?
I mean that if somebody who might get flu leaving the seat open for you.
Well, that was already open to that, I guess.
I don't know if you can answer this or not, or maybe you can just say you can't answer it, which will tell us as much as really, I guess, an answer would, or nearly as much, and that is this question. Are there many things that occurred to you during the time you were in the space program, or during all the years that you were connected to NASA and experimental aircraft? Are there many things that even today you can't talk about?
No.
Not really?
No.
Nothing out there, nearly anything at this point would be declassified and you could talk about it.
That's right.
You've heard reports that on some Apollo missions, there were inexplicable things that were seen. Have you not?
I was seeing reports in magazines, but I have not seen that on official NASA, so I can say.
There have been, Gordon, some recent, very, very interesting pieces of footage that have come from shuttle flights. STS-48 was one. You saw that, did you? The explanation given for what we saw in STS-48 was ice crystals. Did that seem to wash with you just fine?
No, not really ice crystals, but my choice on it would have been meteors. Because I saw 1,000 meteorites on Zoom 5 in August during the high meteor shout time. Those certainly look like meteors to me. Although they had, one of them had kind of one peculiar move.
It certainly did, didn't it? I've watched that again and again and again, and it seemed as though one was reacting to the other. Was that your impression?
Yeah, I bet that way.
Maybe a coincidence, maybe not.
Well, just,
then there was another more recent shuttle flight, and I'm not sure if it was 50. I think it was 50, Gordon, in which the outboard camera on the shuttle appeared to come down and focus on a specific piece of land. Whoever was controlling the camera from the ground focused on a specific piece of land and zoomed in and waited. And without question, there was something that appeared to come up from the ground at an incredible speed. Perhaps some sort of experiment, perhaps something leaving the atmosphere at a tremendous speed. I really have no idea. Maybe some sort of laser or plasma weapon, or who knows. Have you seen that footage?
No, I haven't seen that.
I would love your view of it. When you were in orbit, spending all that time in orbit, did you spend more time looking outward toward the stars or back toward Earth?
I'd say about an equal amount of time, probably.
About an equal amount of time. Did you ever see anything in orbit that you kind of did a double take on? Because so much of the film that we get back from these STS missions is kind of strange stuff. I mean, it's kind of hard to explain, and you were there, you were in orbit, so.
Yeah, I like the bus. I never did see anything unusual. It could be extraterrestrial in origin anyway.
If you, back then, were able to take photographs of license plates, then they should, by now, very nearly be able to count the hairs on our head if they wanted to. Is that too much of a leap of faith, or do you agree?
I agree.
Boy. To imagine that is up there, and to imagine they can do that is something to think about, really it is.
All you gotta do is put a big land
have you ever thought about going back to space? I mean,
yeah, I'm waiting for Mars.
Mars, huh?
I'm gonna get my old age study like John got his on the shuttle. I want mine on Mars.
Were there any ill effects? I didn't hear of one for John Glenn.
No, I don't think he did. I think he came very good shape.
A great shape, as a matter of fact. So, what does that tell us then about the rigors of space flight? Given that even though John Glenn is long in the tooth, he's in pretty good shape. But doesn't that really mean that if we could do it, the average American really could go to space? Gordon, let me tell you this. I was wrong. It wasn't STS-50. It was STS-80. And I described to you that camera which zoomed in. And I had somebody here at the house, Gordon, who worked on SDI. And I showed them this clip from STS-80. And they were sort of sitting there interested in observing, and all of a sudden this thing shoots up from Earth, obviously. And this person, who I will not identify for their own safety, said, "Oh my God, I worked on that." So I guess since you didn't see it, I would ask you, would you like to see it? And perhaps render an opinion for us.
Okay.
It's one of the most spectacular things I've ever seen, and I sure would like to get your opinion. So I'll see to it that you see it. How's that?
Star Wars is not that.
One more wild question, and that is, obviously, I mean, I think all Americans know that the astronauts had an awful lot of camaraderie. You guys were very close, very competitive, but very close. And there must have been a lot of times when you got to sit in a bar somewhere, knocking back a few with some of the other guys. Were you ever told anything by any of the other astronauts about anything that was seen on the moon or elsewhere that they didn't really particularly want to talk about in public?
No, I never have, and I certainly would have been. You know, I haven't seen anything like that.
I interviewed Edgar Mitchell, got to walk on the moon, and he made some comments that to this day I wonder about, Gordon, and they were, he said, you know, it's kind of strange, but when I try to think back and remember my emotions and my feelings as I was walking on the moon, I can't. And that always puzzled me. You would think that would be such a high point in your life that there would be almost nothing that you would forget about it or you know, that you didn't notice. But he did make that comment on the air with me, and I thought that was very strange.
One of the things that people don't realize is all through every space flight, it's so well planned that every little detail, practically every second of the whole flight is planned out because the time is so valuable.
That they don't have time for that.
So you really don't have time to do a lot of errand things, and you're really concerned about staying on your timeline and getting this done, and getting this done, and getting this done. So a lot of your concentration is on just doing the job.
That's a really good point. It goes. Then let me ask you about this. I've long said that people don't. Many times they don't see things in our skies because, you know, we're driving our cars, or we're doing our tasks, and we're not spending a lot of time looking up at the sky.
That's right. You can't very well look up at the sky when you're riding down a freeway somewhere.
Not live for long. So. Was it kind of the same way with you? In other words, you did get to look out the window, but they kept you pretty busy too, didn't they?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Every space flight is very busy.
Gordon Cooper, thank you. Well, this is going to be one of the perhaps most startling programs we've ever done, with some pretty serious information in it about Mars. And I'm not sure how else to begin other than to say, that's the reason we're starting in the first hour, because of the gravity of the show. Here from the mountains of New Mexico is Richard C. Hoagland. Richard, welcome.
Good evening, Art.
Good evening. Thank you. Let's give some birth here. In other words, first, before we even begin down the trail of how you got to where you are, what is the bottom line? Are you saying that there are architectural designs, there is some sort of irrefutable proof of cities, I don't know if that's the right word, cities, urban type development, like what they're talking about on the coast of Cuba, on Mars, and that you uncovered this information with the new IR color data. Is that the bottom line?
That's bottom line. And in fact, it's very eerie to bring up the Cuba ruins, because we have found these roughly at the same depth under Sidonia that the Cuban ruins were found by Paulina Zalewski over Cuba.
It's 2,200 feet.
Roughly half a mile down. Now, the reason that I'm on the show tonight, the reason we're publishing, we over at Enterprise have a We have the press release. We sent out a press release to 4,000 members of the mainstream press all over the world today.
I've got a copy of the press release here. It's like 7 pages long. 5 pages long.
It's 5 pages with background, but obviously the important stuff is the first 2 or 3 paragraphs. We have been working on this ever since this audience while you were on vacation, working very hard with the leadership of George in that chair. George does really a damn good job.
He certainly does.
He was able to get enough people to email and fax NASA and the folks at ASU, Arizona State University, the project leadership of the Mars Odyssey mission, to basically kick loose a daytime color infrared image of Sidonia. After months and months and months and months and months of foot dragging and excuses and the dog ate it and it's not processed and it's not calibrated and it's on my dining room table, but I forgot to bring it in and doing everything possible. These people out there listening to us tonight are stepped up to the plate one more time with feeling and did what good Americans do in the convention. They made their voices heard and they got something. Now, for a lot of this, initially in the first few hours after we saw it posted on the website at ASU, we thought we'd been had once again.
What do you mean?
Well, because what we demanded, what we asked for was the nighttime infrared image of Sidonia. Okay. My sources, we'll get into this much later in the evening, much more heavily later in the evening, in Washington have told me unequivocally that what we really want to see, if after tonight you think you've seen anything on the daytime images, wait till you see the nighttime, because that's where the payoff is. That's where the big prize that I've been looking for now for 20-some years, namely the unequivocal proof of the ruins of extraterrestrial civilization on Mars, apparently lie.
You have the nighttime?
No, I don't exist, and we're going to use everyone out there tonight to get it.
All right, but to what degree of certainty with regard to the photographs you've got now, the daytime color IR photographs, to what degree of certainty can you sit here tonight and declare you have found architectural ruins on Mars?
With the provision that the data we are looking at is real, which I'll get into in the next hour or so.
Yes.
I would say that my confidence level is now 99.9999999%. I think it's there.
All right, now.
And there are a whole bunch of reasons that we're going to go through. All the tests we've done, all the projects, all the various inter-scene, viewings we've done. All of this comes up that we're looking at real data. What's really there is there. What makes this so extraordinary, Art, is this data did not come to us directly. It was filtered through a trusted colleague who has been working for a year or two with the NASA Ames Mars Web program, doing image processing for them as part of this worldwide virtual Mars network that they have set up for investigators to plug in to NASA data anywhere in the world. And as part of that system, he has established a lot of contacts with the NASA Ames people, with people in Washington, other NASA centers, with Dr. Malin and his group. And it was to him that this image actually was lovingly and cherishedly bequeathed, not to us. And we believe that this was part of someone's plan to give the data, the pristine, stunning, real, famous infrared data of Sidonia, not to Hoagland Company, who instantly would be accused of making everything up because, of course, we want it to be real, but to someone that was one of their own, someone that it would be a little harder to accuse of fabrication, of fraud, of hoax, etc., as the spin doctors will go to work, and you know they will.
Well, so why don't I ask you right away, to what degree are you certain that you have not been hoaxed? That's a very important question.
Yeah. Well, again, within the limits of the information we are able to arrest from NASA on these images.
I don't need as many decimal points here.
They are not forthcoming at all about even the heritage of the images that they have published. There's no ancillary data for any of the images up on the Odyssey website tonight. There's no sun angles, there's no orbit numbers, there's no even day when they take the pictures. The pictures that are up there are the day they are released. They could be, again, like Dr. Malin used to do, keep them in a drawer for months before they put them up.
All right.
So I am, to answer I am extraordinarily confident because of the way this image was acquired, and we're going to go into that in exquisite detail. The processing steps that were applied to it, we're going to go into that in great detail, and the character and integrity of the individual who got it, namely Keith Laney, and we'll go into that in detail.
Okay, Keith Laney then is the man associated with NASA, and what does he do?
He works on the East Coast. He lives in Charlotte, North Carolina, not far from where my old homestead used to be.
Right.
He is an independent contractor. He does image processing. He's been a member of the anomalous community, meaning he looked at moon data, Mars data, whatever, for years and years and years. And as I said, in the last year or so, he was accepted by the NASA program at NASA Ames to work on data for them in preparation for the unmanned rover landing, seriously trusted by NASA. And I can announce tonight that he went to his office there and asked them if they would be interested in publishing the data we're publishing tonight ourselves.
Yes.
And they said yes. Back to your central question. What do we see? What is down there? Well, the whole reason for taking an infrared picture is because it isn't a black and white. It isn't a surface scan. It isn't looking merely at the top of Mars. But if you pick the right band, if you pick the right wavelength, you basically can get penetration into and beneath the surface of another planet.
All right, infrared photography, Richard, looks for heat signatures or looks for difference in heat. In other words, if there's something, right, but generally that's the.
Well, if you're looking at shortwave infrared, it's basically light a little longer in wavelength than its reflection. The band is CMUS, which stands for Thermal Emission Imaging System. You picked it. This is a camera which is looking at heat being emitted by objects.
Right, so for those who don't understand how you might see an object beneath the surface of Mars would be a delta, a difference between the heat on the surface and the heat beneath the surface.
Exactly.
That's what it's looking at, and that's how it's developing what you are seeing.
Well, plus, Mars has a unique environment, and I think tonight, as we go through this, you're going to find that if Mars were not the place it is, and have the unique history it has, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation, because I don't think even the NASA people, even the famous team fully understands, although there is some indications from an abstract that the principal investigator of the famous camera, Dr. Christensen, published this afternoon in Washington prior to the October DBS, Major Scientific Meeting, Division of Planetary Sciences that is held every year. He said that on other data taken by this camera since February, they've been in operation orbiting Mars, taking these kinds of infrared images since February of this year, February 18th. They have now found evidence of subterranean, submartian, sub-Aryan valley networks of rivers that are not visible on either the Viking image or the Mars Global Surveyor.
Well, that makes sense. Water would be a different temperature. We know damn well.
No. These are dry valley networks. These are empty. These do not have water in them.
Yeah, I know, but the IR signature still would be looking at a slightly different temperature when it sees
the IR is doing, this is crucial to our case for Sidonia, is it's looking through the upper layers of the Martian dirt.
Sure.
But Mars, it isn't dirt. You used a term last night, which I thought was so incredibly appropriate. First night back, you used a term you had no idea would be relevant to today. You used the term poof dust or poof dirt.
Poof dirt, yeah, we've got it out.
Well, on Mars, you have trillions of cubic meters of it. It hasn't rained on Mars in literally millions, if not more years.
How much poof dirt is in the Sidonia region?
According to, and this is going to really blow people's minds, according to an independent instrument on another spacecraft that everybody except us has forgotten, the laser pinger,
yes,
the device that is actually doing profile, was up until the news broke a few months ago, doing profiling around Mars.
Yes.
The depth of the basin in which this city lies is almost as deep under Sidonia as Grand Canyon. And the pinger, the laser used to do the profiles, is 10.6 microns. The images that we're looking at range from 6.62 to 12.58. So the laser is the infrared
thermal infrared in the middle of the precise waveband we're looking at with these pictures. And so what we're seeing with the laser in terms of bottom profiling is apparently going down through an enormous amount of extraordinarily dry and finely divided dust.
Booster.
With not water vapor or nitrogen or oxygen, but basically nothing but carbon dioxide.
All right, let me ask this, Richard. What is creating the difference in temperature at the artifacts you found from the poof?
You want to get it all out in the first hour, huh?
I just want to understand technically how you're
our initial
confident about these images.
So we are very confident. Yeah. Our initial model was we're looking at stuff that's warmed by the sun. Mars is very cold, leave the northern hemisphere this time of year because it's basically just spring.
Right.
So the background is really, really, really cold. And how cold is it? 130, 150 degrees below zero.
Very cold.
Very cold. Okay. So you have sunlight, which at Mars is roughly a quarter of sunlight here. But during the day, from dawn to dusk, it will warm things up. Then at night, they'll cool off.
How warm?
Well, the actual ground rock temperatures probably get up to maybe 20 below zero. So it goes from 130 below at night to 20 below zero on the ground during the winter and spring. In the summer, at the equator, the temperature on Mars goes to like 78 degrees.
70 or 80 degrees.
Ground temperature. Now remember, the air is...
But in the area of question, the Sedona region.
Yep, which is at New York's latitude on Mars.
It's going to range between minus 170 or so and minus 20.
150 at night. All right, to maybe minus 20, 30 in the daytime.
Okay, so now I want to understand how it allows this difference to be seen through this incredible amount of poof dirt. Why is the temperature different below?
Well, the first model, when we were looking at this, and we'll go into how we tripped over all this, we thought we were looking at structures that were basically sitting underneath the poof dirt, the dust. Which is incredible. I mean, this is finer than talcum powder. This stuff is pulverized, and no one, I think, even the NASA people, have appreciated how it will drift and sit and stay in deep valleys and canyons. This is why Dr. Christensen is seeing these ancient river networks.
Oh, I have no problem whatsoever believing that. I mean, when I told you I have poof dirt out here, and there are areas in the valley here where the poof dirt is like quicksand, Richard. You drop a screwdriver, or throw it a little bit, and it goes poof, and it disappears, just like something went into quicksand. And so,
this is probably 100 to 1,000 times worse.
That's here on Earth. Yep. Okay, I can understand how that could occur.
And it's because Mars hasn't had any water for so long.
Understood, with the exception of that which we've discovered underneath Mars. In Mars.
That is frozen. That's not been released in the hydrological cycle. It's rain clouds or thunderstorms on Mars.
Right, but when you get to it, how is there a difference?
Well, the third model we had was that the sunlight, infrared energy, heat energy from the sun, was warming stuff up underneath the poof dirt during the day. And as it warmed it up, it would warm it up differentially. In other words, things that are dark will absorb more energy and things that are light.
Makes sense, right?
And then they would begin to radiate their own heat. And that would come back up through the dust.
Right, all of that makes sense, but
using the infrared camera, the dust almost as transparent as glass. It doesn't see the dust particles because the wavelength of energy is so long, it's wrapped around the dust.
Isn't it critical to understand whether that heating can occur to the depth that you're talking about?
That's the crucial question.
Okay.
So the more we looked at this, and if you look in detail at the images, and you match them with the MOLA profiles, we have a shallow area north of the face of Mars. Remember, this is the region of the infamous thing. The shallow region is only a few hundred feet below the surface. The region below the face, to the south of it, across that basin, is down to 3,000 feet below the surface that we see.